Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events, and today I have with me an amazingly wonderful guest. Her name is Karen Tessie, and she is with Kiss Me Med Spa. She's one of the partners there. Welcome to the show.
That's right. Thank you for having me today.
I am so glad you're here because you have some of the latest and greatest when it comes to working with the face and rejuvenation and collagen, and we're going to address all those issues on the show, and I'm so excited to talk to you about it. So tell me a little bit about your background, Karen.
Okay, well, I have been a nurse for over 40 years. I started in cardiac, and then one day I was looking at myself in the rearview mirror putting on my lipstick and I thought, I think my face is falling down. And I remember I called my mother from the car and I told her that, and she just laughed at me and she said, "Oh, Karen, it's just the beginning." And I thought, oh, no, I have to do something about this. So at that time I grabbed the phone book, because this was in those days, and I found a dermatologist who just started doing Botox in Fresno.
Oh, okay.
It was brand new. They had just gotten their FDA approval. It was brand new in this year that I was looking for this. I went and had it done. 2 weeks later, after it kicked in, I fell in love with the results. Immediately quit my job, went and got training to learn how to do it, and I have been in aesthetics for the last 21 years.
Fabulous.
Yes,
I think that's great, because sometimes in life we just have certain things happen and we just get taken in different directions.
Yeah.
And so you're in your happy place, which is great.
Oh, totally.
One of the things that I think people kind of may get confused about is the difference between Botox and fillers.
They do.
And they do. And maybe you can tell the viewers a little bit about the differences with that.
Yes, and I love to answer that question because I do it every day. So, of course, I know the difference, and I assume if I know something, everyone else knows it too.
Right.
But the difference between something like Botox, and there are competitors now. We have Dysport, we have Jeuveau, we have Xeomin, we have Daxxify, and there's more and more coming out as the years go by. What those things do is they stop movement of muscles. And by stopping the movement of the muscles, particularly in here, I would squeeze for you, but I can't because I have Jeuveau on board right now. You stop the muscle from moving, that stops the wrinkling from happening. So that's what Botox does. It's typically injected, now mind you we're injecting it everywhere now, but typically in between the brows, forehead, around the eyes. We can do it in the lower face. And you want to stop all that dynamic movement because that's what's destroying your collagen and making the wrinkles deep. Okay?
Right.
So what fillers are, they're made out of different materials. The majority of the fillers are made out of hyaluronic acid. Hyaluronic acid, if you look at it, if you squeeze it out of a syringe, it looks like hair gel. And we all know what that looks like, just a clear, thick gel. And those products do exactly what the name infers. They fill up something that has lost volume. So, as we age, the corners of our lips kind of tuck in like that. We look like a little pruny thing around the mouth. So we can actually put a little bit of filler in the lips, and it just brings them back out to where they used to be. We can do cheeks in the mid-face to lift the cheek. We can do it in the chin to give projection along the jawline to help give a little bit of an angle there. We can put it in the hands to make the hands look younger. Under the eyes, we can put these things a lot of different places. So in a nutshell, the difference is if you want to stop the movement of a particular muscle group, you would use something like Botox, Dysport, those products.
Right.
If you want to add a little volume to something that's sagging down and has lost its perkiness, that's where we reach for filler.
Okay, great. Well, and I think you did a great job in clarifying that part of it. So let's talk a little bit now about the laser, because that's something new that's being introduced, and you brought in some wonderful video, and I'd like to take a look at the first part, and if you could just tell the viewers a little bit about what they're going to see here in this particular one.
Okay, so I'd like to first explain to them what lasers are and what lasers do. There are many different types of lasers. There are lasers that will melt fat, lasers that will tighten skin, lasers that will reduce hair, lasers that will remove some tattoo. There are lasers that help with snoring, lasers that help build collagen. There are dental lasers. I mean, there are lasers that do all kinds of things. Treat melasma, which is a brown, sun damage, sunspots through here, lasers that treat little tiny veins and redness. I mean, you name it. Lasers do all kinds of
things. They're magical. They're magical.
They really are. They really,
Yes.
really are. And there's new technology coming out all the time. We ourselves, I think we have 8 or 10 lasers now that do all of those things that I was talking about. And I have some of my favorite treatments. I really like lasers that stimulate collagen, because as we age, we lose collagen, and that happens faster and faster the older we get. And believe it or not, you start to lose collagen in your late 20s and early 30s. It happens really early. So, like anything else, the sooner you start treating something, the better it's going to be in the long run.
And that's why it's so good to be proactive instead of coming in reactive many
Definitely.
times. So just having that knowledge ahead of time and saying, okay, in my 20s, I'm starting the process of losing collagen. Now I may start thinking about how do I just keep that momentum going and be ahead of it,
Right.
than starting from behind.
Yes, and it, like I said, it's much easier if we start younger. It takes less treatments. You never look your age if you start younger. A lot of times, unfortunately, we see people coming in. My daughter's getting married, in 6 months. My son's getting married. I'm going to my 50th class reunion. What can I do? And it's like, okay, well, going to take a little bit of time. We're going to have to do some combination therapy here, and it would have been much easier had they have started younger.
Sure. So with that being said, and with tightening, there are different places with women as they age. Not only do we see it in the face, but also even in the chest, neck area. So I know
yes.
that you have one of your videos
Yes.
here that talks, or it will address that.
Yes, and the neck and the chest, believe it or not, can age 10 years faster than your face. And a lot of times people are just focusing on their face, where, this really needs to be addressed as well.
So tell us a little bit about what's going on here.
Okay, so this is IPL, Intense Pulse Light Therapy, for a chest for a woman in her 50s. And she was a lover of the sun, out at the pool, going to the tanning bed, going on hikes and walks, and not thinking at all to put sunscreen on her chest. We always think about it for our face.
Right.
But our chest is always exposed. Even if you're just driving in the car and you say, I never go in the sun. Well, you're driving in the car and the sun's coming in the windshield.
Right.
It's coming through the side window. So we get a lot of sun damage. And of course, as you approach 50, you are going to, start to see it.
Yes.
And the sun damage looks like brown spots, red spots, wrinkles. Definitely you'll see a textural change on the chest.
Okay, so we're going to move up from there to the face, and let's talk a little bit about photofacial. This is one that people, I think, that they are going to be sensitive afterwards a little bit.
I think with most lasers, I can think of one in particular where you have no photosensitivity. You could put your makeup on and go out and do whatever you want afterwards. But with a photofacial, in fact, I just had one yesterday, and you can see I'm not all torn up. I don't look really red. I have a little makeup on, some sunscreen on. Photofacial really shines when it comes to treating redness. So if you have rosacea, if you have a lot of little broken capillaries, I had a few capillaries under my eyes that were broken, and I did the treatment yesterday, and I noticed today completely gone on one side, little residual left on the other. So I probably need one more treatment. But a photofacial is a wonderful thing for evening out your pigment. It is non-invasive. It's just a flash of light, and it's a wonderful treatment.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
And then what else do you have? There's another one that I know you have, and the goggles I think are very important, or the eye coverings too, because
yes.
of the sensitivity as well.
Well, you can actually go blind from certain lasers if you don't keep your eyes covered. So not only the patient, like in this instance here, has to have their eye covers on, but also the technician needs to wear protective eyewear.
And what are you doing in this particular video?
So in this particular video, this patient is in her 70s. She's having what we call laser resurfacing. So that particular laser, what it does is every time it makes a flash there, it's basically vaporizing the top layers of the tissue. And that hose is a little vacuum that's vacuuming up those little fumes and those pieces of tissue that is getting taken off by the laser.
I see.
And with laser resurfacing, we can actually program how much downtime you want to have. So, busy people don't want a lot of downtime. If you're retired or you don't work, you don't care about downtime, we can go fairly deep. But you can get beautiful results by staying superficial, maybe 2 or 3 days of downtime, and doing this a few times, I think is actually safer and much more comfortable than doing a really deep laser peel that takes your whole face off. You're covered in Vaseline and ointments like that for 2 weeks. A lot of downtime. I don't think people like that anymore.
Right.
I really don't.
And that's good, because if people will plan ahead of time, they're active people, that this gives them the opportunity not to have that downtime, and
Yes.
they just need to plan ahead a little bit more.
Yeah.
So how can people get in touch with you if they have any further questions about
Well, you
this?
can always call. We'd love to see you for a consultation because, you know, coming up with a treatment plan takes a little time and it's a
Sure.
little complicated. We have to find out what your goals are, what your budget is, you know, what exactly do you want to treat, because maybe, like if you were to come in, I would look at you and I might think, oh, I could see what I could do, and then when I ask you, so what concerns you? You point to something completely different that I never even really thought, really? So we do like to have a consultation. So they can call, they can text our number, they can send an email, and we would just really like to go over all the options, because maybe laser isn't for somebody and they want to approach it a different way.
And I think one of the things that you do, which I think is wonderful, is you also do an inventory to make sure, you know, what is somebody's health background? Are they on medication? And I think that's something that you do, which is so important. Can you tell the viewers why that is essential?
Well, certain medication make you photosensitive, meaning if you have a laser procedure, you have more of a tendency to maybe get a burn because you're on a certain medication. Not all medications do that, but certain ones will. And so we always like to get that health history to see, you know, if there is a medication that could cause a problem, if you are, shall we say, allergic to the sun, if you're photosensitive, if you hyperpigment really easily. All these things will help us decide how we want to go about solving the issue that's concerning someone.
Well, Karen Tessie, I thank you so much for coming in. And can you just share with the viewers where you're located and your website if they want to take a further look and come in and see you?
You can find us on Yelp, Instagram, Facebook. We're Kiss Me Med Spa. The website is kissmemedspa.com. Our phone number is on the screen. We have an email on the screen, and you know, we would love to see you. We'd love you to come in. And you and I were talking a little bit about brides.
Brides, I was just going to say there's something special coming up. Tell the viewers about that.
Yes, actually tomorrow, which is Sunday the 5th, right, of January, we are going to be at the Platinum Wedding Expo, which is being held from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Table Mountain Casino. So we will be talking to people about, you know, what they can do to prepare, you know, for the big day, whether it's the mother of the bride, the groom, grandma, grandpa, the bride, all the bridesmaids. Everybody wants to look great walking down that aisle, and we have a lot of options.
And let's not forget the groomsmen and the groom, because
Oh, yeah, they
sometimes
wanna look good, too.
Yeah, they would look good too.
Definitely.
Well, Karen Tessie, thank you for coming
you.
in,
It's
and
my pleasure.
it's just a pleasure to have you.
you.
And again, that's Kiss Me Med Spa. This is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events.
Welcome back to Central Valley Real Estate and Home Improvement Show. I'm here with Barbara Fox. Welcome, Barbara.
Hi, Mike. It's good to see you again.
Now, I know you do real estate all the way up and down the valley. What's your coverage area?
Well, I just helped somebody buy in Woodland, so up to the Sacramento. I'm actually going to look at a house in Fresno on Sunday.
Nice. So you do the whole area. I know you do a lot in the Turlock in that area.
Yes, mainly Modesto and an hour outside of it.
Yeah.
But I do travel further for people that know me, or, or have special requests.
Well, wherever you are in the valley, if you want to sell your home, it's so easy to talk to Barbara Fox, and she has a wealth of information and knowledge and experience. And by the way, Barbara, I have your web address on the screen, othersrealty.com.
Yes.
And your phone number, 209-499-3424. Now, I know you are an expert on mobile homes, and I want to talk to you about that because I got a million questions. But before we get to that, I want to take a quick look at a couple of the houses that you have for sale right now. And this one is 3613.
Yes, 3613 Southern Oak. That's in Ceres. It's over 3,000 square feet, and it has a pool.
This is just a very becoming house. Looks like there's a balcony, maybe?
Yes, they even have mahogany floors on
Wow.
the second floor.
Yeah, but somebody has really landscaped this and made it look really sharp.
Yeah, and it's very well taken care of.
Yeah, it looks like a resort almost. And by the way, here's the swimming pool too. So there's a pool, there's a beautiful house, and all around the pool, I don't know if all those plants come with the deal, but it's just so nicely set up back there.
Yeah, this owner is downsizing, so I think most things like that will be left.
Do you know what size of house this is?
It's 38.
So it's a pretty good size house.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a big house.
Yeah. And I would guess that if anybody wants to see it, they just call Barbara Fox, right?
Yes, absolutely.
In Ceres, 209-499-3424. So there's the house, and here's the swimming pool. And all you have to do is call Barbara Fox. Let me get back to us now. Where do we go? I lost us. There we are. And now here's another, you can tell it's just a beautifully well taken care of house. This is the other house on Enclave, I believe.
Yep, Enclave actually is
Enclave.
how we say it, but that's
Right.
fine.
And what are the details on this house?
Well, that house has been on the market for quite a while. It has this beautiful 30 by 40 foot entertainment area out back.
Yeah, here's a picture of that back area.
Yeah,
That's-
it's just beautiful. The house is beautiful. It's one of those houses that's a bigger one in the neighborhood, though. So it's listed at $799.
Uh-huh.
And we've had a lot of people through it. A lot of people love it, but they just, with these interest rates, they haven't been willing to pull the money out of their pocket yet.
Yeah. Well,
But it is a beautiful home, and that backyard is almost kind of unbelievable when you go out there.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a little more than maybe the houses around it, but it's all done and ready to go. You don't have to dump $100,000 into it to get it ready to go. It's ready for entertaining. And here's the backyard again. You can see what I mean. That's really super. Now, Barbara, let's shift to mobile homes. Because as we've spoke before, when I go look at a mobile home, sometimes I say, this is nicer inside than my whole house is. And I think I think here's a mobile home you have for sale.
Yeah, that one is in Patterson. What's unique about that mobile home is it's been redone. It's got all new flooring. All the appliances come with it, including a freezer, and it's got a $9,000 new water system on it.
Yeah.
So it's something somebody could move into. It's 1,056 square feet. But the most unique thing about it is where it sits, because it's an hour and a half from San Jose, which some companies restrict that. You can only be 90 miles or 100, it's like an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
And the park fee is only $580.
Wow.
And a lot of park fees in the valley, say Modesto, Turlock, they're ranging between $750 and $1,000 for the park fees.
Yeah.
So this is,
That's good,
I
500.
believe, to be the lowest one around.
Let me ask you a question about this kitchen. I have a picture of it, and you see the beautiful countertops. Is that all redone?
It's been there a while. It was redone. I think that was redone in 2015. But it's not damaged. I mean,
Right.
it's
No,
in good
looks,
shape.
it looks brand new. That's why I asked that. And as I'm looking past the beautiful countertop, and I think a gas stove, but I see into the
Yes.
next room where there's a washer and dryer. So that's all in the unit. It's a washer and dryer?
Washer, dryer, refrigerator, and freezer.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That all comes with the price.
Yes, and this one is a 1989 model. So
Okay.
it's not one of those, 1977
Yeah,
or
that's fine.
1976. It's a newer one.
Now I have the picture of the front again, and there's the covered parking area. And my grandma, it brings back fond memories. My grandma lived in a place just like this, and whenever we had a family thing, all the lawn furniture would come out under that covered area where she would normally park it. It gave her this great giant area to have picnics and barbecues and stuff like that. So how spacious, and the giant front porch and everything is really very cool. Tell us, Barbara, about mobile home ownership. You work in those a lot. Is that correct?
Well, I'm pretty much a full service realtor. So as you can see with the other two homes I'm selling, I've sold homes from mobile homes up to probably the last couple of years. The highest one was 2.2 million. But I have gone out of my way to write a booklet about mobile homes because I get so many calls.
Yeah.
So many people are being priced out of the market, and especially senior citizens that want to stay near their family, but they cannot afford the real estate.
Right.
And so I wrote a booklet about that because they just aren't familiar with it. They don't know, they don't know what it's like. They don't know what the costs are. They don't know how to purchase one. And so that's why I spent the time to really be able to educate people on that, because it's a growing,
Yeah.
Unaffordability in California is a problem, and some people are moving out because of
Yeah.
that. But I meet so many people that want to stay near their grandkids or their family, and these are really the only ways they can do it now.
Yeah. That's an option. It's a great option. And
Yeah.
I think I just saw an article popped up on my phone about an hour ago that said the average price of a home in California is $900,000 now.
Yeah.
So people are looking for options. Now, are you going to do a little Zoom meeting or presentation on this mobile home thing?
Yes, on June 4th, I believe I'll be doing it right at 11 o'clock. I'm going to start going on my Facebook and Instagram to, just announce that also. But this is the first announcement,
Okay.
Mike. So you're getting the
We
first
got the
announcement.
scoop.
Yep, you got the scoop. 11 a.m. on June 4th, I'm going to go on Zoom. So people, if they want to text me or call me, I'll send them a Zoom link. It's going to be absolutely free. I'm going to talk for a while, give them some basic information, and then I'll unmute them and they'll be able to ask me questions they
Nice,
have.
nice. And that's on mobile home ownership, or just general questions about getting into that?
Yes, that's what this one is going to, if they wanted to talk to me about something else, of course they could call me and I could talk to them about real estate.
Yeah.
But on June 4th, this topic will be mobile home park living.
Now, also, you need a special realtor who knows something about it, I think, to be able to figure out how to get one financed.
Yes.
So,
Yes, when you see new home programs like new home first-time buyer programs, those are not for mobile home.
Right.
So we have specific lenders that actually do them, and they do them well.
right.
And so, yeah, that will be information I can share. And I believe at this point, I'm going to do it like 3 days in a row with sharing a bit of information each day so that people will have an opportunity not just to learn, but also to ask questions.
Very good. Now, yeah, I meant to mention that earlier. You said it. The number we have on the screen, the 209-499-3424, people could text that number as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the easiest
Yeah.
for me to keep track of them, actually, than the calls.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk to people, but sometimes if I'm on the phone, it'll take me a little bit to get back to them.
Yeah. I like to
But if
text
they
now.
text me, that for sure I'll get it, and I can send them back the link. I can just send them the link to Zoom,
Yeah.
so they don't have to talk to me. They can just have the Zoom link and
The
come
Zoom
on
link,
that.
yeah. If I called you, Barbara, I'd have to go through the whole, how are you? How's your son? How's business? How's the market? But if I text you, I don't have to go through all the perfunctory information. Just say, send me the link, Barbara. And that's all I would do.
Yep,
So.
that's right.
Now,
Yeah.
by the way, you have your web address up there, Others Realty. Can they find out about this stuff at your website?
I have not put up anything on my website, but I will before the training. It'll probably be 2 or 3 days before I get it up there. But so give me 2 or 3 days.
All right, but if you
Tell
go,
it to Mike, you got the first information.
I know
on
we're
this.
breaking news here, but if they go to the website, it'll have your contact information. They could find your email and stuff there. So,
And if they want to read about me, they can, if they want to know who I am,
get the
they can
lowdown.
read about
Get the
me.
lowdown. All right. Well, if you're anywhere in the valley and you have a house and you just want to know the value, or you want to know about the market, or you're thinking of selling, Barbara is a great resource. She's got so much information. If you think you'd like to just learn more about mobile home living and ownership, she just knows so much about that, and she's a great resource. I highly recommend her. Barbara, we're out of time. Any last thoughts for our viewers?
No, I just always appreciate being able to see you and giving me an opportunity to talk. And I think this can really help some people, Mike.
Very good. Barbara Fox, the realtor, Others Realty. Call her or text her 209-499-3424. Thank you, Barbara. We'll talk to you next time.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All righty. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show, where I get to talk to authors from all over the world about their books, their stories, get to know them a little. So hopefully, once we know them, we're going to want to buy their books and read their books. By the way, the next guest has a fascinating story that he tells in his book. By the way, here is the book, Lost Inheritance. And not only do I have the book cover, but we also have the author here as well, all the way from, I think, Sydney, Australia, Obert Hall. Welcome, Obert.
Thank you. Welcome.
Now,
Thank you.
You're in Sydney, Australia?
Yes, I am.
Let me ask you what time and what day it is there.
It's Thursday,
Thursday.
just after 8 now.
After 8 a.m.?
After 8 a.m.
So it's tomorrow, Thursday morning. We're still
Yeah, we always ahead of you.
Yeah, we're on Wednesday, and it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Albert, man, I was just reading about your book. That's why I'm starting a little later. I couldn't stop reading about it. It's an incredible tale. Tell our viewers a little bit about it. Lost Inheritance.
Well, the book is what I would call maybe a bio, a family bio. It begins in the 18th century with my Zulu great-great-great-grandfather. Now, he was a general in the Zulu army. When Mzilikazi decided to leave Shaka, my great-grandfather also accompanied him, and they traveled west into South Africa, where they settled there and they established a kingdom there, and then they subdued, all the tribes that were there. And that is how they were there until the four trekkers came from the Cape Province, which was occupied by the British, and I think they were seeking for more land inland. Well, you want me to continue?
Yeah, this is fascinating. You went that far back in your family history.
Yeah. Now the book describes how they traveled west into Transvaal, and how they subjugated all other tribes. How he became good friends with, that is Mzilikazi, how he became a good friends with Robert Moffat, the Scottish missionary, who established the Inyati mission, and his son-in-law, David Livingstone.
He discovered Victoria Falls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now the book also outlines the arrival of the Boers who were running away from the British. It gives details of how the Matabele engaged the Boers in the Battle of Bedgkop, how the Matabele engaged the Zulus led by Dingani, how eventually the Boers overpower the Matabele, and at this stage the Matabele flee north past the Limpopo River and settle in Matabele land, where they establish another settlement. And from there the book transitions to the story of my white ancestors, the Halls. Now these were distinguished engravers in England. And yet again, the story transitions to Matabele land and focuses on the discovery of gold by a gentleman named Henry Hartley and his companion Karl Mauch, or Moch. And this guy was a German. And this resulted in the influx of the Europeans into Matabele land, leading to the incorporation of Cecil John Rhodes' British South Africa Company. Now, at this stage, the book explains how Cecil Rhodes and Charles Rudd, his companion, or his companion in the company, which was named the British South Africa Company.
Oh yeah.
And they tricked the son of Mzilikazi, who was now king, into giving away the mineral rights.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and this led to the formation of the Pioneer Column, which went north, or rather northeast, I think it was, and then they settled themselves there, and that's made it very difficult for the king of the Matabele then, Lubengula, to try and carry on controlling his vassal tribes, and then that led to a war. And this war, which was then called the Matabele Rebellion, didn't last very long. And then a little later, there was the Matabele Rebellion arising from the, and at this stage, that's when my grandfather, came in to join this battle. And when it was over, he was given a piece of land where he established himself as a successful farmer. and he then married cohabitated with a black woman, who is my who is my grandmother.
Grandmother.
Yeah, and he had 4 children with, and one of them is my dad. And after a while, after a spell of about 10 years, he met a French widow, and he married her, and then he got rid of his,
So he abandoned your grandmother?
yes, with her children.
Oh boy.
And when they went back to the black family, that's when the struggle began, because whatever Harry Patrick Hall had given them, to be looked after, it was squandered by the black relatives. And the struggle carries on, and leading up to us, the other generation,
Yeah.
It was a struggle all our lives, up to the time of independence and after. And when things got worse, I left for the United Kingdom. And then later, I came to Australia.
Wow. Now, would you call this a historical book? What's the purpose of the book? What do you want people to take away from reading the book?
Well, what I would like them to take away from is the struggle of being brought under colonialism, and how you can go through the difficulties. I don't know what's happened. I don't know how I lost you, but I'm back.
Oh no, we're here now.
Okay.
I know there's probably a lot of pieces through the book that you're having to skip over for time. It sounds like it's going to be fascinating. This is a history I never knew of. I never studied this era of history, and I love to read books about other places and things that went on in other places. And I think I'm going to get quite an education when I read the book. Who do you think is going to enjoy this book? Who will buy it and read it? Would it be people like
I think
people like me that are nerds about history?
Well, I think it's going to be, people like those that have come up with a sort of same background, historical background, that have endured colonialism will enjoy that. I believe that it's an ideal addition to academic curricula, library archives and school reading lists. I believe literary agents and traditional publishing of houses is offered. It offers a narrative steeped in authenticity and emotional depth. Well, the whole idea is that I would like to forge a relationship with those that value storytelling, as it gives power to enlighten, educate, and entertain.
Nice. Very good. Now, you're a storyteller, a good storyteller. I can tell that for sure. Your family went from South Africa. You ended up in England, the UK, and somehow in Australia. How did you turn out? Did you overcome a lot of obstacles? You seem fairly well balanced now.
Well, because my father did not have the necessary education, when Rhodesia came up, he was not able to find a job. And also when I began my life, I found that situations were difficult. We were always looked upon as inferior. And when I went to school, I had to go to a certain school because I couldn't go to other schools. Because perhaps I could not fit in with the white people, and I could not fit in with the black people.
I see.
And at that time, the schools, especially for a special group like, as they called us, colors, were not adequately resourced. So you couldn't really aim for anything except just to follow whatever they were teaching you. So after the school got finished, I tried to get a job, and because I wasn't white, I couldn't get a job that I had aimed for, and I struggled to really get a job. And when I got one, it was really a job that I perhaps would not have chosen, but I just had to get it. And it was a struggle all the way, and of course at that time we were also forced to go into the army, because if you didn't go to army, you would lose your job. Even if you didn't think that going to the army was your choice.
Great.
And eventually I managed to get a job in the civil service. Despite difficulties, for instance, as I was progressing up the ladder of the civil service, there would be white people coming from England coming to take position, and then I trained them to be my boss.
Amazing.
And slowly I progressed and even got to the position of a senior administrative officer in the Ministry of Defense. And when I thought everything was now moving in the right direction, there was independence. And the policy of Africanization took place. So I was caught in the middle again, because they didn't regard me as an African.
Oh,
Neither was I a white man.
wow.
So when I thought I was in the right place, everything fell apart. And I eventually had to look for a job outside the government. Fortunately, I got one in a parastatal organization, which was being taken by the blacks. Somehow they accepted me and I moved up. But then I could not really see myself proceeding any further, so I started a business as an accountant, which was very difficult because most people with businesses then were white people.
Great.
But somehow I managed to get in, because I took up the business from a white person with his white clients.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. First, some of them didn't accept me. Some of them had to come back later. And when I thought things were moving forward, the economy collapsed.
Oh,
And I had to make a move away from there to the UK. And when I was in the UK, I worked for a big council, Surrey Council, Surrey County Council, and then I fell ill
oh boy.
with a debilitating illness, and they actually gave me a few years to live. the doctors. That's when I decided to. Well, to carry on, I went for treatment, but then at that stage they didn't have a cure for the illness that I had.
Ah.
And they put me on a waiting list. After that, I decided, well, I can't stay here anymore because I'd come to the time of retirement, and then I decided to come to Australia. And they also put me on a waiting list here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and in 2016, they did a successful treatment on me, and here I am.
There you are. Wow.
Mm.
What a journey from your great-great-grandfather to you. And now are you in business now?
No, I'm retired now.
Okay. And tell me, well, we're way past time, but I want to keep talking to you. When did you write the book?
That was in 2018.
2018. And
That's then.
it's out. This is a fascinating story. It's about something I know almost nothing about, the whole history there in Africa. And I'm anxious to read this book so I can get some idea, better idea. I love history. I love studying history. And in none of my schooling has this ever come up before. So I'm looking forward to reading your book. We're way past time, Robert. Any last thoughts you want to share about your book, about your life, or anything you want to talk about? We have another minute or so.
Yeah, well, what I believe is that my book is more than a historical account. It is a statement to the indomitable spirit that perseveres through loss, discrimination, a struggle for survival, and the quest for justice. It's a story of resilience, a relentless pursuit of dignity, and ultimately triumphs over the most daunting odds. I think this book makes it ideal for literal agents and traditional publishing houses. It offers a narrative steeped in authenticity and emotional depth. Moreover, its vivid settings and layered characters present filmmakers with an opportunity to translate a significant piece of history onto the screen. Well, I'm eager to forge partnerships with those who value storytelling. And I'll be honored to discuss how lost inheritance can become part of your collection, reflection, and understanding. And I'll be happy if somebody would contact me and to explore opportunities further.
Yeah.
All I can say
Go ahead.
is that thank you for considering lost inheritance.
All right. For our viewers, where can our viewers find the book, Lost Inheritance?
Well, it's on Amazon,
Perfect.
and it's also on my website, which
Okay.
I think you listed there.
Yeah, we have it on the screen. AubertHareHallAuthor.com. It's on the screen. Go visit that website. I like to buy books directly from the author whenever I can.
Yeah, well, it is AubertHallAuthor.com.
.com. Very good. Thank you for coming on the show, and I hope you'll come back again one day. You're a fascinating guest with a fascinating story.
Thank you very much.
And for our viewers,
Right.
Don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back with another author right after this. Thanks, Albert.
Thank you. Bye.
Right now. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to viewers from all over the world about their book, about their process. How did they get published? How did they write a book? How did they finish writing a book? We have so many questions, so we've been bringing in people who have done it, who've been successful at what we're all trying to do. And I want to introduce, here's the book we're going to talk about. It's called Awe, and we're going to find out what that means in a moment, because not only do I have the book cover, I have the author, Pierre R. Schwab, with us. Welcome, Pierre.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Tell our viewers what that stands for, AWE.
Well, AWE stands for Artificial Wisdom Engine. The book is centered on AI, climate change, fake news, but AWE is basically an acronym for what the heroes have built to win the day.
To win the day. And also, you mentioned fake news. This AWE device or program or intelligence is able to kind of help sort out the fake news.
Indeed, that's actually why they develop it in the first place.
Yeah.
And then eventually it's used for other things such as finding solution to climate change and other things.
Yeah, and our viewers, they didn't get my joke that I asked you before we came on there. Is this fiction or not fiction? Because it sure sounds like things that are going on in our world right now.
Well, right now it's still fiction.
It's still fiction, thank goodness. We'll have you back next week and ask you the same question. Well, here's the cover. Tell our viewers a little bit about the book.
Well, I decided to start writing the book or thinking about writing the book about 6 or 7 years ago when the U.S. dropped out of the Paris Agreement, which I thought was possibly a mistake.
Yes.
I think we should take climate change very seriously. It is going to create major problems for many around the world, and particularly those who actually do not emit greenhouse gases. So that was the first impetus. The other thing was I started to write the book and thinking about the book before ChatGPT even existed. Mm-hmm. But I thought because of my connections with Stanford, I am very involved with their physics department and their use of AI to sort through data very quickly, that AI possibly would have a role in solving issues. And again, that was before ChatGPT. So, as I said, the book is fiction now, but it might not be fiction tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm very concerned with climate change and also very concerned with fake news. Back then, you could see more and more issues in social media where people were overwhelmed by erroneous data. And I think we can't solve any problem unless we have good data. We have to have facts in order to find good solutions.
I've been saying this out loud. I think it's important to say it out loud because I was a climate change doubter myself a few years ago until I really realized the climate has changed. It's not if it's changed, it literally changed. And it's very apparent now. And it's something we should be talking about all the time. And I'm glad you're writing this book about it. Anyway, Pierre, who's going to read this book? It's called a techno thriller, by the way.
Yeah, I personally do not read fiction all that much. I read mostly history and science. But the kind of fiction that I do enjoy are techno thrillers. Mm-hmm. So I decided to use that genre to communicate the ideas that I had. And it's easy to create really bad villains and very good guys when you use a techno thriller. And that is why I decided that, and also because, in fact, I think that without good science, we are not going to find good solutions. Right. And the respect for the rigor of science is something that should be communicated, particularly to the young crowd, but also to elected officials.
Yes. I've heard somebody recently talking about science is that you have to get your science, prove your science, and then publish it in peer-reviewed journals, and that's where we get science and academia and scholarship. But now it's social media where people are getting their facts.
Yes, and that's very dangerous. I don't have a problem at all. In fact, it's central to science that you question everything. Mm-hmm. Every result that you receive, right, you question. You have to be a skeptic, but you can't. And being a skeptic is actually a good thing when you receive bad data. Mm-hmm. You should be able to sort it out and eliminate it from your inventory in your brain, right?
Yes. Yes. But people these days, of course, we've never had so much social media as we have now, and it's so much more accessible. It used to be just for young people, but now My parents up to 90 years old are on social media reading and believing everything they read. So, and the algorithms deliver them what they want to hear also. So that's amazing. It's amazing time, things we're going through.
Yeah, so we are both blessed and cursed in this country, in the U.S., because we have the First Amendment, which allows you to say anything you want. Whereas in Europe, they also have freedom of press, but they have guardrails. And I think we do need some guardrails here as well. Unfortunately, the social media companies, the big ones, are loath to limit the fake news, because every click, gives them a return, financial return.
I see.
So it's a difficult battle, and that is one of the reasons why I thought that all could illuminate this issue.
Yeah. Speaking of social media and clicks and stuff, I'm just kind of catching up and realizing that if the social media sells somebody an ad, they get to tell them exactly how many people saw the ad, the age, the demographic of the person. It's just an amazing time, and it is a little out of control. I don't know if it will ever be reined in.
I personally don't have an opinion one way or the other on the metrics that follows people clicks. Personally, I enjoy the fact that Amazon, for example, knows what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So I don't have to wade through a ton of different things, and they present things to me that I am probably more interested in than others.
Yeah.
So it works in my favor as a shopper. But there are definitely some privacy concerns that need to be addressed and considered.
Yes. Well, especially for me, I make my living reading and mining and reviewing books and talking about books, and man, Amazon really helps narrow things down for me a lot. I'll tell you something else that narrows down things for me. I'm going to put your cover back up again, and there's these stickers across the top, awards you've received for the book. Now,
yes, I don't have I can't see your screen, but
yeah, we have that.
I was very, very happy to receive the bestseller on Amazon.
Nice.
And I have these other 3 badges here. I could put more, but then the whole cover would
The whole cover is
disappear.
Yeah. Well, since there's millions of books out there, and I'm always having to make a choice, this helps me choose. I mean, somebody's recognized the book and noticed it and said it's worthy of notice, and it just helps me narrow it down and pick the books. In fact, I think that's how my crew might have found you, or something like that. But tell us a little more what happens in this book. I'm fascinated by the story.
So it starts with a big Japanese magnate who builds humongous ships, amongst other things, and he has this ambition to build a space elevator. It's basically a thin thread of carbon nanotubes that goes up to space, to a space station, and it rotates with the Earth, so that you can use an engine attached to this thread to go up and down very inexpensively. So it becomes very inexpensive to launch stuff in space, stuff and people. But he wants to know, where should I plant that thing on the equator? It has to be on the equator, obviously, as it turns with the Earth. But the equator is around the Earth, so he charges a think tank in Palo Alto called the Palo Alto Research Institute, which is where my heroes live, to create a climate model that will tell them what is the safest place on the equator to build this space elevator. So first of all, they have to find the experts to actually build that model, that simulation of the climate. And that's where there is some very interesting research going on, and finally the discovery of a super brilliant, very young Chinese-American girl born in Louisiana, who is 21, hasn't gone to college, but who is an absolute genius in mathematics.
Wow.
And she becomes a very important part of the story. And anyway, they build the model, they run the model, and to their big surprise, the model tells them that climate is going to actually hit a non-recoverable point in only 4.5 years.
Wow.
much sooner than we had expected, which in our case, currently we think maybe 30 or 40 years from now, we could be in dire strait. But the model says, no. There are other things that contribute to the acceleration of the climate change. And 4.5 years from now, it's game over. So they go back to the Japanese magnates and tell them, unfortunately, it's pointless to build that thing because we're going to run into this climate change wall. So they ask him for support and say, well, now our mission has changed. We have to educate the world and find solutions. And one of the solutions, which is very close to my heart, is the fact that you have to have international collaboration in order to solve global problem.
Yep.
So that's a very important theme of the book, where eventually they even enroll the help of Xi Jinping in China, in Beijing. I've lived at various places in the world. I was born in LA, so when you called me Peter at first, you actually correct as I was born Peter. But then when I was about 1 year old, I don't remember, I moved with my family to Geneva, Switzerland, where I grew up. And that's why I have a French accent. I didn't speak English. And then I came back to the States in 1973. I had to learn English.
Yeah.
And eventually in 1986, I moved to Hong Kong for 12 years.
Boy.
And I used to go to China quite a bit, visiting places and friends. And so I picked up a little bit of Chinese.
Nice.
I even got married in Hong Kong, and then came back here when Hong Kong reverted to China in 1997. But instead of moving back to New York, I moved here in Palo Alto because I wanted to be close to Stanford and in Silicon Valley. Yeah. So that's why I brought in the Chinese in the book, because it's an area I know well. And I used to commute also from Hong Kong to Japan, to Tokyo, almost every month.
Wow.
Because I used to license some of my inventions to the big manufacturers of radios in Japan, the
Amazing.
Sony, Matsushita, etc.
So your accent is mixed from all of those. Little Chinese, a little Japanese, and French, and English, of course.
So I just, if you allow me, I just want to say that the book has just been released as an audible book, an audio book.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting for me to find a voice, a narrator, who could not only have perfect diction in English, because some of the material is a little bit complex.
Yes.
If you care to go into the nitty-gritty, but also I have many people who have different accents, and I was looking for an actor who would be able to do all these accents very fluently and clearly. And I was very, very lucky to find this fellow on the East Coast, Jordan Kilgore, who's a award-winning narrator. Even though my book was only his third book that he narrated, but it just received yesterday. I got a review for the first time on that audible book, and it's great. It's 5 stars. So very, very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I enjoy many audio books, and I'm amazed when the good narrator, when they're speaking for a woman, their voice changes and different accents, and a good narrator really makes the audiobook. And by the way, because I'm not young anymore, I told you I read your first book in 1976, How to Use a Handheld Calculator. So I'm that old that I don't see so well anymore, and I have to read so many books, and I get so much more mileage out of those audiobooks. I appreciate you did that. And Doctor, I want to call you Dr. Schwab, Pierre Schwab.
No, I'm not a doctor.
Okay.
I taught at university, computer science, actually several universities, but I'm not a doctor. I don't have a PhD.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't have any degree whatsoever, except high school.
Nice. But you seem so much smarter than all of us with multiple degrees. Amazing thing about the techno thriller, and they're signaling me we've gone way over time, but you're too fascinating to let you go so quickly. It's really science fiction, the book, but you're able to, because your background experience and knowledge of physics and things like that, you're able to suspend the disbelief and make us believe these things can really happen.
Actually, I don't think I go into science fiction there. Everything that I write about is actually something that exists or could exist today.
Could exist, yeah.
Yes.
Could exist. That's what's amazing. Pierre, we're way beyond time. I just want to give you a minute or two, or as long as you want to take, to say anything else you want to say about the book or about the world, anything you want to tell our viewers.
Well, I very much appreciate the time you're giving me. I'm very gratified that the book became a bestseller on Amazon, but the reviews that I'm getting are very heartwarming, because people actually appreciate not only reading an exciting story, but also learning some things that are actually important, I think. Yeah. And again, I mentioned climate change and AI, and the fact that you need good science, being a skeptic, and the value of international collaboration.
Yeah, international collaboration, yeah. Good luck on all of it. I don't mean for you, I mean for the world. I hope we can get to that point. And I hope this book it's I know it's a fiction, but I hope maybe it could help move everybody a step closer to where we need to be.
Hear, hear.
Yeah. I want to invite you back anytime you want to come. You're a fascinating guest, and you're a great storyteller, and I'm very anxious to get your book. I'm going to do the Audible. I'll do the Audible right away as soon as it's out. Is it out yet?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, very good.
It is. Yeah.
And for our viewers, I say this every once in a while. Go wherever you order your books, but don't click once to order this book. Click 5 times or 10 times. Order 10 copies of it. This will be a fun book to give away because it's a thought-provoking book, and I think a very timely book, too.
Hear, hear.
All right, Pierre. Thank you for your time. And again, I hope
Thank
you
you.
come back again and again. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We will be back with another author right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, the real estate and home improvement show. We've been talking to people all week about their services to homeowners, from roofers to plumbers to people who put in the new windows. But my favorite part of the show is when we get realtors on here and they show us some really cool houses. Now, our next guest, by the way, he's come on a bunch of times. He's been a Fresno realtor for a long time. Kevin Mariverwa. Welcome, Kevin.
Welcome. Well, Mike, I have to say, before we get started, I'm excited to be back, and it's wonderful to see you back in that chair. I have to say that.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, something changed. You were with one real estate company. It seems you switched it up.
Absolutely. Well, as you know, I was with Granville for a very long time, but I've moved to Century 21, Jordan Link and Company,
Nice.
And I work in the Fine Home and Estates department. The joy with that is that now I can help you buy or sell anything and everything.
Anything, yeah.
I'm not limited to the Granville inventory.
Oh, see, that it opens you up to be able to serve more people.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
By the way, this is incredible, this book you brought me.
Oh, thank you.
It's just so beautiful, and I'm going to read all through this later. So you're in a kind of an upper end thing now, so you get these nice brochures and stuff.
Yes.
But anybody watching that wants to buy any house or sell any house, you could help them. You have a lot of experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I can help you buy, and I can help you sell, and I'm also your man if you want a Granville home. You know, I know
sell the Granville. You know them inside out.
Absolutely, I know the Granville way, and I know all of that homes. So if you are interested in a Granville, give me a call, and I can help you with that too.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So now, Kevin, I want to look at some of the houses. You sent over some videos of some of the
Yes.
properties you have for sale, and I'm going to play them and just let you talk about them. How's
Okay,
that?
yeah, sure, let's do it.
Let's check out this video.
So I'm excited about this one. It's a Woodside home in Clovis. I have an open weekend because I have the home open on Saturday and Sunday. You know, this coming Saturday and Sunday between 1 and 4 p.m. It's a beautiful, beautiful home. It's only 2 years old and it's been barely lived in. You know, so it's pretty brand new there. It's got 6 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms. The living area is 5,481 square feet, and the lot size, Mike, this is really good, is 17,600 square feet. You know, it's on a corner lot, very, very spacious. It's a large home for a large family that loves to entertain, as you can see there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it's set up for people who like to have parties and cook and and things like that.
A large family, that bedroom count, you know what I mean? 6 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, it's definitely a big family.
Yeah.
Or people that, have a lot of people coming over and entertaining.
I've never been in a house with 7 bathrooms.
You need to come
Yeah.
this weekend and
I'm
come
gonna
and have a
check
look
it
at it. You should, right?
Where is it?
So this one is on Leicester Avenue in Clovis. The cross streets would be Shepherd. So toward that area, Temperance.
Now, by the way, I know how to find you now. I just go to YouTube or Facebook and I type in Keys with Kevin.
Yes, so on Facebook or YouTube, just type in Keys with Kevin and I'll pop right up.
And if I've forgotten already where this house is, can I find that on your Facebook?
You'll find everything on my
Everything
Facebook.
on the
That
Facebook.
video that you played, that's playing at the moment on all of my platforms.
Okay. And so if the video went by too fast, you can go watch it, slow it down a little, and count the bathrooms. Let's go to another video. Tell us about this house. Let's check it
So
out.
I have been excited for this one for a very long time, and I think a lot of people that follow the Granville floor plans have been as well. This is a new version of the Residence 7, which got sold out, by the way. I mean, I sold out. I sold the whole tract.
Yeah.
So this was one of the most sought after floor plans. It's completed, it's move-in ready, and it's good to go. It's 4,700 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and a 4-car garage. And Mike, if you notice in the courtyard, now the garages are actually facing the street. Before, in the older version, they were facing each other, giving you very limited use of that courtyard, because you'd be busy with cars, going in and out. But now, because we have them facing the street, you can use that front courtyard as you please.
Nice.
So it's one that you must see. It's absolutely beautiful. As I said, it's moving ready and ready to go. That one is listed at $1,755,925.
Yeah. Tell us the bedroom and bath count again.
So that's 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms.
Right. And is that a bedroom or is that the closet? Oh my
That's
goodness.
the walk-in closet.
Oh
Don't you
my
love that,
goodness, yeah, I
Mike?
do. I'll buy it just for the closet.
It's amazing, and really, you should see it in person. It's just beautiful.
Now to see this one, we look you up and
Yeah, you contact me. My phone number is there, and my obviously my platforms, YouTube and Facebook, are over there. So give me a call, and I can arrange a private tour of the Residence 7 for
very
you.
good. Yeah, it's an amazing house. And what area is that in?
So that's in the same area. It's called Deville East in
Okay.
Clovis, and it's on Twinbury Avenue. Yeah.
Now let me ask you this about the market.
Yes.
Is it a good time to buy a house?
Well, here's the thing. Great question. I think a lot was happening towards the end of last year with the elections, the new administration taking over. So a lot was happening. So a lot of people waited. People were waiting.
They wanted to see what happened.
Exactly. But now we know where we are. I think the phone is ringing.
Yeah, good.
So people are back. Looking for homes, and if you're sitting at home, if you're still thinking about it, this is the right time to book a consultation. Come and see me at my office. Let's sit down and talk about what it is you're looking for. It's a great time to register your interest, so you've got a realtor who's out there looking specifically for what you want. So it's a great time to kind of switch back in and let's get back to work.
Then you could help somebody buy a house.
Absolutely.
What if they've never bought a house? They don't know anything about it.
I love those buyers.
Yeah. You can really take them through the process.
First time buyers, absolutely, I can help everybody. If you're thinking of getting on the property ladder, which I completely encourage, as we all know, Mike, you can't go wrong with real estate.
Right.
So I encourage first time buyers to, come in, buy in where you can, and then progressively, upgrade, to bigger homes.
When you have kids, you get a bigger house. When the kids move away, you get a smaller house. And
That's the trend.
Yeah, it is.
Empty nesters, typically want to downsize. They're probably coming from the 2 homes that I showed you before,
Yeah.
and now looking for something a little bit smaller. Speaking of which, let me show you what I have coming up. If we can move on to
Yes.
Ventana Hills, this is perfect for empty nesters wanting something a little bit smaller, but still want the space. Okay, so this is a Granville community in Ventana Hills. It's a private gated community. We've got 2 homes coming up over there, the Parker and the Benton. You can see the price points over there. So these homes are just under 4,000 square feet, so great for downsizing, as you can see there. Those are a few months away. Again, get on the interest list for these ones. These are quite popular with empty nesters, downsizing.
Downsizing, yeah.
Yeah,
And what a great neighborhood that is, too.
it's beautiful.
Now, I asked you about buyers. It's a good time to buy. Sellers, a good time to sell.
Absolutely.
And you help do
Absolutely.
a full service there for them?
I can help with the full service over there. As I said, people who are holding on to see what happens, the dust has settled. One of President Trump's promises was the interest rates
Yeah.
are going to come down. So we know that that's on his list, okay? So like I said, this is the right time to get, Kevin to come in, start looking at your home, advise you on what you need to do so you can get a competitive advantage on the market when you then decide to sell. So this is the right time to, let's get prepared.
Get ready.
Yeah,
Get ready, because
yeah.
it's coming.
It's
Hey,
coming.
Go to Keys with Kevin, YouTube, Facebook. I'm going to play this little closing video, but last thoughts, anything we left out?
Well, I absolutely love Century 21. As I said, the joy with that is now I can do anything. So which is great. So let's take advantage of that. So if you're wanting to buy or sell, I'm your guy.
Keys with Kevin. We'll be back with more Central Valley Talk right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world about their books and their ideas. How do they even get a book published? So many of us, including me, trying to get that done. It's a lot of work. Writing the book's a lot of work. Then figuring the business part is a lot of work as well. Check out this book, Some Bones May Remain, by Sean Whittington. Not only do we have his book here, we also have Sean here. Take a look. Welcome, Sean.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
Tell our viewers where you're located.
We are currently here in Denver, Colorado, here in the Rocky Mountains, and it is freezing outside. I think the other night it was about 0 degrees.
Oh my goodness!
Outside, so.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people don't realize that it's really, really cold there. I mean, you guys do because you're there, but I was just sitting out in the sun a minute ago here in California. It's really nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you about a bunch of books, but I think this is your latest, Some Bones May Remain. Tell us about that book, Sean.
Well, I had been writing a bunch of dark fantasy here lately, and I was just trying to branch out into different genres, and I figured why not take a shot at writing crime novels, crime thrillers, and I grew up watching a lot of crime shows, a lot of true crime, and I had also had some kind of personal experiences myself, with I'd rather not get into details of what happened, but I decided, why not write my own crime thriller, but with a paranormal twist. There's some kind of spooky things going on. There's a serial killer kind of prowling around, and not only is he going around trying to target certain people, that's seemingly random, but there's also this some mysterious occult phenomenon going on as well, and as the story progresses, it gets more twisty and turny, as cliche as that may sound. But I've always been kind of fascinated with the paranormal and supernatural. So
Now, this genre is so popular right now, crime thrillers. Is that who it's going to attract, those who like to read crime thrillers?
It is kind of geared towards the demographic, yes. Like if you can watch shows like Criminal Minds, Silence of the Lambs, this will be right up your alley. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's so popular right now. Now, this book, when did it come out?
It came out, I believe it was August of last year.
Okay.
I got it out, yeah.
And before it came out, you had some other books out. A series, I think. Here it is, Ravage and Requiem. It's a series, 5 books, is that right?
Yes. So I wanted to do something a little different with vampires. My protagonist, he's he's a Native American. I did that for inclusivity, for help represent, give Native Americans some representation. I actually had the privilege of going to some reservations on my book tours and speaking with some of Native Americans, and it's always heartwarming to see them light up when I tell them that the protagonist is Native American. That their eyes just light up. Oh wow,
Yeah.
So that so far it's been positively received, So that's a positive sign. So.
Before we came on the air, you told me what genre these books are in. Tell me again.
I would put them in the kind of like the like dark fantasy, dark surrealism, vampires, and no, they don't sparkle in the sunlight, so rest easy.
Yeah, I appreciate when people don't go with some textbook version of a vampire because, I mean, I don't think they really exist. So you're making stuff up anyway. It might as well be original, which it sounds like you are with this series. Who's going to read this series? I mean, is it written for men, for women, for young adult? Who's going to like these?
I think anybody who appreciates escapism, but also it's like a redemption story, because the vampirism that my main character is going through, it's an allegory for addiction. I used to be an alcoholic. I've been sober for over 10 years now, and the protagonist, Spavi Ansdari, he's amnesic. He's trying to rediscover his past, and basically when you're in recovery, you basically have to more or less relearn everything. You're basically trying to regain perspective on life, and instead of like having people tell you what to think and feel, you have to kind of slowly gain self-awareness, and that's kind of what this story is about. It's not just some video game-ish apocalyptic thing. There's more philosophical depth to it about what is reality, existential stuff like why are we here, what are we going to do, why did we get out of bed this morning. So it's more about those sorts of themes.
Now I'm showing the cover of all 5 of them. By the way, the covers are brilliant. How do you pick your next book you're going to read? Well, for me, partly it's the cover. You look at the cover and it's interesting. These covers really draw you in. But do they stand alone, or do you need to go in order when reading this series?
Yeah, they're serial. You do need to start with book 1. It is an epic, so it's going to, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of political strife. There's the demonic empire starts engaging in a civil war. There's a human resistance trying to hunt Spavi down, so he's getting attacked by all sides. So yeah, if you don't start with book 1, you're not going to know what's going on. So,
tell me, I like to ask this question because we have so many viewers who are writing a book. They're writing a book, trying to get through their first book and get it published and everything. You're up to 6, or are there more?
So far 6. I'll be coming out with a sequel to Some Bones May Remain pretty soon. It'll be my 7th one. It'll take place in the Southwest, kind of around Las Vegas.
But what is your discipline? You get up every morning at 6 a.m. and start writing?
It's interesting. See, I used to live in Orlando. It's where I went to college, and I grew up in Mississippi. I've been kind of all over the place. I've lived in Seattle. I've lived in Orlando. And after I graduated, I got to, they had a little writing community there. And one night we went up for some drinks, and one of the women, we got to talking about, writing, about what we do, what the method to madness is. And she talked about, well, I try to make myself write 350 words a day, If I don't meet that by Friday, I don't go out with friends, I make myself make up for what I didn't do, as kind of like as a discipline, And I got to thinking, well, I could probably do that. So I kind of set myself a goal, like I'll just write, not to one up her, but like I'll write maybe like 500 words a day. That's like 3 paragraphs. Yeah. Roughly. And you can work up to, writing 1,000 words a day. I've gotten to where I can write almost like 3,000 words a day, but
Wow.
it was not overnight. So, like, if you can write 3 paragraphs a day, you could have something that resembles a rough draft of a novel in a matter of like 6 months if you're just diligent enough about
Nice.
it. So,
Nice. That's inspiring, actually, to say it that way. Um, Now, you're still writing. Did you start on the sequel to Some Bones May Remain?
yes, I'm almost finished with the rough draft. It has a different cast of characters, but what I'm going to do with this one is that there's going to be a crossover novel later on, and it's going to have more of a suspense thriller feel to it. There's going to be there's a plague doctor cult in this one, and he's trying to dabble in biological warfare, and that may be a controversial subject because we just got through COVID and everything. So I'm kind of concerned about how that's going to be received, but I think, we have to talk about these things. I think it's good to kind of get this out, I think rather than just, I think as a society, I think it's healthy to just kind of, discuss these sorts of issues. And I think that's how we move forward,
By the way, we have your web address on the screen, swhittington.com. What would our viewers find there?
You can find novel excerpts. You can find my art gallery and art station. I do concept art for Ravaging Requiem because the settings are too vivid to kind of describe on paper. So I have to it helps to visualize, what's going on in the story, because I think I've gotten some criticism that some people have trouble picturing what happens because it's so psychedelic and surreal. And I do write a little bit of poetry, and there's also some other interviews that I've done on podcasts, and I have a little book trailer on there as well. So,
Nice.
and I will continue to expand on that as time goes on.
Now, can we order the books on your website?
There's a link on that will lead you to Amazon that you can purchase on my author page. It has all the books right there.
Nice.
So.
Nice. Well, it's exciting. You come out with so many books. When did your first book get published?
Ironically enough, it got published May of 2020. That's right around the time when COVID happened. And ironically enough, there is actually, in book one, there is again another, instead of a zombie apocalypse, there's a vampire apocalypse going on in that book. So people are getting infected. And rather than turning into traditional vampires, they turn into these giant mosquito mutants. So, like I said, I grew up in Mississippi, kind of like an hour away from New Orleans. So I was surrounded by mosquitoes and horse flies. So that's kind of the culture I grew up around, like Cajun stuff.
So since that period, you 5, 6 books total. That's amazing how many books you've come out with, Sean. And how do you use any system to track your characters or your character development to keep your continuity?
I make outlines. In my outlines, I do it like chapter by chapter. Like, what does a character want? Do they want freedom? Do they want revenge? Do they want redemption? And then I put what's the conflict? What's standing in the way from what the character wants? And then you basically put what the resolution is. Like, do they or do they not achieve that in that chapter? And basically, each chain you need to think of it as like its own little short story, basically, but it's still like a serial thing. So,
yeah, amazing. Your series will be a good study for me because I'm trying to figure out how to do this myself, and you've done it. You got it done. Now, the publishing part, was that a hurdle to overcome on your first book, and did it get easier?
the first book was a huge learning curve. I basically had to, I had a lot of falling outs with different people who basically were very discriminatory about what I was trying to do, what I was trying to achieve, because I do sell books for charity. Half the proceeds does go to helping Israelis overseas, and also giving financial aid to Native Americans in the reservations. So I'm trying to give back to the community. So, and a lot of people are, that kind of disagree with that. Unfortunately, here we are in the 21st century, and we still have people who want to discriminate, and it's just so sad, that there's still so much of that going on.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to help out, because I've had a lot of people help me out. And, I'm very thankful for, the help and support I've gotten from loved ones, and I'm just trying to pay it forward, and basically, I learned what not to do with the first book, as far as, publishing and everything. And once I got that done, it was the marketing aspect of it. And basically I tried to do the John Grisham thing. I just put a bunch of books in my car, and we just drove all over the West trying to sell books. And I didn't have as much luck with it, as he did. But I'm not ready to give up. I'm still kind of going forward, with it. So,
Sean, we're past time, but you're fascinating. I enjoy talking to you about your whole process and everything. Any last thoughts you want to share with our viewers about your books or any subject in the world?
Just don't give up. When the going gets tough, as cliche as that sounds, just don't give up, because the harder it is, the greater a success story it's going to make for you in the long run. So that's all I can leave you with.
Sean, I encourage viewers, go find these books. Go out there and don't just order one book. Order 5 copies of the book and give them away. I want everybody around me to be reading what I'm reading right now. So it's a good way to buy. Also, you have gifts. We'd like to give gifts, like go to a house party or something. You want to take a gift for the host. Take a book, and these would be fun books. Interesting escapism books to give away. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Sean, and I hope you come back when your next book comes out.
All right, thank you so much, Mike.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. We celebrate what's good about Fresno and good things happening in Fresno. There's a lot going on out there, and we want you to know about it. So when we hear about something, an event or something coming up, we make someone come on the show and tell us about it. Our next guest is Patty Stratton. Patty, welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us
It's
who you are
nice
and what you got going.
Well, I'm Patty Stratton. I'm a member of the Greater Fresno Parkinson's Support Group, and I'm an advocate for people with Parkinson's. My husband has had it for over 25 years.
And when you say support group, that means literally you're supporting people.
We're supporting people that have Parkinson's or those that are caring for them.
Yeah, caregiver support. That is
Yes.
amazing. Now, tell us what Parkinson's is.
Well, Parkinson's is a neurodegenerative disease that affects both men and women. Men 1.5 times more often than women, and it follows Alzheimer's as the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. So we have lots and lots of people that have Parkinson's. More than 1 million Americans are diagnosed, and an additional 90,000 people in the United States are diagnosed every year.
Wow.
Yeah.
90,000 new cases.
Well, and in this Central Valley, there's a much higher incidence than any other place in the United States, and we don't know why. But UCLA has picked up on this through their research, and they are actually doing a PEG study, it's called, PEG, and they are trying to find out why. Is it the chemicals, pesticides that we use with our agriculture, or is it some other environmental cause? We don't really know that much about Parkinson's. We don't know what causes it. All we do is try to live with all the symptoms and hope that research will someday bring
Are there some
cure.
drugs that relieve the symptoms?
There are some medications that alleviate symptoms. The symptoms are very long, and so there aren't two cases that are the same either.
really?
They don't go by the same trajectory. So
We don't know the cause. We don't know what your symptoms
yeah, we
are gonna
don't
be.
know a lot. We just know that a lot of people are affected, and that we'd like to make a change with that. So we try to bring information to our people.
And certainly, probably everybody knows somebody with Parkinson's, or knows
Oh.
somebody who knows somebody that has Parkinson's.
That's true.
In their family. So
Yeah,
the support
that's
group is
true.
there. And you've been at this for a few years. Do you head the support group, or you're just part of it?
I am part of it. I was part of the leadership at one time, and now I just call myself an advocate and a member of the support group.
Before we go too far, I want to say that there's an event coming up. In fact, maybe we should just mention what that is. right
Okay. It's called our annual Fresno Parkinson Summit. It's an educational summit that'll be held from 9:30 to 2 on this Saturday coming up. And we bring in researchers, doctors, always the top-notch people in their field. And they tell us what's new in terms of research. Research goes very slowly, though.
Yeah.
So
What about resources? Will that be discussed?
resources will be discussed too, yes. And our Greater Fresno Parkinson's Support Group is a great resource for people. They could go to our website, which is gfpsg.com, and there you'll find all kinds of information, resources, information about this summit that's coming up, and more about Parkinson's. I'm not going to tell you all about it today.
Our shows here at Central Valley Talk tend to be out there in the web for sometimes years. So
Yes.
the summit is February 22nd,
That's right.
2025. February 22nd, 2025. And there's one each year, I've noticed.
We've been doing them
You
annually.
take a year off for during
We had
COVID or
to
something?
close
Yeah.
during COVID, but we have faithfully been there every year. It's usually in February.
Yeah, so it's Saturday, February 22nd, 2025, 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And there's the address, Hope Lutheran Church. Now, whereabout is that? It's on Fresno Street.
Yes, it's located at 5435 North Fresno Street in Fresno. It's corner of Ashland and Barstow, I believe.
National Barstow area. As my kids say, map it, Dad, map it. Just
Yep,
put it in the,
map it.
Put
Just
in
put
your
it in
phone, Map
there.
it, it'll take you right there. I interrupted you earlier.
No, that's okay.
But I just want to turn it back over to you and let you talk about whatever you like.
Well, I just want people to know that if they see people with Parkinson's, sometimes it can be a little alarming because they do stumble, they fall. Some people perceive that to be an alcohol issue, which it's not. Most of us that are caring for people and those who have Parkinson's don't mix alcohol with their medications. But it looks similar because they lose their sense of balance, they lose their stability, the legs don't work anymore. And so, just be kind and lend them a helping shoulder or something to get to where they're going. But we would love to invite everybody. That means people with Parkinson's, the care partners, the community. If you want to hear and learn more about Parkinson's, you're all welcome. And like I said, we will have the top-notch speakers at this event. It's no cost, and we will have a catered lunch. So the only thing you do need to do, though, is you need to register.
You want to know how many lunches to have and how many chairs to have. There's a lot.
Exactly.
There's a lot that goes into setting something like this
Yeah.
up. So yeah, just go register.
And we usually are sold out. Sold out, not that it's money, but just the places are
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah,
We
so-
want to be sure everybody registers so they have
Yeah,
a
if they want to
seat.
get in, register in advance. And they can register at the website we have on the screen.
Yes, they can.
By the way, GFPSG, that's Greater Fresno Parkinson's Support Group is what it
Yes.
stands for.
Uh-huh.
Go there and there's information. Sign up, for goodness sakes, in advance. And what else? Are we missing anything?
We'll make sure that we
let's
have a
show them
seat
the
for you.
poster. We did a lot of work to get this poster up there. And there's the poster. In fact, in the end, I'll just leave it on the screen for a while. And if anybody wants to zoom in or take a picture of it or something like that, they can do that.
Yeah, there's two other places where you can register also. So we try to make it as easy as possible. And if you have any problems, make sure you go to gfpsg.com and we'll help you out.
Now, I put a phone number on the screen. Where does that ring to?
That telephone number is for the Parkinson's Foundation, which is a national foundation that helps people. They've got pamphlets that you can order for free. They've got a helpline that's 24 hours a day. If you have a crisis and you don't know what to do, they can help you there. They give us a lot of resources. They're actually co-sponsoring it with our Greater Fresno Parkinson's Support. And then we also have a partner, Move Up Health, and we have a sponsor, Supernus Pharmaceuticals. We're working on others, so there will be others, but I wanted to mention them straight up.
That's great. Now, so it's this Saturday, but if you're watching this in 2 weeks from now, it's Saturday, the February 22nd, 2025.
2025.
9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come have lunch, learn. Certainly, if somebody in my family were to get Parkinson's, it would be brand new, and I don't know anything about it.
Right.
So it's a good place to go learn.
Well, that's a great place to go, is to the Greater Fresno Parkinson's Support Group. We have meetings every other month from 10 to 12. And there also we bring in speakers or specialists and learn the newest research or the newest medications or whatever. But we're a very, what is the word I want to use? Just a vivacious group, and everybody is so kind and willing to share their experiences and help those who maybe are new to Parkinson's.
Very good. Patty, anything else? Did we cover everything?
I think we got everything.
Very good.
I hope to see a lot of you there.
It's a Parkinson's Support Summit. Is that what it's called?
It's called the Fresno Parkinson's Summit.
Fresno Parkinson's Summit. And they do this big event each year, but every other month you do other
We have our own,
regular meetings.
the Fresno Support Group.
If you know of somebody with Parkinson's, we hope that they know about the support group. We hope they'll know about the summit, and we hope all of you that are interested will go. And
Absolutely.
I'll put this poster up and just leave it up there. But thank you, Patty, for coming and educating us about this.
Okay, thank you for having me.
And for our viewers, we'll be right back.
Good afternoon. This is Hope Roski with Weddings and Celebrations, and I am here today with the beautiful Elaine Yervin from the Vault Jewelers. It is so good to have you on the show. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Well, you're sporting your pink. I've got a little bit of pink colors in my shirt because we are coming up on Valentine's Day. Exactly. And the Vault has so many beautiful pieces of jewelry for customers to come in and take a look. And I just wanted to be able to share with the viewers some of the things that you have to offer. And one of the things I think that is just really important for viewers to know is that your prices may be modest, but then they could range upward as well. So for those of you who may want something maybe not as pricey, there is something there at the vault. Then if you want something a little bit more extravagant as well, you've also come to the right place. And when you go, I don't think it would be a problem if there's a little bit of champagne and chocolate there to indulge in while you're doing some of your shopping.
Absolutely.
Yes, that makes it a little bit more fun. So Elaine, tell us a little bit about some of the brands that you have that you're promoting right now through Valentine's Day, and then we'll start gearing in a little bit more into the wedding aspect of it as well.
Sure. Our first selection here is the Shy Creation. Now, Shy Creation has a lot of products in 14 karat gold. I would say that that's a little bit more of a younger look. Little pendants, small earrings, lots of little necklaces. It's all done in the 14 karat gold, and the price ranges can go from, say, $300 on up from there. So it's a very affordable and a fun line and trendy. And then our next one that we wanted to talk about is probably a moderate price point, and that one is our Gabrielle and Company. Now, Gabrielle and Company does the 14 karat gold, and they have these fabulous bracelets that you've probably seen on a lot of ads on various magazines. And they also do have a sterling silver line that is probably $200 or less. And they also have a bridal line. So it is a amazing exploration. If you go to their website at gabrielleandcompany.com, you can see their extensive selection of so many different styles, and it's fashion minded. It's geared up for a large variety of customers, but it is definitely worth taking a look at. That's gabrielleandcompany.com. And then, of course, we have our Roberto coin line, and that is by all means probably my favorite line because I like expensive things, and God knows they have some things that'll just amaze you, and the quality and the it's all done in 18 karat gold with diamonds. They have bracelets, they have all kinds of little, they call it the Tiny Treasures collection, which would be great for Valentine's Day or a gift item. Little crosses, initials, little sort of fun pendants that you can get. They just are amazing. And another thing I want to say is Valentine's Day is a great holiday. It's sharing your affections for maybe your significant other, but it also might be for your grandson or granddaughter or somebody that's special in your life. And another area that we're going also you might want to be thinking about is coming up is going to be birthdays, anniversaries, and special occasions in your family that you might want to come take a look at all the different areas that you could take a look at, whether earrings or bracelets or pendants. And we are always there to show you things. You don't have to feel intimidated coming in because we don't push you into buying something the minute you walk in the door like some stores do. So anyway, there's a large variety of different things. And also, it's bridal season.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And, you know, with bridal season coming about, you know, we talk about the June bride. So this is definitely, you don't want to be late on that, especially if you want to get something, I would say, more customized. You want to be ahead of that by doing so. With that being said, one of the things I want to go back to Robert Coin if we can.
Oh, yeah.
What would you say sets Robert Coin apart from the rest? I mean, the Gabrielle collection was lovely. I love the bracelets. You could probably use them as stackables.
Absolutely.
But
And
looking
rings.
at rings. So with Robert Coin, what sets them apart from the rest?
Well, Roberto Coin is a designer. He comes out of Venice, Italy. So if you know a little bit about that, is a area that makes unusual things, more unique things. I would tell you that that is probably one of the most high quality lines of all the things that we have in the store. And even though you're going to pay more, it's going to be something you're going to have for a lifetime.
And it's
not going to be breaking. It's just a really good quality line, and the fashion is incredible, and it trends towards European unusual looks. Different things.
And I think that's, something that people need to take a look at, what is also unique, and the Roberta coin certainly has that. So as you were talking about bridal season, what should people, which line should they be taking a look at with that?
Well, let's take a look at our most well advertised line, and that would be Tacori. Tacori has been a trendsetter for a very long time, and their look is a little more vintage, a little more unusual, very well made. One of the things about Tacori is that they allow you get married, you buy a Tacori, and then let's say 5 years from now, you feel like you'd like to have something a little different. They'll let you trade in your original purchase, and you can get 65% of the cost of that, and you can upgrade that into a different setting. So a lot of girls have about 5 years or so, maybe a couple of kids, maybe a little longer. They want to do something different. And that line again is similar to, we were comparing with Roberta coin. It is it's made here in the United States, down in Los Angeles, and it's made in the USA. So that's definitely a positive thing.
Yes.
And so if you have anything that you want to, they have a warranty with their product, and it's very well made, and it's a trendsetter.
And, one of the things, too, is that if somebody is looking for that special ring and it is a Tacori and you don't have it at the store, you can certainly show them what's online and get that for them for the special day, correct?
Absolutely, yes. They would be happy to do that. And being they're just in Los Angeles, it's very easy for us to order that.
Absolutely. There's one more line that I know that you wanted to talk a little bit about today, too. So we talked a little bit about Tacori. Can we take a look and see what is coming up next?
The A. Jaffe line is a very good quality line. It's a beautiful line, and many times people will find, the younger person will find something in A. Jaffe that is a little cleaner lines and a little bit less expensive than the Tacori. Again, it's very well made. It mostly comes in 14 karat, 18 karat, and also platinum, as the same as the Tacori line does. It's well made. I also might mention to you that, and we won't get into a long subject of it, but a lot of the brides nowadays want to order what we call lab-grown diamonds.
Yes.
So they want a bigger setting. They want a big look. Maybe they'll even order a little small band, but yet they want a 2 or 3 carat stone.
It's all about the bling.
It's all about, yeah. And I just went to my dentist the other day, and she was so cute. And I was telling her, and she said, "Oh, so that's what my nieces have been wearing. I've gone to several weddings, and I was wondering where they got these 2 and 3 carat stones." So I hate to let the secret out, but they really look pretty good, and I don't see that there's a value as there is in a genuine diamond, but you can certainly get the size. So if you want a big bling, these two lines, the Tacori and A. Jaffe, and also the Gabrielle has bridal as well, you can get just about any look you want between those three. And we also do, as she said, custom made jewelry.
Absolutely.
So we have it all for you. You just need to come in or look through the pages of the bridal magazines and whatever, and we can do it.
And I think, your store is so centrally located up in Fig Garden Village at Palm and Shaw. And, it's been there for how many years? Over
35 years.
35
We've been
years,
in Fig Garden
yes.
Village, yes. My husband and I have been working in that situation, in that business, in the jewelry business, for many years, and it's been a wonderful experience. So we've grown a lot, and we have a lot of good lines, and we picked out the creme de la creme of it, the best ones that we feel are out there, and people are, other jewelers don't have what we have.
And I think that's what can set you apart from the rest too. And when you walk in, it's such a nice, warm family feeling as well. And myself included and other friends of mine have only been able to sing your praises about what a great place it is and how much they trust going in. And that says a lot. And I think that,
you.
yeah, absolutely. And it's the fact that you have sustained all these years also is a tribute to you and what you have provided for people in this community with their jewelry.
Wow.
So, yeah, and again, folks, if it's not, quote, Valentine's Day, there are graduations that are also coming up in the spring, and special pieces that you can get for somebody who you love and cherish. Jewelry is a statement that will last you a lifetime. And I think that's something that's, as people think about, well, what do I get? And the selections are just in abundance, which is great. And that you can help them narrow down to specifically what somebody would want is also great. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the viewers before we wrap things up?
Just mostly that we are open, our store is open Monday through Saturday from 11 to 6 o'clock. And our phone number, everything is on the screen for you to take a look at. Our website is, just go to our website or come into the store. And we'll help you.
TheVaultJewelry.com, right? Yes, TheVaultJewelry.com. Don't forget. And hey, if you're around, Central Fresno and the Fig Garden Village area, stop by and say hello and take a look. I mean, you'll be greeted with warmth and friendliness. And, if it's not Elaine or Gary Irvin, there's definitely a sales associate who will be able to help you for sure.
Great people.
Absolutely. This is Hope Roski with Weddings and Celebrations.
Bye.
Bye. Happy Valentine's Day.
International talk show where I get to talk every day to authors from all over the world about their books. I'm here in California. Our first guest, his new book, by the way, I'm going to put it up here. You can take a look at it. This is the book 3 in the Stoker trilogy, and it's kind of exploding out there on social media. Let me see if I can find him. There he is. Our guest is Todd Benjamin. Welcome, Todd.
Welcome. I'm pleased to be with you.
Now, this is book 3, but tell us what's happening out there. It's getting very popular this week in the United States.
Well, actually, we've been, the emphasis this week has been on book 2.
Book 2.
The Tallyman.
Tallyman. Here it is.
Which yesterday was the book of the day on the online book club.
Wow.
And it seems to have created a lot of interest because on Facebook alone, there were over 100 comments.
Okay. That is good.
Also on the other media, too.
Now, by the way, here's the cover of book 2, and this is basically Charlie. Is that right?
That's right. The cover of book 2 is Charlie with his car.
Right.
Because he gets his first car at that time, and he drove around in an old Ford for a few years, but in the 30s, of course, it was a new Ford.
Yeah. By the way, before we go too far, I just want to put the book 1 up, Charles and Charlie. This is where it all started with his father, I think, who's also named Charles.
Yes, that's right. His father was named Charles, and that's why the son, who was named after his father, was called Charlie, and he remained Charlie throughout his life.
Throughout his whole life. By the way, I see some themes in your books, like such as war, flying. Are they pilots?
No, the first one, yes, Charles was a pilot. He he was more than that, but he piloted in the First World War with the Royal Flying Corps, and before the Air Force existed, it was the Royal Flying Corps.
Yeah.
And then, and that was book one. And the story afterwards, of course, of the hard times of the early 20s and the coming to terms with what had happened. And Charles dies during that book, leaving a young Charlie, aged 15 or so, to try and deal with the world with his mother. And so that's the story of Charles and Charlie. And of course what happens to Charlie then, when he goes to college and meets the wide world which he hadn't experienced before, it has a dramatic effect upon him. That's the story of Charles and Charlie. Charles, in book two, The Tallyman, which is the story of the 30s and the rise of Nazism, of Mosleyism in this country. Of course, Mosley with his fascists was he idealized Hitler and thought he could do the same in England. But of course, in the end, he failed. And Charlie has to deal with a lot of that, as well as his personal life, which becomes very complicated during that book.
Now you, I think, weren't you born in the early 30s?
I was born in the mid-30s, 1936.
36. So for this book, all three of them, did you have to do a tremendous amount of research?
Enormous amount, yes.
I could imagine.
Particularly for book Charlie, of course, it was all before my time.
Yeah.
And the research had to be precise.
Yeah.
In the second book, I didn't really remember much about Mosley, but I was aware of the world by the time the war broke out in '39, and that was when Charlie, of course. Well, that's the story of book two. I don't want to give too much away.
We talked about this before we came on the air. We talked about where you're located. Tell our viewers where you are located.
Where I'm located now is the cathedral city of Salisbury in Wiltshire.
Yeah.
It's about 25 miles inland from the south coast.
I see. And where were you during the war?
In London, in the Blitz.
Oh my goodness! So you experienced a bombing around you?
I did, yes.
Oh my goodness! I can't imagine.
That was a fearful experience. Yes.
Yes. Now you grew up, and did you go into the RAF?
I did, but not until the 50s.
To the 50s, yeah, way after the war.
Yes, well after it was all over.
Yeah.
And I was in the RAF for the beginning of the V bombers and things like that.
Did you fly?
No, I was in air traffic control.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Amazing. Now, I don't want to get too far. I know this one, here's the cover again, book 2, The Tallyman, but there is a book 3, is that right? Here's the cover.
Book 3, of course, is the story of the Second World War.
Ah, okay. And
that really is much about the war.
Yeah.
It's much about Charlie. It's much about all the characters that we've met in the first 2 books. And of course, it tells the story of the war from 4 viewpoints. From Charlie's, as a commando officer, from his friend Bobby, as a tank driver in the desert, from his brother-in-law, Harry, who's in the Navy, and he has to fight the Atlantic War. So you get those 3 views of the war, and then the 4th view, of course, is the view from the people at home suffering the Blitz and the doodlebugs and everything else that went with the war.
Now, for those of us who didn't live through, I wasn't even alive during the war period, but I guess there's enough, you have so much research in there that we're going to learn a lot. Those of us who weren't alive then, I think we'll learn a lot about that period through your books.
I would hope so, yes.
Now, tell me, let's go back to the one that's getting some attention, book 2, The Tallyman. You said it's on social media and you're getting hundreds of comments over the last day or two?
Certainly it was listed as the book of the day on the online book club yesterday.
Okay.
And I was just staggered last night to see the number of people who reacted to the advert of the book.
Nice.
And they were like I've always been. They were excited about the story.
Yep. Yeah. Now, I would imagine it would be best to read these in order, but does that matter if we go out of order?
Well, they stand alone as novels,
Okay.
but I think, to be honest, to get the best of it,
Yeah.
you really should start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because you learn about the people, and the end of book 1 leaves you hungry to read book 2.
Yeah.
And the end of book 2, of course, leads you into book 3.
And I
So,
bet,
yes, I think they should be read in order.
yeah, I bet that book 1 really would help a reader understand why Charlie turned out to be Charlie.
That's right. And that's terribly important in
Yeah.
of what happens
It
later.
really is. Todd, what's next? You got another book brewing over there?
I've written for the last couple of years, I've been writing my memoirs.
Oh, yeah.
And that's an interesting story because oh, do excuse me. Because I've been fortunate enough to lead a very interesting life.
Yeah.
I had the experience of the war as a boy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I had the experience of the services in the 50s. I built 2 or 3 different careers.
Yeah.
Until I was 60 odd, and then I became a writer.
How
and I travelled the world.
How old were you when you started writing, or when you published your first book?
My first book was published a few weeks before my 80th birthday.
80th birthday, yeah. So see, here I sit at 65 thinking, maybe it's too late for me, but you're inspiring to me, Todd.
Well, I must admit I surprised myself, but it's a wonderful feeling to have done it, and now I just feel like an established writer.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm interested in your memoir. I know you grew up, you're the only Jewish kid in the neighborhood, and then you're growing up, all of a sudden the Germans are dropping bombs all around where you live. It's got to be an amazing story.
That's right. That was the story of my childhood. Later in life, there are other stories, very personal stories that I think I won't talk much about until they're published.
Yeah.
But I've been fortunate enough. I had an office in Singapore for 10 years.
Oh my goodness.
And that was a fascinating life, travelling to the Far East.
What was your career at that time?
Sorry?
What kind of business were you in at that time?
Chemicals.
Chemicals.
Nothing to do with writing. Well, it was, because I used to write sales manuals. But I was in chemical business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And my company grew through the 80s and the 90s. And it was very successful. I was pleased about that. Yeah. It's become even more successful since I left it. But, there we are.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes out there with all the new technology and understandings of things. It's amazing.
Everything changes so fast.
Yeah. By the way, Todd, we have your web address on the screen. What would our viewers find there?
They will certainly find out about the books.
Yeah.
And where best to buy them.
Yeah.
They will see a certain number of comments from people, from reviews and things that people have written that have kindly sent them into the website.
Nice.
and they will get a better idea, perhaps. They will see a little bit about my life and get a better idea of a rounded picture of the author and his work.
Nice. I am learning that just from doing this show how important it is to, I read an awful lot of books, but how important it is to put down a little review, some words, or at least check off a couple stars or something like that. I think that's very important.
That's right. The more people that do it, the better for everybody,
Right.
because it encourages more people to read, and there we get more opinions. I'm fascinated by the different comments that have been made this week about the Taliban.
Yeah. And now, where will we
mostly very positive, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm glad to say.
Yeah. Where will we find this discussion?
Sorry?
Where will we find the discussion about your book?
You'll find it on all the social media sites.
Okay.
If you go to the online book club,
Okay.
on each site, they're there. The online book club has a page on almost every social media site.
Nice.
And you will find the details there.
Okay.
And as I say, I'm fascinated by what people say about the book.
Yeah.
They see it from different points of view, and they draw different conclusions. And it's very interesting to see.
Yeah.
People are so different.
Yeah, I'll post some of those links when I put your video out there. I'll post those links so people could just click and go look at those, or maybe they would even get involved in the discussion.
That would be great. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to join into any discussion that people want to make.
Yeah. Todd, I so enjoyed talking to you, but they're telling me we got to go. But I just want to give you a minute if you'd like to add anything about your books or anything you want to talk about in the whole world.
Well, the books have become a second world to me, and they're very much, the characters live in my mind very vibrantly. I think what I'm most proud of in the books is the number of characters and the depth of character of each. So that they're real people, and they're real to me, and I hope they're real to the reader.
Yeah. Well, that's what I love about a series, because the characters will live on longer in our imaginations and in our minds, since there's three books total. Todd, I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I hope you come back again in a couple of weeks or a month or so.
Be nice to chat again.
Yeah.
Let me see how I get on with my memoirs.
Okay. And for our viewers, I'm going to put up links to order these books and how you could kind of check out that online book club and things like that. And Todd, I'm just so anxious to read your memoirs.
I hope you do.
All right. And for our viewers,
I look forward to it.
Don't go anywhere. We have another international author, coming up right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Real Estate and Home Improvement Show here on Central Valley Talk. We come here every day and talk to realtors about their listings, people who work on your houses, fix roofs, plumbing, whatever you need to maintain your home. One of the hardest things to do is to get rid of the junk.
That is correct.
I saw your truck out front. There's a mattress in the back.
Yes.
That's the hardest thing in the world to get rid of. People don't know what to do.
Unless you have our number, then you know who to call.
Call
We do that daily. Absolutely.
Wes Burgess, the Junk King. And you go all the way in the house, all the way in the bedroom, and carry it out?
Absolutely. You just point and let us know, and we make it disappear for you.
I can't tell you how many times me and my wife or me and my kids are trying to work that mattress down the hall or around the corner. So just call you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and not
great.
just that, anything that's non-hazardous material,
Okay.
we take it. So anything from appliances, anything. Anything that's not considered, like usually paint, pesticides, even over 10 tires is considered hazmat in
Okay.
California. So
So
anything
nothing-
outside of that, we'll
nothing
take
hazard.
everything.
Brush, you do brush?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
every single thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
What kind of thing, what's the biggest things, the most common things?
Usually household items, bedroom furniture, file cabinets with businesses, things like that. But appliances, mattresses, those are really common
Really
for us.
common, yeah.
Spas are a big deal around here too.
Spas, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
'cause
gonna
people
go,
just get-
they're gonna go bad sooner or
Yep,
later. And
exactly.
it sits in the yard for years and years and
And we
years.
give people their space back, right? Yep.
Takes a space in your yard until you call the Junk King,
Yep.
Wes Burgess. By the way, let's look at some of these pictures, because I think we even have your phone number.
Yeah. So that right there, that's actually the service that we launched last year to diversify.
Okay.
So now we offer a bin drop off. We do. It comes with 3 days. We take it to you, drop it off. So this is more of a do-it-yourself option. It's in Fresno. It's $395. That includes 3 days. We drop it off. You get 1 ton free, and we pick it up after the 3 days. You load it yourself, and
Okay.
we take it away for you. It includes
nice.
a ton.
A ton.
So it's a real that's a do-it-yourself option. So we do our full service where we do all the work. You point to it, we make it disappear for you, and this way you load it yourself, and then you have your 3 days to do it, and so you can sort and have the time to do it at your leisure. So we have those two options to diversify
That's
a little bit.
Yeah, that is great. Bins, they're not that expensive.
Not at all. It's very cost
And
effective.
you don't, the customer, they don't have to do anything. You just dump the bin and they could, on their own leisure, come and throw junk in from the house.
So that's the part that they actually do something. With the full service, they do nothing. They
They do
just tell
nothing.
us what's gone, and we haul your troubles away.
I like the full service.
Yes, right.
Um,
You can kick back, relax, and just tell us what goes.
I'm
That's
in
it.
real estate, and I can't tell you how many houses I go into to sell or for buyers, and there's a refrigerator sitting there,
Yep.
a stove, a
Exactly.
hot tub, and they just have been there for years and years not working. So
That's why we work really closely with real estate
Yeah.
agents and property managers, because they know we're the ones that call. We do same day add-ons. So to get the sale closed and the deal closed, you know that's just not even.
Yeah.
It's not an issue to get rid of stuff. Whether it's a hoarder situation, even in the purchase, we come in and clear it out. We do everything from full property clear outs to single item. We come
Single
out for
item.
single items too. So
you have a giant crew? Is it just you?
no, I have employees. During the wintertime, we're a little bit smaller, but in the summertime, yeah, we're up to close to
going
20.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have seven full service trucks, and I have now the bin option with the bin truck and 7 bins
Yeah.
up here, and we also
7
operate.
bins. That's
Yep.
very cool that you have
Yeah.
that. My dad had a giant tree in his yard and it had to come out because it was all dead and problems. He had so many people, give him bids to get rid of the tree.
Yep.
From $3,000-4,000. Finally, some guy said, "Oh no, I'll do this for $500." So the guy cuts the tree and then
leaves it all.
This is a
And
giant
leaves-
pile.
yep,
And it's giant,
yep,
a
yeah,
giant pile, but then
absolutely.
you would do that.
Yeah, we'd come out and do that. Absolutely. We do
Good.
green waste. Yep.
I guess the answer to any question is just call and ask, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and we come out, we do free estimates. Our pricing is all inclusive too, so you'll never get hit with dump fees on the back end or unexpected fees. So everything's all inclusive, and so up front. You tell us, we establish the price when we're there on site. Give us the green light, and then we make it disappear.
And let me do this cautionary tale, and I won't make you speak for or against any
Yeah.
of your competitors. But
Right.
if somebody comes to your house and they're going to haul all this junk off for $25,
Yep.
where's the junk going?
You can figure it out.
Yeah.
So that's why we actually teamed up with Fresno County, and we're part of the illegal dump cleanup. That we actually go out and clean up the areas where people are illegally dumping,
Yeah.
because unfortunately there are people, and there are even people operating under businesses that go out and do that so that they can undercut and then go dump in the fields.
And where does all your stuff go?
We take a lot of pride in donating and recycling, so
you
we
do a lot
sort
of that?
through it. Absolutely,
Wow.
that's part of our key operations. So we do that. We sort as much as we can, but of course some stuff has to go to the landfill.
Yeah.
But we go through, we recycle and donate as much as we can.
That's right. And the city wants us to do that, right?
Oh yeah,
They want us to
everybody. It's good
separate
for
out,
yeah.
recycle and
It's just good for the whole world, Just why not repurpose everything we can?
yeah. And what's bad for the world is illegal dumpers. So
Yeah, absolutely.
don't call them,
Yes.
or don't do it yourself, especially. So call Junk King. By the way, let's put your phone number up. Where should they start? We have your web address on the screen.
Yes,
That's
So-
junk-king.com.
correct.
/
/Fresno. Yep.
Okay. And then
And we also operate out of Bakersfield, so
Oh,
we
you do?
actually cover from Madera, north of Madera, up to Merced, all the way down to Bakersfield and everywhere in between. So the Visalia, Sanger, Reedley, Dinuba, all the outlying areas where Lemoore, Hanford, I mean, everywhere. We travel there.
I've already memorized the phone number, 888-888-JUNK. How
That's-
easy could that be?
Exactly.
If you don't know if you want to use them, you don't know if you can afford them, just call them and find out.
Yeah, and we do free estimates. So we're happy to do it. We'll come prepared to do the job on the site once the pricing is established and agreed upon. But we also do free estimates, and we're happy to come back and perform it at a different date. But we'll be prepared to do it right then and there as well.
Free estimate.
Yes,
That's
correct.
okay. And by the way, Wes Burgess is the junk king. So call the king, call the head guy, the top dog that does this. Can we leave anything out? Anything else you want our viewers to know?
Just that we would love to be able to provide and haul your troubles away and give back your space. I mean, my crew is awesome. We have a great group of guys. Our reviews, if you want to look on Google, they're outstanding. Especially for this industry, we're fully insured, fully licensed.
Yeah.
So when we're stepping on your property, we're fully covered. $2 million general liability. I mean, it's all. We're official, we're professional, and we're on time, and we do same day add-ons.
Yeah,
so we're there to help you out.
That's a point I want to, again, not to make you comment on other people in the industry, but to have your neighbor kid or some guy with a trailer that drives around and does it, not licensed, but even worse, if they're not insured, you're the homeowner.
Yeah,
you're liable for anything that happens.
Especially on your own property.
And even if it happens to the guy you bring in.
Exactly. Yep.
So,
that's
all right.
100%.
Wes Burgess, the Junk King. Call him up and do it the right way. By the way, if you're moving and you don't know what to do with all your junk, you can even take it to the right day, right before you close escrow, and call Wes and he'll haul all the junk out.
Absolutely. We help people move when they get to the news. Sometimes people actually transport and then realize they don't want the stuff they transported. But better yet, if you know you don't need it at your new location, we'll come pick it up for you at the old location.
Very good.
And the key is let us haul your troubles away. Junk King. Yes.
There it is. All right. Wes Burgess, it's a real estate and home improvement show. Realtors, write this number down because you're going to need him sooner or later.
Please, we'd love to work with you.
We'll be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this.
The Book of Secrets and Book of Truth, Episodes and Curricula, 1-4. The message required by the Book of Secrets and the Book of Truth to conform to a standard method of instruction from the written word, for example. The answer that reveals the cause, effects, and sudden death of the first civilization of the biblical flood. This provides the source of reference that can be reviewed anywhere in the world with an explanation and reveals the cause, which can be reviewed in the Book of Secrets episode. There is time for everyone to benefit from this knowledge, and anyone can review the references in the written word or consider the method used by the pre-Adamite civilization. The method used by pre-Adamites produces physical evidence that appears on the hand to confirm success. It is a secret in the present since it is an ancient practice, and the lack of knowledge increases the capture of the souls of the dead who were unaware and uninformed by their religion. They could achieve victory over death and prevent death from taking their soul. In the present, we provide video instruction that demonstrates how this ancient practice was performed and the benefit by learning where the Creator God resides, allowing anyone to fulfill the command to seek God. Subscribers, TBA, have access to the critical research that optimizes the results. With use of the prayer by Enoch, combined with GPS technology and the BioMarks 2-in-1 application for iOS phones. The preview series of the Book of Secrets and Book of Truth consists of episodes of familiar topics, with information that provides a unique insight that academia or religion can provide. The mission of the Book of Secrets and Book of Truth series and episodes is to demonstrate how anyone can use their knowledge and experience and compare with the analysis of Critical Points episode. The analysis provides anyone with an improved review of the written word when it is evaluated as a historical and academic composition with a beginning, middle, and end, by reducing the stories attributed to the Israelite and their trials and journey through time. The message of the critical points of the story require attention as they reveal the fate of humanity and the end of Earth. The purpose of the curricula and single episodes allows anyone to select a subject of interest, to review and consider or purchase the application, to reveal what is hiding in plain sight. The curricula provides additional information with 4 single-course offerings of 4 episodes that are composed to present the relevance and necessity of the information, as it represents the knowledge that has been kept secret since the biblical flood. The knowledge presented in the Book of Secrets and Book of Truth are based on the written references that can be found in any Bible in the world. Expectations. Subscribers will learn the truth that is excluded in the written word as to what happened when Cain was banished by the lesser god that ejected his parents from the garden, the consequences that affected them as a result of a son that murdered his brother, the cause of the flood that washed the first civilization of pyramid builders and others into the sea while their pyramids remained. This and more is provided in the Book of Secrets and Book of Truth series and episodes. Note to readers, viewers. The Book of Secrets encourages all to consider the quote, "Tomorrow does not exist, today only exists as we only have this moment, and the one who lives in the present will live forever." The purpose of this quote is to reduce the fear and uncertainty of the unknown that tomorrow brings, and we encourage everyone to live in the present, as each moment is a gift, without fear or stress on something beyond the present or our control. Planning is a part of life, and everyone should continue to plan for a future without forgetting we live in the present. Information herein is provided to anyone that believes or has faith, including those that do not believe, and others that do not believe in their unbelief. As always, this information is provided for your review and consideration if it is relevant to your life. The dark secret reveals a secret of the past that remains in the present to maintain control and authority. The academic evaluation of the Bible is a written story composed of a beginning, middle, and end, that humans were the only survivors of the flood and claimed possession of the pre-Adamite world. The analysis revealed 7 critical points emphasized throughout its content. The 7 critical points from the evaluation are included in the curricula or available by episode. The written word reveals that none are saved, and the understanding is the story the Bible presents is the beginning of the human race and humanity's fate. The important message of judgment is no one is saved except from the lake of fire, as it is the second death. The written word of the Bible describes a creation from things unseen into things that can be seen, and includes things created that are unseen. Anyone with an iOS phone can produce photographic evidence of the inhabited world that is hiding in plain sight. With this knowledge, anyone can achieve peace on earth without fear or doubt on how to live in the present, as it is a gift with hope for a future, enjoying the moment and understanding the core principles, with recognition through faith or photographic evidence can provide anyone the confirmation of the spiritual realm, because it is where our soul spirit returns to await judgment. The soul and its basic premise. There are many that believe they possess a soul spirit within themselves. The videos in the curricula provide information that everyone can use, and understanding can be achieved with the knowledge of the soul spirit and its passage from death to its journey if it leaves the earth. The explanation and demonstration of salvation is provided so that it will be known and understood by anyone. The soul spirit is an eternal being with origins from creation, and given the opportunity to live in the flesh with its host, to seek repentance for rebelling against their creator God. What happens to the soul? The journey of death begins in the flesh and its soul. Spirit is subject to its condition. The journey of death is for souls that were cleansed in the fire to be returned to its source. And when judgment begins, they will return from the journey and sleep to be awakened, assembled, and judged. Revealed by an ancient code that was used to prevent its explanation from being known and understood. A consequence is the only simple explanation is provided as follows. Salvation is the hope and faith in the promise of salvation. The actual written explanation is provided for review and consideration if it is relevant to their life. The veil of the human race is revealed with its origin and purpose. It is written there is a veil on humanity and continues in the present, since it is designed to maintain control of the destiny of humanity to its end. There is an understanding that 3 religions of the present worship the same God. Each religion identifies the same God with a different name and imposes a conflict on Christians who are worshiping the God of Israel. The rapture is a description that does not reveal that it is a horrifying death. The rapture is promoted as a glorious and wonderful occurrence, but it is what occurs that causes bodies to rise in the atmosphere, and not the consequences. The Biomarks 2-in-1 creature capture application provides anyone the opportunity to produce a personal evaluation in the privacy of their home, to produce photographic evidence of the presence of marks in the flesh, or the mark of an unknown heritage that will affect their fate. TBA Fate Destiny will be announced as subscribers on scheduled release. TBA, What is the Purpose of a Vessel Made of Clay, will be announced as subscribers on scheduled release. Common sense requires understanding and use of the wits to provide the seat of judgment information to arrive at a solution or an answer that represents the results of our common sense. The secret of the wits is a practical method used by pre-Adamites and passed on to their offspring to ensure that they had the power, knowledge, and understanding to make the right choice.
Welcome back to Briggs on Business. Today, by the way, is January 22nd, 2025. We're going to have a very timely conversation today. Did the world change? Is something different? I just feel this giant lift of confidence in the markets and everything. I don't know. But I don't know anything about markets and things like that. But I know who does. We have a guest from time to time. Welcome. Let's see if I can find him. There he is. John Grace. Welcome, John Grace. Is it a new day? It's an all new day in America?
Well, many people believe, Mike Briggs, we're off to the races. Happy days are here again. We've got a brand new administration, and so many businesses are so optimistic, imagining that the next 100 days are going to be unlike anything you've ever seen before. So, you can place bets wherever you like, and everything you put a dot on where you throw your dart, that means you're going to see new highs. That's what a lot of people are just suggesting and relying on, I think.
But, John, people who have been through a few years, like you and I have, we've seen all kinds of things happen. There's no real certainty, is there?
Well, nothing's certain, and particularly with this administration, there are a lot of uncertainties, and so yeah, it's viewed as a very pro-business attitude. A lot of the restrictions that some people have a problem with might get removed or reduced, or people get pardoned. Who imagined that, right? After you do all kind of damage to person and property, you walk away with a pardon. So I mean, does that mean that it's a new version of Wild Wild West, and as long as we're on the same side, we can both do havoc and survive? The way I look at it is no matter the sports, I like to use a sports metaphor because everybody likes sports, right? And no matter the team who you're rooting for, they have two components, don't they? An offensive side and a defensive side, right? And particularly with football, they're pretty well equally weighted in terms of the number of people.
Right.
It's entirely different teams, right? Entirely different players that want to advance the ball and those who want to keep your team from advancing the ball. So the real problem, or the opportunity, I should say, is before we just keep smoking the hopium, saying happy days are here again and we're off to the races, it makes sense to me to look at this from a defensive situation relative to how can investors determine in advance what kind of loss they can live with, and we'll go through an example, and then how is the portfolio designed to maybe work within those parameters so that if the market's off X, but you're off Y and your number's closer to Y, what do they say, right? If you find yourself in a ditch, stop digging. So how might investors limit their losses and set those parameters in advance up front so if the bottom does fall out, it's you don't need a Hail Mary pass just to get your team back in the game. So I would say, let's take a good example here, Mike. We could talk through this, and hopefully this will make sense to your audience. Let's suppose that your audience are very affluent. They've sold 2 businesses for 2.5 each. That means they've accumulated $5 million from the sale of the 2 businesses. And most advisors suggest that, a 4% withdrawal is probably pretty reasonable to live off of it. So 4% on 5, that's what, $200,000 a year? I think most people would be very happy with that kind of income in retirement, right?
Yes.
You kind of do whatever you like. But let's suppose, to your point, I mean, we've been, through 2 50% losses in the same decade, 02 and 08, 09, 2 in the same decade. Now, let's suppose that there's a 50% loss in this couple's future. I don't know when. I'm just saying, let's just imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. If you're used to getting the 200,000 and your account value dropped from 5 million to 2.5 million,
Yeah.
if you still need that 200,000, what must your withdrawal rate do? It's got to double. It's got to go from a 4% withdrawal to an 8% withdrawal on the 2.5 to get the $200,000 a year to live the way you prefer to live. Now, you tell me what you think this plane might do after it's been cut in half, and we're now taking withdrawals of 8%.
It's going to drop faster, certainly.
It's going to drop faster. It's probably going to be a hard landing. And that's the point that I think you're making. I'm certainly trying to do my best to make, to say, look, folks, who knew these firestorms would just come out of nowhere and just absorb all these homes and displace people, some for years, I imagine. Mm-hmm. And I'm so sorry that's happened to clients and people around the country. The fires here and the snowfalls over there. But the real question becomes, how can we survive and thrive? So we're suggesting that people look in advance to see what kind of loss can you live with, and how might you prepare your portfolio so that in advance it moves to safety. You might not stay in the same shares you owned. You might increase your cash balance from a starting amount of 5% to 100%. What is the portfolio designed to do in advance? So when things get ugly and you're busy, the portfolio becomes more defensive, so that look at Warren Buffett. What was he just a year ago, sitting on something like $160 billion? And if I'm not mistaken, I think that number today is more like $325 billion. And he's what, 95?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not trying to recover.
Right.
I think who knows what he's doing. I imagine, because this is one of the things he does, he's built up a fantastic war chest. What does that allow him to do? Be able to buy from distressed sellers. That's not a bad thing.
He's getting his cash pile ready.
Yeah, and we don't want your audience to be a distressed seller. We want them to have the cash and the capability to plan in advance so they can buy from distressed sellers, and that way enjoy the next wave, as opposed to having a whole lot of regret that they may not outlive.
So you need to decide how much income you could afford to lose, and then decide a strategy to be ready, because the downs always come. It's never not happened.
No, and I mean, to kind of put it in maybe a more interesting way, or one that I think people understand, if you and I are looking at each other or at our phones and we're jaywalking across the street, it's typically not the bus we saw that hit us.
That's right.
It's the one we didn't see, we didn't time, we did not name, and if we're lucky, we get to peel ourselves up off the pavement, take a picture of the license plate of the bus, and move on.
Yeah.
But if we're plastered and can't get up, well, it's kind of hard to move on. And that means we have to be agile, right? Yeah. Movement's good for our minds, our bodies, and our investments. We got to be in position. I was just on a conversation with an expat who moved to Costa Rica. Lovely home, 4,500 square feet. They put $2 million into this home, and they only have $200,000 outside of the home. That's a big bet. That's an exponentially outsized bet. All of their assets are in one property, all in one asset class. I'm saying to them, this is scary, okay? So you may want to revisit how much risk you are accepting, because if for whatever reason, not only the stock market drops precipitously, real estate around the world drops precipitously, maybe fueled by China. It would surprise me if they're the leader of the pack this time around. But again, how can you limit your exposure to risk and your exposure to losses?
Right. And in the example of the house in Costa Rica, they They put it all in one spot pretty much because 200,000 is not really that much to, you know.
No,
bank on.
200,000 next to 2 million.
Yeah.
I'm like, we don't have any cash. That's
Right.
what he said. It all went into this beautiful property that's gone up 50%. Okay, well that just means you further extended your risk. And if you put 2 million, because they bought it all cash, $2 million of your hard-earned money into one place, and now it's worth $3 million, you kind of go, right, I'm Tarzan.
Yeah.
Well, suppose you wake up and Tarzan meets Jane, or something happens, and what was $3 million goes to 1.5. I'm just being ridiculous here, but you put $2 million of your hard-earned assets. This wasn't the bank's money. This is your money.
Yeah.
And the value goes from $3 million to 1.5. Well, it's kind of like Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. How low can it go? And when these things unravel, what do they say about stocks in particular? The stock market tends to take the elevator up. I'm sorry, the stairs up and the elevator down.
Yeah.
So the decline, kind of like a snowball effect, is incrementally faster than the rise, and that's what I think people are not paying attention to. How quickly this could become unraveled for reasons we do not foresee.
I think I told you the story in 2008. It's going down. I didn't even realize it was going down. I still had 20 employees on the books, and by the time the year was over, I was bust. So
yes, that's exactly what we're saying in terms of writing that, trying to cross the street. You didn't see the bus coming, and then all of a sudden you wake up and go, "Oh my goodness, everything has changed." Yeah. Look at this, the Pacific Palisades area. I mean, it's always been a glorious place to live. Okay, who imagined 5,000-6,000 homes would just be crushed? I mean, gone. Who was prepared for that? And by the way, there were some people who were prepared for that in that community. One story I found, a gentleman made up a sprinkler system on his roof and around his grounds using the pool water. So his house survived. He was able to help some of his neighbors increase their odds of survival. He was much better prepared than most. Now, that's the good news. His house survived. He doesn't have any electricity. He doesn't have any gas, all right? And the smell, I have to imagine, can't be terrific.
No.
And just coming in and out of the house can't feel like I'm having a nice day. But at least his house survived, and that's what I'm saying. We all want to be able to tell the story as opposed to be in the news where they're talking about those nice people who are gone.
Yeah. And by the way, in your bus analogy, that you didn't see the bus coming, but a bus is going to come every 20 minutes. So, you got to get ready.
And as I say, one of the things that people have to look at is how big is your bet.
Yeah.
The folks that are living in this, as I understand it, in Costa Rica, a lot of them are expatriates. Mm-hmm. I imagine their situation is not much different than the gentleman and his wife that I was talking to, in that most of their assets are either exponentially in real estate or exponentially in stocks. Mm-hmm. And when we look at Yale as an example, what I find, and I look once a year, Yale endowment, I think it's $40.7 billion. Only 3% of the portfolio, last I looked, was in U.S. stocks. I think 9% of the portfolio was in real estate. My point is, notice how little exposure they have as compared to most of us having so much exposure. Mm-hmm. And many of us may have 2 or 3 asset classes. I count at least twice that with Yale, with no position more than high teens. So I'm counting maybe 5, 6, 7 asset classes. We can't do what the endowments do, but we can learn from them. And we can see they don't have a 30, 40, 60, 70% bet in any one place, less than 20% in any one place, but 6 or 7 different legs under their portfolio stool. That's just going to make for a stronger portfolio no matter what happens or when it happens.
Yeah. Watch Yale. Watch Warren Buffett. What are these guys doing? And they always seem to be ahead of the curve, that's for sure.
Well, I think they do their homework, and Buffett is famous for, he and Charlie Munger passed away, his partner, but they would suit up. They would suit up to go to the office, get out of the house, and then I think each of them only had one. It's kind of interesting by itself. Well, actually, Warren bought another one in Laguna where they would go to for the summer, but he sold that, and he said he wished he had not really bought it. Of course, hindsight's 20/20. But what I'm saying is that they went, they dressed up, they read, they did their homework. They didn't just throw darts in the dark, which is what you and I are seeing right now. And as long as whatever I threw the dart on, if that target's going up in value, I get to think I'm so smart.
Yeah.
But when it reverses itself, I don't feel too smart. In fact, I may live with regret, And unfortunately, if we look at what happened to adults after the Great Depression, stocks dropped 80%, took 20, 25 years to come back to even. New York real estate dropped, what, 70%? Oh yeah, it came back to even. In 4 decades, it took New York real estate to fully recover. So what does that mean? If we were adults and we were in our 40s, and then it took 25 years for stocks, assuming we didn't sell a share, and 4 decades for real estate, assuming we still held the same property, neither of those came back while we were still here. It's kind of tough to have a nice day. I'm afraid a lot of us as adults then died with regret.
Now, I know, and I'm not going to ask you to predict the future, but there's a lot of confidence being projected, but it's really a lot of uncertainty right now. We don't know if there's going to be tariffs. We don't know what's going to, they're going to go put some people out of business because they don't like them or something. It's kind of an uncertain time as well.
Yes, it is. But, one of the things that is certain, and that's looking at the real trump cards, if you will, that's on purpose. That, of course, would be Father Time and Mother Nature. And let's look at longevity. Let's look at mortality, right? There are not more people showing up on the planet. There are not more people coming here. There may be other places they might be welcome, but I'm just saying that the average mortality in other countries outside the U.S. is well into their 80s. And in the U.S., it might have gotten up to late 70s. But here comes 76 million people. Bill Clinton and Donald John Trump turned 78 last year. Boomers were born 1946, 1964. Here comes 76 million people following them. Meantime, right now, if I'm not mistaken, 11,000 people a day are turning 66. So here come more and more people who are getting to the age, for example, with their traditional retirement accounts, where you have to start taking withdrawals. So before you could, buy low and hold and hope, but now you bought and you must take withdrawals from your traditional retirement accounts. And every year, no matter what your account did last year, the IRS requires you to increase your withdrawals every year that you're alive. So again, we really want to look to see how can we limit those losses, because if your required distribution is 3, 4, 5%, and you stick around and now it's 6 or 7 or 8%, again, no matter what your account did, man, I would submit to you that it's really incumbent upon us to see what we can do to limit our losses, because we may not stick around long enough to see the recovery, and a lot of people are worried about getting old and not having enough money, and then long-term care and health issues show up. There's just a lot of things that we can see happening right here as we're witnessing all this uncertainty, not quite sure which way is up.
Amazing. It's always a wake-up call when I talk to you, John. We kind of say the same thing, but it just wakes me up. Oh my gosh, he's right. We got to get ready for this. And we've gone past time again, but any last thoughts you want to share with our viewers on anything?
Well, I will just say what we're watching very closely, your viewers might want to watch as well. It's a real easy marker. We're looking at the S&P 500. That's the largest index, certainly in this country and most, frankly. And we're looking at the level of 6,000. Now, will we finish the year at 6,600? Some people suggest that. I don't know. I can't foresee the future. If we keep stepping ahead of 6,000, we may have some more upside here. That would be a good thing. And yet, suppose, as I say, let's be ridiculous. Let's suppose for whatever reason we wake up and it takes a year or two for it not to go to 6,600. It goes to 3,300. I don't know. All I'm saying is that's why it's so important that every team has an offensive side and a defensive strategy. What's our defensive strategy in the event that the economy or the market just comes apart at the seams? I want to see that in the news. I don't want folks to be in the news going, oh my goodness, I lost my house, I lost my stocks. Yeah. and now you look at was this avoidable? The answer is maybe, but you gotta see those exits in the theater before the fire starts. Yep. That's what we got to do. See the exits.
Ready.
So if there's a fire that starts, you know exactly what to do to get your family and your assets out of a building in flames.
John, I sure appreciate you coming on and sharing your wisdom with our viewers. I have your web address on the screen. I have your phone number on the screen. And I'm going to close with, I don't know what you call this thing, a captcha or something. Point your phone at this and it'll open up some information on John. Thank you so much, John.
Sure thing. And let me just close, Mike. We're happy to sit with some people, your audience, for 15 minutes, no cost, no obligation, to see what this information might mean to them.
Yeah. Yeah, a free visit with John is well worth it. So, John, we will talk to you next time. And for our
Look forward
viewers,
to it, Mike.
we'll stick
Thanks so
around. We'll
much.
be back with another guest right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about Fresno. When we see something good going on in Fresno, we want to focus, we want to spotlight it, and let you know. The UCP Plus, what's the plus about? What's the 70-year thing?
Okay, Mike, well, appreciate that. United Cerebral Palsy, been around 70 years, was established in 1954. And we've always struggled with the name, and it's really not the name. It's cerebral palsy, it's the history, it's the legacy, it's why we started the program and providing those type of disabilities at that point. But really, we provide, the plus is all about the other disabilities we provide services for people with intellectual developmental disabilities, persons that might have autism, Down syndromes. So it's way more than in the name. It's always been that way, and it's in the last 30 or 40 years. This is our 70th year. We're actually, now that it's 2025, we're going into our 71st year. So we might have to change to celebrating the 71 plus. But we're excited. We've got a lot of exciting things going on, and we just want people to understand, that we are more than our name in that respect. But we're really, the plus means the different disabilities that we provide services for.
Yeah, a lot of, way beyond cerebral palsy.
Correct.
There's services
Correct.
in your facilities.
It's less than 10% of the population that we serve has cerebral palsy.
Oh.
Right. At one point back, and maybe in the 50s, it was 100%.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference from that perspective.
And by the way, you got something going on. There's Roger standing out in front. Did you drive that thing yourself?
No, it would have been a lot of fun to do. It's kind of like the old red steam shovel when we were kids, but it's an interesting process because there's always changes and adjustments. It took long time for the permits and things, and there's no blame to anybody. Just changes, adjustments, and timing. But the timing's right. The timing's excitement. We've outgrown our other facility. It's very tight. It's time. This is a 35,000 plus square foot facility. Our other one was probably 15.
Are you already in there part way?
No, the only thing that's in there right now is administrative staff. We have about 6 or 7 of our staff that are in there, and sorry to the people that love trees. We didn't mean to take those trees down, but we're replacing them, and it was just because of the structure of what the facility is going to be in that area. But again, we do about 200-300 changes every day in our facility. We do a lot of basic care needs for people with disabilities, and we need space. One of the exciting things about this facility is that there are going to be about 13 changing rooms that have, so people with disabilities, so we'll have a lot more access. So not only will we be able to use it during the day for our students, but even in the weekends for the greater community.
That's great.
Whether you have disabilities or whether you don't.
Yeah. Now how can we get involved? How can people, the community, get involved?
Well, there's always opportunities. First of all, it takes a lot of money to put on these projects, and we're at that point of our capital campaign. We're raising funds. We've got it for where you can put your name on a room for anywhere over 15,000 up to $500,000, to where we're going to have a founders club where there's going to be different levels at 2,500, 5,000, and 10,000. Or as well as we've also going to sell the key. Our theme behind it is you hold the key to opening the doors and unlocking potential for persons with disabilities. And at that point, there's different levels for different people. So there's been plenty of ways to do that. You can go to the site and check out youholdthekeys.org. That's one way. You can contact us at our offices. We'll come out and meet with you individually. There's going to be recurring ways of doing that over the years.
And
so, yes.
There'll be big donors, small donors. Everybody will be able to get involved.
Everybody can give, and everybody at one point in their lives are going to be associated with somebody with a disability, whether it's a parent, whether it's a child, whether it's, you remember, you're a parent, you take care of your children. Down the road, typically your children take care of the parents. But in our case, there's a lot of opportunities to give because this is a sustainable project that we're long gone, Mike. It'll be in this community, and it's just a specialty facility that you're not going to see in many communities, not only in California but across the country.
Well, what a great way to commemorate someone you want to remember, naming a room or naming a wing or something like that.
Absolutely, that's a great way to do it, Mike. I mean, you can do it for yourself, you can do it for your family. We have options from families that have given for a long time. We've We've probably had 4 or 5 donors already, slowly, but we're going to, in the next 6 months, really be a push. You'll see more, and we want to come back on here and even have a couple of those donors, speak about why and when and how and their involvement. And we've got people that have been involved for 70 years on our board, as well as people that give tomorrow because they didn't know we provided other services to just people with cerebral palsy.
By the way, "You hold the key" is your slogan right now.
It is our slogan. It's youholdthekey.org. It was about unlocking potential. Think about this, Mike. You and I have always had an opportunity to open the door and see something, like maybe open the door and go skiing, or open the door to, watch a ball game, or open the door to just do something different in the community. And that's what we're doing here. And this is long term.
I want to run this little ad, or this little video. Are these people who you serve?
This is our students. There's a handful of our students that are in our facility, and they're here to tell you a little about You Hold the Key. And the reason we're here is because of people with disabilities. Yeah. The reason we're here is also for our staff to have a better place to work at, and it's a win-win in all the ways.
We hold the keys. You hold the key. Watch this.
At UCP, it's a great day. We have fun doing things. We get to go out.
I've been going to UCP Plus since 2006. The building is going to be really nice out there. It's huge.
I'm just glad I'm hanging out with my friends and stuff like that.
You hold the key.
You hold the key.
You hold the key.
Visit youholdthekeys.org to donate today and be part of something truly transformative.
Our sound is back. Here we are.
Yeah.
You hold the keys. I asked you, can I hang on to that and run it?
No, absolutely.
For the next couple of weeks or months?
Months until, it's good forever in a lot of respects. Next couple of years, this is a campaign will take forever. Some people won't find out for a while, but we've got a list of 200-300 people that we're going to go out and meet with, and companies and corporations, people that have been involved, people that have it. Most people understand what we do. Not everybody does. And it's an opportunity for us not only to gain money, but gain exposure and educate people about persons with disabilities in the community.
But this is special for the Valley. This facility serves the whole Valley, I think, and like you said, most cities don't have this kind of facility.
No, they don't, and we're working. When we built this, it wasn't just for United Cerebral Palsy. It was for also agencies like ARC, and there's a lot of other programs for persons with developmental disabilities or disabilities in this community. And we did it so that people in the evenings and weekends maybe can feel comfortable getting out into the community. We've always had everybody from our program go into the community. We want from the community to come to us. Yeah. So inclusiveness, and there's just things, and growth. It's allowing us to grow. Right now we probably at 120. We're max. Yeah. This facility will probably 250 to 300, and over the days, that's pretty exciting time for us.
It really is.
Yeah.
Roger, should somebody who wants to get involved go to that website?
Yes, you can go to our youholdthekeys.org website and check it out. That's all about the donation and all that. If you just want to go to the ucpcc.org website as well, find out a little bit more about us, or contact us, or if you want to just get a hold of us and we'll tell you more, we'll come share what we're doing, and be as excited about it as we are.
Yeah, I just love these videos of the progress, and keep sending those, and that'll be great. You have a board member here today. Can we acknowledge her?
Oh, I will. Vonnie Sturgeon's here with me today. She's my my voice coach.
Voice coach.
Yeah, so she's one of those that's been around here from the beginning, and the vision of what this is about her.
Nice. Thank you for coming, Roger. Last thoughts? Did we leave anything out?
Not at all, not at all. Hey, Mike, you've been a supporter of us. I've been here 8+ years. I've been in it a lot, and it never ends. We always keep promoting what we're doing, how we're doing it, and the best thing we can do is keep educating people about the need of this persons with disabilities in the communities, and UCP Plus is doing the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Thank you for what you guys do, and we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. What a great job I have. I get to read books all day, and then I get to talk to authors for a couple of hours every day. I love this job. I love books. I love talking to authors about their process and how they got their books finished and things like that. Our next guest is probably one of the most exciting authors we have on our show. She just brings a ton of energy in every time she comes. I mean, for weeks in advance, we're talking about the books and researching them and stuff. And check this out. This is her latest book, Silver Echoes, from her Gold Digger series. Please welcome to our show, Rebecca Rosenberg. Welcome, Rebecca.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me again. I love coming and talking to you.
By the way, I want to get right to the Gold Digger series and the latest book, but let me just pop up this slide. These are the books we've talked about in the past, the Champagne Widows series and the Madame Pommery series about women, the first women in Champagne.
All these are good for March coming up because they're all women in history who have done extraordinary things. Yeah. And I kind of think March to March, who can I write about next who's really going to be something?
Yeah. Now, by the way, you are in Sonoma area in California. Is that wine country?
Of course, and that's why I write about Champagne. In fact, right behind you, I'm looking at all the beautiful vineyards of Sonoma.
Nice. Now, are you, you grow lavender as well?
I do. I'm a lavender farmer.
Lavender farmer.
And we own the largest lavender company in the country.
Yeah. It may surprise you to hear this, but you're the only lavender farmer we've ever had on the show.
Really? You know, we should get some more people because I have written a book about lavender as well.
By the way, this series, this Silver Echoes, the Gold Digger series, I'm very excited about because, you know, I'm a history buff. And you're writing about, as you often do, real live people and things and places.
I love doing that. Have you ever heard about, had you ever heard about Baby Doe Tabor, who's Silver Dollar's mother? Get these names, Baby Doe Tabor and Silver Dollar Tabor. Those are their real names. Had you ever heard of them?
I had not. And that's one of my first questions is, you grew up in Denver. Were there folklore around them as you're growing up?
They're the most famous people in Denver. So the Tabors were the richest silver miners in the entire country.
Oh my goodness.
And the man, Horace Tabor, actually became a U.S. Senator, and he was the lieutenant governor, and he owned hundreds of silver mines. But then sadly, in 1893, we had the silver crash, and they lost everything. So you're talking about like they were as rich as the Vanderbilts, and they lost everything. And that's why their story is so amazing, because in the case of Baby Doe, she was living that rich life, and she was a great philanthropist, and all of a sudden she can't afford even a room at a hotel to live in, and they had to live with friends. And she ended up living in her mining cabin up in Leadville, Colorado. And it's a one-room cabin that I have spent a lot of time in, and you would not want to live there, for sure.
Now, this is a novel, of course. It's a story, but it's a story about real people. But tell us about some of the research you went through to build this novel.
Well, this is her daughter, who is Silver Dollar Tabor. And her story was really fascinating because she was 5 years old when they lost all their money. 5 years old, but she had lived that life in the mansions and meeting rich and famous people. In fact, they owned 2 giant, beautiful theaters, and they had Broadway actors coming through. Their friends were very famous and well-known, like actors and Oscar Wilde and dancers and singers. So she grew up that way. All of a sudden, they lost all their money, and her father died, and her mother took her to this one-room cabin. And that gave her terrible childhood trauma. And I found out later, talking about how you find strange things out, I interviewed the old woman who wrote this book way back in 1980. And we talked about all the letters that Silver Dollar, this is a picture, a real picture of her. She was actually a movie actress in the silent film days and a burlesque star. So I just got so interested. But then when I talked to this older woman who's long gone by now, Evelyn Livingston Furman, she let me look at all the letters that Silver Dollar had written her mother. And those really got me super curious because over the 10 years that Silver was gone, she wrote her letters from 20 different aliases, 20 different names. So she made up all these names, and she was living a life that her mother obviously couldn't understand. And I just wondered about that for years. And it's fascinating. So I have decided that Silver Dollar had an early case of what they used to call split personality. Yeah. So now the PC term is dissociated identity disorder. And that's the only thing I can think, because she was an amazingly talented woman, and she just went way downhill. Wow. And in the 20s in Chicago, from being an actress, she had written books, she had written plays, she had written songs, she had even sung for the President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. And then she sadly hit a terrible demise. And I just thought, how did this happen? So I started really digging into it more and more.
Yeah, as a historian, when we can find original source material like letters, that's always just great. And I'm glad you got to dig into that. You found biographies and news articles about her as well.
Yeah, oh, of course. In fact, this man, this book was written in 1932, and he is a newspaper reporter. And so this is a reporter's account of the Tabor family. And he has it's always interesting and difficult, and you must know this, that when two different histories collide and they're not the same, which one are you going to choose? Right. And so I'm lucky to be able to just choose the facts that I can find and make it the best I can.
Yeah, that's great. When I read historical fiction, I always hope it's well researched, as you always do, because I want to learn something as well as be entertained by a great story, but I want to learn something about the period and about the people as well. So,
I decided, because there's so much history in this, and there are so many characters and aspects of, Prohibition, and I didn't know there were race riots in Chicago at the time. There's so much detail that I've decided to have a weekly blog on my Facebook page. So if anybody wants to look me up, you'll hear some very interesting things.
Yeah. By the way, if you're watching this and the interview's over, you look right below and you can see Rebecca's Facebook page and her Instagram and her web page and stuff like that. That blog would be fascinating because it's always updated and always something new to read.
I'm doing that, especially for this novel, because there's so much to dig into.
So much, yeah.
Prohibition, and that's a very exciting time in our history, the 1920s. What was really happening there was far deeper and more complicated than I ever knew.
Yeah. I'm a little older than your average reader or viewer, so I knew that Nevada was the silver state, or Colorado had a lot of silver mines, I should say. But a lot of our viewers don't know that. They don't know about the silver bust and all of that. So this can be a lot of new stuff for people. Are there, particularly in Colorado, are people interested in this book?
I'm going to have a tour through Colorado, and if anybody would like me to come to their bookstore or their gathering or their book club around Labor Day, I'm planning a whole tour there. And I did that with Gold Digger as well, and it was very fun because Colorado is really into its history.
Yeah. By the way, and we're here today to talk about this book, Silver Echoes, but can you just give our viewers a little synopsis of the strong women in history? I mean, these are real people that you've written about in your books.
Yeah, so you've got Silver Dollar, and then Baby Doe Tabor, and I don't have my Champagne Widows book sitting in front of me.
I just happen to have the cover right here of the two.
Oh, okay. So I write about champagne as well, about the women who made champagne and who really revolutionized it. And in fact, I'm going to show you a secret cover because I am writing another champagne book right now. This is the Silver Echo cover, but this is my new cover, License to Thrill, Lily Bollinger.
My
And
goodness.
so that's going to be coming out in October. So I'm in that process of writing that now. It's funny when you're a book writer because you're always in the middle of 2 or 3 books. You know, you're talking about, I'm still talking about Madame Pommery and Champagne Widows, and then I'm talking about Silver Echoes, but I'm writing this book right now, License to Thrill, Lily Bollinger.
So we're seeing the preview of the art. By the way, how do people pick the next book they're going to read? Well, for me, part of it is the cover. The cover's got to really draw me in. I must say, all your covers, I don't know who your artist is, but they're all amazing and really draw you in, kind of help tell the story.
Well, my covers always have a real historical entity in them, and so I work hard on doing that. A lot of times people just choose a pretty picture or whatever, and these are all real people. So I write not only historical fiction, but I write, it's called biographical historical fiction.
Right.
So it's about real people. So I'm lucky in that way because they're fascinating, more fascinating, because people can research more and learn more about these people, you know, once they read the book.
Now, I have to tell you, I do that when I read historical fiction. I do a lot of research. I really enjoy that. That's why I like historical fiction. But the biographical historical fiction really lets you connect with a real person. I appreciate that. Now, Rebecca, let me ask you, as many of our viewers are writing, trying to get their books out, and you write a lot of books. What's your discipline? You wake up every morning at 6 a.m. and start writing?
I do write really early. I get up like at 5. It's fair game if it's 4. And I start my day kind of slowly with a cup of coffee. And then I come into my office, light a candle, and start writing. And I would say the big thing is you have to love that subject because you're going to be writing it for a good year. Some novels have taken me 2 years. Now, I must really love this story, Mike, because I wrote the entire thing 10 years ago and put it aside because I didn't like the way that I was portraying Silver Dollar. And so I picked it up last year and started writing again. I had an entirely different idea. And actually, I was inspired by those letters. The letters to her mother that showed me that there was more going on with her. That her mind was really playing tricks on her, and that her mother didn't pick up on that because she was working on her silver mine in Colorado.
Yeah.
So that was fascinating.
The amazing part of the story is they moved in this little mining shack at one of their silver mines.
Yeah, and that was very traumatic. Can you imagine? And she had a sister who said, "I'm not moving in there," and so she left her. So here's this little girl. By that time, she was probably 8 years old, and she had lost all of her money, lost her father, lost her sister, and in this mine while her mother is struggling to make ends meet. And it was really a struggle. When you see that mine that's there today, you can still visit it.
I would imagine they had a big, grand house that they lived in and were comfortable in, and little by little they had to move out to the shack.
Not even little by little. When in 1 month they lost every penny and they became paupers. And so that I discovered in my research, talk about research. This is the book that I used for most of my finding out about disassociation. Like I said, how does that really happen? We all heard the stories about Sybil and different people in history. In fact, I've always been kind of obsessed by that. Like, how does that happen that you can actually have different people in your mind? And it's a fascinating subject. Plus, you asked about research, you read all about the burlesque circuit because she was in burlesque, and I got to find out all about the motion picture circuit at that, not the circuit, but the studios at that time. Like, Hollywood wasn't even started then. They had the largest movie studio in Chicago. And one thing, Mike, see, you get me going and I can't stop really, because they had to make their movies in Chicago. They had a large wild animal zoo. So it was called the Selig Zoo. and a movie studio, and they were doing these series of movies called Adventures in Kaplan. So all of that is in here,
Yeah.
and it's very thrilling.
I said at the beginning of the show that I had the best job in the world, but I take that back. You have the best job in the world because you get to research and read books and write. So I love to do all those things. Rebecca, my guys always say, Mike, why do you always go overtime with Rebecca? Because she's so fascinating and can tell a great story. But I just want to give you a minute. Is there anything that we didn't cover that you want to tell our viewers?
Right now, Silver Echoes is on pre-order on Amazon. And that is exciting because then the publisher knows how many they need to print, and it's coming out in May, and I hope we'll talk again before then.
Yeah.
But you can pre-order it right now on Amazon.
Pre-order on Amazon now. Go there, type Silver Echoes into Amazon or Rebecca Rosenberg.
Yes, either one.
Is there a link from your web address to Amazon?
I'm sure there is a to buy link. I'm sure so. And by the way, my website just got redone, and you have to go see that. It's rebecca-rosenberg.com because there's a whole slideshow on Silver Echoes, and it's really cool.
Excellent.
Love it.
Yeah, for our viewers, by the way, while you're there at Amazon looking at Silver Echoes, also take a look at these books, the Champagne Widows and the Madame Pommery. And as I always say, don't go and click once to order. Click 5 times. Order 5 copies of each book. And they make great gifts to have around because you never know when you're going to need to give a gift. Thank you, Rebecca. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mike.
And you're one of my favorite guests because, like I said, you could bring this great energy and props and champagne live. And next time I'm going to have a bottle of champagne sitting here, too.
There you go.
We'll do that.
Cheers. Cheers, everyone.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Real Estate and Home Improvement Show. I'm here with Barbara Fox. Welcome, Barbara.
Hi, Mike. It's good to see you again.
Now, I know you do real estate all the way up and down the valley. What's your coverage area?
Well, I just helped somebody buy in Woodland, so up to the Sacramento. I'm actually going to look at a house in Fresno on Sunday.
Nice. So you do the whole area. I know you do a lot in the Turlock in that area.
Yes, mainly Modesto and an hour outside of it.
Yeah.
But I do travel further for people that know me or, or have special requests.
Well, wherever you are in the valley, if you want to sell your home, it's so easy to talk to Barbara Fox, and she has a wealth of information and knowledge and experience. And by the way, Barbara, I have your web address on the screen, othersrealty.com.
Yes.
And your phone number, 209-499-3424. Now, I know you are an expert on mobile homes, and I want to talk to you about that because I got a million questions. But before we get to that, I want to take a quick look at a couple of the houses that you have for sale right now. And this one is 3613.
Yes, 3613 Southern Oak. That's in Ceres. It's over 3,000 square feet, and it has a pool.
This is just a very becoming house. Looks like there's a balcony, maybe?
Yes, they even have mahogany floors on the second floor.
Yeah, but somebody has really landscaped this and made it look really sharp.
Yeah, and it's very well taken care of.
Yeah, it looks like a resort almost. And by the way, here's the swimming pool too. So there's a pool, there's a beautiful house, and all around the pool, I don't know if all those plants come with the deal, but it's just so nicely set up back there.
Yeah, this owner is downsizing, so I think most things like that will be left.
Do you know what size of house this is?
It's 38.
So it's a pretty good size house.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a big house.
Yeah. And I would guess that if anybody wants to see it, they just call Barbara Fox, right?
Yes, absolutely.
in series, 209-499-3424. So there's the house, and here's the swimming pool. And all you have to do is call Barbara Fox. Let me get back to us now. Where do we go? I lost us. There we are. And now here's another, you can tell it's just a beautifully well taken care of house. This is the other house on Enclave, I believe.
Yep, Enclave actually is
Enclave.
how we say it, but that's
Right.
fine.
And what are the details on this house?
Well, that house has been on the market for quite a while. It has this beautiful 30 by 40 foot entertainment area out back.
Yeah, here's a picture of that back area.
Yeah,
That's
it's just beautiful. The house is beautiful. It's one of those houses that's a bigger one in the neighborhood, though. So it's listed at $799.
Uh-huh.
And we've had a lot of people through it. A lot of people love it, but they just, with these interest rates, they haven't been willing to pull the money out of their pocket yet.
Yeah.
But it is a beautiful home, and that backyard is almost kind of unbelievable when you go out there.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a little more than maybe the houses around it, but it's all done and ready to go. You don't have to dump $100,000 into it to get it ready to go. It's ready for entertaining. And here's the backyard again. You can see what I mean. That's really super. Now, Barbara, let's shift to mobile homes. Because as we've spoke before, when I go look at a mobile home, sometimes I say, this is nicer inside than my whole house is. And I think I think here's a mobile home you have for sale.
Yeah, that one is in Patterson. What's unique about that mobile home is it's been redone. It's got all new flooring. All the appliances come with it, including a freezer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a $9,000 new water system on it.
Yeah.
So it's something somebody could move into. It's 1,056 square feet. But the most unique thing about it is where it sits, because it's an hour and a half from San Jose, which some companies restrict that. You can only be 90 miles or 100, it's like an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
And the park fee is only $580.
Wow.
And a lot of park fees in the valley, say Modesto, Turlock, they're ranging between $750 and $1,000 for the park fees.
Yeah.
So this is,
good.
I believe, to be the lowest one around.
Let me ask you a question about this kitchen. I have a picture of it, and you see the beautiful countertops. Is that all redone?
It's been there a while. It was redone. I think that was redone in 2015. But it's not damaged. I mean, it's in good shape.
It looks brand new. That's why I asked that. And as I'm looking past the beautiful countertop, and I think a gas stove, but I see into the next room where there's a washer and dryer. So that's all in the unit. It's a washer and dryer?
Washer, dryer, refrigerator, and freezer.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That all comes with the price.
Yes, and this one is a 1989 model. So it's not one of those, 1977 or 1976. It's a newer one.
Now I have the picture of the front again, and there's the covered parking area. And my grandma, it brings back fond memories. My grandma lived in a place just like this, and whenever we had a family thing, all the lawn furniture would come out under that covered area where she would normally park it. It gave her this great giant area to have picnics and barbecues and stuff like that. So how spacious, and the giant front porch and everything is really very cool. Tell us, Barbara, about mobile home ownership. You work in those a lot, is that correct?
Well, I don't, I'm pretty much a full-service realtor, so as you can see with the other two homes I'm selling, I've sold homes from mobile homes up to probably the last couple of years, the highest one was $2.2 million. But I have gone out of my way to write a booklet about mobile homes because I get so many calls.
Yeah.
So many people are being priced out of the market, and especially senior citizens that want to stay near their family, but they cannot afford the real estate.
Right.
And so I wrote a booklet about that because they just aren't familiar with it. They don't know, they don't know what it's like. They don't know what the costs are. They don't know how to purchase one. And so that's why I spent the time to really be able to educate people on that, because it's a growing,
Yep.
Unaffordability in California is a problem, and some people are moving out because of that. But I meet so many people that want to stay near their grandkids or their family, and these are really the only ways they can do it now.
Yeah, that's an option. It's a great option. And I think I just saw an article popped up on my phone about an hour ago that said the average price of a home in California is, I think it's $900,000 now.
Yeah.
So people are looking for options. Now, are you going to do a little Zoom meeting or presentation on this mobile home thing?
Yes, on June 4th, and I believe I'll be doing it right at 11 o'clock. I'm going to start going on my Facebook and Instagram to, just announce that also. But this is this is the first announcement, Mike. So you're getting the first announcement.
We got the scoop.
Yep, you got the scoop. 11 a.m. on June 4th, I'm going to go on Zoom. So people, if they want to text me or call me, I'll send them a Zoom link. It's going to be absolutely free. I'm going to talk for a while, give them some basic information, and then I'll unmute them and they'll be able to ask me questions they have.
Nice. And that's on mobile home ownership or just general questions about getting into that?
Yes, that's what this one is going to, if they wanted to talk to me about something else, of course they could call me and I could talk to them about real estate.
Yeah.
But on June 4th, this topic will be mobile home park living.
Now, also, you need a special realtor who knows something about it, I think, to be able to figure out how to get one financed.
Yes.
So,
yes, when you see new home programs like new home first-time buyer programs, those are not for mobile homes.
Right.
So we have specific lenders that actually do them, and they do them well.
Right.
And so, yeah, that will be information I can share. And I believe at this point I'm going to do it like 3 days in a row with sharing a bit of information each day, so that people will have an opportunity not just to learn, but also to ask questions.
Very good. Now, I meant to mention that earlier. You said it. The number we have on the screen, the 209-499-3424, people could text that number as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the easiest for me to keep track of them, actually, than the calls.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk to people, but sometimes if I'm on the phone, it'll take me a little bit to get back to them.
Yeah. I like to
if
text
they text me, that for sure I'll get it, and I can send them back the link. I can just send them the link to Zoom, so they don't have to talk to me. They can just have the Zoom link and come
The Zoom
on
link,
that.
yeah. If I called you, Barbara, I'd have to go through the whole, how are you, how's your son, how's business, how's the market. But if I text you, I don't have to go through all the perfunctory information. Just say, send me the link, Barbara, and that's all I would do.
Yep,
So.
that's right.
Now, by the way, you have your web address up there, Others Realty. Can they find out about this stuff at your website?
I have not put up anything on my website, but I will before the training. It'll probably be 2 or 3 days before I get it up there. But so give me 2 or 3 days.
All right, but if you
Tell you, Mike, you got the first information.
I know we're breaking news here, but if they go to the website, it'll have your contact information. They could find your email and stuff there. So.
And if they want to read about me, they can, if they want to know who I am,
get the
they
lowdown.
can read about
Get the
me.
lowdown. All right. Well, if you're anywhere in the valley and you have a house and you just want to know the value, or you want to know about the market, or you're thinking of selling, Barbara is a great resource. She's got so much information. If you think you'd like to just learn more about mobile home living and ownership, she just knows so much about that, and she's a great resource. I highly recommend her. Barbara, we're out of time. Any last thoughts for our viewers?
No, I just always appreciate being able to see you and giving me an opportunity to talk. And I think this can really help some people, Mike.
Very good. Barbara Fox, the realtor, Others Realty. Call her or text her 209-499-3424. Thank you, Barbara. We'll talk to you next time.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All righty.
Briggs on Books. Today, Fresno and Valley people, do I have a nice treat for you. I am here with Ashley Morales Guerrero, who is the new owner of Judging by the Cover. Know the expression, don't ever judge a book by the cover. Well, she has a new bookstore here in the Fresno area called Judging by the Cover. Welcome to the show, Ashley.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I am so glad you're here. How exciting to have a bookstore, and it's in the Chinatown area of Fresno. Can you tell the viewers, give them a little bit more description of the area where you're located?
Yeah, so we are in Chinatown. We are on F Street. It's 1029 F Street, F between Tulare and Mariposa. So that is going to be just west of the downtown area. If you're hanging out downtown, we're like a block away. You just got to go under the underpass, around the baseball field, and we're right there.
And you're right there? Okay, what a great location for you. So, everybody hears about what they call the big box stores. And, they've in the past sometimes have been up, down. So what is your vision for your bookstore?
Yeah, so we definitely want to grow. Right now, we're in a 500 square foot space, and we have a very, very specific focus on books that have been written by historically marginalized folks and local authors. But we do want to expand into a bigger space so that we can get more genres in there. Right now, I'm kind of playing with what we bring in based on what our customers are asking for, different themes for the month. But as we grow and expand, we want to keep things more permanently, have a more expanded romance section, more fantasy, because we keep getting asked for fantasy. But really kind of take up as much space as we can and host more of our events in store. Right now we do about 4 events a month, and we do take a couple of them out of the store space. So we do every second Tuesday a silent reading book club at Dulce Up Front, which is in the Fresno High area. And that brings in anywhere from like 50 to 150 people to just read silently with us. And right now, our store, being only 500 square feet, can't fit that many people in it.
Right. Well, and as a retired school teacher and media specialist, silent sustained reading was just a really big thing. And it's, just even in its silence, having people around you and others around you is inspirational and kind of keeps you motivated to stay with it too, because there's a sense of there are other people there supporting what you do. So what a wonderful concept that is.
Yeah, it's a great community event because it brings together people who are reading without like the pressure of a traditional book club. You don't have to read the same book. You don't have to argue over opinions on the book. You can read your own book and then after share it with other people if you want. Once the silent reading time is over, you're free to leave, but you're also free to stay and mingle with other readers.
Okay, that's great. Well, one of the things we were talking about book clubs, and there are so many of them in the Valley. What I like is that you offer discounts to book clubs, and being a retired teacher as well, an educator, you also offer discounts to anybody in the education field. So can you just expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so we started our book club discount when we were still a pop-up. So if there is a book club that's trying to get a bulk order of books in 10 or more, we offer 10% off. So we'll bring in the books, and then your book club members can come in and say, I'm getting this for the book club, and we give them 10% off. For teachers, we do the exact same thing. During the holidays, we started giving them just a 10% as long as you show us that you're some sort of educator.
Sure.
And that's just stuck with us. We decided to expand it throughout the whole year because we do get a lot of teachers that come in looking for specific books. We do books in Spanish and Hmong, which is a huge need in the Fresno area.
Great. That's an excellent concept, yes.
Yeah, so teachers are our biggest customers for those books. And we do have books for all ages. So we do from board book all the way up to like YA and adult titles. And so teachers are the ones looking for every age level, and we love having them in and hearing what they're looking for in their classroom.
Well, speaking of the little ones, do you ever do a story time for the little ones? Are you thinking about doing that at some point?
Yeah, so we're working on that right now. We want to have it in the store space and kind of figure out a way to bring in either a former educator, or we have also one of our community partners has volunteered to facilitate it. So we're working out dates. If you are someone who's interested in attending our story time.
I wonder who might,
Yeah, we're working on the dates and kind of figuring out the logistics of it, but later this year we will definitely be launching our story time for kids.
That sounds fantastic. I think that's wonderful. And reading, we talk about literacy so much, and just the importance of reading. And there are children out there who are learning how to read, and not everybody has the same reading fluency and things, but introducing children to books and the love of reading. I know my daughter grew up in a library. I was a media specialist as well, and she has carried a love of books for years, which I think is great, and that's instilled so much by the family members. What are some other suggestions that you can offer to encourage children to get into reading?
Yeah, I think just being around books is a big part of it. I was also a library kid growing up, and when I was able to have books in my home that I was able to take home, that was a big, like having ownership over the books really changes how you feel about them.
Sure.
I also find that a lot of kids, I know a lot of parents don't like graphic novels, but it's very common for kids to get into graphic novels and then start to get into other series. So I say encourage them to read the graphic novels, encourage them to read whatever they are willing to read, and then just slowly expand on that. And we've been very good about like making suggestions when someone says, oh, my kid's only reading this one thing. We're really good at saying like, well, this is a middle grade reader that has similar themes. Like, you can do this.
You are absolutely right, because it's a transitional. I mean, the main thing is to find, even if the children are looking at picture books, find that interest that sparks them, and then just continue to move to it. And they progressively pick up into it. And through that, their interests may change along the way.
Yeah.
And even with people who are elderly, and do you have large print books? Can you order large print books for people who may have some vision impairment?
Yeah, so we can get large print books in. We do also have a partnership with Libro FM. So if you are someone who is visually impaired, we can also provide audiobooks to you.
Excellent.
So we have that option. When available, we can also order in Braille. Those are becoming less and less common. Not as many publishers are creating them, but if they are available, we can order them.
Well, that's wonderful, Ashley. I just think it sounds like you have such a wonderful vision, and I think it's just fantastic that you are bringing this into the community. And it's so nice to have the smaller stores, I think, around you. It just gives you a sense of kind of like a home feeling and a sense of warmth. And I guess I'll never forget the movie You've Got Mail, and the sense of the small neighborhood bookstore and the presence that it really makes, and how much it really just touches and brings the community together.
Yeah, absolutely. Our ultimate goal is to be a community hub. Like, we offer the discounts to teachers, we offer free books. We also have a Give a Book fund. So if you are someone who has extra cash and you want to donate $5 to $10, the next time someone comes in and says, I really want this book, but I can't afford it, we'll give it to them and take it from the fund. Our main goal is to just make these books accessible and available and get more books into the homes of people in Fresno.
Fantastic. Well, Ashley Morales-Guerrero, thank you so much for coming into Central Valley Talk. I wish you all the success in the world, and I will definitely come down and visit, and I would love to be a guest reader anytime you have, offer that reading to children.
Yeah,
that would be
absolutely.
fun. Again, how can people get in touch with you if they want to contact you if they have any further questions?
Yeah, so we're online at judgingbythecoverbookstore.com. There is a form there if you're an author interested in getting your book in our store. You can fill that out. If you just have a question, you can send us a message in the contact form, and that goes directly to me. We're also on Instagram. I'm chronically online, so I'm always available on Instagram. It's judgingbythecover.books.
Well, great. Ashley, thank you so much. And this is Hope Roski with Briggs on Books.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, the truly international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world. I have the best job in the world because I love books and I love talking to authors and getting their ideas. And by the way, today, I always brag about authors from all over the world, but today every guest has been from the Southwest United States. New Mexico, and our next guest, David Pope, let's see if I can find him, is, I believe, in Arizona, David?
That's correct. Prescott, Arizona.
Prescott, nice. Now, let me ask you this. Here's the book cover, How Can I Help You? And I've been reading about it. I love to talk about this topic, and I love people that are knowledgeable about it and could actually help others with what they're facing. But tell us, David, a little bit about the book.
Well, there's all kinds of self-help books out there. I wanted to write a help others book. Mm-hmm. And I kind of describe it on the back cover. It says, do you have a heart to help others through their struggles but aren't sure how? David J. Pope draws from more than 40 years of experience in the addiction mental health fields to provide you with practical tips, examples, and guidelines for helping others through a wide range of personal issues. So I was in the addiction mental health field in Iowa, Nebraska, and then the last several years in Arizona. And, you know, people at church would come up to me and say, hey, you're a counselor. I have this relative, I have my spouse, I have my kids that are struggling with addiction or mental health issues. What do I do? And I'd give them guidance. Yeah. Well, at the end of my career, I was thinking I should write a book about that. So I retired about a year and a half ago, and that's what I did.
I just feel like everybody is touched by this at some time in their life. And for each of the people who are touched by it, it's brand new. They think they're the first person going through it, but that's not true, is it?
Not at all. And I tell you what, if you look at all of the different topics I cover in this book, and you say, I've never had to deal with any of those, write a book and tell the rest of us how you avoided it. Because just about all of us go through some of these things. Some of us go through them several times in several different areas.
Yeah. Now, the addiction is a tough one. I've had friends that are wrapped up in addiction, and you just don't know what to do.
Yeah, you know, what I try to do in each of the chapters, the first chapter just kind of covers basic ways to help anyone. Mm-hmm. And I go through a problem-solving models and things like that. And then in the addiction chapter and all the ones on specific issues, I kind of give a definition of that particular area in the example of addiction. My definition of addiction I get from Bob and Mary McAuliffe. They wrote a book a long time ago that describes this, and I think it's the easiest to explain and easiest to see if it fits you. The definition is addiction is an unhealthy relationship to a drug expecting a reward. So there's three things you need. Number one, a reward. If you don't like the way it feels, you're not going to be addicted to it. There's a reason that the alcoholic goes to a bar, the drug addict goes to the dealer, the gambling addict goes to the casino, and the sex addict goes to porn. So if you like the way it feels, doesn't necessarily make you an addict, but it makes you a potential addict. The second thing is a relationship. It occupies a place in your life. Now, you can have a healthy relationship with drugs. If you're on blood pressure medicine, I hope you have a healthy relationship. The third thing is that relationship has become unhealthy. That's when people want to fight me with all the time. You probably heard the saying, I don't have a drinking problem. I get drunk, I fall down, I get up, no problem. Yeah. That's kind of the attitude a lot of people have. Yeah. So part of helping other people is just, you know, show them how that relationship has become unhealthy, how it's messing up other people, and look at, hey, how can we get you the rewards you sought from the drug in a way that doesn't create all these negative things? If I can get the same rewards without any of the negative, staying clean is pretty easy.
I hate to say this, but it sounds like food. Food, I guess.
Food is, I cover a lot of different addictions at the end of that chapter, and yes, food is one of them. You got to eat,
You get
but
the
a lot
reward.
of people have a very unhealthy relationship with food.
Now, who needs this book? It sounds like everybody could use it.
Well, you know, it's from a Christian perspective, and one of the Bible verses I put in there is, you know, that we are to carry each other's burdens. That is the job of absolutely every Christian. The problem we get into is, I don't know how to carry this person's burdens. You know, their experience is different than mine. So I'm just trying to give some basic tips. At the end of each chapter, I give 5 do's, 5 don'ts. So 5 things you should do to help people, 5 things you want to avoid if you're trying to help people, and then 3 little tips that you can do right now.
Nice. Yeah, I like I was saying earlier, you know, I've only gone through 1 or 2 addicts in my life, and neither of those turned out very good. But you've gone through dozens or hundreds or thousands, maybe.
Oh, literally thousands of people over a 40-year career. Yeah. And you know, in a variety of capacities. I was in the addiction field for quite a while before I got in the mental health field, and I was kind of concerned at first. Am I going to be able to transfer those skills? And it turns out dealing with an individual and their individual problems is more the task than dealing with a particular diagnosis. You just have to develop a relationship with the person and, you know, look at what you can do to help get them to be as functional as possible. Can I go through what the different topics are?
Go ahead.
Sure. All right.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Like I say, the first one is the basics of helping, and then we go through addictions, codependence, anger issues, marital and family issues, trauma, shame and guilt, depression, anxiety, grief. That's a big one a lot of people deal with. Other mental health issues like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and things like that. And again, I define what the issues are and give some tips on how to help in that area. And then chapter 11 is disabilities. My wife is disabled. She's in a wheelchair. She was born with spina bifida. So she kind of gives her story, and we give some tips on how to help people with disabilities. And then a final thoughts chapter where it's really some devotional material. I go through the fruits of the Spirit, and I give kind of a breakdown of the long version of the Serenity Prayer. And then the last chapter, I used a lot of sayings over and over again when I was in the counseling career, and one of my coworkers dubbed them Popeisms. So I have this collection of sayings at the end that people kind of enjoy. So
some Popeisms.
That's a tribute to him. Yep.
When I was studying and doing the background on your book for this interview, you know, I was just thinking addiction, but now we're talking. This mental health is in the news all the time now, from you know, guy driving his truck through the crowd in New Orleans to you know, a famous movie star. Her husband killed himself in the last couple days, and you know, it's being talked about more and more when it was kind of a taboo subject. But I think it's good. I hope it's good that people are talking about it more.
Absolutely, and what we're trying to do, you know, I talk a lot about Celebrate Recovery. You know, that happens to be a program that I'm a leader in and a great advocate for. You know, in Celebrate Recovery, a lot of people think of that as a Christian AA, but only 1 in 3 people that goes to Celebrate Recovery has an addiction problem. Other people are dealing with, like you're talking about, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety, grief, divorce, all things like that. And man, Celebrate Recovery is a great big tent. Everybody can come in and get help there.
Yeah, amazing. Now, I keep coming back to this, but it seems like everybody could use this book, because either we're going to need help, or more likely even we're going to be in a position where we can help others, and this book could kind of be a guidebook for that.
That was my goal, is to just give people a simple guidebook with simple tools that they could use when they're confronted with somebody that's dealing with those issues. And yes, of course, you can always apply the information to yourself, but my main goal is to help people help others.
Grief especially, we're all going to know somebody who's grieving, and we're all going to grieve at some point in our life. And a lot of people don't know how to
I know.
help that for themselves or help other people. You just don't know what to say sometimes.
Yeah, I belong to a congregation, that's older. Actually, my wife and I are in our 60s. We're in the younger half of the congregation. So, yeah,
You're the kids.
We deal with a lot of grief. But every time there's a memorial service for somebody that's passed on, we try to make it a celebration. I can share you, I have time for a quick story from the book. Yeah. The best lesson I learned on grief, for example, I had a lady who was, she was actually one of the workers at Teddy Bear Hollow. That's a program that started out helping children through their grief when they lost a parent, but now it's just a general grief program. And what she would do is she would take a fishbowl in front of the group filled with water, and then she'd have a bunch of vials of food color. And she'd say, what color is your grief? Somebody would say blue because I'm sad. So she'd put a couple drops of blue in there. Yellow because I don't know how I'm going to get on without this person. She'd put a couple drops of yellow. After she put in 6 or 7 drops, the water would get really murky and really dark. Then she would say, how would you deal with your grief? And she'd pour in some bleach, and the water would start to clear up. No matter how much bleach she put in, it never got completely clear. And her point was, your life is going to be changed as a result of the loss, but it doesn't have to be a negative change. You can remember that person and get on with your life, even though they're no longer with you. You're just living a different life with that person no longer being here. I thought that was a great lesson.
Yeah, it is. And David, I'm inspired by you. I'm inspired to read this book, but I'm inspired to give it to some people too. So I think I'll do that.
Please.
Yeah, I'll do
Buy
that.
hundreds.
Hundreds, yeah. David, we've gone over time, but you're fascinating. I enjoyed talking to you. Any last thoughts you want to share with our viewers about you, the book, or anything in the world?
No, but, definitely it's on Amazon, and there is a Kindle version. And if you have any comments, please email me at my website, davidjpope.com.
Yeah.
And again, I thank you so much for this opportunity.
And thank you, David. And I can't wait to share this interview and this book with some people. So I think it could be transformational for a lot of people. So thank you for doing that, David. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We will be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world. And today we truly have all over the world. In fact, we don't get United States authors often enough, but I think we have one with us now. Let's see if I can find her. Amberly Johnson is, where are you, Amberly?
I'm here in Evansville, Indiana.
Indiana. And you're,
Yeah.
can we say where you are, or is that top secret, or what you're doing right now?
No, it's not top secret. I work in the medical field as it is. So I've been just working with patients today, so I took some time out to talk with you.
Well, I'm glad you did. You have a very intriguing story, and I like to have people hear your story because people out there are going through things you went through, and they think they're all alone. They think they're the first person going through it, and I guess at some point you thought that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you do feel like you're by yourself, even if you have support or you don't have any support. It feels like you're just trapped in your own mind when you go through things like this.
Yeah, now you're going along in your life, everything's going just fine, and then all of a sudden something happened. Tell our viewers about that.
Yeah, it's just your normal everyday, you're having dinner, you're watching your movie, you're getting ready to go to bed. And then the next thing I know, I'm waking up to hearing that something's not right, because I can hear like some coughing or gasping. So I look over and I realize it's him.
Your husband.
And yeah, my husband. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
And he just eventually stopped breathing. And when that happened, I had I'm in the motions of 911 and all that stuff. So I'm on the phone with them, and they're trying to explain to me to get him on the floor, and I'm trying to explain to them that he's 6'8". I'm like, he's a big guy, and I'm 5 foot nothing. And they're like, but he needs to be able to breathe. And by the time I got him on the floor, I mean, he completely coated. It was all color flushed out of his face, and then his bodily fluids left. So I really thought I had lost him. And I kept performing CPR as instructed, and then I was able to get that color flush back.
Wow. Now, had you had medical training?
I mean, yeah, I was working in the field at the time, so I kind of had an idea. And I mean, anybody won't know exactly how you're going to respond to that until you actually are in that situation. Yeah. So I never thought I would respond so calmly and collectively and did how I did, but it just, you just never know until it actually happens.
Now, then who came to your house? The fire department? Who came first?
It was quite a display. We had two police cars and 2 fire engines, and then, obviously EMS. And they were all up in this room. It wasn't a very big room, and there was like 7 of them working on errand. And I had the police ask me what happened and everything. I mean, it was just this huge scene. And at the time, I didn't know what was going on. I just seriously thought he was just having a heart attack. Like he's just having heart failure. But he was only 30. So I really didn't think anything else of it. I thought, well, maybe it is an underlying condition. And, later then I find out later on, purpose of the book and everything like that is to, he was having an addiction on the side.
He had an addiction to...
Behind closed doors.
How'd you find that out?
Well, after he was hospitalized and we got him stable, because he was continually coding because these drugs were running out of his system.
Oh, boy.
We did some blood tests and urine tests, and then that's when they found out that he was positive for meth. And I think it was like Percocet and stuff like that, but it was very high doses. And it took him a while to come clean about it, especially being in the hospital. But that was the only way we were going to understand how to actually help him. They couldn't do anything with it until we knew exactly what was in his body.
Yeah. I understand meth is very, very addictive.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know if there's casual users or not, but I guess you get addicted pretty fast and pretty hard, and it becomes part of your physiology. There's nothing you can do about it, I guess, except to keep taking meth.
Well, and the thing is too is it's a cheaper alternative sometimes, and it's easier to find on the streets than it is anything else, you know. And I think that when he was running out of his medication and couldn't get refills on his medication he was taking at the time, it started to become like, okay, I ran out of all my meds already. I shouldn't be running out of my meds. Now I need to find something else. And I think that's where then we step it up and we're looking other places.
Right.
So.
And how did this unfold? I guess we have to read the book to find the whole story, but tell us a little more of the story.
Of course. No, but honestly, it was with addiction is never easy. It's a battle, and there's no real cure for it. But as long as you have support and you can sit and talk and things like that, it can get better. It doesn't happen for everybody, though. I mean, for me to stick with my husband was a very hard choice, and I know a lot of people will leave in those conditions because it's just something. It really is hard to handle.
Yeah.
Because addiction is an ongoing thing. It will be for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
But we found ways to get him the right counseling, the right treatment, moving completely out of state, doing all these different things just to get him out of the area, out of that zone. And then now he is almost 8 years sober.
Wow.
So
good for him.
And he's still with us, even after having a massive stroke after his heart failure.
Yeah. So his heart stopped, he literally died right in front of you, and then
Completely.
he had a stroke at another point.
Yep, he had a left-sided stroke about 3 months after his heart failure.
Wow.
And that was because he couldn't stay away from it. You know, he was able to still find these drugs. He was still able to take these drugs. And then it landed him being found in his work truck on the side of the road on a hot day with the windows up. And he was just completely, he wasn't breathing.
Wow.
So we really didn't know until he came out of the coma what really went on.
Yeah. What, tell me about moving out of state. Was that part of his therapy, getting away from his old friends?
I think that it's a very hard decision, and it's not every decision that some people can make. But I do think by moving him out of the situation and getting him somewhere where he doesn't know anybody, and it's just us, and we're focusing on that therapy, we're focusing on that mind and trying to get him healthy and better. That when he was safe to move, we moved. And honestly, I'm going to say that I think that that's what truly kept him sober.
Yeah, I could just bumping into the old crowd, the old friends, old acquaintances, anywhere from the grocery store or wherever going to work. It must be hard. I cannot imagine what it is like to try to overcome addiction, but it had to be very hard.
Yeah, and it was very hard for him because we literally, me and him, both left our entire families, friends, everything behind. And we just went because I didn't know any other way to do it.
Yeah.
You know, after he had the stroke, I'm like, I got to figure something else out. Like, where else can I take him? And like I said, now, you know, we've been doing movings and things like that. But I mean, he's doing good. He's stable. Obviously, a lot of underlying conditions now and things that keep him from working and just being home. So that's another reason why I wrote the book and everything, was to try to help it so we don't get that far. Maybe there's a way that you can stop it before it gets there.
Yeah. Who should read this book?
Honestly, over the past year since it's been out, I've seen teenagers to grandparents to family members. I mean, I've had a lot of feedback, whether it's, someone has addiction in their family, somebody, whether it's a friend or a family member, and even teenagers feel like they can relate to the book. So I made it relatable for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's something all parents should read, and anybody. But it sounds like it's a book for anyone.
Right, and it does, like I said, it does explain a lot of things that maybe we just don't know anything about, and make you have a better understanding. That was my biggest thing, is I couldn't understand it at first, and I felt like by me trying to explain it to other people, it seems like you're getting a better understanding that it is a disease, it is an addiction. It's not curable, but there are ways to still live life, stay alive, and work towards, staying clean and sober.
So are there things in the book, there had to be so much that you didn't know about, I would imagine.
Right. And that's what I did. I dedicated most of that to ways working with your insurance companies, how to find funding for your therapy, because therapy is very expensive, especially for addiction, and ways to get around it, because a normal person can get better if they choose to get better. And this way, that it's not a financial loss. It is going to be expensive, but yet you can still do it.
All right, so your book actually offers resources.
That is correct.
Helps people find resources, set them on a path to finding those resources.
Right, and just making you feel like you're not alone, because I know that that's exactly what I felt. In my head, I was just by myself, but honestly, everybody's going through this somewhere, somehow, and will someday. Right. So it's just good if you have that comfort, that little bit of, okay, it's not just me.
Yeah, interesting. Well, you're very brave to share the story. You've done a lot of brave things, like picking up and moving and sharing intimate details of your life, and hopefully somebody will get helped out of this. And
I, from what I've understood and everything, we've decided to make a foundation in my husband's name. So all of our proceeds from our book is going directly to a foundation to help others. I mean, it's been known to even if I sell 5 books, that gives somebody therapy for a couple days.
Yes.
So, for as much as we can raise, then that's what we want to do.
Well, I want to just give a hint to our viewers at home. Go order this book, but don't order one. Press that order button 5 times. Order 5 of them and give them away. Somebody's going to need this book. Also, it could serve maybe as a cautionary tale to people.
Yes,
Like this
it definitely. I have definitely seen the positive side, and the reviews can say that as well. Yeah. And the comments I get from people and questions that reach out, and I'm always available, and that's also listed on the book site and and other sites, obviously through Facebook and TikTok and things like that. So
we do have your web address on the screen, and we have your Instagram on the screen. And since we last saw you, we're on TikTok now too. So
I know, right?
This is, how can you not be? Now that they're still in business, since last week they shut down for a bit.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm asking every guest this, but what's the weather like where you are today?
Cold, but at least, like I said, we were living in Florida, and we thought moving up here we were dealing with that. But I guess they're closing down in Florida right now because there's about 5 inches of snow on the beach.
Unbelievable.
So, it's crazy.
Yeah. For those watching, today's January 22nd, 2025. So if you're watching this summer, I don't want you to think that there's snow in Florida, but there is today. It's amazing, and New Orleans. So, Amberly, any last thoughts? I know you and I always go over. We enjoy talking to each other. I just get so inspired when I talk to you. But any thoughts? Anything else you want to share before we go to our viewers?
I just think that it's important to know that you do have a choice. And whether you're the one that's addicted or not, you have a choice. And if you choose to stay, it's going to be a long, hard battle. Yeah. But I feel like it's worth it in the end. I feel you can find that peace and that love and appreciation as long as the person's willing to do the same.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you said that in the end. And you went through a lot, and you're still there, and it's never over. Is that right?
It's just one of those things. This is a continuous battle. You're going to have good years and you're going to have bad years, and you might even have some slip-ups. But the most important thing is if you really, truly love that person, you're going to work with them. And that's what we do every day.
By the way, here's the cover again. Addiction from the Other Side. I'm sure it's for sale in a lot of places, but I just went to Amazon and it just popped right up, and I push a button and a book shows up the next day. I kind of love that site for that reason. But where else is it available?
It's pretty much available all online right now, whether through Walmart, Target, Barnes & Noble. I mean, it's just everywhere. So as long as you search the name, you'll find it. And then hopefully be in bookstores this year. That's our goal.
Nice. And is there another book coming out?
We have been starting on a second one. Not sure with that date just yet, but I definitely wanted to update people more about what's new, what's going on in regarding to addiction and different things, because a lot of stuff changes. They're always one step ahead of us, so I try to put as much information as I can.
And your story's ongoing, so another book would be very appropriate, I think. So. Our guest is Amberly Johnson from someplace, I think, in Indiana. Is that right?
Yeah, it's Evansville, Indiana.
And we really appreciate that you've written the book, that you're brave enough to put your story out there. And we hope, and I know you hope, that it helps someone. But it's going to help someone if we get the book in people's hands. So order the books, give them away as gifts. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, an international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world and learn about their books and their inspiration and how did they even get a book published. It's so hard to do that. Yesterday was Holocaust Remembrance Day, and I spent a lot of the day remembering and studying about the Holocaust, and good thing that I booked this next guest for today, because her book, Witness for My Father, I think traces some of that story from a personal angle. Welcome, Barbara. I didn't ask how to say your last name, Berggren. How's that?
That's perfect. Hi.
I don't know if I got the introduction correct or close enough, but tell us a little bit about your book.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it, and I'm impressed that you did some history with the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And I did pick the date specifically because every year I tried to speak about it. as you probably know, what's really unusual is yesterday, January 27th, was 80 years since they liberated the Auschwitz concentration camp. I do it for a few reasons. One of them is to make sure we remember there were about 1 million people, a little over 1 million people, most of them Jewish, who were murdered at that concentration camp. And also a reminder that over the course of the war, there were 6 million Jewish people who lost their lives. And that's just such a huge number. And I'm sharing the story of one family, which brings it to light, and that is my dad, and his family, which is my family as well. So there's there's a photo of his family that are sitting together, taken in the early 1930s, and his mother is Sonia, who I was named after. It's my middle name now. And his father, Isaac, my grandfather. And then there's a little baby on Sonia's lap, and that is his baby sister, Clara. And that's Clara with a K. I like to bring their names back. I like to keep them alive. And I also like to speak to their legacies, which is what a lot of the book is about, especially the first half, when you get to meet the family in extraordinary, ordinary days. This biography, it is a story of devastating loss, but it is also hope and the triumph of human kindness. So that's going to be a theme of this. I am witness for my father. That's where the title came from. And my Holocaust survivor, Martin Wigan, that's his American name. And back in the day, there were a lot of name changes, depending on what country and where you were going. I thought that was normal, but it's not. And he was born Mieczysław Wygensberg in Poland, Starowitz, Poland, and they called him Mietek for short. So in the book, there's a lot about Mietek. This biography it started actually as a memoir and turned into a biography, so it gives you a little bit of how it developed. It all began with one phone call, and that unlocked a secret and an untold story I'd never heard of. So I'm in with my dad, he ran a small business, I was part of it, part-time, and we were on this call. And when we got off, I thought, oh my gosh, I'd never heard this name, I never heard this story. So we hung up the phone, I looked at my dad, and I said, who is John Withers? Because this is the man his son had called us. And my dad very simply stood up and he said, Berb, which is what he called me. He had a Polish accent, but that's A with an umlaut. And he said, he and his men put me back on my feet. So, of course, my first feeling was a feeling of elation that somebody helped my dad after his liberation. And it also started to make me wonder, I wondered how we got past the atrocity. I also wondered how he wasn't a bitter man or an angry man. He was very kind. And he held a lot in. But overall, he was very kind, very smart, and soft-spoken. So Dad endured 6 years under the Nazi occupation and during World War II. He survived his home slave labor camp. Then he went to Auschwitz, then to Buchenwald, and eventually to Dachau concentration camp. He was at Auschwitz, but about a few days before the liberation, they forced the strongest of the weakest to go on a death march out of Auschwitz. And the Allies were coming in, so the Americans and the British were coming in from the west, the Russians were coming in from the east, and the Russians actually liberated Auschwitz. Now, my father would be liberated at Dachau, but not for 3 months, so timing was a big deal. And he calls it his other birthday. So at liberation, as he said to me, he said, Barb, you know, I had no country, no family, no money, no home. And he was 16. He was orphaned. And he weighed less than 90 pounds because this is at the end of, he was one of the few who survived. Dad, this is at the heart of the story, Dad was rehabilitated physically and emotionally and hid, because this was against the rules, by a segregated African American army troop that was led by John Withers. And they stayed together for over a year. The men, John and my dad, would reunite after this phone call after 55 years.
Wow.
That's kind of an opening to what the story's about.
Does your book pick up there or go on from there about the reunion?
Yes. There's the first half is really historical. It takes you into the family. You get to meet them. You get to see how they live. And the second part is it jumps forward, and we start with the phone call, and we go. And there's a lot that happens in the second part as well, because the story took on just a life of its own.
Now, you didn't know, you grew up not really knowing the full story. Your dad probably did not talk about it much.
That is correct. There are many, many who don't talk about it, and especially, I think, as an orphan. And for this book, I interviewed a lot of survivors. My friend, one of my dad's friends from his hometown, who, you know, they suffered together. They did survive. She helped me understand a little bit more about his town, and I was able to, with other research, and also a major interview that I was, you know, the Wall Street Journal actually interviewed my father for the story, and that's a whole other story. But that interview ended up being a gift, because my brother wanted to tape it, and we're very, very private people, but it was a gift because it became his testimony. So a lot of the details came out during the interview, which I was really afraid, because for my father to have to open up now, you know, he was a man in his 70s at the time, really, really concerned me. But that led to hours and hours of interviewing, and the piece actually ran on the front page of the Wall Street Journal in the early 2000s. The phone call took place, by the way, in 2001. So I don't know how much of it you want to...
No, this is fascinating. Here is the book cover, by the way, and we've been looking at the pictures as you're discussing them. I was going to ask you, and you told us, why January 27th is Holocaust Remembrance Day, and you said it's 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. It was one of the first big camps in Auschwitz. And this is important, you know, for anybody when I teach, even at colleges or community religious places, especially the students. I usually have a picture of Auschwitz, and if you're going to remember any of them, that was one of the biggest killing centers. So part of the education is to, you know, especially living with it with my dad, and he had a tattoo, A19107, on his left arm. And by the way, people who were in the concentration camps, many didn't know this, but Auschwitz was the only one that tattooed the prisoners of war. And I grew up around it. It was part of my dad. So I viewed it different because I was a little girl, and, you know, it was just part of my loving father. So he had, best way to describe it, he had a wonderful innate understanding of integrity. So think about going through the camps, being orphaned. He lost his mother and sister on October 27th, 1942. That was when they did a selection in the towns they lived in. And his, this is a very hard chapter, obviously, to write and edit 1,000 times. But he had to, at the age of 14, which is, so some of the details that came out, I never knew exactly. I thought he was younger. I was happy to hear he had his mother with him until 14. And his younger sister didn't make the cut because the Nazis only wanted people who could work. She was only 11. So the story unfolds from a whole different chapter because they were at least together when they were in a ghetto within their hometown of Starhowitze. So he and his father is, in the story, he's a remarkable man. And because of his father, I believe he survived. He learned traits. They were a lot of risk-taking and, changing. I'll tell you a story. One of the things I realized with the decision-making, I taught it was a civics law class at a college, and this is just about a month ago. Usually I customize and I go, how do you teach this? And I thought, the book is a true story. It's a narrative nonfiction, and you had to be, there were decisions made throughout the whole book that changed people's lives. Like the phone call changed my life. And part of it was survival. The other part for decision-making was even John Withers, who was a lieutenant, and he was a black lieutenant who wanted to get his PhD, and he wanted to keep his soldiers safe. He had to make a life-changing decision to keep this boy who walked to their encampment. And you have to read the book to see why he left. He was on his own. And there was a rule that no prior prisoners of war could be taken in because diseases are running rampant, and they weren't really sure, the army itself and the how they would react after being tortured and starved and beaten and whatever. So for him to then make a decision, he was going to send him back to a DP camp, displaced persons camp. And when he met him, and there was another boy involved, so without telling too much, but he made the decision and risked getting a dishonorable discharge. And his men, he had to cover, because they were, I actually didn't know until I started research, they were still segregated in the 1940s.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
They also couldn't serve in the same capacity. They were a supply unit. So what I did during the time was, whenever there was a big decision to be made that was life-changing, I slowed it down. I told them it was their turn to decide how they would have handled it, because their courses are to prepare them for running, it could be large healthcare systems, businesses, but their in civics classes is really about your moral compass and how you're going to make decisions for many other people, once they get out into the workforce.
I hesitate to ask this question because it seems self-apparent, but I ask every author this, is who should read this book?
That's a really good question, because that's not an easy question. Well, first of all, obviously historians who are into history, especially for World War II, because there's a lot, and how it unfolded, and you see it going each step by step. Humanitarians, because this really is about the best and the worst of humanity, and both parts are covered. And also the individuals who seek hope and inspiration, because my father's life was, an extraordinary example of resilience. And even when I was teaching the civics course, or lecturing, I should say, it was decisions that could change the course of other people's lives. And my dad's always been my hero. He continues to be. I actually had something came up in December that was surprising. I was having a hard time making a decision, and to my husband, I said, let's invite my dad in. And he loved my dad too. So we invited him in. He has passed. And I knew exactly what he would say. So if for inspirational purposes, this is a really good book to see someone come out of the worst of human, atrocities, and how he changed, moved forward, and did not lose his humanity. And that's really, I think I had mentioned, Mike, that I'll tell you a little bit about how the story did take off. So the Wall Street Journal became interested because it was one of the writers, Brian Greeley, and had tried to get permission. And John Withers' son called me, and I said, we're really too private. I can't imagine my dad would want to do this. And my dad said, my brother and I met with him and said, this is a national stage. And he said, if this will help John Withers, I'll do it. Another life-changing decision, because, I said, well, it's going to be out there. And it was his way of saying thank you to John. They were together, the troop and my father and this other Jewish boy. Think about it. They had to hide them when they came in because there were, as John Withers said, two white Jewish boys amongst a black African troop. So, excuse me, African American troop. But so that led to really getting his testimony and detail, and something I do share for all you writers or students or anyone else. What I learned from the interview was remember to ask about the good stuff too. So that's why the opening line was, did you have your own bedroom? Did you live in a house? Yeah. And yes, he did, and he had his own bedroom, and I thought, wow, because we were always afraid to ask questions. And also, the feedback we got was all surrounding about the kindness that these men showed, and they became a family.
Yeah.
Reader's Digest did a piece on it as well. The Washington Post did something, and then the book ends in 2003, but 2 years later, actually, CNN, the Wolf Blitzer report, did a piece on it that John Withers and I were together. My father had passed. And so it resonates with so many people. And one of the lines I usually use is, always remember and never forget the power of acts of kindness. So it's a story, and we have won 4 major awards, 3 gold, and we were also, I always say it's their story. I had the honor of authoring the book and doing a lot of work. But one of the awards was the Pipeline, was a movie adaptation. We made the finalist, and this was a tough one. So, but one day, you have to really know people in Hollywood.
Yeah.
But so I'm very proud of their story and what they did and how it helps other people when they read it, and what it can do. And it changed my life.
Yeah. Barbara, we're way past time, but I can't stop talking to you. What's most amazing, so many amazing things we have come out just talking to you, but how amazing that one phone call that came through changed everything. Had that not happened, this story would be lost to history.
We had enough, we had some, and he had a great story, and I knew that. I knew the camps he had gone to. He finally told me, but I didn't know the details. And you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And so it was John Withers' son, John Withers II, who the phone call was with. And he started the call and he said, "Hello, Martin." He says, "I've been looking for you for 2 years."
Wow.
So he took a sabbatical. They worked for state departments, and so yes, you're absolutely right, Mike. That's exactly what happened.
Barbara, I told you before the interview, I wish I could read all the books of the people I talked to, but this is the one I'll read. I'll get it this week, in fact. And I hope you can come back again and again. Before we go, any last thoughts you want to share before we have to disconnect?
I'm trying to think if, well, first of all, the book can be bought anywhere. Amazon, any bookstores, whatever. If they're not on the shelf, they can order them. I think my website is up there,
We have
and
it
it's
on the
just
screen, yes.
bergman.com if
Yes.
you want. And also, feel free if you have any questions, want to discuss anything. It's barbarasbergren@gmail.com. And I'm, very helpful for other writers, and I'm really just so happy to be on today. I was really appreciate Mike being on this show and having a chance to get to meet you and talk to you as well. So, if there are any questions, I'm really open to that. And just remember, never forget the power of acts of kindness.
Thank you, Barbara. And for our guests, I always say this, don't go and click once at Amazon. Order 5 copies. There's got to be somebody that would appreciate and enjoy getting this book as a gift, because that's what I will do. And for our viewers, please don't go anywhere. We will be right back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. I have the best job in the world. I read all day, and then I interview authors a couple hours a day. I just love my job. So many interesting people out there, so many interesting books to read. How do you pick your next book? Hopefully, our authors will be so interesting, and you'll learn enough about them and their books that you'll say, I must read that. By the way, check out this one. I always point the wrong way. Too Much of Nothing. And not only do we have this book here, but we also have the author right here, not in our studio, but on our Zoom. Welcome, Carla Stockton.
Thank you, Mike Briggs.
Too Much of Nothing. Where do we start? All the way back, was it your mother that escaped Europe?
Yep, it starts with just sort of a rumination about my mother's experience running away from Europe at the time of the Holocaust, and what that experience that she had, the trauma that she, and people don't think about what a trauma it is. When they were talking about people losing their homes in the fire, right? People said, oh, but they're rich, they can make new houses.
Yeah.
To say something like that is to denigrate the whole experience of loss. If you're forced to leave your home, whether it's a palace or it's a slum, it's your home, your identity. So the experience of being forced to leave for whatever reason creates a trauma that lasts for generations. It doesn't just go away. We inherit it in our DNA.
Amazing. An interesting way to say that. It is Holocaust Remembrance Day just a couple days ago. Can you tell us a little bit of your mom's story?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell us a little bit of your mom's story?
Sure. My mother was 16 at the time that it became clear that Jews were not welcome in Europe. But it had begun for them earlier. My grandfather was a PhD in engineering and could not get a job in the 1930s in Austria because he was a Jew. And that was despite the fact that he had been a captain in the Kaiser's army in World War I, despite the fact that his brother had died for the Kaiser in World War I. So, and they didn't have a choice. They were conscripted. He often said, in his later years, he said, my only regret is that I didn't run away. In any case, he could not get work. They left Vienna and went to Zagreb, which was then still Yugoslavia, and took up residence there. And my grandfather started his own business. And my grandmother ran what was essentially a salon. All of her relatives played music, and they all gathered every week to play music. Some sang, some danced, some played instruments. One of my grandmother's brothers was he was a musicologist and he taught at the university. Another one was a bookbinder. I mean, they were very artistically bound people, and they met often. My mother played the cello. They thought that she would be a professional cellist. She was that good. And her sister, Taya, was a prodigy. She was a dancer who was at 12 already a prima ballerina in the National Ballet. So they had a life there. They had a huge life. My mother was the middle of 5 children. And then came this thing called Hitler, and my grandfather refused to leave until he was sure that my grandmother was the youngest of 10 children, and he was the second of 6 children, and there were many, many nieces and nephews. And he insisted that he couldn't leave until all of the nieces and nephews were gone. And he managed, some left in kinder transports, the transports that took the children to England or to South America. Some of the relatives went to South America, some went to Australia, some went to Auschwitz, some went to other camps. And finally, at the sort of 11th hour, he took his family across France. He told each of the children they could choose one item to take with them, and my mother chose her cello.
Her cello,
and
wow.
They traveled to France, telling people that they were going to visit an ill aunt so that they wouldn't get stopped. And then they got on a boat and came to the United States.
Wow. Amazing.
And settled in Kingston, New York.
Now we're going to do a little bit shorter interview than normal because I'm going to ask Carla to read to read an excerpt of her book, which is about 7 minutes. Is it from the book?
Most of it is, some of it is from the book and some of it is extended in my blog.
Yeah. Just give us an idea before we go to that. The book's made up of vignettes, I guess. Give us an idea of what some of those are about.
What the book starts out with essays that sort of are my my ruminations, for want of a better word, on topics that influenced my growing up in the 60s and 70s. So there's, for example, there's an essay about a woman who was assaulted often by her very successful professional husband. There's one about abortion and how a friend of mine had an illegal abortion and her experience made me want to have children. There's another essay about the meaning of survival, how we survive. There are essays about living in books. I grew up, I'll tell you how deeply I was embedded in books. My first crush as a kid was on Mercutio. And I was at least 15 or 16 before I realized, oh, wait a minute, I don't think I have a chance with Mercutio. I mean, that's how deeply I was embedded in books. So my sense of books and my reading, especially my sense of drama, because I'm very deeply entrenched in drama, and I mean theatrical drama, other dramas as well, but theater, that's all embedded in the book as well. And one of the chapters is about my time in New York when I worked as a visitor guide on top of the buses in New York City.
Oh yeah, yeah. How about
and
that?
my favorite co-worker was a trans woman named Mandy, and that's what I'm going to read to you about today.
All right, I will tell our viewers to stay tuned and listen to Carla Stockton reading an excerpt from her book. We'll go ahead, Carla, I guess.
Thank you. I love this this particular excerpt because it reminds me so much of a person I was deeply fond of. When I moved to New York City in 2003, it took me some time before I eventually found work as a New York City sightseeing guide. For the first year, I felt ridiculously fortunate to be able to share New York City with tourists who rode with me on the top of a double-decker bus and to get paid for the pleasure. That wore off eventually, but in the meantime, I got to know Mandy. Mandy, still generally called by what would become her dead name, Stephen, was my favorite coworker. A brilliant guide and former attorney, she was saving up for gender reassignment surgery. Divorce from a greedy wife, mental illness in a daughter whom Mandy would never abandon, and frequent mandate transgressions had led to her being fired from her high-powered law firm, which left Mandy with no money for the ultra-expensive procedures. In the interim, Mandy made concessions of powerful self-assertion by wearing in all weather Bermuda shorts, fashioned in bright orange sweatshirt fabric, frowsy blouses, and mostly floral, and tops that plunged well below her prominent and rapidly graying chest hair. She also wore neon-colored sneakers. Her hair and mouth were a whirling forest of bright tangerine curls and a soft, pillowy, hot pink, glossy triangle. I'm a lesbian, Mandy explained to me the first time she asked me out to dinner. I was flattered. I had never met anyone smarter or funnier than this person, qualities I've always found irresistible in a man. But I had no interest in being romantically involved with a woman, even a woman who was anatomically at least still a man. Of course, I didn't want to hurt Mandy's feelings, and though I turned down the invitations to dinner, to movies, to theater, we often sat together as we waited between buses. I never tired of listening to the stories she told. The personal stories were harrowing, beginning with a Lower East Side childhood, and the professional stories were infuriating. This person had tolerated more than anyone's fair share of abuse by the system over the years. If I had been differently wired, if I were capable of loving Mandy as she deserved to be loved, I would have spent all kinds of days and nights with this remarkable human being. Those first months working on the bus were magical. What a privilege it seemed to explore New York from an ostensible eagle's view. As a history and cultural buff, I was learning in a way no book or school had ever taught me. Mandy's wide knowledge of the city enriched each day and broadened my tour repertoire. Having studied architecture, Mandy was conversant with the eclectic nuances of building styles that comprised our city's makeup. As an astute political observer, she understood the underpinnings of Tammany, why Robert Moses was more tyrant than savior. She explained to me why Breslin Mailer campaigned to create the great city-state, a movement I enthusiastically worked for in my youth, was basically moronic. Having studied labor law, her expertise guided our labor disputes. When the company abused us, Mandy spoke eloquently with great erudition. She knew the score. She understood what we were entitled to and what was being kept from us with malicious, greedy fury. Winter descended as I rounded the end of my first year on the bus, and with it the end of the idyll. Cold weather, heartless employers extinguished the joy. Eventually, Mandy ended too. Our company, a startup in every sense of the word, provided no bathroom for our relief. For a while we were allowed to use the restrooms at the Hilton Garden Inn, which was less than a block from our launch site, and the management there even encouraged us to buy goods in their gift store and food mart by giving us a generous discount. Then one day Mandy farted and sighed loudly in a stall in the women's room. A tourist seated next to her, the woman in the next stall, securely separated by a metal wall and locked door, freaked out at the sound of a male voice sighing on the tail of a roaring fart. She complained to the Hilton management. After that, all guides were banned from the place. No more comfy lounge seats, no more cheap candy bars, no more toilet. I saw no solution to the problem. I opted to take a break. I left the buses to edit a book for a friend of a friend, and to complete the project I went to the UK for a few months. When I returned, Mandy was gone. Conditions Mandy had fought to improve had killed her. Mandy was our advocate, the voice that argued for improvement in conditions atop the buses that were unfit for guides. We had no place to sit. We were required at times to perform chores like helping the elderly up the stairs or carrying baby paraphernalia or luggage up the stairs that put undue strain on our muscle groups, all muscle groups. We stood for long periods of time, jostled mercilessly about. We had no place to get warm, no relief from the harsh winter, exacerbated by the harsh wind generated by the moving bus. Mandy's back and health could not take it. She suffered pneumonia and bronchitis and then was injured and re-injured until she finally had no choice but to undergo back surgery. Like many spinal surgery patients, Mandy did not survive. The company, who never appreciated what an asset they had in Mandy, was relieved. The bloodsuckers were free at last. We who loved Mandy lost a precious friend. I lost a valuable mentor. I find myself wishing for her presence lately. She would tell me why the current state of affairs for trans people cannot hold. She would tell me to keep the faith. Don't give the bastards any power, she would laugh. They'll turn to dust, just like the rest of us.
Wow. Great, well-written story. I don't want to say great story, sad story, certainly, but it's a real story. People are living with these issues and facing the issues every day. And a lot of us out in California, where I live, we don't see them any that much, but it's going on all over the world. I know we're past time. They're signaling me. Who should read this book, Carla?
I think when I was first about to publish this, and my publishers asked me the same question, I said, women, probably women my age or in their 50s who are facing that change that we all go through. But more and more my readers are women in their 40s and in their 30s who are finding that it resonates for them and it's transformational. Young men are reading it. I have there are a couple of Amazon reviews actually from young men who have said that it taught them a great deal. I think men and one of my readers said this, that men should read it to find out how we think. When men tell us that we've made choices and we try to tell them that our choices were abrogated, that they were abrogated responsibility and subsumed our choices, they don't necessarily get it. But this book kind of explains all of that through stories.
Yeah, there's a lot of happening in the world now that some of us don't understand, and I feel like this book could really help us understand some things that we don't get. So,
I agree. There are so many things that are resonant today that were prominent when I was a kid, and by having gone through them and learned to sort of understand them, I can share that insight.
Well, I will say this. I'll do a little commercial for Carla. Go order this book wherever you like to order your books, but don't click once and order one. Order 5 of them or 10 of them. What a great book to share with other people. And,
thank you, Mike. You're the best interviewer. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
I every week or so, I'm invited to a dinner party somewhere, and I always take a gift. I used to take a bottle of wine. Now I take a book. So here is this book, and thank you, Carla, for taking the time to share with us. And I'm very moved by your reading. I couldn't talk afterwards.
Thank you.
For our viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to have another author coming up right after this, and we'll be right back.
Thanks.
Authors every day. I read. That's all I do. I read, and somehow I stumbled into doing this talk show. Started in 2008, and here we are in 2025, July 15th, 2025 to be exact. And I get to talk to authors and find out. There's something I want to know, what so many of our viewers want to know. How do you finish writing a book and get it published? So many of our viewers are just in that process. There's millions of people out there with books in process. Anyway, we're going to talk about this book. In fact, Sunflowers for Sarita. In fact, it's a series of books. This is book 1 of a series. And so, a series of 4. So, by the way, this author hasn't written just one book. She's gotten 4 published. How did she do that? Anyway, our guest is, let me see if I can find her. Where is, there she is, Diane Miley. Welcome, Diane.
Hi, thank you for having me.
4 books. Tell our viewers where you are.
I am just east of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
close to the East Coast. Yeah.
Way far from California. Well, we talk to authors from all over the world, so we get a lot from the Carolinas. I don't know why. There's a lot of creativity there, I guess. What would you say is the genre of your books?
They're Christian romantic suspense. So they do have, they're clean. They have, they don't have any graphic violence or anything like that, bad language, but they do have some suspense. They have one of the stories has a murder, another has a pretty violent stalker, and they have a kidnapper also.
It's real life
so
stuff.
So they do have some scary stuff going on.
By the way, even though we rehearsed it and went over, I got them in the wrong order. This is book 1, Lilacs for Laura. Am I correct?
Yes, Lilacs for Laura is book 1.
Yeah. Now, should people read these in order?
It's fun to read them in order, but if you don't, if there's one that particularly piques your interest, they're all self-standing as well. I mean, you can read just one of them and totally have the whole full story. Each of the books focuses on a different family member. It is kind of a family saga. They're all related to each other. So if you read one in the middle and then you want to go back, it'll just give you a little more background of what happened before that one did.
Did their family members, each person, get named after a flower? No, not really. Laura, Lilacs for Laura, and Roses for Rachel. So are these sisters?
Laura and Rachel are sisters. Vanessa is in a relationship with their brother. And Sarita is Rachel's sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law, okay. Excellent.
Yeah, so they're all in the same big family.
Yeah, the covers are what struck me, and we're looking at those covers now. It just really pulls you in. Funny how you pick your books, right? I mean, how do you pick your next book? Well, the covers help. Hearing a little bit conversation with the author certainly helps, and things like that, reviews, all these things that you go through. Can you tell us anything about the stories? We don't want you to give anything away too much.
Okay, sure. Well, the first story, Lilacs for Laura. Laura is a florist. She lives in this little small town. It's a fictional small town in Ohio, which is where I grew up. And it's called Crystal Falls. And she has her family floral shop. And she meets the love of her life, and they start having a relationship, and then things start going terribly wrong. She has her brother-in-law, who is her sister Rachel's husband, is kind of harassing her, and she doesn't know what to do about it. She doesn't know what to say to her sister, if anything, and things, get worse and worse. And then one day he ends up in her backyard murdered.
Oh my God.
So she is the prime suspect, obviously. And so then her boyfriend, Brett, actually finds him in her backyard. And so that creates all kinds of tension in the romance and tension with her sister and the whole family. And so that's kind of how that story begins. And I won't ruin the story for you, but that's kind of what happens in that story. The second story is Roses for Rachel, and that is Rachel, the sister's story. So at the beginning of the story, she's a widow. She has 2 little girls that she's raising, and all the things that happen that she goes through. And she has a stalker. So that's kind of what she has to deal with.
Are they concurrent? Or are they or different?
They're consecutive. They're consecutive. So the first story happens first. The second story happens afterwards. But like I said, you can read them out of order because I was very careful not to give away what happens in the first story, in the later story, so that you can still be surprised.
Here's Violets for Vanessa. You want to say something about that one?
Well, Vanessa is kind of the girl from the wrong side of the creek. They don't have tracks, they have a creek. And she's just a poor girl. Her father's very abusive and an alcoholic. She's trying to get away from him. And she gets a job in town working at the tea shop that is right next door to the flower shop where Laura works. And she ends up meeting their brother Chad and starts a relationship with Chad. And her main focus throughout the book is just kind of getting away from her abusive father and what's going on with him.
Yeah. And then
Sunflowers? He went dead too. Pardon me?
Sunflowers, Sarita. How does Sarita get involved in all this?
Okay, Sarita is the sister of the guy in the first story who ended up dead. The cheating husband. So Sarita is his sister. So she kind of has a really rough background, but she's a good person turning her life around. And at the beginning of her story, she finds out that her ex-boyfriend, who was in prison that she testified against, is getting out of prison.
Okay.
So she decides to hide out. She has a 3-year-old daughter. So to protect herself and her daughter, she hides out with one of her friends who has a beach house in the on the Isle of Palms in Charleston, South Carolina.
Is that a real place, by the way?
That's a real place,
I like
yes.
that, yeah.
And so she hides out in Charleston and kind of takes the story to that location, which is kind of fun to have, the double location in the story.
That is fun. Now, one reason to read these in order and to get through all 4 is because you're coming out with a continuation?
I am, yeah. So I actually just this morning I finished the final edits on my next book, and it is the first book in a second series. And this series will take place in Charleston, South Carolina, and the hero in this book is Sarita's stepson. So it kind of has a little bit of a time gap in there, and then you find out all of the children from the first series are the main characters in my second series.
Amazing. Now,
yeah, I can't.
You've already started. The next book is in progress and moving along. Who could read these books? Can anybody read them? Is it okay for everyone?
Sure, they really are. I mean, they're clean. I mean, they're adult fiction, but even like young adults could read them because they're clean and, totally understandable. But they're written mostly they're a romance, so mostly women are interested in them. But I mean, if a man likes romance, some guys do. It's for everybody. I've had readers from like 17 years old to 80 years old that have enjoyed the stories.
Sometimes when I'm getting on an airplane, I grab a book and I'm on the plane flying, I realize this is a romance novel, and it's good, and then you have to read the next one in the series and the next one, so it's happened to me. So,
yeah, and they do have the suspense element as well, which tends to draw in more male readers, than just the romance part. So it has the suspense and the romance both.
It sounds like my wife has all these sisters. I think when I order a book like this, I'm not going to order one. I'm going to order 5 or 6 copies, and everybody's going to get one because they all love to read the same book at the same time and talk about it. So that's a little hint. That's a hint to our viewers. Don't go click once and order. Order a stack of these things and pass them out. It's so much fun to do that.
Share the love.
By the way, Diane, we have your web address, dianemiley.com. What are we going to find there?
Well, I have a blog that I have there, and you can find the books there and a little bit more about the books. I'll have like a good explanation of each of the books, a little bit more about me if you're interested. And what else? I do have a newsletter that you can sign up. It's a monthly newsletter. I have giveaways. I have just more news about my writing and the books and all of that I share on the newsletter. Sometimes I have book reviews on there. And recipes, all kinds of fun stuff. The newsletter comes out once a month. It's just an email, so you can sign up for that. And if you sign up for the newsletter, you do get a free story. So I have a novella that I've written that you will receive for free when you sign up for the newsletter. So that's always fun.
That is
and
fun.
The novella is a fun story too.
Yeah. Diane Miley, we're running out of time, but I just want to give you a minute. Anything else you want to say about the books or anything in the world you want to talk about?
I do want to mention that they are Christian books, so they do have a faith element. And one of the things that I encourage in the stories and through my writing is that, bad things happen in life, and that the main characters, learn through the stories to trust in God and grow in their faith. And I want to encourage the readers also to, when bad things happen, trust in God, pray, and, turn to your faith, and that helps you get through. And God has a way of turning all of those ashes into beauty in the end. Nice. So I always have a happy ending, and things always end up better than they were.
I mentioned that early in the interview, is that things that happen in your book happen in real life, stalkers and murders and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Thank you, Diane. I'm inspired by you now. So many books and more coming out, and I hope you'll come back on the show again and again.
I would love to. Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me, and I appreciate your support of books and authors.
Thank you so much. I love books, and I love to talk to authors. So for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with another author right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we get to talk to authors from all over the world. I tell you, I have the best job in the world because I read books all day and I interview a couple of authors every day, and it's just a rewarding, fun job, and best job I've ever had, actually. We have so many authors on who have done something not even I've been able to do, and that's get a book published. So there's a lot of steps to it, and we like to invite people on who've done it, who've been successfully written a book and got it published, and it's just so great to talk to them and see how they did it. Our next guest wrote a book, by the way. I always point the wrong way. Here it is. Leaders See Farther. Leaders See Farther, and his name is Garland Novosad. And I think not only do we have his book here, we have him here. Let's see if I can find him. There he is. Garland, welcome.
Thank you, Mike. It's a pleasure to join you. I really look forward to this interview because it's kind of rare you come across an interviewer that has a very similar background in public service as I do. So this should be a fun interview.
Will be. It will be, because we are fun. Garland, tell our viewers where you're located.
I'm about 60 miles southwest of Houston, Texas.
Now, have you got any of the weird weather that's going around lately?
Oh, yes. Have we? But fortunately, not anything like what you folks have suffered out in California.
Yeah, but had some crazy things happening out here. Now, you were mayor?
Yes, sir.
Of what town?
Wharton.
Wharton. And,
Wharton, Texas.
And how long did you do that? Or how long were you in public service?
Public service there with municipal government, almost 20 years.
20 years, wow. That's great. And was it out of that experience that you wrote this book?
Well, actually, the journey's probably been closer to 60 years. Let's compare notes.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I say kid, let's say high school, I constantly was pestering the librarian, do you have any books on being an elected official? And she says, no, all we've got is history books. Well, I wanted a day-to-day story. Unfortunately, they didn't exist.
Yeah.
And so a number of years go by. I get back to my hometown after college and dental school and decided I'd like to run for city council. And at that point became the real learning experience.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of folks run for public office and think, well, I live in this town, so I pretty well know everything about it. That is the farthest thing from the truth, because municipal government involves dealing with so many things.
Yeah.
And probably the most important is interpersonal relationships. And then, you know, I think back, we did a number of absolutely wonderful projects, and I look back over the years, none of those projects were my idea. They were somebody else's idea, but I really had gotten pretty good about being able to figure out how to overcome the obstacles. And I think my attitude about government is government gets its power by telling people no. Instead, I feel like government should tell us how. And if the project is worthy, sell it to the public, and then you're going to do astounding things. Now, one of the things that I do in this particular book is I use newspaper articles of where public servants, whether they're elected or on the payroll, have made horrible, horrible errors. But I leave the name out and suggest to the reader that they plug their own name into that story and see how it would feel.
Yeah.
So after I got through writing the book and I submitted it to my publisher, Writer Cosmos, they communicated with me and said, you know, we can't find anything like this that's ever been published before. And that was the point. So now, whether it's somebody in high school or let's say a full-grown adult, because I think they'll understand a whole lot better, has an opportunity to read this book, I go through a number of things, projects that we did here that were extremely successful, how to communicate. That's one of the biggest problems that folks have, is getting the word out. And in fact, communications has changed so much.
Oh, boy.
So we go back 40 years ago, you were dependent on the radio stations, maybe TV, and the local newspaper. And local newspapers are starting to fade at this point, and now we get much better information on the net and on the web and through podcast. I think the majority of people are probably getting their news these days through podcast.
Yes.
So there's many different areas that anyone in public service has to understand to be able to successfully communicate with the folks that elected them.
Yeah. It's interesting that you went to college, you went to dental school, and you're able to study all this stuff, and you always were interested in government, and there was nowhere to go study how it's done.
No, you could take a civics book, which obviously, you know, back in our day, everybody had to have a civics book and Constitution and so forth. And that, it's very, very important. I mean, it's ultimately important. But the day-to-day operations, the things that would come up on a daily basis that citizens were asking for attention or asking questions about, that's where the real heart of the matter is.
You bring up the communications. It was when I was in office on the city council, it was always frustrating for me that the only way to communicate with my constituents was through that newspaper, the local newspaper, and they wouldn't print what I wanted. So it is interesting how it's changed. Now elected officials, especially this guy that's president right now, he goes around the media and communicates directly to people through the current mediums that are out there.
He taught the nation and the world a huge lesson starting back in 2017 that we could come together through podcasts and different things like that and do a better job. And in fact, it's turned out to be very, very successful.
Yeah, it's amazing how it has changed. Anyway, I keep interrupting you. Is there more you want to say about the book? You've got a lot to say, no doubt. This is it's a fascinating subject for me, and this is a fascinating interview for me. This is very good. I appreciate it, Garland.
Well, the main thing I would tell you, the book is about 245 pages long, roughly in that vicinity. It's an easy read, and there's no doubt in my mind, if someone wants to go into elective office, and I'm talking about whether it be school board or state legislature or a local city council, this book is going to help you because it points out interpersonal relationships, errors we can make in dealing with other people. Let me give you an example, Mike. One of the things that as elected officials that is really drummed into us is the press's right to know. Freedom of Information Act. And sometimes because of that, it gets in the way of common sense. And let me give you an example. Every city council selects members of boards and commissions that serve the city. And if you turn that list of who the selectees are for this year over to the media before you've had a chance to notify the people that are currently serving that maybe they're not going to have a job next year, you can really hurt some feelings. And I'm hoping that people can take a look at this book and see mistakes that not only I, but other elected officials have made and avoid those same pitfalls themselves.
Interesting. Yes. Sounds like a primer for anybody who wants to serve in office. One thing I noticed is, when I really figured out how to govern at the end of my 4-year term, I finally was figuring stuff out, and then I was off to the legislature after that. But yeah, I wish I had a primer like this to look at to kind of get ready to go. One thing you brought up is I see the city over and over and over. The answer is always no, because if they say yes, that means somebody's going to have to do some extraordinary heavy lifting somewhere. So it's so much easier for a city worker to say, no, oh no, we don't do that, or we can't do that, or you can't do that. So
But you got to inspire the workers too.
Yeah.
That's the reason they're there.
Yeah.
And a lot of times things are done better by contractors and volunteers.
Yes.
And let me tell you, that's another thing that I go into in this book, that in past, let's say go back 40 years ago, when a public project was being done, very often what we would do is look to our friends of the same racial background and not reach into the other neighborhoods that had wonderful participants if somebody would just bother to ask them or invite them. And when we started doing that, all of a sudden things really, really changed. And we got new dimensions in the projects that we did locally.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Took years and years till people started getting there to do that, but you did that when you were in office.
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great. By the way, who's going to read this book? Just people thinking of running, or would this be good for everyone who has to do business within a municipality?
Well, tell you the truth, Mike, I personally think that this book would serve if a person is in business, if a person wants to run for elective office, if there are already there in elective office. You're going to benefit from this book. And the other neat thing about it, and the thing that I'm still having a hard time conceiving, how all these years could go by, nobody had ever put a book like this together, because it renews itself every year that we have elections. On a local level, it'll be annually. For county, it may be every 4 years. But the main thing is you get a new set of readers forever.
Yeah. Now, do you think anybody would read this book and say, wow, I had no idea. I don't want to run for city council now?
Well, there's always a possibility if they do what I suggest. It's a little homework before you go there. Let me tell you, the first night, my family has been in Wharton County for 7 generations at this point. And you can get the attitude, well, I know this place because I've lived here and so has my family. But you get behind that desk and find out the complexities of running a city government. And let me give you an example. And I think this one welcomed me the very first night that I was on city council. In my packet, there was a magazine called Solid Waste. Well, in the minds of most citizens, solid waste is one of those things out of sight, out of mind. But believe me, there are a lot of steps that go into proper disposal of waste. And it's not an easy deal. Same way with water purification, where we get our water, how we maintain the standards of it, how often it's tested. There's a lot to learn. And the more you know, the better you can serve the people.
I always used to tell people, because they always had these big dreams of what the city should be doing. I said, this is what we do: sewer, water, garbage, police, and fire. That's our main functions. And if any one of those went away, there would be absolute chaos.
Exactly.
Especially garbage or something like that. Or sewer
and you know what? I think you would agree with this too. Tip O'Neill, former Speaker of the House, made a comment one day that all politics is local. And you know what? He was telling the truth.
That's right.
Because your day-to-day life is more influenced by the folks that run your community government than the folks in Washington. Now, I could have said that with a straight face back, say, 30 years ago, but we've seen in the last 10 years, Washington have a drastic impact on our lives locally, too.
Absolutely. One interesting municipal story I have for you is that when I was on the council, we changed the garbage pickup from out back in the alleys to pushing it out to the front street. And they almost ran everybody out of office over something like that. It's always...
Been there, done that. We went from where the city was doing the collecting and disposing to a private firm.
Wow.
And the public took after us because they would give us... They were telling the truth. We had extremely loyal employees, You could set your watch by the time that they showed up on pickup day. And when you change norm, sometimes it takes a little while for the public to understand.
And on the politics is local, when I was on the council, the state of California passed a law that says all municipalities must cut the amount of solid waste they take to the landfill by 50%. So yeah, state affects local, federal affects local, it's all local, you're right.
Mike, one of the last things that I want to say to you that I think you'll remember too, Bell, California, and I'm going to say it was somewhere around 2010. Mm-hmm. News media is really important, and when you lose it and there is no reporting of what's going on at City Hall, you can find out that the Treasury can get emptied real quickly. There's a balance mechanism. The press reports, we're supposed to do a good job at City Hall representing the public. And when somebody woke up one day and found out that the council and the city manager and police chief were receiving more money than even the people in New York, it proved the point that the Fourth Estate can really be vital.
Yep. The media has a big role in our life. I'm just chuckling. There's so many things that happened that have happened to you and have happened to me. And I would tell anybody thinking of running for office, I've found no textbook, no primer. Here it is. Get this book written by Garland. Read it before you run for office, because running for office, the campaign is one thing, but governing is a totally different thing. So
it really is. You synopsized it right there. Really, running and winning an election is not really all that difficult. Mm-hmm. But when you get in office, let me tell you something, you don't have any background of budgeting, audits, things along those lines, you're not going to be much help. But I'll tell you another thing that I found that we address in this particular book is citizens were whispering in my ear about strange comments that had been made by two city employees. Well, after a while, I started wondering what's going on. Well, it turned out we were missing $500,000 in the Treasury. And if it weren't for those citizens giving me feedback, the whole thing could have come off the rails. So you only get that from listening to folks. A lot of times people in public office like to disappear and not go out in public. Yeah. But in fact, the public can give you hints that are dropping little breadcrumbs that you may have a problem inside that you weren't aware of.
Garland, my phone's been going off like crazy. I said, what's going on here? They're saying, Mike, you've gone over time again. I could talk to you all day, Garland. And I'm just going to give you a moment to have a last thought to wrap it up and tell people about your book or anything you want to tell them.
Well, the main thing that I would say is how grateful I am to you and for them listening. I don't know how we could have been paired more beautifully than the two of us in this particular interview. And Mike, I hope one of these days I'll have the opportunity to work with you again.
Yeah, well, I want to invite you back on the show anytime you want. Maybe after I read your book, we'll have you back and we could talk some more.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
My pleasure. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. Our show is Briggs on Books. We're an international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world about their books, about their adventures, about their ideas. So half the day I read books, the other half of the day I talk to authors over these Zoom calls. And there's so many exciting, I'm very excited about this. So let me just say, The American Zone, A Novel of Panama. I love to study the Panama Canal and that whole era, and what a tremendous feat that was to get that thing built. I'm looking for the author. There he is, Howard Schreier. Welcome, Howard.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Tell our viewers where you're located.
I'm actually in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico,
wow,
where I was part of the faculty at a wonderful writers' conference they have here every year. This was the 20th anniversary, and I taught creative writing aspects to some great people.
Nice.
And we're just spending a few extra days here before I head back to snowy Toronto.
Oh my goodness! Be
Yes.
careful how you land that plane there when you get
I
there.
know. Yes.
Are you? Is it sunny where you are now? Is it warm?
Very, very beautiful here.
Yeah, in Mexico. That's
Yes.
nice. By the way, I could go on and on about the Panama Canal Zone and the building of the thing, but you're telling a story. This is a novel that describes some characters that go do that. Tell our viewers about the book. Here's the cover.
So it's a novel about a 6-month period in 1906, which was when the American effort was just first really starting to get going. The first year or two, not much got done. They hired a chief engineer named John Wallace, who was not up to the job. He was so petrified of yellow fever that he brought a metal coffin for himself and one for his wife. He was sure that he was going to die. After a year, he just said, "That's it, I've had it." And Teddy Roosevelt and William Taft drafted John Frank Stevens to become chief engineer. He was America's greatest railroad builder. He had found the first pass through the Rocky Mountains. He had laid more track than anybody in the history of the country. And he said, "This is a railroad problem. We've got to, dig and blast and haul away that rock before it turns into mudslides and comes down on us." And he rebuilt the Panama Railway, which had fallen into disrepair, and just an ingenious system of rail cars to transport people and rock. But it was also the deadliest year. I interviewed a terrific historian at the University of Maryland, and I said, this is a 10-year thing. She said, narrow it down. And I asked her if there was like 1 year I was going to focus on, what should it be? And she said 1906. Yellow fever was just kind of coming to an end, but it was still a tremendously dangerous place to live and work. And people died by the thousands every year, whether from disease, accidents, suicide, different things. And so I focus on 1906, culminating in Teddy Roosevelt's visit to Panama in November.
Yeah, now, you chose two characters to tell this story through. Tell us about the characters and their diversity.
Well, I discovered in my research that it was a tremendously racist system that they had, kind of inherited from the Panama Railway. There were two payrolls, gold and silver. If you were a white American, a draftsman, an engineer, or a machinist, you got paid $2 a day in gold, which for 1906 was, a very handsome salary. You got free housing, education if you had kids, health care, sick days, 6 weeks of paid vacation out of the tropics. You got the kind of benefits even Scandinavia probably doesn't have today. On the other hand, if you were a black worker from the West Indies, where most of them came from Barbados, or even a European from a southern country, you were on the silver payroll. You got paid $1 a day in silver, not gold. Your benefits and accommodations were nowhere near what the white workers got. So I eventually developed two protagonists. One is a white American who leaves San Francisco after the terrible earthquake that destroyed the city in April of '06, and a young black man from Barbados. They arrive in Panama on the same day, but on opposite coasts, one in Panama City, one in Colón. And because one is white and one is black, the opportunities and their destinies could not be more different.
Amazing. Now,
Yes.
Howard, this is not your first book, is it?
Oh, no. It's my seventh book of fiction. I'm best known, is certainly in Canada, for a series of crime novels featuring a Toronto investigator who goes to different places in each book to solve his cases: Buffalo, Boston, Chicago, and Montreal. I've also written a standalone novel about the Witness Protection Program States and a book of crime stories.
Well, they also, I'm always interested to ask an author about his research, and certainly all those books took a lot of research. But tell us about this book, The American Zone, and what kind of research it took you to do.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I had never given the Panama Canal 2 seconds of thought, but I love documentary films. Usually rock and roll documentaries and how this band or that band got together. And then one day I was looking for something to watch, and I stumbled upon a very good PBS documentary. I forget the exact title, but it was about building the canal. And it talked about the contributions made by Teddy Roosevelt and John Stevens, and also William Gorgas, the doctor who really, he didn't exactly discover, but he was one of the first to say that yellow fever was transmitted by mosquitoes, not by swamp gas, bad water, dirty bed sheets, or other myths. And as you said, the scope of the project, the fact that people could look at this mountain range, the Continental Divide, and say, we can get through it. It was astounding to me. And so I began to research. And the first book I bought was called The Path Between the Seas by the great historian David McCullough. Just a tremendous book. And anyone who wants to know about the Panama Canal should start with that. But from there, we have a great library system in Toronto. I just would go type Panama Canal into their search and come up with books. I amassed quite a collection of Panama books at home, starting with the railway, starting with the earliest history. I came across fascinating stories, and for 6 months I did nothing but research. I didn't write a word until I felt like I had a pretty good grasp on who my characters might be, what the timeline I would use, and then key scenes. And Mike, I started my career in journalism many years ago, and so if I liked a book, I would write to the author and say, "Can we do an interview? Can you tell me more?" You find out the most interesting things that way. One of the first books I read was called Silver People by Margarita Engel. And it was a very interesting book, very poetic. In the notes at the back, I found an allusion to the fact that there were anarchists in the canal zone because they were importing workers from Spain and Cuba. And I started thinking, Teddy Roosevelt's coming, anarchists. There's cases of dynamite everywhere, for blasting in the Culebra Cut. Research, and I just taught this class at the San Miguel conference, where I said to them, you never know what your plot might be until you do your research.
Nice.
And only then do you know, I've got to have a character like this. I've got to work this in. This is an amazing, scene. Roosevelt, by the way, when he came to Panama, was the first sitting U.S. president ever to leave the country.
Wow.
And it was a bit of a scandal. He's doing what? You can't do that. Well, try telling that to Teddy Roosevelt. So it was a huge deal. So there were just tons of research. And then as the story took shape, I could do more of what I would call spot research. Just fill in little bits and pieces. I read a memoir called Canal Zone Policeman 88. By a guy who had joined. They had their own police force, their own legal system, their own criminal code. So one of my characters as a crime writer, I created a Canal Zone police officer. Nice. Wouldn't have known that until I had done the research.
Yeah, I think that this. First of all, it sounds amazing because you tell this story, but there's all these facts in there as well.
Oh yes,
historical facts. I mean, who knew the whole railroad thing that you told us? I find that the most fascinating, that they knew who to find and who to get the right engineer, and the engineer says, this is a railroad project. And that was amazing. I had not read that.
And had
part.
he not really come to that, I don't know that it ever would have gotten built, because the French, tried for about 5 years and then went bankrupt. But they would dig and blast, and then they would have these torrential rains, of course, and turn into mudslides that would come down and wipe out all the progress they'd made, and some of the workers and some of the material. John Stevens said, "I need bigger locomotives." And they designed them 5 times bigger than what the French had. He designed the biggest steam shovels ever built, I believe, in Milwaukee. And he just had such a great engineer's mind that he could apply his knowledge of railroads and other systems to the problem. And even though he didn't stay, he was a very thin-skinned guy, and he was easily insulted. And at one point he wrote to Roosevelt and said, "This is just a job to me, and I could make more money elsewhere." Yeah. Roosevelt didn't like that and said, "You know what? You're out." Yeah. And the third and final engineer was an army man who couldn't quit, named George Gettles. And he saw it through, but it never would have been done without Stevens' vision and plan.
It's interesting, projects like this, or going to the moon, the innovation that develops around it. That they invented the bigger locomotives and steam shovels and things like that.
Yeah, the innovation, but also the will. You needed a president like Roosevelt who said, "We're getting this done, and the government's paying for it. We're not raising money through bonds or anything like that." He was very, very insistent there would be no corruption, no padding. Every expense had to go through New York, through the Canal Commission. They ran a very, very tight ship. But you wonder sometimes today, does America, or other countries for that matter, do they still have the will to get these great projects done?
Yeah. Well, this is a very timely book. Like you said, you hadn't paid much attention to Panama Canal through the years, and now everybody said, "What is this? We gave it away. What's going on?" And
yes,
it's an interesting story. So fascinating story.
Yes.
Howard, I wish I could read all the books of all the authors I talked to, but this one, this will be in my stack very soon, because I'm very fascinated by this. And I can tell your approach is going to be very entertaining for me, and educational as well.
Well, I hope so. I'm a storyteller first and foremost. I'm not a historian, but the history that I include is accurate. I mean, I certainly did my utmost to check and double check, and I'm sure somebody reading it'll go, "Wait a minute." But I think you'll learn a lot about the cost of the canal in human life, as well as dollars, and just the enormity of the project.
Yeah, that's great. Howard, we're at the end of our time, actually past our time. I couldn't stop. Any last thoughts for our viewers about this book, or anything in the world you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, Panama's a great place to go to if you've never been there. I went on a research trip, and I found it absolutely fascinating. And to go down the canal, that in itself is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But I'm a new fan of historical fiction. My other novels were contemporary, and whatever dragged me into this one, I'm pretty sure my next book will be historical fiction as well.
That is great. Howard, I'd like you to come back on the show anytime you want. A lot of authors come every month or so, and we'd be happy to have you anytime.
Love to be back, Mike. Thank you.
Especially maybe after I read the book, we could have you back.
All right.
All right. For our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back with more authors from somewhere in the world right after this.
Hello, this is Hope Roski stepping in for Mike Briggs with Briggs on Books. Well, today I have a special guest coming in from Denver, Colorado via Zoom, and I would like to introduce author Jamie O'Donnell. Jamie, welcome to the show. It is so good to see you again.
Hey, Hopes, good to see you too.
Yeah, so I hear it's like pretty cold there up in the Denver area. I see you're in your sweats and everything.
Yeah, it's about 20 degrees outside, and we're expecting some snow today.
Oh my
It's been
goodness.
it's been pretty nice up until today.
Okay, well, I hope you don't get anything that's going to lock you in blizzard-wise, because, oh my goodness, I know the rest of the country's bracing. But speaking about bracing, you have a book that's out, Epiphany, that is to keep a reader on the edge of their seat. And I want to talk to you more about Epiphany, and basically because it is a thriller. Can you tell me a little bit about how you came up with it and the character development?
Well, I've written 3 previous books. I wrote Hunting for the Lamb of God and its sequel, Living for the Lamb of God. And then I also wrote Meth War, Lost, and Felony Flats. Now, all 3 of those books fall into the genre of horror thriller, where the first 2 I mentioned are a series, and that's also post-apocalyptic. This is also a horror thriller novel, so it's in that genre, and that's basically what I write. So, I think you got to write about what you know about, what you have an affinity for, and that's what I have an affinity for. So that's what I write about.
Right, and talking about with one of the main characters, I believe the husband who is chasing, like looking to hunt down basically, and it's a murder mystery as it goes, or thriller. Can you kind of, not without giving it all away, but just kind of tell the viewers a little bit about what they can expect in this particular thriller?
Well, I can. So the book begins with one of the protagonists, Paul Nelson. He's an old man, and he is on his way back from Costa Mesa, on his way to Virginia Beach, Virginia, to his home. He has a vitamin business that's taking off. He has a West Coast operation and his East Coast operation, but it's a worldwide business. And once a year, he goes out to the West Coast to oversee his operation out there, touch base, see what's going on. So he is on his way back. Now, the story starts, he walks out of a diner in the middle of the desert in Nevada at the crack of dawn. He had just had breakfast. He's on his way to start driving. And as he's walking out the door, he comes upon this young man slapping the crap out of this young woman. Mm-hmm. And he immediately intervenes, and he jumps in and he tells the young man, leave her alone. And the young man takes issue with that and whips out a knife on him and tells him he's gonna hurt the old man. And so Paul immediately reaches into his back belt where he keeps his 38 and points it at the young man, tells him basically never bring a knife to a gunfight. And the young man freaks out and puts a knife back in his pocket, and it gets all sheepish and tells the old man he wasn't gonna hurt her or hurt him or anything. So, but then what he does is, and all the while this young woman is looking at Paul like afraid for him to get involved to make it worse. So what the young man does is he goes into the back seat of his 79 Monte Carlo. He pulls out a suitcase, which is her suitcase, and he throws it onto the sidewalk in between the front bumper of the Monte Carlo and the diner. And he tells her to get her kid out of the car. And that is when the old man, Paul, notices there's a little 3-year-old boy sitting in the back seat, barely big enough to even look over the front seat. So she reaches back there, opens the passenger door, pulls the seat down, grabs her little boy, and then the young man gets in his Monte Carlo, starts it up, takes off, and strands her right there in the middle of the desert, starts speeding up Interstate 15. So Paul feels very guilty, and she's crying, now they're stuck there, and it's literally in the middle of nowhere. The diner is just in the middle of nowhere. So Paul offers her a ride to the nearest women's shelter, which would be in Denver. And so he takes her and the little boy, and on the way he takes a liking to the little boy and takes a liking to her, and he wants to help them. So he offers her a job caretaking his home in Virginia in exchange for room and board and a small stipend, and she accepts. What none of them know, and what Paul didn't even know, that she's actually running away from her husband. This guy that was slapping her up was not her husband, but he's chasing her, he's tracking her across the country. So now he's tracking them both across the country, and he wants to kill her and her son, which is also his son.
Right. So now it's like you have this good guy, the protagonist, Paul, who's trying to help out this abused woman and child and bring them to safety. Then you have the antagonist, which is her husband, the abuser, who is now tracking them to where they're going. So basically, he's going to be tracking them across country. In through the chapters, and as they're moving towards heading back east to where they're going, or to the destination, what are some of the other stops along the way? Is that addressed in the book? And what are some of the things that may kind of happen in pivotal moments?
Well, one of the things that the husband, his name is Lance Jorgensen, he's killing people along the way that have information. Yeah, so he's leaving a trail of dead bodies in his wake. And so the book primarily tracks all those instances that he is having with people, and her Lizzie, the girl, and Paul and her son. He's kind of tracking both of them on their trips until they culminate when they both arrive in Virginia Beach.
Okay.
And that is when the real story starts.
So that hits more of the climax of the book once they all get back to the Virginia Beach area. But what's interesting is that he is, her husband is doing serial killings along the way. Is at any point law enforcement involved in this, or is it just strictly just kind of the journey, or are there other people looking for him as well?
No, once they arrive in Virginia Beach, they're alerted by law enforcement that her husband is searching for, and most likely on his way to Virginia Beach, if he's not already there, to do her harm.
Right. So, we can't, of course, give away the ending of the book, but it sounds like, and usually to read a book like this is not typically my genre, but you have definitely piqued my interest, because the aspect of this chase that's happening, and it's kind of like a beat the clock, if you will, and will this woman and her child, will they be able to be safe? Will Paul be able to be the hero? These are all things that the reader has to wait to find out.
Exactly. There are two epiphanies in the book, and I just told you one of them.
Yes.
The first epiphany is Paul's wanting to help this woman and help her son. That's the epiphany he arrives at after he offers that ride to Denver. The second epiphany is really you won't expect it when it happens, but it's at the end of the book, and we certainly can't give that away.
We cannot give that away. So I think now that some of these viewers have had an opportunity to hear about this wonderful, wonderful book that you have written, how are they able to order it? Can you give a website for them to order?
Well, they can go to my website, which is www.jamieodonnell, that's JAMEYODONNELL.com. There is a purchase page on there that's got links, or they can just go to the usual suspects. They can go to Amazon.com,
Right.
or they can go to Barnes and Noble. It's going to eventually be available on 62 different platforms, but the two best platforms I would think are Amazon and Barnes and Noble. And this book, unlike my previous three, also has a hardcover.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so you can get this book in ebook, paperback, or hardcover.
Excellent, excellent. I don't, before we leave, because it's the word epiphany, January 6th is actually Epiphany Day. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. It's kind of ironic that we're doing this. But, and I don't want to take away from some of the other books that you've had the opportunity to write too. Can you just touch base a little bit about each one if people want to order, besides Epiphany, just give them a little summarization about each of the other books that you've had an opportunity to write?
Sure. So the first book that I wrote was in 2021. That's Hunting for the Lamb of God. It's post-apocalyptic, and basically what happens is Iran and North Korea, after years of crippling sanctions, they collaborate together and they construct 3 nuclear warheads. They put them on container ships and they park them off the east and west coast of the United States. They fire off simultaneously, and they all explode in the atmosphere miles above us, and it creates a super electromagnetic pulse that completely fries everything electrical, anything computerized, anything with wiring in the lower 48, southern Canada, northern Mexico, Cuba, and the Caribbean islands. It literally throws us back into the Stone Ages, into the early 1800s. That means no running water, no cars, no electricity, no TV, no internet, no phone, no radio, nothing. Everything stops. And,
that is, and I tell you, if that actually happened, I don't know what this world would do at that point.
Well, the thing about it is it's a very, very possible scenario.
Sure.
We are extremely vulnerable to that. Now, this book was awarded a Kirkus Star, which is kind of rarefied there. If you know anything about Kirkus, a Kirkus review is the Cadillac of all book reviews. And they award maybe 1 out of every 10, 15 books that they review a Kirkus Star. So it was awarded a Kirkus Star. So that book has been doing really well.
Congratulations
thank you.
to that. What an honor. What an honor.
The next book after that was a book that I had originally started to write 20 years ago, but was shelved. And I picked it back up and I finished it. And it's called Meth War, Lost in Felony Flats. And it's a fictional account of the great methamphetamine war in 1993 in the San Bernardino Valley between the Satanic Underground and the independent meth cooks. And it basically incorporates every myth, rumor, and half-truth that I'd ever heard when I was out on the streets shooting meth myself. In full disclosure, I am a recovered methamphetamine addict. I've been clean now for 23 years.
Good for you.
So that's what that's about, and that has literally, and it's very pulpy. When people talk about reading something that's pulp fiction, it's usually referred to, but at least back in the old days, as poor writing, but direct to the point. Well, mine is not poor writing. I'd like to think it's very good writing, and it's also been critically acclaimed. And so there's that book, and I would highly recommend it to read. It's a fantastic thriller. And then I wrote the sequel to Hunting for the Lamb of God, because Hunting for the Lamb of God kind of ends on a cliffhanger, and I pick it up where that one leaves off, and that has got some finality to it. It kind of brings everything to a close, to where it's satisfying, and it just goes further into the story, a few years into the story. So that's basically my 3 books.
Wow, I think they all sound amazing, and I wish you all the best on Epiphany. It sounds amazing, and the fact that you've already, accolades to you for already winning an award. This one may be the next one coming up. You just don't know, but I really think you've got a winner on your hands right here, Jamie.
Thank you. I hope so.
I believe you do. It'll be a great way to start 2025. And, keep it up. Keep it moving forward. I appreciate you coming on the show today.
Appreciate you having me.
You bet. This is Hope Roski with Briggs on Books.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, about their life experience, how they got to where they are today, things like that. We're having a guest today, a special guest, Jamie Severance. He has a little voice issue because of some things that happened to him in his life that have left him in this condition. But I can understand him very well. Welcome, Jamie. And by the way, here's for our viewers, here's a cover of the book, The Hayden Diary, and it kind of chronicles some things Jamie went through. So without much further ado, I'm just going to ask Jamie, tell me about the book.
All right, well, I'm going to ask you a favor. Please bear with me. I'm using notes for this interview because I'm really nervous. And when I'm nervous, I tend to forget what I'm talking about almost instantly. This is due to my short-term memory loss, which is caused by severe brain damage, which is then layered on top of a voice condition from the trauma of a tracheostomy. A tracheostomy is a procedure in which medical professionals make an incision in your airway and insert plastic tubing to create an alternate way to breathe. Unfortunately, these procedures can have complications, which is why I sound the way I sound. It sounds way worse on the screen than it does in person. Trust me.
Yeah. Well,
but with that said, I needed a tracheostomy because I was involved in a very serious and near-fatal motor vehicle accident, and that's the subject of my book. See, the plot of my book is as follows. At 17, I survived a life-threatening car accident that resulted in a traumatic brain injury, a TBI, during the senior year of high school in the fall of 2006. After a month-long coma, I awakened in a body that was completely alien to me. I couldn't walk, talk, swallow, remember. The list goes on. This is the epitome of a rude awakening. Meanwhile, it didn't mean time stopped just because I was in a car crash. Time, it waits for no one. And every day I spent in rehab was another day I was absent from what should have been my final year of high school with my classmates. And given that I had a girlfriend at the time of the accident, I made it a point to recover fast enough to at least attend prom with her by my side before the academic calendar ended. This creates tension, and it's often said that conflict makes a good fiction book. But The Hidden Diary is stranger than fiction. It's non-fiction. And this is more than just a tagline, because the book is written as if it were a novel. These aren't reflections of years gone by. I tell the story virtually as it happened. See, I started writing The Hidden Diary before I turned 18, and I finished it at 19. So I was able to recount the rehab experience with stunning accuracy. detailing how the accident and subsequent rehabilitation transformed me. With that said, because the book takes place when I was 17, it provides my target audience, who are families, teens, young adults, caregivers, healthcare pros, and educators. It provides them all with a relevant but underrepresented perspective in literature, and that is of a 17-year-old TBI patient and their experience emerging from the coma in real time. After all, memoirs, they tend to be written many years, many years after the event that incited them. They're not usually written by teens in inpatient rehab. The cool thing about the book is that after I got hurt, it took me about 1 to 2 years for my brain to mostly figure out what was appropriate and what's not. And research from the National Library of Medicine will bear that out. Now, being that the Hayden Diary was started and finished within this time frame of 1 to 2 years, it gives readers the unique opportunity to revive, rehabilitate, recover, and become a young adult with me in real time. Readers get to actually see my brain and cognition adjust at the same time the writing does as they progress through the different parts of the book. This is demonstrated through the raw and unpolished nature of the book. For example, because I wrote it when I was 18, I published my book largely unedited. Conventional wisdom would say doing this is a mistake, but I did it to preserve the authenticity of my thoughts at the time and my neurological development post-injury. For example, there are many curse words in the book, at least 200. Profane language isn't placed there to pander to my target audience. It's literally how I talk at the time of my brain damage. My decision to publish my book basically unedited with all the squares included portrays the reality of what it's like to have a brain injury that impacts social functioning. After all, publishing a book is largely a social behavior anyway, and when something's published, it's usually for others to read. The Hayden Diary is more than a book I wrote, though. It's an actual diary that's divided into 5 parts. But each part corresponds to one of the 5 conscious months I spent in inpatient rehab. This takes up 475 pages on the Amazon Kindle. Kindle pages closely approximate the dimensions of a printed page anyway. This means my book is an ebook. It is not available in print, but it is everywhere where books are sold online.
Nice. Very good. Wow. Do you have any anecdotes you'd like to share?
All right. There's this one time. All right. So one anecdote from the book, which is timely since this interview is literally 2 days before Valentine's Day, is that part 2 of the book takes place 1 day before Valentine's Day, 2007. During that time, I gave one of my favorite LNAs a cheap part-printed song along with a box of chocolate because I felt as though we could joke around with each other, you know? And I was confident that this would be perceived as a gag gift because the LNA I gave it to was a man. Even though we still laugh about it to this day, it was inappropriate behavior as well as a reckless gesture, given the intimate connotations of lingerie. Reckless behavior is part of a larger issue that impacts 30%, 30% of all TBI survivors. It's known as disinhibition or the lack of social restraint. It's part of the reason why my book is published unedited. It's part of the reason why TBI awareness is so important.
That's a great anecdote, by the way. Do you have any other anecdotes you'd like to share from the book?
Yeah, well, alright, so another anecdote I have is that one of the characters featured in the book went on to break a world record at the summer 2012 London Paralympics.
Wow.
This person even has their own holiday here in New Hampshire every year on September 23rd. It's funny because before they were discharged from the rehab center, they were discharged before me. We made a pinky promise to stay best friends forever. They later told me on a phone call when we were both discharged from rehab that they asked me not to forget them when I got famous because they knew I was writing a book at the time. So, in a way, this is me acknowledging that promise.
Interesting. That's great. Hey, we're running out of time already, Jamie, but I just want to give you a chance. Is there anything else you'd like the readers to know?
I have a whole bunch if you don't mind.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm a known entity on Google. So if you Google my name, Jamie Severance, or my pen name, Jamie Lewis Severance, with or without quotation marks, you'll see the way Google prioritizes me and search results as well as my online presence. The most important thing is that if you Google my legal name, which is Jamie Severance, you'll see a LinkedIn article I wrote called Raising TBI Awareness Through Memoir, From Hospital Bed to Bookshelf. That article tells you how the Hidden Diary is marketed. And that's par for the course for LinkedIn articles. But in that article, I also educate the reader about my condition and having that additional context enables the reader to understand why I act the way I do in the book and how that informs my goal of driving TBI awareness. I also have a YouTube channel with a sophisticated AI-generated review of my book using Google's podcasting technology called Notebook LM. It's interesting to see which parts the AI found notable in my memoir because I didn't script the AI. It reviewed my book autonomously. This is the only video on my channel because I do writing, not video. You can find it if you type my pen name, Jamie Lewis Severance, or The Hidden Diary into YouTube. It is 28 minutes long. Lastly, I do have a website. Well, it's actually more of an author's profile at my publisher's website, but speaking of author profiles, my book is also on Goodreads, which is significant because only librarians can create Goodreads listings. You can find both if you Google me with or without quotation marks. You'll find what you're looking for eventually. The main takeaway here is just to Google me. Because if you do, you'll also see I have a link tree set up. A link tree is a landing page that branches out into several related web pages from a single place. There, readers can see relevant publications I'm featured in, regardless whether they can see relevant publications I'm featured in without having to click everywhere to hunt them down. Case in point, if you want to know more about me, my mission, or my book, just Google it. You'll find what you're looking for eventually. As they say, all roads lead to Rome.
Jamie, you're a delightful guest. For the viewers, Google Jamie Severance and Google Jamie Lewis Severance, right? Both. Thank you so much for coming on. You're invited back. You can come on my show anytime. You're a great guest, and I appreciate talking to you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, and for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, where I get to talk to authors from all over the world about their books, their ideas, how they got it done, how much work is it to get a book out there. How come I don't have a book out there? It's so much work, and I like to get authors on the show who've done it and been through the nightmare and the struggles of getting a book out. Look at this book right here, Talking Pictures by Joe Cacciarelli. Not only do I have his book here, by the way, whoops, lost my whole mouse. Nobody go anywhere. Not only do I have his book, I have Joe here all the way from, I think, South Carolina. Is that right, Joe?
Correct.
Welcome on the show, Joe.
Great to meet you, Mike.
Talking Pictures. What's that book about?
Talking Pictures is a collection of short stories, each of which respectively inspired by a famous painting of Edward Hopper, who we can summarize as having documented the culture and the style of living that came to be associated with New York City between the wars, and I take a liberty with one of the paintings to extend it beyond that period into the late 90s. Yeah. But it's circumscribed by, say, around the end of World War I till the end of World War II.
Yeah. Edward Hopper, I'm not an expert.
He was a great realist. He was a great realist portrait painter, born in Nyack, New York. His home is subsequently turned into the Hopper Museum. Right. And each of the stories is drawn from one of the paintings, and the only imaginary character in the story is the character in the painting.
In the painting. Now,
Hopper actually appears in two.
I always say this about Edward Hopper is, I know his paintings when I see him.
Well, you said you had a copy of Nighthawks. You might want to turn
here's
that.
Nighthawk. Maybe our viewers will say, oh, yeah, I know that painting. A lot of people don't know the author or the painter, but when you see an Edward Hopper, you always know that's Edward Hopper. So your book makes up an imaginary tale of different paintings?
Each story attempts to describe the character in the painting and the moment of angst and loneliness that character was going through, since Hopper came to be equated with the psychological experience of angst and loneliness in the urban landscape. However, you do talk a lot about process, and I do want to get to that before we ramble all over the place. Basically, this is the history of my work where I am now. I began as a editorial assistant at Garland when we were putting out the definitive edition of James Joyce's Ulysses. Because of those contacts, I ended up writing a book for Garland, which subsequently got taken over by Taylor Francis. Okay, it's called Screen Sleuths. It's a filmography. From there, I went on in my summers after teaching high school and college to write the novel that describes what the Beowulf poet did in order to write the Old English epic. That's Ghost Song. Okay. After 2020, after my bout with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I wrote a cancer journal, and it's called Still Life with Cats. I don't know if you can see that.
Still Life with Cats,
Got a
yes.
great photograph
Yeah.
of Sir Walter Raleigh waiting in the Tower of London to be decapitated by James I. It's kind of like a metaphor for the cancer experience. And at the end, when I was spent with all my earlier ideas, I had this pile of old short stories from my juvenilia dating back to the 70s. I actually had the privilege of having one of the stories that's in Talking Pictures, New York movie, being turned down by the New Yorker, even though I was I guess, protege of Christopher Lamenhaupt's. I think that name will tell you how far we go back. The book reviewer for the New York Times.
Yes. Yep.
And his mother tried to promote my work with the then literary editor, but of course, no dice, and, you know, the story never went anywhere. However, I had been mentored by Edmund White, who you should know is probably one of the prominent modern novelists, Waiting for Elena, and The Room, the Room is Empty, and a biography of Proust, etc. And I also had the good fortune of having my work mentored by Edward Albee, the leading absurdist playwright of American drama in the 1960s. So to make a long story short, this pile at the end of Still Life with Cats is sitting in there, and I'm looking at it thinking, how can I rework these stories in a better context? Because while Edmund White and Albee praised the plotting, they were not thrilled with the style. So to make a long story short, I had recently read in a Dawn Powell novel called The Golden Spur, how a has-been revives her literary career by rewriting the stories from another point of view. And of course, that essentially wrote itself. Talking Pictures, however, has also the arcane accident of being considered by a small publisher, John Colby, who said, are any of the paintings in public domain? And that's what made bells go off. And so I found that Nighthawks was doable, none of the rest. But one painting that I didn't consider, Girl at a Sewing Machine, did end up in the collection, and it becomes the title, the first story in the collection, and it occurs before Hopper became equated with angst and loneliness. But I think that the heroine there, she personifies the kind of person that would attract Hopper in the first place before he even became obsessed with just the psychological dimensions. And little by little, that sewing machine pose becomes the story of her unhappy, jilted love affair with someone who turns out to be a priest. While she's imaginary, the priest was my grandmother's half-brother, a great uncle, one of the most brilliant seminarians at the University of Louvain in Belgium. He began his parish work working with a doctorate in sacred theology, even though he was an extraordinary builder of public works for his parish community. And he's real Raphael Chaffee. The Triangle Shirt Factory, in which the heroine's cousin is burned to death, is real. Hopper is clearly real, and his obsession with this new lady that he met. And essentially, the story unfolds as Hopper is trying to get her to pose without emotion, and eventually they come to the realization, I won't tell you the end, that she no longer needs to work on a wedding dress for a marriage that's never going to happen, and he might be able to use it for his intended bride. But that's the most I want to tell you about.
Don't give away any more than that.
Yes. The rest, so obviously it's too bad Mr. Colby did not decide to publish the book, because he inspired the first story. I wrote it in. Oh, and my son, who is an on and off addict of Henry James, decided that we should also pay homage to Charles Dickens in it. So there is an extraordinary reference to the wedding gown to Miss Havisham's final accident in Great Expectations.
Wow.
There are lots of literary allusions throughout the stories.
This is an amazing approach to a book, Joe. It's refreshing.
Well, out of accidents come sometimes great results. Not always, but in this case, I think that if you read Girl at a Sewing Machine, you'll agree.
I agree, yes. I can't wait. I'm kind of a nerd about stuff like this. So, I'll read it, and I'll be into it. I'll be studying.
God bless you.
I'll be studying backstories and things like that, references.
Right.
Did it take you a lot of research? Did this just flow out of your head, or did you do a lot of research?
Every painting, every story corresponds to the historical period in which the paintings were executed by Hopper. Yeah. Therefore, Girl at a Sewing Machine, the aftermath of World War One. Okay. And as with Sundays, the painting that depicts a very odd man, actually he's mentally disturbed, seated on the curb of 7th Avenue. And little by little, we realize that Hopper is spying on him from across the street, another tenement, as he paints this dejected person. And the story tells how he got to that point of catatonic emotional nervous breakdown.
Wow.
Okay, so that's Sundays. And of course, because of his actual involvement with people who were either killed or came back damaged from the trenches, he has, and it's great for civil rights at the time, an encounter with a black vet who becomes the source of what he thinks is going to be a solution to his problem that he can't get over his dead lover. Yeah. The black vet jokingly discloses to him that there's a madman in the neighborhood who's running a brothel, and he keeps an Edison spirit phone. Do you know what the Edison? This is all real.
Yeah.
Edison invented a phone through which he believed people could contact the dead. So poor Joe Sunday goes to this man Renfrew's establishment, pays the money to sit in the room where he's basically just doped with incense and funny lighting, but he believes that he's actually contacted his dead girlfriend, and at the time when he's called back to present time, the young man, also a prostitute in the brothel, comes to tell him his time is over, and he finds that the young man has an uncanny resemblance to his dead brother who died from the Spanish flu. Wow. Wait, it gets better. At that point, Joe decides that he's lost the woman of his dreams, but he's going to save this young man who reminds him of his brother. Right. Trust me, whenever we start to play God, you always can be sure it never ends well. So that's so much for Sundays. Is there anything you want to ask me about that story? Because the painting is probably the quintessential Hopper example of angst and loneliness that exists. In fact, many of the people that read the story couldn't understand what was going on until I explained to them, you're delving into the psychology of somebody who's had a complete catatonic breakdown.
Yeah. Now, I know some of the Edward Hopper paintings are in public domain. Is your book illustrated?
No, there aren't. Nighthawks and Girl at a Sewing Machine and his self-photo, which appears on my cover, that's in public domain. For some reason, wherever the museum is in Chicago in the Midwest, they forgot to renew our Nighthawks, and lucky me, I alighted for the kill.
Yeah. Joe, I can't even stop you from talking. You're so fascinating. I want to go on and on. You have time for
No.
Yeah,
I want to talk to you about the stories because I think that as we progress, we'll find out, in a way, the stories recount. Everybody wants to know, how did New York become? You say to me, your children have relocated from sunny California to not very pleasant New York City. And you can see throughout the course of the history the crime spread because of the awful situation with creeps like Hoover and the rest of the Central Intelligence, the machinations of the various financiers. I think there's one name that should come to mind. He currently owns China. And of course, the Bushes are always there when big crimes are ready to be committed.
Yeah.
And from there, we get to a story about a very mixed couple. She's Ukrainian Jewish, he's Ukrainian Orthodox Catholic, and they're struggling to get out of Stalin's Russia. Now, here the real characters come. My colleague throughout my teaching career, in fact, she got me my first job at the school where I retired, from which I retired, Brooklyn Technical High School. Her father was a great humanitarian and Zionist, and he did things like this to help people escape from the Iron Curtain. So the couple in the painting, the girl, her husband is not in the painting, and their children become the subject of the story and their difficult romance and how they're adjusting to living on Delancey Street in a view from Williamsburg Bridge. It's chock full. I mean, if you have this penchant for kosher cooking, Katz's Deli and the dairy restaurant Ratner's is depicted in full. There's lots of references that require you brushing up on your Hebrew and Yiddish, but essentially the story unfolds how her children, her husband ends up as a doorman at the posh, speaking of, you know, what we lost with the Czars, à la Veille Russie. Do you know what that it was and still is?
No.
À la Veille Russie is one of the largest collections of Russian artifacts and Fabergé eggs and other, treasures. And it's still there on Fifth Avenue and 59th Street under the Sherry Netherlands. But the story does and doesn't end happily. They managed to get out of the cramped apartment on Delancey Street to one of the newer projects that were being constructed under Roosevelt's efforts. Let's say one thing he did good, the Mitchell-Lama projects. This is all real. I lived in the East Village. I knew these. In fact, I had a friend who lived in one of the apartments 60 years after the fact. And while she doesn't end well, her children's story is given in fast forward a la Gogol in The Overcoat, and you can juggle between Russian styles. Also, the husband is a nephew of Anna Akhmatova, the new style of writing poetry under Stalin, and she and her lover were basically hounded by Stalin until his death, and then she died in old age after the purges were concluded. But Anna Akhmatova is quoted extensively because her nephew thinks that he's going to be a great author too. It's quite a pipe dream. They all are in cahoots with the effort to promote The Great Gatsby. I don't know if you're aware, when Gatsby was published, it was a disaster. It was only later academies that revived it. But they feel like they're on Fitzgerald's level at some time, and they're not. They're somewhere stuck between the old time Yiddish theater and other writers who, most people don't even read because of the language barrier.
Well, Joe, if people want to know more, they're going to have to get the book and read the book, because we've gone way over time.
You have to.
I enjoyed very much talking to you, by the way. Where can people get the book?
You can order it on Amazon currently. It's on there with all my other books. And they have to have the correct spelling. Obviously, it's just Joe Cocciarelli, Talking Pictures.
Pictures.
No, we don't have time for New York Movie, The Office at Night, The Mafia. New York Movie, the FBI takes over. The Office at Night, The Mafia is making a hit on a woman who thinks she's dealing with her husband who was presumed dead. And finally, in Talking Pictures, let's say it's kind of like a ghost tale, except that it deals extensively with all the work that Larry Kramer did to denounce Fauci when he was at the height of his machinations for AIDS. As you know, Fauci went on with the Wuhan virus and got a lot more people to go along with his nefarious designs.
Joe, you're delightful.
That's Nighthawk. That would be Nighthawk.
Nighthawk, yeah, you're delightful to talk to. The best guests, I get to just sit back and let them go, and you did that, and you entertained us for the entire time. I appreciate it.
I'm glad you're entertained, but the important thing is to take the short story form and create a new approach, whereas only the character in the title is imaginary, and everybody else there is based on either historical people I knew, or in the case I didn't know Edison with his hoax of the spirit phone, but you can easily look it up and research it to know what life was like in the aftermath of the Trench War as we were waiting for the first atomic war.
Yes. Joe, thank you.
Things were not moving. They were not moving in a positive trajectory for mankind. He wants you to ask me some more questions.
For our viewers, don't go anywhere because we have another author coming up right after this. Joe, I'm sorry we have to run. We are just booked back to back, but we're going to have you on again.
Sorry as it was really a thrill to get to speak with you. Thank you so much, Mike. Whatever you can do for boosting my book's popularity, but Talking Pictures is currently available, and no one will leave disappointed.
All righty. We'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world, and I get to introduce you to their books. Look at this book. This is quite about Goats and a Plunger Stick by L.G. Opperly. And not only do we have the book here, we have the author. Let's see if I can find her. Welcome, L.G.
Hi.
I'm going to get the book. It's kind of wide for our screen. I'm going to squeeze it in here. Here's the cover. It's a fantastic cover, by the way.
Oh, thanks to my friend Amanda, who is author A.J. Coleman. She did that for me.
Yeah, I always say, how do you pick your next book? For me, it's partly the cover. Has a lot to do with picking a book. And
definitely. Yeah, it's got to grab your attention somehow.
Yeah, and this
got to look some sort of unique.
Yeah, this book it made me stop and look. I got a chuckle out of it from the first moment I saw it. Tell us about the book, LG.
The book is about 3 years that I was in California. A lot of the time was spent in the Fresno area.
Nice.
But also traveling to the Hollywood area for casting calls. And basically, it's about the 3 years that I spent couch surfing while going to casting calls, but also working part-time jobs, keeping a roof over my head, and all the adventures in between.
Yeah, I meant to mention that. I did not know you wrote a book. I knew you from your efforts in the entertainment industry, theater, film, all kinds of stuff. Now,
right, I finally got around to writing it, and I published it last year.
Nice. Now, it looks like the picture looks like Arizona, and the background looks like Hollywood.
Right? So, years ago, I had in my head what I wanted the cover to look like, sort of an homage to the older man and wife, with the farmer's wife, the farmer and his wife, with the pitchfork, and you got the farmhouse in the background.
Yes.
So my brain went, okay, cool. I'm going to have the Hollywood sign in the background with the saguaro cacti representing Arizona, and then the bright California sun, and then I got my sunglasses and I'm looking all Hollywoodish, but I'm holding the plunger, and I've got my comrade, the goat, next to me.
Yeah.
So
it's almost looks like a genuine Grant Wood painting. Yeah, that's the painter, Grant Wood, who painted the. Anyway, do you still have 1 foot in Hollywood and 1 in Arizona?
So what? Sorry.
Are you still part-time Hollywood, part-time Arizona? Are you still in plays and doing entertainment?
It's been a bit rough in this post-2020 world, got to admit. I am currently in Arizona. I'm wanting to get back into the entertainment industry a lot more often than I am, which is, it's tricky. It's tricky in this post-2020 world, but I'm hopeful, and my dream is to get back to it full-time. Yeah.
Tell us more about the book. Is it a grown-up book? Is it for anybody can read it?
I would say, these days, 16 and up.
Okay.
It's got some colorful language, not too often though, and it's about very you know, a lot of it is funny, in my opinion, especially the goats and the plunger stick part.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is very holy guacamole. What am I going to do next? Where am I going to live? How am I going to get from point A to point B? How am I going to get to get some food when the food stamps are running out? So serious topics, but I would say 16 and above.
Yeah. And it's a memoir? Is it a memoir?
It's my biography. Yeah, I've changed certain names to protect the not so innocent, but it's all it's all me. That's all me.
Yeah, I find it fascinating already. I have not opened the book. I love memoirs. I love to hear how people live their life, and you're pretty young to have a memoir.
It's I love memoirs too. So if you say did you say I'm pretty young to have?
You're pretty young to have a
just,
memoir.
I won't say what my age is, but thank you.
But you live. Sounds like you've had a lot of adventures.
Yes, that is a very positive spin. Lots of adventures. Yes.
Would it book be somebody? If I have somebody in my life who's trying to break into the entertainment industry and going through the things you did, traveling for auditions and stuff, will they get a kick out of it?
Oh, definitely. I'm not saying, hey, everyone should, you know. Actually, I do. I think if anyone is thinking about physically moving to somewhere that they believe is going to be a foot in the door for them, in the entertainment industry in particular, and you're leaving behind your friends, your family, and maybe you have a couple of friends where you're moving to, but that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Definitely, it's a good read because I pour out my heart in it, letting people know my thoughts, my feelings, you know, stuff that I was going through at the time.
Mm-hmm.
The good and the not so good.
Do you have any little stories out of the book you could share with us?
The goats and the plunger stick part. So that came from, I was temporarily living one summer with a great lady who had a ranch out on the outskirts of Clovis. I'm sure you know that area where there's the beautiful hills. And So she was out of town for a few days, and she gave me all this list of instructions. Here's what to do. Da, da, da. And there were goats, there were horses, there was all sorts of animals. So these darn goats kept getting out of where they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I called her once. I was like, here's the deal. What should I do? And she goes, well, you know that first step where you blow the whistle? She goes, go ahead and do that. She wasn't being sarcastic. She was just like, just blow the whistle, but you got to wear earplugs because you don't want to hurt your ears. Yeah. Okay. Put the earplugs in, blow the whistle while I was like behind them, blowing the whistle. And put them in the gate, close the gate. An hour later, they're out again. Called her back. Okay, go ahead and do this. Do the treats. See if they'll follow you with their favorite treats. Grab the treats. They followed me. Put them back in. Third time they got out. Called her again. Was like, okay, you don't have a step for, you know, what if they get out the third time? And I was laughing, but I was like, well, just grab a piece of wood or, you know, like a stick, a big stick, and hit the ground, not them, of course, hit the ground behind them and around them while herding them back to their pen. I was like, where might you have one? Because she had acres of land and I wasn't finding anything. I was on the phone with her. She goes, I think there's an old plunger stick around the corner of the blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, there was an old plunger stick. No plunger, but just the stick. And that's what I used. So that's where I got the title of the book. And there's a part in the book about that whole experience too.
Yeah. I find it amusing because I have goat stories as well because I grew up in the same neighborhood. So.
Okay, cool.
Lori, where can we get this book?
Right now, it's only in ebook form. It's on Amazon, and I am working on getting the particular ISBN to release it physical copy soon. Yeah. So right now, it's just ebook, and it's $7.77. Nice. Or if you don't have Kindle yet, you don't have to have the actual Kindle device, but it's an app. So if you want to get Kindle Unlimited, you can try that out for free for 30 days.
Yeah.
And you can download my book for free that way too.
Nice. Yeah. I do have a Kindle, by the way, but it's still sealed in the box since last July, Father's Day. I got it, and I have not opened it yet. But I'm amused, and I'm curious to read the whole book and see the story of you going from Fresno to Hollywood and ending up in Arizona or wherever you are now, Lori.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I'm wherever I am too sometimes. Where am I?
They only give us 10 minutes. I'd like to keep going, but they're giving me the signal. But I just want to give you a moment. Any last thoughts you want to tell the viewers about your book or about you or anything you want to talk about?
I am for hire, not just with any writing conventions coming up or things like that, but also the entertainment industry. I've got an IMDb profile and also regular work. So give me a call, email me.
You're open and
Let's
you're
talk.
available. So your website's
Yeah.
on the screen, Instagram's on the screen, and we'll keep in touch with you, Lori. Thank you
Thanks
for coming
so
on the
much.
show. I'm very excited about this book.
Good to see you again, Mike. Thank you so much for having me on.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Are you about to pick the next book you read? Well, I've got some ideas for you. Also, it's coming up to holiday season. I know what you're going to give as gifts this holiday. You're going to give books, aren't you? Before you make any purchases, check out this series. I call it the Stone series. The new one by Margaret Izzard is Stone of Lust. Not only do I have the book here, actually she has a couple of new books. I also have Margaret. Let's see if I can click around and find her. There she is. Margaret Izzard. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Stone of Lust. By the way, here's some of her previous books. Here's Stone of Hope. Here's Stone of Love. And the newest, one of her newest books is Stone of Lust. And also, I should say this before we go too far, Margaret. Is this the newest? Thistle?
Thistle and the Mistletoe.
Okay. Is that your newest or is Stone of...
That's the most recent release.
Okay.
That's my holiday release that came out November 4th.
Yeah. This is the one everybody's going to want to give out during the holiday season. Tell us about it, Margaret.
Thistle and the Mistletoe actually features a couple that we met in Stone of Love. In Stone of Love, Colin travels back in time and assumes the identity of his identical ancestor. So Thistle and the Mistletoe looks at how that ancestor met his love. So it actually occurs before Colin came back in time. There's no time travel in it. There is a little bit of magic because the magic stones, those magic Iona stones are there. So there's a little bit of magic involved in it, but it's a little bit more straightforward of a historical romance novel that takes place in 17th century Scotland. It was actually something that I wanted to write for a long time. I've always imagined Roderick and Mary's relationship and courtship occurring over the holidays. And, you know, since it's an enemies to lovers romance, I thought I'd put Thistle in the middle of it because, you know, thistles are spiny. So that's why we call it Thistle and the Mistletoe, is that through clan wars and clan enemies, the two are thrown together and have to kind of forge their way and find love.
Nice. Now, Margaret, do we need to read your books in order, or can we just pick up any one and start there?
Well, that's a really good question. They are written with enough information at the beginning that if you happen to pick one up in the middle, the first one's love, the second one's fear, the third one's lust. There's the Christmas Thistle and the Mistletoe. You mentioned Stone of Hope, which is coming in January. If you pick up any one of these, you can start from that point However, a lot of my critics, a lot of my reviewers, a lot of people, especially a lot of my readers and followers, the stories are so much more enriching if you read them in order, because there's things that link back and hook up and little tidbits here and there that you might not be able to pick up. But they're if you happen to pick up Stone of Fear, the second book, there's enough to get you through the book at the beginning to understand what's all going on.
That's great. Yeah, I'm going to start in order. Which is the first one, by the way?
Stone of Love.
Stone of Love. Okay. There it is. I just happen to have it right here. Stone of Love. Start with Stone of Love. You know what? If you're going to give this book out at Christmas time, just buy the whole series for whoever you're giving the book to, and that would be a much better gift, I think. Now, the most recent, which one is the most recent? No, we did
Besides the Christmas book,
Yes.
The Stone of Lust.
There it is.
Stone of Lust is book 3 and actually focuses on Colin's sister, Annis Lee. And Annis Lee tries to help save Brielle, which is Colin's love, from the first book. She tries to save her from being kidnapped, and they actually get pulled through a portal in time and back into the Viking Age. So Stone of Lust focuses on the McDougal's ancestry, the Lord of Lorne and the Vikings, and Annis Lee is sort of this warrior woman, a modern woman in the Viking times who is an expert at Viking warfare. That is a hobby of hers. And so she's thrust in her most favorite time with it she's living. And so, things kind of unfold from there. I don't want to give it all away, but it's a wonderful little time travel story. We see Brielle and we see Colin again from the first book, and it has a really nice ending.
Yeah. Are these all set in Scotland? Mostly in Scotland?
The first 4 books, the first 3 books and the Christmas book are set in Scotland. Now, Stone of Hope is not.
Okay.
Stone of Hope focuses on Brielle's brother, who is a fighter pilot. He's an adrenaline junkie. It starts off in Florida, and he actually accidentally time travels with his niece and nephew to Egypt of the 1930s. So we find ourselves in Egypt at archaeological digs and fighting mystic forces there.
Amazing. So all my family's Scottish, and none of us have ever been to Scotland, so they're all going to enjoy these books. In my introduction, I called these the Stone series. What do you call the series?
Stones of Iona.
Oh, Stones of Iona. What does Iona mean?
Iona is an island. It's actually one of the Western Isles in Scotland, and it's considered a very mystic island. It actually sits on a ley line, so it's polarized. So if you go at the top is at the highest point on the island, it's magnetized there. So one side of the island is one type of rock, the other side of the island is another type of rock. So it within itself is very mystical. There's the Iona Abbey there. So the stones come from Iona, and the McDougals are their guardians, and they're keeping them safe for the fairies, for the fae.
Now, did you have to do a lot of research for these books?
Yes, yes. There's a lot of the historical elements that you find in the books they're real. They're real accountings. There is a lot of history research that goes into these books. There's a lot of folklore and a lot of folk stories from the Scottish heritage that are involved in the books that we link through these stories. So there's a lot of research in how I bring these historical elements and these folklore stories together and merge it with a story of love.
Nice. Very nice. And of course, you had to go to Scotland probably many times to do your research?
I've been once. We went a couple years ago. My husband and I went together for about 2.5 weeks. Wow. We started in Glasgow. We went up for Cairngorms and finished in Edinburgh, and it was an absolutely wonderful trip. My favorite stop was Oban. Outside of Oban is where the 2 castles are that I focus my series on, which is Dunstafnage and Donnelly Castle. Oban is considered the gateway to the Western Isles. It is also the location for the Stone of Lust, and it is the Viking stronghold when the Viking times was around Scotland. And so the bay there, it's still there's still a lot of the same historical buildings. The entire town faces the bay. We spent 2 days there. It was absolutely magical. The inn faced the bay in the sunset. So every time at dinner, I sat and watched the sunset over this bay and over the Western Isles, and it was just beautiful.
Amazing. I'm glad you got to do that. Margaret, I have your web address on the screen. Margaret is our author.com. What would our viewers find there?
Oh my goodness. All my books are featured there. I have a section about what's coming up and my appearances, the different appearances that I have going on. You also want to link into my socials. I do a number of Facebook parties, a number of different social media parties that I'm involved with where I do giveaways. I've got especially in Facebook over the next month for the holidays, I've got a lot of little parties and giveaways going on there. My social handle is Mizard Author, so that's Mizard Author. It's where you will find me on all my social handles, including Blue Sky. So you certainly want to follow me there, kind of keep up with things. You can sign up for my newsletter. I have a monthly newsletter, and occasionally I'll pop out in the middle of the month, maybe some little announcements if I've got something special going on. I also have a secret section in my website that is where the fairy realm is. So if you click on any of the little fairy icons on any of the pages, that will take you to the fairy realm, and Colin's Fairy Bridget will walk you through some things there. So that's a little secret section for certain people.
Let me just say, nobody would know about those secret spots on the webpage except when they watch Briggs on Books. Margaret gave
That's
us something
right.
for free. Thank you, Margaret. I'm fascinated by this and by your books, and of course, newly discovering that I'm from Scotland, or I'm Scottish, almost 100%. I can't wait to dig into them and unlock some of the traditions of Scotland through your books. We're way past time. I always do that with you, Margaret. I don't know why. You're just fascinating to talk to. But any last thoughts before we go?
No, the series, well, actually, the series is 7 books. The series is complete. Stone of Hope comes out in January, which is the 4th book. The 5th book is in production, which is Doubt, and the other ones will soon follow. There is another Christmas companion book that'll come out next Christmas. And after that, we actually go straight into another series that links to this one, that is the Dragons of Tantalon, which are my dragon shapeshifters that you meet in the first book in Stone of Love. So nice. I've got a lot coming.
A lot going on. Now, Stone of Hope, is that the one coming out?
Yes, that's the one coming in January.
Yeah. Well,
January 13th.
Apparently, because I was just there on Amazon, you could order it now.
Yes, it's on pre-order now. That's correct.
And I just happen to have the cover. So excellent, Margaret. Thank you so much for coming on the show again. You're one of my favorite guests, and I hope you'll come back again and again. I don't have to.
I will.
I don't have to hope you'll write another book so you can come back, because I know you have so many in the works. That's fascinating, Margaret. For our viewers watching, don't go anywhere, because we have another author coming up right after this. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show. I talk to authors all over the world. I have the best job in the world. I love to read. I love to talk to authors, and I get to do that every day. Here's an interesting new book, Karma and Kismet. It's about a spiritual journey across continents. And not only do I have the book here, check this out. I have the author, Michael Chandler. Welcome, Michael.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Can you tell our viewers about where you're located?
I'm in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Oh, Amherst.
It's about 100 miles west of Boston.
Are you I noticed you're Dr. Chandler. Are you a professor?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
But you had quite a life. I mean, you got to tell our viewers where you were born and a little bit about the book and your journey.
Yeah, I was born in Cape Town, South Africa, 1946, just after the Second World War. And I grew up there until I was 20, and then I left the country, and I'm sure maybe we'll get a chance to talk about how that came about and what happened to me.
And so the book, it's a memoir?
It is a memoir, correct.
Yeah, tell us some of the story, how you came to leave South Africa and where you went on. And it was a spiritual journey?
So I grew up in, during the apartheid time in South Africa. And it was just a few years after the war, in the early 1950s and 60s. And I grew up in a family. My mother was a Holocaust survivor. And she had, how shall I say, PTSD, I guess would be the polite way of saying it. And my dad was a soldier, and he was also damaged by the war. He was wounded, and but more important than that, he was psychologically affected. The stress affected him, and he tended to be mercurial. He could fly off the handle at any moment, and I was always kind of guarding myself against potential violence. So I had that in the house, and my mom, of course, was very erratic. But outside the house, it being so close to the Second World War, the half of the white population in South Africa were Afrikaners. The other half were English, and I fit into the English cadre. But the Afrikaners had gone to war with the English in the Anglo-Boer War, and the British had actually won that war and given the Afrikaners, really quite a humiliating loss, really. And during the war, during that war, lots of elders, Afrikaner elders, women, and children were incarcerated and put into the first concentration camps that we know about. And about over 27,000 of them died in the concentration camps. So when the war was over, they were pretty pissed off with the British, and they felt humiliated and so on. And then from a Jewish point of view, the Afrikaners blamed the Jews for helping the British to keep them in poverty after the war. So there was a lot of animosity going back to the turn of the 20th century, really, vis-a-vis Jews. Well, I was born 46 years later, but that animosity was still strong. And in fact, before the Second World War, the Afrikaners in large numbers had joined Nazi movements in South Africa. They had the gray shirts, for example, which was the equivalent of the Nazi brown shirts in Germany and Austria. So, and they beat up Jews, and they beat up any usually English-speaking young man who wanted to join the Allied war effort to fight as a soldier. So there was a lot of tension. And then by 1948, the Afrikaners actually gained power in South Africa, and thus began the famous apartheid legal system. Of course, South Africa had been a pigmentocracy going back, 200 years anyway, if not longer, probably 300 years actually. And so by the time the Afrikaners came along, they learned from the Nazis. In fact, some of them had gone to Germany to learn directly from the Nazis, and they used what they learned to formulate the apartheid system. So I grew up in this. I was an unusual kid in the sense that, only in this sense, that most kids either were educated in the English tradition, or if they were Afrikaners, they were educated in the Afrikaner system. But when I was 13, my father decided it's probably a good idea for me to become a bilingual South African, and he sent me to an Afrikaner school far away from where I lived in Cape Town, in a desert area, which was most famous for being the most prominent place where ostriches were reared and the feathers were used. And the reason why ostriches were so popular at one time was because ostrich feather boas and hats were extremely popular with women. It was the big sort of women's fashion craze, which went on for 40 years.
Wow.
So ostrich feathers were incredibly valuable. They were worth more than gold by weight, as a matter of fact, and they were South Africa's fourth largest export. So anyways, I got sent to boarding school in this place where I couldn't speak the language. It was a tough place. It was very anti-Semitic. And it was really the beginning of me kind of awakening to, I guess you'd call it, relatively big challenges for a 13-year-old.
Oh boy.
And so I spent 3 years in this place. It was a tough place, and I write about it in some detail in the book.
Nice.
Then I went back to Cape Town, finished high school, matriculated, and 10 days later I was inducted into the South African Army.
Oh boy.
Where I really didn't want to be. I wasn't politically sophisticated, but I had an instinctive aversion, if you will, to the whole sort of system of apartheid, the narrowness, the kind of psychological conservativeness of the Afrikaners. And but anyways, I went back and finished high school, went immediately into the army, and in the army I was badly injured in another anti-Semitic incident. So by the time I was 19, I was really pretty fed up with South Africa. I felt like an outsider. I didn't feel much allegiance to the country. My parents' marriage was on the rock. It was pretty unhappy scene. And I won't go into too much detail about how bad it was. You'll just have to take my word that it was very bad. If you want to read the details, you got to read the book.
Read the book, okay.
So at that time, the war in Israel, the 1967 Six-Day War broke out. And I was so unhappy in South Africa. And when they called for volunteers, I was number 3 in line. I said, take me. I'll do anything to get out of here. I'll even, I'll work, I'll do whatever it takes. I just want to get out of here. So they paid my way. And next thing I knew, within a week, I was living on a kibbutz in Israel. And it so happened that my kibbutz parents, a couple who was assigned to me to take care of me, the husband, my kibbutz father, my Abba, who happened to be a high officer in the IDF, in the Israeli Defense Forces. And he took me on a trip to the Golan Heights. This is only, a short time after the war. And there was, everything on the battlefield could still basically be seen. And there was a lot of wreckage, it was obvious that a lot of people had died there. And it totally freaked me out. I realized that I had just come out of the South African army, managed to get out of it. That's another story in the book about what happened with that. I won't spoil the book by telling you, but basically it was quite a harrowing escape. And here I was on the Golan Heights with my kibbutz father, this high officer, and he was sort of proudly showing me around. And I was freaking out, saying to myself, oh my God, if I stay here in Israel, even though other things are good, I'd have a place to live, I could live on the kibbutz, I'd have a girlfriend. There was even one girl that was after me, and I was like, wow, this is pretty nice. I had a job, I knew what I was going to do on the kibbutz or what they expected me to do, and it was well within my capacity. So life was pretty sweet, except for this one minor detail, which was that there was no doubt I would be conscripted into the Israeli army if I stayed there. And I said to myself, I had a kind of a battlefield awakening, if you will. And I said to myself, am I ready to die for this? And I looked around and the answer came back, no. I'm not that committed. Even though my family, including my mother, had been rescued by Zionist partisans who had brought her from basically escaping by the skin of her teeth from Hitler, had brought her to Palestine. So I felt a kind of a familial duty to be loyal. But the question was, is that loyalty, is it stronger than really my life? And the answer was, as I said, the answer was no. So the question was, I didn't feel I could go back to South Africa. Everything about South Africa was depressing. I did not want to go back. The question was, I didn't want to stay in Israel now either, because it suddenly seemed pretty dangerous for a 21-year-old, guy. And I remembered then that my mother had 2 brothers who, like her, had been dispersed around the world, and they had wound up in Vancouver, Canada. So it was January 1968. I wrote them a letter. After about a month, I got a torn piece of paper back with a $100 bill pinned to it and one line. It said, "We hope this helps you to get here. If you come, you'll be welcome." So I had my marching orders, and off I went to Vancouver. And it turned out that my 2 uncles, Ernst and Walter, were really quite difficult characters in the sense of that they were themselves. They had been child survivors, and they were pretty PTSD themselves. So it was kind of tough. I began to live with one of them, and it was kind of tough. He was an insomniac who talked nonstop all night, and so on. So it was difficult. It was very difficult. But about 6 months after I had arrived, I decided I wanted to go to college. And so I applied and I got into college and started going to college. And soon, other kids and even one of my professors said, "Hey, have you ever turned on?" I said, "Well, what are you talking about?" They said, "Well, have you ever taken a psychedelic trip?" Well, I was, very, very straight young guy from South Africa. That was about the farthest thing from my mind. But I said, well, what the heck, I'm 21 years old. I'll try it. So, in fact, one of my professors arranged for me to come to his house and he guided me on my first psychedelic trip. And it was an amazing, amazing event in my life. It woke, I'll just be straight about it. It woke me up. I realized that how much armor I had on me from my South African sojourn, and that I wanted nothing more than to shed that armor and open up and experience life in a more, I guess, whole way, if you will, and that I wanted to be happy. And I realized that I was carrying a lot of weight around with me, and I wanted to find a way to kind of offload that. So I went through a few years of experimentation, and eventually I heard about a guy by the name of Ram Dass, who was a former professor at Harvard, and he was partners with Timothy Leary, the famous Timothy Leary. And I wrote him a letter, and I told him, I said, I've taken LSD and mescaline and magic mushrooms, and I feel like something spiritual has been awoken in me. Can you basically give me some guidance here? And so he wrote me a letter, and he said, at the time I was living in Montreal, he said, set up a talk for me and we'll meet, and during that time we'll have an opportunity to talk. Well, I set up a talk for him, 2 talks in fact, and it turned out that what I thought was going to be just sort of a modest crowd turned into this enormous turnout. And he said to me, he said, wow, he said, you're really good at setting up these talks. Would you like to be my road manager? Wow. So who am I to blow against the wind, so to speak? And so I became Ram Dass's road manager for a while. And he introduced me to his yogi teacher, who was a silent Himalayan monk. And I tried to get to India, but because of my South African passport, I was not able to. They wouldn't give me a visa. But I found out that this silent yogi was coming to California. So I wrote to him, and he invited me down to California. And I met him at Sea Ranch, in fact. You might know Sea Ranch. And he was staying with the professor from University of California at Davis. And so began a relationship that went on for the next 10 years. Wow. And he introduced me to my wife, and we got married. We had first one kid, then another. We co-founded, my wife and I co-founded this yoga community in Vancouver called Dharmasara that began to flourish. But after about 5 years of doing that, things kind of went sour. And we went to visit my wife's parents in Massachusetts. And basically, we decided not to go back to Vancouver. And we were publishing some books at the time. We had published, I think, 4 or 5 books at that particular juncture. We were still young. It was kind of amazing that we'd gotten these books published, but we did. And not that we were making a lot of money, not by any means, not at all. But we had managed to get these books published. So we were sort of living as poor authors, if you will. And someone told us about Amherst. He said, you should go to Amherst. Amherst is a good place. They've got a good school system there for your child. And check out Amherst. So we did. And it turned out, it was a good school system. And we settled in Amherst. And one day I was walking shortly after we had arrived there. I was walking in a cemetery. And an old guy, he must have been well into his 70s, late 70s, I think, with glasses and kind of looked kind of like a little owl, actually. He came up to me in the cemetery and he said, "You're new here, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, we just moved in a few weeks ago." And he said, "Yes, I've seen you." He says, "My name's Roy." He says, "I'm your next door neighbor." He says, "What do you do?" So I told him that we were, basically starving artists, starving authors, and And we had a kid and so on. And he said, oh, I'd be very interested in looking at your books. So I went home. It was not far away, just a few hundred yards from the cemetery. And I got the book that I was most proud of, the Marriage and Family book. And I brought it to him and he took it. And a couple of days later, we met in the cemetery again. And he said, wow, he said, I'm really impressed. He said, have you thought about going back to school? And I said, oh, no, I'm not going back to school now. I had a year and a half of school, college under my belt at that point. I said, I can't imagine, I was 33, can't imagine being with, 19-year-olds. I just can't do, I cannot even think of it. So he says, no, no, no. He says, I'm thinking about graduate school. And he says, I'm going to give the dean of the dean of the School of Education a phone call. So he gave her a phone call. Next thing I knew, I took the books that I had, a little pile of books, and I went to see the dean. And right away, she said to me, she said, we'd like to offer you a teaching assistantship and entry into the master's program here. And if you do well, you can go on for a doctorate. So I was like, wow. Suddenly my life had taken a very radical change. So I went on, I did the master's degree. I saw I could do it. I had tremendous, from my schooling in South Africa and from my general upbringing, the punitive nature of it, I had a very, very poor self-image. And I did not think that I was really, how shall I say, college or never mind graduate school material. But I kept doing really well, getting A's, and my teachers were like very impressed and all that. So I began to slowly, my self-image began to change, and eventually I got the doctorate. And on the morning that I actually got my doctorate, I had to get Form 10, it was called, had to be signed. Once that was signed, you were officially a doctor. So got Form 10 signed. I was now a doctor. I was over the moon with happiness, and I couldn't quite believe that this had happened to me, honestly, even though I had worked very, very hard for it. And I said, my dad, and I had been estranged from my dad for 16 years at that point. We hadn't had any contact. And so I decided I'll call him in South Africa and I'll just tell him, to heck with the formalities of the situation. I'll just tell him and I know he'll be happy. So I called South Africa and his secretary said, sorry, your dad's in the US on a business trip. Wow. Now, this in itself was absolutely stunning because my father was one of these people that he never left home hardly. So it was a real kind of one of these, I guess you'd call it kismet moments, where the universe kind of intercedes in some way and you're suddenly on a very different track. So I called my dad up and told him who it was, and he was, of course, shocked. And he said, look, he was in LA. He said, I'm coming to New York. Why don't we meet in New York? And by then I had a 7-year-old, a 10-year-old and a 3-year-old. So we went down to New York. My wife, he had never met any of us except, of course, me. And we met my dad. And at one point, he was remarried. And at one point, his wife and my wife and the kids took off, and my dad and I were finally left there. And I said to him, Dad, I've got a lot of sort of hang-ups about what happened when I was a kid. I want to talk to you about all of that. He said to me, if you want to have a relationship with me, it's going to have to begin right now, today, from this day forward. But I'm not prepared to talk about the past. So I had a choice to make. I thought to myself, and by then, of course, I had a doctorate in psychology. So I was like, wow, I'm not going to be able to process this. What about all the stuff that I've learned about processing and how it's possible to have a reconciliation? Both parties can kind of see how it is for the other person in an empathic sort of way. And, we can sort of make peace and go on from there. I thought at least I would have some of that ritual, but no, I had no ritual. I had a decision to make that whatever issues I had, I would have to face myself. And so began a 15-year journey with my dad. And it actually turned out to be, as adults, we got along very well.
That's great.
And he cared about me and he loved me. And he had been a pretty sick puppy when I was a kid. And now he was remarried, and the kids from the from the second marriage were in far better shape than I had been. And they reported to me that, he was not the same man.
Hey,
So-
Michael, we're going to time out here. Zoom's
Okay.
going to time us out. This is fascinating. I could talk to you all day, Michael.
Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get the book at Amazon, of course. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million.
And I feel like I haven't got the end of the story, but I'm going to go
You
to
haven't
the book.
gotten the end of the story, but that's okay.
I'm going to read the book and get to the end
All
of the
right.
story. And then I hope you can come on again. This is just fascinating. I have a million questions for you.
Yeah, all right. That would be great.
Living in Israel and all that, and ended up in Amherst, Massachusetts. What a tremendous story. I'll give you a moment. I cut you off there. Any last thoughts you want to share with our viewers about the book or anything you
I
want
think,
to talk about?
it's one, if I may just sort of brag a little bit here for a
Sure.
moment. It's won 7 awards, 7 literary awards, which I'm very gratified about, and gotten absolutely wonderful reviews. So I do encourage anybody that's curious out there, take a chance. It's a people have remarked that it's a very well-written book, if I say so myself.
Yeah.
Take a chance on it. It's an interesting story for sure, and it's a true story.
True story, yes. Hard to believe it's all true, but that was a
Yes.
tremendous story. Michael, you honor us by coming on the show, and I hope you'll come back again and again.
Certainly.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, about their lives, about their ideas, etc. Our next guest has been here before, Peter Riva. Welcome, Peter.
Hey, hi, Mike. How are
I know
you?
you write science fiction, kind of AI. Well, I'm going to ask you about that in a few minutes. And also you have some books about Africa and things like that. But tell our viewers where you are now.
I live in southwest New Mexico on Apache lands, a little town called Gila. And it's, if you ever saw the movie Stagecoach with John Wayne, that's pretty much where I live.
That's at Gila. Yeah,
Yep.
and a lot of wildlife out there?
Oh, yeah. 3.5 million acres of the Gila wilderness abut my land. And so we get everything from bears to 1/3 of all the bird species in North America come through here, snakes and coyotes and wolves and foxes and javelinas, you name it, we've got it, and it's wonderful.
And you see them?
I like, living out in the wilderness reminds me of East Africa. We first came here because we were on holiday, and I wanted to see, grew up being an aficionado of the Westerns, and I wanted to be in Apache lands, and when I got here, I suddenly realized I felt at home. It reminded me of the Ngong Hills of East Africa. And we were lucky enough to acquire a small piece of land here and built a holiday home and then subsequently moved here. When you're out with nature and with wildlife, it's not nearly as threatening as people think. Just keep your wits about you. And it reattaches you to what being alive is all about. And I think one of the things I enjoyed writing so much about Mbuno, who's really the hero of all my books, along with Pero Baltazar, who's the television producer, sort of quasi-mimicked after my own experiences making 78 one-hour television shows in the wild around the world. Mbuno really was a man of nature. He was in tune with nature. He used to say that because there was a real person called Mbuno, and my character Mbuno in my books is based on him and the tales of his father. Sort of combined the two in one.
Did you live in Africa?
Say again?
Did you live in Africa?
Oh, I traveled there many times. The first time in Africa, I was 16 in 1966. And then I spent a lot of time in the 80s and 90s in East Africa, and other countries there, doing filming and wildlife stuff. I had a client called Peter Beard who was an adventurer, and I used to sort of have to go and take care of filming projects and commercials and things like that we were making together.
Yeah, amazing. What a great life you had, and you're still having it, still writing and writing. I couldn't believe, I was just looking on Amazon how many books you have. How many are out there, Peter?
Principally there are the 5 African stories. I've got 2 more written, and I've got the 2 science fiction books, and I have another one of those written, and we're working on editing that. On top of that, my grandmother's Marlene Dietrich, so I handle all that business as well, including books on her and taking care of film and documentary projects.
Now, I think this is your most recent book. Is it Elephant Safari?
It is. It takes place, our heroes, Mbuno and Pharaoh, has had some rather testing experiences, thwarting a terrorist situation with kidnapped schoolgirls down in Tanzania. And so we find them, as the story opens, having a restful holiday up north in Kenya on the shakes of Lake Turkana, or it used to be called Lake Rudolph. They decide to do a walking safari with Nancy Brightman, the camera woman that they used before, and just the three of them wanted to reconnect with nature and film while they're going along, following a herd of elephants. Elephants migrate fairly extensively in East Africa, and the ones northern Kenya migrate along the Omo River up into Ethiopia. I've done the walk myself, and it's really quite a wonderful thing because the landscape changes pretty dramatically from the arid top of Lake Rudolph. As you get along the Omo River, you get into fairly dense vegetation, and the elephants up there are like none other. They're really quite, they're not as big, but they're quite strong and move quickly, but highly intelligent for some reason. And so Mbuno and Pharaoh are doing this walking safari, and of course Pharaoh, being a television guy, says, "Hey, listen, Nancy, will you film it so maybe I can sell this to TV and make some money?" So they're filming along, and unfortunately they stumble upon a poaching operation. Mbuno's, and this is true of the man Mbuno himself, if something is vermin or somebody is vermin, he has no hesitation in exterminating them. And so Mbuno takes it upon himself to stop these poachers who have already slaughtered one elephant for the tusks, and were about to slaughter the rest of the herd with AK-47s. And therein the race is on to whether Pharaoh and Mbuno can get the rest of the herd to safety away from the poachers. And that's really the basis of the story. It gets a little more complicated later on because Pharaoh, being a television producer, he has in his head, he's got a lot of information. He also happens to be a runner for the State Department of the CIA when they have some little favor to ask him to do when he's traveling so much, carry something, talk to somebody, pass some information. And so he has contacts there, and he starts doing the mathematics in his head on how much money these poachers are making. 25,000 elephant in Ethiopia have been taken in the 10-year period, and that represents about $4 billion of revenue that is all passing into the hands of Al-Shabaab and ISIS. And so it becomes almost an anti-terror. A lot of people don't understand this. It's not just horrible that they're killing elephants for their tusks, but that money almost entirely goes to the Islamic nutcases out there who want to overthrow governments. And so Pharaoh passes information on to the State Department, who then, of course, with a heavy hand, are going to do something, and he decides he wants to do something else. And Mbuno's answer is, why don't we just kill them all? And that's not quite what the State Department wants to do. So it's a thriller in the end. It's a geopolitical thriller. It involves the Chinese, unfortunately, and the Iranians, and the Iranian Supreme Guard. And that all takes place in the aft end of the book to bring it to a happy conclusion.
Nice. Now you, of course, these books are novels. They're made-up stories, but there seems to be a lot of would you say truth in them, things that are happening in the real world?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm a news junkie. I sleep at night with an earpiece in, very much like this one, and I listen to radio stations around the world. I listen to Radio Suisse Romande, I listen to East African radio, I listen to Deutsche Welle, the French radio, TF1, BBC, of course, China News, and I pick up bits and pieces of information. Also, you have to understand that when you are producing things on the field in foreign countries, you tend to see a different perspective of reality and what's really going on. The elephant poaching has been presented to the world as a terrible thing because the elephants are really wonderful creatures and they should be saved and so on. But there's another real story there that nobody wants to talk about because I guess it's not sexy to say, hey, they kill the elephants, sell the tusks to people who hang them up in their living room in Arabia somewhere, and that money goes straight to Al-Shabaab or Al-Qaeda. And that, to me, always seemed to be a part of the story that was missing, so that's what I concentrated on in this story as a motive for the desire by Mbuno and Pero to break up this trafficking ring of slaughtering elephants.
As you're talking, I've been putting up some of your other book covers, also Africa stories. So I know you're picking up these tidbits from the news.
And
do you do
some
a lot
of it you see on the ground, I'm afraid.
Do you also do a lot of research?
Yes, I do. I know a lot of the people involved in the governments in East Africa and some of the people, international policing things, because as a literary agent, I'm in touch with a lot of people in different disciplines. In my first book, Murder on Safari, a lot of that was centered on the movement of terrorists into East Africa and the trials that take place dealing with well, to give you an example, on one of our shoots, we were doing scouting and we were down along Lake Victoria, and the UN team down there asked if we could give them a half day or a couple of days of labor if we were down there before filming started, and I agreed. I thought they just wanted us to do some logistics for them. And actually what they wanted us to do is to go down to the shore and help them pull dead bodies and body parts out of Lake Victoria that the Hutu and other people had been slaughtering in Rwanda. And so, when you're that close to some of the destruction of humans on humans, you learn from it, you learn where the real pressures are and what's really going on. A perfect example of that is in Ethiopia. You may remember the world sang a song, "We Are the World, We Are the People," and all that, and raised money for the famine in Ethiopia, which was a good idea. The problem is they shipped all this rice to the docks in Addis, and that was fine, but the government in Ethiopia was so broke they didn't have any diesel for a truck. So all this rice was sitting on the docks and it was all going to rot. So the government took it upon themselves to sell some of the rice, and immediately the world said they're all corrupt, they're selling the rice. Well, they were selling the rice to buy diesel fuel to put in the truck to be able to take the rice, what rice was left, to the people who were starving to death.
Amazing.
The real picture of what goes on, sometimes you can only find out if you're in the place, seeing it firsthand. And so that's what I like to do in my book. I put a lot of information in there of real people, and the refugee camp that's in northern Kenya is one of the most depressing places you could possibly imagine on this planet. And it's just, it's poorly controlled and bad and sorely corrupt. But what else are they going to do with these refugees who have nowhere else to go? And so I put that in the book as, yes, it's a plot device in my book, but the reality is there.
We always go way over time, but you're just fascinating, Peter. Before we're totally out of time, I put up some of your other book covers. The books I don't have here, the covers, are your science fiction. I just want you to add a note on those. What are those about?
Well, the path is all about humanity has decided that these computers that they have tried to teach to think like human beings, AI, are starting to run the systems, the weather systems and the food supply systems and transportation. And all of that's being run for humanity's benefit so that people could have a vocation as opposed to a job. You can do what you want because everything is taken care of and it's utopia. And the problem is that our hero, his job is to try and infect the AI system, it's called the system, with a little bit more humanity by tricking it and then making repairs and then showing how it made the mistake. Sort of humanize the thing by little glitches and jokes. And unfortunately what he does is he spanks the thing into self-consciousness and it comes alive. And he has to either run for cover, or he's got to decide that now that the baby is born, he better make sure that it's raised properly. And that sets in motion a whole series of events, which actually is sort of tragicomic in a way, and the path is quite uplifting at the end of the day.
as I said earlier, your books seem to have a lot of truth in them, so including that one. So it's
you just grab bits and pieces, I don't want to go into detail, but the path has a lot of good science in it and real behavior. For instance, the Army was developing a robot, and they wanted to make sure the robot would behave more like a human being, so they had a human being encode it with his own thoughts and his own parameters, and the first thing that robot did was want to kill the human being.
Peter, where can we get your books?
Oh, anywhere, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, any bookstore. You can find them ebooks online all the time at Open Road Media. They have all of them listed there. And quite often they do wonderful specials. The ebooks, I love ebooks. I mean, when you can pick up an ebook on special at $2.99, why not? Just enjoy it.
Enjoy it, yeah. Now, we also have your website on the screen, peterriva.com.
Yep, it tells a little bit about me, and there's some links on where you can get the books.
Get the book. And by the way, I just went to Amazon. I don't push one site over another. I type Peter Riva, boom, it's up. I read all about you, saw all of your books, so it's very handy. So they're out there.
The one I'm most proud of, besides this one here, which I think is really a great story, it's the first story of Mbuno on his own. But I was very happy with Sightseeing a Space Panorama that I did in the early 80s. We worked with NASA, and we found 175,000 handheld images that had been taken in space that nobody had printed before.
Wow.
And so we made a small book, only 200 images, and we did an exhibit at the Air and Space Museum. And the astronauts ever since have been my friends because they always wanted to see the pictures they took, but nobody would let them see them.
Yeah. Amazing. That's amazing. Peter, we're way past time. Any last thoughts? Anything you want to share with our viewers that we brushed over?
It's a great thing to talk to authors and everything, but what authors really want more than anything else, please feel free. Write to me, talk to me, tell me what you think. If you think something could have been better or different, let me know. I really enjoy the feedback.
You like the feedback. That's good to know. It's good to know. I always try to review, at least put a few stars down or write a little blip on every book I read, so I encourage our viewers to do that, or go to Peter's website and tell him what you think in person.
I appreciate it. People don't realize that Amazon only prioritizes books that have a lot of reviews.
Wow.
If you don't have reviews, Amazon just, they have them on their computer, but it doesn't cost them anything, and the books don't shift. What works is when people take a couple minutes, like this, didn't like it, 2 stars, 5 stars, whatever they want, but that feedback changes the algorithm that Amazon uses to promote a book. Same thing with Barnes & Noble, same thing with Books A Million, all of them. They're all dependent on the reader's feedback, good reads, and so on.
I did not know that. That's good
if
to know.
authors can get that's a big bonus to us.
All right. Our guest is Peter Riva, all the way from New Mexico. And appreciate. I'd love to talk to you. We could talk for hours, but they only give us
Mike.
10 minutes or so. So thank you, Peter, for coming on the show, and hopefully you'll be back in a month or so.
It'd be great. Thanks, Mike.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We're going to have another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world. This author coming up, he wrote a book about what I've been trying to say, and I can't always articulate it, but he went through, and page by page, he lays out a path. How many people do you know, maybe it's you, that just go to work? They don't have a plan. They don't have an organized, know where they want to go. And they just trot through, and if a career rolls out in front of them, they get it. But our guest, let's see if I can find him coming up. Rick Hinkey. Rick Hinkey says there's 7 keys to a more satisfying future at work. Welcome, Rick.
Hey, thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Did I kind of get it right in the introduction?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Only 8% of the typical worker ever makes a career plan.
Career plan, yeah.
And so that's one of the 3, quote, big career mistakes that you and I have talked about. Not having a plan. So then what? Well, you kind of hope that be your boss, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe if you're in a larger organization, your HR department might help you, but it's your career.
Yep.
You're going to work for 40 years, maybe 50 years. You really want to leave that to chance.
Yeah. And tell us some of the keys. You'd say there's 7 keys?
Yeah, this whole thing started kind of innocently, to be honest with you. I was around a lot of highly successful people, and we were working together on some projects, and U.S. government, D.C., wherever, energy industry, local volunteers. Here where I live, one of them is a retired Apple vice president. Another one is the senior vice president for Victoria's Secret. Another one was the chief administrative officer in charge of all the employees of the Mayo Clinic worldwide.
Yeah.
And she started as a nurse's aide. So the question I got was, well, what did you do, right? I mean, how did you get? And I understand that your viewers and listeners, they're probably not. I mean, not everybody wants to be CEO, right? I get that, right? But the whole thing here is pay it forward, because if you're going to work that long, then why not thrive at it, right? That's not just show up and kind of go through the motions and whatever. So when I chatted with these people, that was the question: how in the world did you get? Another fellow was shoveling coal, literally shoveling coal at a power plant. And when I interviewed Bill, he was in charge of a 12-state utility.
Wow.
From Wisconsin all the way to Texas. So, it's like, okay, so, and then I looked at my own career and I thought, wow, some of it was luck. Some of it was planned to a certain extent. But anyway, so that's where we are. So to the issue of the keys, I'm going to tease everybody with this, but I'll say it's hard to make a splash in the promotion pool if nobody knows who you are. So for one of the very first keys is, if you do want to grow in your organization, then, your boss knows who you are, your coworkers know who you are. But if the other people in other divisions don't know who you are, then you're probably not going anywhere. Because when I say pool, the thing that's happened in the business world is most larger organizations take all of their employees and put them into a pool, literally a pool, not water, but you know what I'm saying. And so nobody gets a big job unless a bunch of people in other divisions know who you are.
Great.
So that's one of the things. And in the book, there's 10 very specific things that anybody can do based on these interviews. Right? So that's the spirit of that. And I tried it at the end of every chapter. There's actually a few workbook questions. So it's not a preachy thing. It's you can apply it. That was my spirit.
Okay. I asked this question of everybody, every guest. Who needs this book? What's the value of this book to people?
Well, I'll say that the reviews that I'm getting, people are saying, oh my gosh, I wish I'd have had this book earlier in my career. Or, you know what? I want one for my son. I want one for my cousin, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just kind of fun. I mean, all the people I talked to, they would spend hours with me and then review what I wrote, from that interview. Because all the interviews were published separately first, and then, but it's all. I mean, I would say it's probably not a book for a person just graduating from college.
Okay.
It's not a job about how to get a job. It's how to make the most of your job when you got one, at any stage. I mean, even if you're trying to be a VP or something, it'll help.
The whole idea about letting people know who you are. You got to get on the map, on the chart, and otherwise you're not going anywhere. I'm going to give this book to some people who, I would like to give it to a bunch of people. I say this sometimes for our viewers. Don't go and press the order button once. Press it 5 times or 10 times, because you'll always find somebody who could use this book and who would need this book. So people.
Well, and Amazon's got it. $1.95 if you want the Kindle version. I think it's $13.95 if you want the printed version. But you can also go to the website, which is your7keys.com. And there, if you want one that's autographed, or if you want one that's dedicated, to a nephew or something or whatever, you can do that.
Yeah. By the way, how's the book been received? Are people liking it or saying this makes a lot of sense? You said some people have already commented to you about it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm trying to one of the coaches said this is the most practical and targeted book on how to enhance your career. Excellent. Usable advice for any stage of your career. Valuable read to help take charge of your career. One of the best business books I've ever read, and so forth. So yeah, I'm very kind folks, I just think it resonates with folks. I mean, we went through the whole COVID mess, right?
Yeah.
And now people are being forced back to work where they want to, whatever. So I think it just helps people. And there's one more element here. There's also a section in there about how you doing at work. In other words, how are you doing with your friend, with colleagues, and do you like what you're doing, and do you feel like you're well received? So there's kind of two parts to that. One of it is, why not do a health checkup? You do it for your heart and your whatever. Why not do it for your career? So there are freebie elements on the website you can download to help you with it.
Yeah, I was thinking at work there's always people that nobody likes, and you got to check and make sure you're not one of those people.
Well, true. And if for some reason, I'm on the board of a bunch of not-for-profits, senior center, stuff like that. And right now, I'm dealing with an issue just like that. This person is terrific, but she has a problem relating to other people. So, I'm trying to coach her using the book, ironically, to help her. Seriously, yeah.
Yeah. What are some of the mistakes people make in their career?
Well, besides not having a plan, right? Then the next piece is maybe being a little, I hate to use the word chicken, but you got to remember I'm a baby boomer, right? So they're afraid to take risk.
Yeah.
And so, there are times, at one point I moved my family, teenagers and my wife, from Minnesota all the way to D.C., right? No small thing. And then back again, believe it or not, a couple of years later. And, it took a lot of chutzpah to do that and a lot of love and understanding on the part of the family. There are times young people typically will not take a lateral transfer. Okay. Well, if you think about the typical organization, right, the higher you go, you look down on a wider version of the team. So you've probably got, if you're in accounting, maybe you want to go be in sales for a while. Or maybe you want to go to engineering, or those kind of things that strengthen your back to the well-known thing.
Yeah, I've seen that. You want to work in different parts of the company, and if it means picking up and moving for a while, you come back more valuable.
I had a military career too, so at the very end, having been this private, in Minnesota National Guard, that whole thing, here I am at the Pentagon of all places, and the two-star guy says, I want you to help us plan for the destruction of the first Russian nuclear missiles. So, part of it's just being flexible and like, oh, yikes, but give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
Amazing, yeah. Part of my success, I want to see if you could help me find better words to express this. I feel my success is I've decided what I want every day.
Yes.
What I want to accomplish that day, that week, and that month. And so many people around me, they make no decisions like that. They get up, they go to work, and they see what happens.
Well, you're absolutely right. And one of the things so after we did the 60 people, right, then I did 25 webinars with people using the book to reevaluate their career and make a career plan, right?
Yeah.
So that's when you start to say, wow, and what you find out is, and I love them, and I got grandkids in these young, generations. But some young people were helicopter parented.
Yeah.
And what that means is they were kept from ever taking risks, making mistakes, and so forth at a young age, right?
Yeah.
So now they're at work. Well, gee, I can't quit and go over here, or so they miss opportunities. If again, in my fortune, I mean, my dad worked for one company for 41 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm good company, but that was that. And then in my case, five different organizations.
Wow.
I shouldn't mention this in front of all of your beloved listeners.
We'll keep it between us.
Yeah, between us. So in 1968, I get a job offer from this new company. They have two facilities. And I said, I don't think your concept is going to work. That was Target stores.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So I don't want to parade around to everybody that's listening that I am the guru of gurus, right? We've all made mistakes along the way, but I am trying to share as much as I can. Oh, and by the way, this is not about me, and this is not about money. Any receipts we make goes to scholarships to help high school kids go to community colleges, because in a lot of states, the high schools are not funded very well, and the kids cannot get advanced placement courses. So our spirit is, this is all going away. It ain't about, let's put it in my pocket.
Rick, we're going to run out of time here. I just want to give you a few moments to, anything we glossed over, anything you want to point out about the book, about you, about life?
No, I just think, really want to encourage people to take control. Play around with the downloads on the website, and in one of them be the CEO, right? And another one be just have some fun with it, and think through, and don't keep working for an organization that's not bringing you joy and happiness.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Not worth it.
Great advice, Rick. So we have the web address on the screen, your7keys.com, and where, I know they can get the book on Amazon. Is it elsewhere?
Yeah, Ingram's got it too, so bookstores and whatever can all get it, yeah. And it's, again, as I said, it's available, Kindle, and it's available, in the printed version. I think you've got a picture of it somewhere.
It's been popping up on the screen here and there.
So, yeah. It's, I, believe it or not, had a newspaper. I wrote it, set the type, and ran the printing press when I was 9.
9 years old. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Why, I don't know, but anyway.
Let me just, I know we're over time, and they're giving me signals to cut it and everything, but just tell us a little bit about, these are people who've done it. I mean, this is a way we can learn from somebody who's already done it. Talk about that.
Well, for example, Harvey Mackay was a coach of mine, as were others, and just I was whatever. Just along the way, you want to be open. You want to hear, what worked, what didn't work.
Yes.
In some cases, I was embarrassed because they called me aside and said, "Rick, whatever." So the idea here is just why not listen to these folks who took the time, right?
Yes.
The Victoria's Secret person, she was almost an orphan. She had hand-me-down clothes from the woman across the street, right, who was 60. And so she, you can do it. Just have confidence in yourself. It's not about ego. It's not, it's just keep at it.
Right.
Just keep at it.
By the way, I do want to say, I meant to say earlier, I never stopped reading books like this. I'm always looking for another book that'll just present it to me in another way and another way to think about it. And I love these books, these types of books. They're very important. I attribute my entire success to books like these. So,
well, I appreciate that. Yeah, me too. And I just finished my 42nd novel for the year, according to Goodreads. So, I love to read too, but you need inspiration once in a while. Yeah.
Right.
Amen.
Most important thing I learned is I don't know everything. I don't know very much at all. Why not learn from people who've gone before me?
Yeah, amen to that. Well, that's kind of the spirit of humanity. Seriously, from our cave days, we've been learning and teaching each other
Yeah.
all the way along. That's exactly right.
Rick, we're way past time, but I want to have you back again and again. You're an inspiration to me, that's for sure. And I hope you'll come back and talk about some of your novels as well.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
All right. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We will be back with another author right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I talk to authors from all over the world, countries from all over the world. We've been talking to France and Spain and Canada of all places, and it's the best job in the world. It helps me pick books, and I hope that by you watching the show, it helps you pick your next book. By the way, check out this book. I pointed the wrong way. The Reaper by Bob Young, and I think we have Bob here, by the way. Bob comes on our show from time to time. Here he is. Rob, do I say it right? Jung? Is that right, Rob?
Young. Pronounce the J like a Y.
Yeah, I'm making it more difficult than it is. Bob Young. And Bob's latest book, which we just had on the screen here, it is The Reaper, has come out in an audiobook. And our guest with Rob is Steve Hendrickson, who did the audio. Do I have all the facts straight so far?
Sounding good.
Rob, tell us first a little bit about the book.
Well, the book is actually, it's unique in that it's two novellas under one cover, or now under one audio. But it starts out, the first half of the book is set in 1937 at the Paris World Exposition, and it's really centers around a painting that went missing at the end of the World Exposition, a painting by an artist named Joan Moreau called The Reaper in English. That's all the true historical basis of the book. So the first part of The Reaper is the story of all the competing interests who wanted to get their hands on that painting in 1937. That painting actually disappeared and has never been found. That also is historically true. And then the second half of the book, we fast forward to 2009, and the story becomes how that same missing painting now becomes a focal point of an ongoing struggle between a young artist and his estranged mother. And so the story, that's where the story carries forward. And The Reaper is, in fact, the first of a trilogy.
Okay. Now, Rob, I ask this of every author because I just can't see that well. I just have almost stopped reading books because my eyesight gets so bad and it's very difficult. I always say, when is it going to come out in an audiobook? So I don't know if you did this because of me or if it was your plan. You had an audiobook made. Tell us about the process to get that done.
Well, that's a better question for Steve than for me. He's the genius behind the audiobook. I just happened to have a book around that he liked well enough to do. And so I'll leave the answer to that question to Steve.
Steve?
Sure. Rob and I met. There's a organization in the Twin Cities called Sisters in Crime, which is an authors support group, and they meet monthly, I believe, and they sort of talk about what they're writing. There's usually someone who reads something, and they talk and critique it, and they have guest speakers. And I reached out to them and said, I kind of do audiobooks, and mysteries are always a popular thing. So last summer, I went and spoke to them and met Rob there, and he passed along this book, The Reaper, and I read it and really liked it. So we formed a partnership, and the Reaper just went on sale about 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
And it's slowly appearing on all the major distribution platforms, which each one of them is different, and they take their time, but it's getting out there.
Now,
So
tell me
and
about tell me about
say
your
again?
preparation to do the audiobook. Did you rehearse it? Did you read it over and over, or do you just open it
Well,
up and read it?
I generally read it twice. I read it the first time to just get a general sense of the book. In Rob's case, I kind of read it 3 times, because I read it the first time and thought, oh, this could be cool. Then I read it a second time, and that's where I'm doing a number of things. I'm formatting it into the format I prefer to read from, and marking important ideas, descriptions of characters, and also flagging for any grammatical errors or other nits that that can sometimes slip past an editor. There's no better way to discover all the structural faults of your book than to have somebody read it out loud.
Read it out loud, yeah.
I make a list of those and pass them on to Rob and say, should we do this? Should we do that? And then I generally read it a third time to kind of really get a sense of what's going on, who are the major characters, where are the conflicts, and then I just start, and I tend to I've just turned 70, so my endurance is not what it used to be. I used to be able to narrate about 6 hours a day, and now I find that I can really only maybe do 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
And then I just get tired, and my circulation starts to complain. So I just I do about so it comes down to maybe like a chapter a day. Although Rob writes very short chapters,
Nice.
so a couple of chapters each day. And there's a service I subscribe to, an artificial intelligence service that listens to my audio and compares it to the text and flags
Nice.
mistakes that I make. I paraphrase something, or I omit a word, or I drop something, and so that gives me a list of mistakes that are called pickups.
Pickups.
And then I do the pickups. I go back and I sort of add in the right word or phrase or the right pronunciation, and then it's mastered, and then it goes to the publisher.
And by the way, you are the first, I guess you'd say, voiceover artist, or I don't know what you call the craft, but you're our first. So I got a billion questions. They don't give
cool.
they don't give us that much time. But Billy, yeah, do you go to a studio for this, or you have
I'm sitting in my home studio.
Home studio, right?
When I decided I wanted to, I've been a professional actor in the Twin Cities for over 30 years, and my wife retired from teaching, and I decided, I think I'm kind of mostly done with acting on stage. I did do a show last fall, but for the most part, I thought, I think I want to slow down. An audiobook seemed to be a kind of a nice second act.
Yep.
when we downsized, we bought a condominium that had this huge walk-in closet storage room that I converted to a sound studio. So
Nice.
this is where I do the work.
Yeah, and you work at your own pace, I guess, that way.
Yes, when I'm producing, when I'm also the producer, yes, I work at my own pace. I also work for other producers. I've done books for Penguin Random House and HarperCollins and Scribner and Macmillan and all of the big audiobook publishers. And then you're kind of on their clock. But yes, this was a self-produced project.
Now, on your end, are there a lot of choices? I mean, character voices, or one I've listened to many audiobooks where the reader really brings to life different characters and different voices. Is that something you do?
Sometimes, yeah. That's one of the reasons you really want to read the book first.
Yeah.
There have been cases, not me, but there have been cases where someone has read an entire book voicing a character one way, and in the last chapter it's revealed that this character is Scottish. And
yeah.
Now I have to go back. I have to go back and change everything.
Do the whole thing. Now,
so yeah. Generally, as part of the agreement, I do what's called the first 15, and I basically say to Rob, you pick, whatever sections of the book, up to about 15 minutes of audio that you want to hear, and I'll do them, and then you can let me know. Do you like the sound of this? Do you like the sound of that? Yeah. And so the author does get a chance to weigh in on the choices.
Yeah. And Rob, when you're writing the book, I would imagine that the characters have certain voices in your head. How did it come out when Steve finished it? Did he come close to what you were writing?
I think Steve improved on what was in my head.
Nice.
I usually write with the actual live characters in mind. I'm casting my book as I'm writing it, and Steve did a marvelous job of when I had it casted correctly. He was spot on, and when I didn't, he changed it for the better. So
for the better.
He's the co-casting director as well as the voice of the Reaper.
Yeah, and that's where my questions were kind of leading. What kind of approval process, or I guess, Steve, you said you read about 15 minutes for the author, and the author would then make choices and say, yeah, this is good, or that voice is good, or you're doing great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of back and forth at first.
Right. The first 15 is, and that's why I leave it up to the author to make the selection of what parts of the book do you think are important for you to hear. And the first 15 is really the last chance for the author to weigh in. After that, the audiobook kind of becomes my baby.
Yeah.
And unless there are really, really serious and valid objections to choices at that point, it's.
Yeah, I guess it can always be edited. You get through it and they say, "Hey, you left out a
Well,
whole
it can, but
page here or something."
that's additional time, and that's additional time.
Yeah.
And in the audiobook business, like all others, time is money.
Yeah.
So the agreement basically allows for some adjustments, but not a lot. I mean, so I try to make it very clear that the first 15, this is your shot, this is your chance to
say, I don't like your voice, or something like that.
That's never happened to me, but that has happened.
Okay. It's better to find out in advance.
You know what?
If
if that's the case, then we can shake hands and say good luck and drop the project there. And nobody's out a lot of time and effort.
Yeah.
But once you sort of sign off on the first 15, then the sort of the book leaves the purview of the author,
Yeah.
and sort of enters the purview of the narrator.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to, as an avid, I say I read books, but I'm listening to them. As an avid listener of audiobooks, now I've seen you, and I know Rob. I can't wait to dig into this book and listen to it. So it'd be exciting to kind of the backwards process. See you first, and then listen to the book. That'll be a fun way to do it. Steve, what if someone wants to reach you and have you do their book for them?
They can reach me through my email is can I put it in the notes, or in the do we have a
You could send it to me later, and I'll add it here on the screen, and we'll have it that way. I could copy and paste it. I'm not in the same room as my Zoom computer. So Rob, so I guess you're saying, Rob, that you turned out great. You're happy with how it came out, and you're happy with the voice.
I think the lesson for anybody who is doing any author who is having his first or wants their first book turned into audio, is to get someone who is experienced, someone who has done books, has been the audio voice of books in your genre or similar genres, and who has proven through the course of their work that you don't have to worry about either the quality of their work or their ethics.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest lesson for anybody to take away from this. Yeah. And Steve is the best, in my opinion.
That's great.
So that's if you can contact him. He's a great man to work with, and he's a great voice.
I just put my email in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
So
now I like something you just said, Rob, about making sure in advance. I talked to, of course, thousands and thousands of authors over the years on this show, and so many of them had made mistakes and taken a wrong path and had to figure out the hard way. So hopefully people will listen to you, Robin, because this could be a big one. If you get an audiobook done and you just don't like the voice, or you found out the person had a lisp or something like that, you find out in advance. So go with a professional like Steve Hendrickson. I could talk to you guys all day, but they're telling me we've gone way past our time. But this is fascinating. I just want to give you a minute, Rob or Steve. Any last thoughts on this issue or the industry or anything you want to talk about?
Well, no, audiobooks is one of the biggest growing sectors of publishing, and it's looking like it's not going to slow down anytime soon.
And the only thing I want to say in closing is, hey, look for the Reaper at your regular audiobook site, and it will be there. And we are embarking on book 2 of this trilogy.
That is
soon, and so soon the Sower, which is book 2, will follow.
Very good. And for our viewers, I'll say my last thought is go get this book. And I don't know how they do it, but my kids send me audiobooks. So if you're a regular buyer of audiobooks, you probably know how to do that. But don't just buy it for yourself, buy it and send it to somebody else as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Our first, tell us the industry. Is it voiceover? Is it narrator? How do you like it to be called, Steve?
Audiobook narrator.
Audiobook narrator. Our first audiobook narrator on the show. And
thank you, Michael.
What an honor.
All right. Thanks, you guys. And for our viewers, again, order the book. Audio, you don't have to do it on audio if you don't want, but I think it's going to be more fun now that we know the audiobook narrator. And for our viewers, we'll be back with more Briggs on Books, another author, right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. We've been talking to authors today from all over the world, as well as right here in our Central Valley of California. We've had this next guest on a few times because she's written an amazing memoir, Free Fall, but also now she has studied and become certified as a life coach. If I got that right, let's find our guest and bring her in there. She's Barbara File. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you, Mike. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
So will you say life coach?
I'm a certified life coach.
Yeah. But you do a lot more than that. You help businesses. By the way, let's just get some background. You have a tremendous business experience. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. In my early career, a lot of the jobs that I had were kind of by default. Mm-hmm. I was married to my first husband, who was in the military. We came home, and the first job that I got was in a banking career. Had that one for 17 years.
Wow.
And then I went into commercial real estate sales. I became a broker, and I did that. Still have the broker's license, not really that active right now. And then I became a financial advisor for Morgan Stanley.
Wow.
And I did that until my second husband got sick, which kind of segued into me quitting work to take care of him before he passed away. And then I went back to school and wrote a memoir about our journey. And the journey was we got married, and 6 years after we were married, he was diagnosed with early onset dementia, and he passed away 6 years later. So I felt compelled to write about our journey, and that's the book Free Fall by Felicity Jean, my pseudonym.
We have the cover here on the screen. It's an amazing cover, by the way. Can you explain that to us?
Sure. My brother, who's a graphic designer, Gary Reyna, designed the cover. And I thought he did a pretty good job showing kind of a forward life, and then it kind of went upside down because of the illness.
Yeah, it was quite a shock and quite a thing to work through. And I've referred a lot of people to your book because I don't know why, but I know a lot of people who suffer with this Alzheimer's, families suffering with Alzheimer's, and I think it's very brave of you to write this book and tell your story. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's resources in the book as well.
Correct. Now, I had a lot of help with counseling through the Central Valley Caregivers Association, and also from the UCSF Alzheimer's Center in Fresno. Mm-hmm. They were very helpful.
Now, and the reason I asked you on the show is because I know you are taking your considerable business and life experience and you're helping coach businesses and people. Tell us about that part of your life.
That's right. Once I wrote the book, I knew I wanted to help people, and I searched and discovered that I could help people, helping them with their life, helping them change from a default kind of life to something that they would love to have. And so I've been working with clients. I can work one-on-one, or I can work with groups, and I help them uncover what it is that they would really love to do, and work with them one-on-one to help them discover that, and then help them create and design their vision statement of the life that they would love. And we go through a process of figuring out what that is and helping them get over things that they have going on in their life that they want to get rid of and move forward in a different direction.
You said the most powerful thing, you're helping people get beyond going through their, what did you say, default life that they're going through. It's kind of what they've just come up to, and now they're just living with it every day because they're already there.
Correct. I mean, we get in that comfort zone of what it felt like in the past, and we just continue that. And working with a coach, I can help them get over fears or paradigms that keep coming up and saying you can't do it when they can. And, you know, there's been a study, Harvard study, and they took two groups of people, 50 in each group. And the 50 that did not work with a coach, only 10% completed. And the ones that worked with the coach, 98% completed.
Amazing.
So it helps to have that pep talk and the reminder of designing that life that you would love and looking at that vision every day and thinking that. And when the voice pops up and says, no, you can't do that, or no, this feels comfortable, what I've done before, then it helps to work with a coach to get you back on track.
Yeah, I don't know how somebody comes to the realization that, you know, I need to talk to somebody. My life is just not the best it can be. I need some changes. I would imagine it's easier just to keep doing what you're doing than to reach out and talk to a coach.
Well, it is. It feels easier because it's our comfort level. Mm-hmm. You know, it's what we're used to. And we take more time planning a vacation. Mm-hmm. We take more time planning a blueprint for a house that we want to build. And we don't really take the time to do a blueprint for the life that we would love living.
Yeah, I've noticed that we all have these blocks, barriers, things that we think we can't get over just because they were programmed into us at a young age. And we just keep living with the barriers, like, oh, you can't do that, or you can't do this. And but people can if they get the right mindset. But it's good to have a
well, that mindset is getting over those paradigms that we have and getting through those things. What we think, we create what we see. So the life that you're living is because of the thoughts that you have, mm-hmm. and turning that thought process around to the things that you would love to do and continuing to do that every day of your life. Mm-hmm. Pretty soon those thoughts are going to give you what you want.
Yeah. Now, you also are doing some public speaking, motivational speaking?
Yes, I am.
And will you do that for companies? And also, would you coach a company, or do you just do personal coaching?
I could do both. Yeah. I could speak to groups. So I could do both.
Yeah, I understand.
They can reach me on my website, which is barbarajfile.com, right. Or the email is coach@barbarajfile.com.
Nice, nice. So somebody what's the first step? I guess you just told us the first step. If somebody realizes, and that's what I'm worried about, how does somebody even realize they're stuck in their life? But if somebody does reach that realization, what's the first step in getting out of that? I guess going to your website and signing up for a session?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We can do a free vision statement.
Oh, nice.
And
nice.
I would have you initially complete a questionnaire that asks you to answer between 1 and 5, 5 being the highest, where you feel you need help, mm-hmm. and to kind of rate yourself with health and wealth, with your vocation, with love and relationships, and time and money freedom. And we pick the first 2 that you want to select, and we work on those initially. Mm-hmm. And then if you want to continue, then we work together.
Yeah, and I have a one-track mind. I think of money and advancement, but there's a lot more places in people's lives that they can work on besides business advancement.
Right. Well, I mean, if you have 2 areas of your life that you feel are troublesome, that you feel like you could improve, if you don't do it, it affects your other quadrant of your life.
I see. We kind of covered this, but I'm trying to ring in the ears of some people I know that are even watching the show right now. who should call you? Or who should contact you through your webpage?
Well, it could be an individual that just knows that something is not right. They could be in a job and maybe they're getting paid a pretty good salary, but they're very unhappy because of the hours that they spend at this job. That's affecting the other part of their life. And if they want help trying to discover what that is, that's what I would do to help them uncover that.
Yet
And at the same time, if there's a business owner that wants more abundance in their life and they don't really know what they're doing wrong and they need help with that, then I can help them with that as well.
I see a lot of people who kind of can't see the forest for the trees in their business, and sometimes just having another person take a look could be very helpful.
That's right. Sometimes you're involved in it and you don't see the missing links.
Right. I'm a person. I love my job, and I love what I do every day, and I take care of my job takes care of me. So I would guess anybody who's not feeling that great joy of what they're doing and feel they're not getting everything they should be getting out of their life, not just their business but their life, a life coach would be a big help, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, and maybe it's a person that needs to hire somebody to help them out where they could be spending more time doing what they would love doing and relieve themselves of some of those responsibilities.
Yeah. Now, if we do go to your website, barbarajfile.com, what are we going to find there?
You're going to find an invitation to a free strategy session, vision statement, and you'll be asked to fill out a questionnaire. There's also a free booklet that they can click on a link and get that. But they would have to come in and say hello and give me their contact information, and I would be in touch with them.
I could imagine just coming up with that vision statement, how important that could be. That alone might set you in a good direction.
Absolutely. I don't think normally people would do that.
No.
You don't plan your life.
Right.
But most successful people do plan their life.
Right. That's very profound. The successful people are getting the plan. It's not that hard to make a plan. Sometimes you need some help, figuring out that plan and get going in the right direction. But you're right. Successful people have a plan. A complacent.
And it's just learning how to keep writing down and reading that vision every day, because the things that you think are what you're going to get.
Right. How about
what
this?
You create, you attract.
How about this? As you said, successful people plan their life. Complacent people don't. And their lives aren't going anywhere. So, for goodness sake, I want to shake people all the time. So, what do you want to do? Make a decision. Get focused. Where do you want to end up? But I'm not trained at it like you are. So people need to talk to. In fact, the people I've been trying to get going, I'm going to give them your web address and say, go check out this website, Barbara File. She's very cool and knows what she's talking about. Barbara, we're bumping up against the end of the time we have. I want to just I'll personally give a little plug for this book, Free Fall, by Felicity Jean. And if you know somebody with Alzheimer's, we all know somebody, we all know families who have Alzheimer's in their family. This is a great book to give as a gift. And you don't have to be facing Alzheimer's to get a lot out of this book. I recommend people go and find it. I just found it on Amazon. Where else is it, Barbara?
There's also a link on the Barbara J. File for the book.
I talk to authors all day on this show, and whenever I could buy the book directly from the author, I like to do that. I feel a little more personal connection that way. Barbara, we're about out of time, but I just want to give you a few minutes to say anything you want about your coaching business or anything you want to talk about for that matter.
Thanks, Mike, and I appreciate you having me on your show again. And again, if anybody feels like they need to make some changes in their life and they want to talk to a coach, I invite them to go to my website, barbarajfile.com, or they can email me at coach@barbarajfile.com, and I would be more than happy to give them a free 30-minute session to go over some of those items, and we can go from there.
Yeah, I just think going to that website and getting that free session could be the greatest thing, could end up being the greatest thing somebody ever did with their life. And it's free. That's just right. To find out. Thank you, Barbara, and we hope to have you back on in a month or so and talk more about this.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me on.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, Real Estate and Home Improvement Show, where we talk to realtors, real estate brokers, people who do real estate. Also, we talk to people who repair homes, help you get loans, things like that. Our guest today does a special kind of real estate, Rod Holt. Welcome, Rod.
Thank you, Mike. Nice to be here.
And you do all kinds of real estate, but you have this great specialty, right?
I do.
You help people sell businesses.
I help people sell or buy.
Sell or buy, yeah. It's something that every real estate realtor thinks they can do. I've tried it a couple times, and it was a disaster.
You got to know what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can think you know what you're doing, but unless you've had some significant experience in it, it's a difficult sale.
You have to do what I call like packaging. Got to package it up. People have to know what they're buying.
That's exactly right.
And usually there's, I don't want to say usually, I bet often there's no real estate involved at all.
No real estate, yeah. They're real estate from the standpoint that there's leases. And usually if somebody's going to go sell their business and they're leasing property, the first thing they've got to do is determine whether that lease is transferable or not. I've had a number of sales fall apart. Because I didn't make sure that happened. That I knew the.
You want to do that as one of your first steps, and not when you're getting ready to close.
It's got to be the second one. You know.
I guess there's a lot of value in location. Their location.
Right.
Their business has been there for 20 years, and people know where it is and how to get there and things like that. So.
That's correct. So I mean, location is essential, but it isn't, and it's probably more essential for restaurants and retail establishments. But whereas manufacturers and wholesalers and that type of thing, there's a whole lot more flexibility as far as location is concerned.
But you certainly don't want to get into it and then find out that you know, you're not going to have the same building that you had hoped to, or
that's right,
or that the lease doesn't double or something like that.
Precisely. I mean, you got to get all that worked out beforehand, because that's a deal killer.
When I talk about packaging it up, where's the value in a business?
All right. Just like you have your home appraised before you put it on the market, or at least have some comps that you're using to give you some indicator of what you should be selling for. When you have a business, you get it appraised. And there's people who do business appraisers. They are licensed to do that. And what typically is included inside the purchase, there's two types of purchases. One is an asset purchase, and the other is a stock purchase. So the asset purchase, you go in and you look at the value of the inventory, you look at the sales, the net profit of the business, you look at those values, and you look at what is the standard multiplier for the industry. And so you take net profit and you use that multiplier to determine what the value of the business is.
It might be 10 times?
More than likely you're looking at 3 to 4 times.
3 to 4 times.
And it's a multiplier of net profit. And net profit can be reconstructed to add back to what things that kind of go away when you go away. So, for example, if you've been working your business for a number of years and you've boosted your salary up every year, and but you could hire somebody to do what you're doing for much less than what you're paying yourself, or the difference between what could be paid to somebody to do what you're doing and what you're doing could be added back to net profit.
Would you do the appraisal as part of the process of getting ready to sell?
Yes.
And then would the buyer come in and get their own appraisal?
Typically, you're using somebody who's going to be independent enough that the bank will use that appraisal.
I was going to get to that question. Who's going to lend on a business? Will a bank lend? Will it have to be a government loan?
You can use banks. They'll do it on a conventional, and you can use SBA. There's other lines out there. Probably even find hard money loans where you pay a higher interest rate, but you don't have to go through all the qualifiers and everything that banks put you through. And it can be seller financed as well.
Seller. Is that common?
That is common. There's a lot of issues that come into this. I mean, when you're selling your business, you want the most that you can get for it, but you want to not sell it to somebody to where it harms them and they can't make a profit out of it. So pieces of the puzzle all have to come together and work together, because the buyers and sellers are at odds. Buyers want ordinary income. Sellers want capital gain income out of it, and there's conflict. So you got to allocate the purchase price in a fashion that's both representative of what the assets are and what the goodwill is, and value it as such.
Now, if somebody's going to sell their business, it would be good for them to call you.
Absolutely.
But if somebody was wanting to buy a business, they also would call you.
Absolutely.
Now, do people, I don't know, I knew a guy, he had inherited a little money, and he saw there was a radiator shop for sale, and he went and bought the business. He knew nothing about radiator shops. But, the guy he bought it from, he stayed on and trained him for a few months, and then, set him loose with his own business. I mean, is that how people list and sell businesses?
That happens in many different ways. So, I mean, we as brokers are an intermediary. We help make sure that what is listed out there is indeed what is being sold. I mean, we try to, our reputation, we can be sued for not going through and making sure what the seller is telling you to sell is indeed available for sale.
I just picture any business that sells, either an employee or a family member is buying it. Is that the predominant, or is it?
Not predominant. It's part of it, but I mean, I don't have a number for you as to who does that, but most family type businesses want to pass it on to their offspring. But many times offspring have lived in it all their lives, and they're tired of it. They don't necessarily want to be a part of it. So it's, it depends on the experience. I'm not saying the work experience, I'm saying the emotional experience that a child has working in the business.
Isn't always good. My kids won't even come in the building here because I'm always giving them a duty or a task. Also, I've seen some businesses buy one of their suppliers. I've seen that happen a few times.
Absolutely. And so when you go out looking for, I mean, if you're wanting to buy a business, we figure out what it is that's going to complement the existing. I mean, let's start again. If you're going to buy a business, you got to find out what you want. All right. If you're an existing business, then, and you want to add to your business or buy another business, you want to find out, how do I complement what I already have? So if I'm buying supplies from a large company and I might be one of their bigger customers, I'll buy that company, supply myself with that, and offer it to the public as well.
Yeah.
So there's multiple reasons for acquiring a business.
Also, I've seen most businesses don't start out by buying a big old building and opening a business. Usually they've built even from a hobby to something bigger, and it grew and grow and grow over time. So it's not always a full package from where they started. They may not even intended to go where they were with their business.
That's correct. For the most part, you find that somebody who is just stepping into the business for the first time probably doesn't have enough capital to buy the real estate. And so there's going to be a lease arrangement that's built up between the owner of the property, which we're hoping is the seller of the business, and so you can set up a lease to purchase business relationship. You can just do a straight lease. You can do right of first refusal on the thing. A number of different types of leases can be put in place.
Point I was headed to before I got distracted was I have experience at this. I'm a real estate broker, and I've listed 2 businesses for sale. I've sold none. But if you're going to sell your business, you want to talk to somebody who's done dozens and dozens and dozens of them, like Rod Holt here. Not just your average.
Right. It's complicated because it's not the same escrow as a real estate escrow. It's a bulk sales transfer. There's lots of pieces to that. So when in the real estate world, you're transferring real property, there's laws associated with that. But when you get into the business, you have personal property. Personal property gets transferred through a bulk sales process, and the commercial real estate laws govern in that. So you got to be in compliance there.
Now, you talked a little bit about a risk that if the broker, you, for example, doesn't have all the facts straight, or maybe the seller misrepresented some of the facts, that could come back on the broker.
It does. We do our best to push all the responsibility for all the numbers back to the seller.
And my point in bringing that up is if someone's thinking of selling their business, if it's handled by an inexperienced person or it's mishandled, that could come back on that seller. That's why you want to call somebody who's done it a few times.
Absolutely.
How many have you done? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands?
I wish I could say that.
Significant.
Significant.
You have significant experience and background. You were an accountant, I think.
I'm a CPA, yes.
That helps.
Retired, yeah. So my wife had a brain injury that necessitated a change in life. So I took my CPA experience and tried to put it into another type of business that wasn't as demanding, and so I looked into becoming a real estate broker and a business broker.
Business broker, yeah. But I bet you help a lot of people.
We do. I mean, you call us, we talk to you. You know, we try to give you general information. We don't try to give you specific things as it comes to you personally, but we try to give you the general. When you decide you want to use us, we have a variety of ways of approaching that. Remember, no matter whether you're buying or selling, there's work that you have to do to make it happen. Just like if you're going to sell your house, you got to paint it. If you decide you're going to paint it yourself, great. If not, you got to get somebody to paint it for you. Putting together a business package as a seller, that's the first step. The second thing is when you've got a contract in place, the buyer is given a due diligence period of time where he can come in and do his best to verify everything that you've given him, look at the business, look at how it operates. There's certain proprietary information the seller is not going to give the buyer until he's committed.
Right.
But like equipment like customer lists. You know, I don't recommend that occur until
the very end.
Until the very end. Then, as a buyer, you've got responsibility. You need to have a personal financial statement put together. You need to, if you need money to buy something, you need to go looking for a loan before you step into the arena.
So it's not just the seller that has a bunch of work to do. The
Both
buyer
sides.
does too. Yeah.
Yeah.
A guy. I saw a guy was buying a liquor store, and they made the agreement, made the transaction. They went and closing day, all the liquor is gone. And he said, "Where's the stock?" there has to be some agreement up front about
That's
that,
it.
I would imagine.
So typically, there is we like to enter into things with a letter of intent. So then you hash out all of the little pieces of a contract. And if that gets accepted, then I personally like to go in and get a purchase agreement put together where the buyer is expected to put down an earnest money deposit.
Especially for releasing your proprietary information and
Exactly. And so that's my recommendation, because I want a committed buyer that is not going to steal, not intentionally take your information. We go with any buyer, we do a non-disclosure agreement where a buyer agrees to receive information but not to disclose it except to his advisors, and when he signs that document, he's signing for his advisors as well, that they won't disclose anything.
I think what we figured out here today, Rod, is this is a very, very complex thing that most of us who've never sold or bought a business have no idea where to even start.
Right.
So call Rod Holt. Where should they start? Should they go to your website or just call you on that phone number?
Call me on the phone, 559-859-5759, or send me an email. That's rholtandco@gmail.com.
Very good. And the web address is there?
Web address is there.
rhhandco.com?
.com.
Very good.
I want you to know that I am the broker for a group that's with Transworld Business Brokers.
Okay.
And we work through Transworld.
Okay.
So that's an important.
Gives you a little heft behind you.
That's an international company, so we're out there exposing your business. Let me also say this: one of the major issues for a seller is confidentiality. We try our best to accommodate that. If he's not worried about confidentiality, it gives us a little more freedom in what we can do. But
very good. Thank you, Rod.
You bet.
Appreciate this valuable information. If you're going to buy a business, sell a business, don't do it on your own. Call Rod Holt. And we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world on fascinating subjects and hear about their work and their ideas and how they got their book published, which is sometimes quite difficult to do so. Today, we have a very, very important guest all the way from England who's going to talk to us about reclaiming our health in various ways, various illnesses. Let me see. Here, by the way, here's the cover of his book. I always get that backwards. Reclaim Your Health, Alzheimer's Disease. He also has books, Reclaim Your Health, Cancer, and other books. So we're going to take a look at all of them. And most of all, we're going to hear from Dr. Harris Phillip himself. Welcome, Dr. Phillip.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I want to start by saying there's a lot of books out there about health and how to get healthier. But you have a unique background because you're a doctor. And you've been treating people for these various illnesses for how many years now?
In excess of 31 years.
Yeah. I'm very excited about reading these because I always feel like me just eating and putting into my mouth and body whatever I come across, maybe I should be thinking about it a little more. Dr. Harris, which book should we start with?
We could start with the first book, the one on cancer.
Okay. And here's the cover of that book, Reclaim Your Health, Cancer. And you believe that maybe we could take some preventative steps. We don't have to wait for the cancer to show up. There's things we could do by how we eat or how we take... go ahead, I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, to start off, I'll just give you a little background on myself to get you a clearer picture as to the level of experience that goes into writing those books. I started my professional career as a high school teacher.
Oh.
After that, I did 2 degrees in chemistry and biochemistry. Then I went into medical school. I have been working as a medical doctor for in excess of 31 years, in excess of 18 years in a senior capacity. But as you go through life, to me, essentially, I believe that life is what we call a dash between 2 points, date of birth and date of death. And in between that time, you have the dash. Now, what you do during the dash can determine when your date of death is. So these books were written based on my background to try to see if we can extend the dash for individuals. In fact, I'll give you a little story. My paternal grandmother lived for 115 years.
Wow.
115 years, and she did not spend a night in the hospital until about a month before she passed on. She was able to take care of herself. She didn't need any nursing home or anything along those lines. So I got fascinated with that, and I said, well, what is it about her that has given her this longevity? So I, in my own little way, studied her life. And because of my background in the chemistry and biochemistry, and now in medicine, I was able to reflect a little bit on what factors that has led to that. I've come up with a little theory that your life, what happens to you as far as your health is concerned, is based on your environment. Either the external environment or your internal environment. So the whole focus of this series really is giving you little tidbits that helps you to improve the quality of your life, improve your health, and as such, prolong the dash. My first book on cancer gives you it's a mixture of my background in terms of my chemistry background and my medical knowledge. From chemistry, I understood the sort of cellular level or the molecular level at which diseases happen. And as such, I was able to come up with an idea that the better or the sooner you can find a disease, the greater options you have in terms of its treatment. So I started looking at the molecular level of disease. What happens to cause a cell to become a cancerous cell, for example? What happens to cause a cell to become rogue? I realized that individuals have an internal mechanism which protects them from certain ailments, including cancer. So we have our own internal machinery to fight off cancers. So what happens? Why do we get cancer? It has to do with changes in our internal milieu as a result of what we may have exposed ourselves to. Just simply, we all drink water, right? But most of the water around us is chlorinated water.
Right.
Now, they tell us that they use chlorine in the water in order to sanitize the water, get rid of microorganisms that are potentially pathogens. From my chemistry background, I understand that the chlorine is a potent oxidizing agent. So through the process of oxidation, it's able to destroy these microorganisms. But the action of chlorine does not stop there. After we drink the water, it starts destroying our microbiome. That's the microorganisms inside our body. As a result, we find that there's an increasing incidence of bowel cancer. And after we collect water, after we drink water, we eventually pee it out. Our bladder is a receptacle for the urine.
Yep.
So eventually we have to collect that water, that urine, in our bladders. So you also find that there's an increased incidence of bladder cancers in individuals who expose themselves to chlorinated water. And I'll tell you this, there is no way on this planet where people are exposed to chlorinated water who do not suffer from cardiovascular disease.
Wow.
All right? So the question is there some information that we need to learn to protect us from ourselves? And that is the basis from which the book on cancer is written. I looked at the cellular level. I realized that a cancer cell uses 200 times more glucose than a normal cell. Glucose is the energy currency of the cell. So to give you energy to do anything, you need the glucose. Now, if a cancerous cell takes 200% of the glucose that you're exposed to, you can begin to understand why people who suffer from cancer start looking emaciated, weak, losing their energy, and unable to do much. Okay? So these books help to present that information to individuals. Now, I try to develop the information in a simple, easy to read format. So whoever, you haven't got to be medicalized to read and understand what's there. I'm trying to make it available to individuals, irrespective of your background, to help you to understand this is what happens with cancer, but I'm also giving you some common sense measures that you can take. For example, I approach this from a holistic standpoint. We don't only need chemicals, the chemotherapeutic agents to treat cancer. We can use different non-pharmacological agents, even fruits, for example. The soursop fruit, I don't know if you're familiar with that. That is a fruit which it's a plant really. The fruit it produces, its bark, its leaves, all aspects of that plant are known to be effective against cancer. Additionally, we find in the Western world, the incidence of cancer is much higher than it is in the Eastern world. The question, why is that so? From our research, we found that the people in the Eastern world, say Japan, tend to use a high incidence of a brown slimy mold for their food, right? That food has a particular agent in it which gives the body additional fighting ability to fight against cancer. Hence, the incidence of cancer, for example, in the West is about 445 incidents per 100,000 persons. In the Eastern world, it's about 138. So you see there's a marked difference.
Yeah.
So as such, the value of this book on cancer, I believe, give people useful tools that they can use to help themselves to be the best version, the cancer-free version of themselves.
Right.
But I'm also telling people, don't just take what's written in the book. Talk to your GP before you embark on any practice.
Right.
So not because I mentioned soursop for you to think, well, oh, the doctor told me I have cancer or wherever, so I'm going to consume a lot more soursop. That's not the advice. The advice is you have this information, you can go and discuss it in a sensible manner with your doctor, and together you formulate a plan by which you can use this holistic approach towards the treatment of your disease condition. So the whole thrust of these books are designed to give people small bite-sized portions of information that is readily usable.
This is, and I like what you said, this isn't written for scientists, this is written for everyday people. We will be able to understand the book.
Exactly.
But it also sounds like maybe doctors could make use of this book as well.
Exactly. Everybody. Actually. It's a perfect handbook, I think, for the ordinary man, the non-medicalized person, the students, nursing students, pharmacological students, midwifery students, the medical doctor in training, and even senior doctors.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it. I'm just blown away by the amount of information that I've gotten through this short interview. This is amazing, Dr. Phillip. By the way, and we don't have time to go into each one in great detail, but here's one about Alzheimer's disease.
Okay, I was just about to talk about that. And because of the time constraint, I'll just give you just this little pedal. Would you be surprised if I was to tell you that there's a relationship between Alzheimer's disease and herpes simplex virus type 1?
I would never have guessed that.
Okay. Now we have found the DNA of herpes simplex virus in about 70 to 100% of the brains of Alzheimer's sufferers. now you might say, well, herpes simplex virus just affects your mouth, your neck area, your facial area. So how does it get to the brain? Now, I'm going to ask you to stretch your thought process a bit. If we think about chicken pox, for example, varicella, that is a bit of a nuisance in childhood. Little pustules on your skin which itches quite a lot. However, later in life, if you are stressed for any reason, you'll find little red patches on your skin we call herpes.
Is that like
zoster.
shingles? Shingles?
We call it shingles, yeah, but it's caused by herpes zoster. The question is, where did that come from? That varicella virus lived in the nerve roots, and when your immune system is suppressed, it manifests itself as these red patches we call shingles. Okay, now interestingly, a varicella is a herpes type virus. So it's not surprising, it's not far-fetched to think of herpes virus affecting your mouth area and having to travel a short distance to get to your brain. So the incidence of the DNA of herpes virus, finding it 70 to 100% of cases with Alzheimer's disease in the brain of Alzheimer's disease sufferers is not coincidental. So we think that there is a relationship between herpes and Alzheimer's disease. So knowing that, part of the therapeutic approach should involve something like acyclovir. That's an antiviral preparation that doesn't kill the herpes, but it suppresses it. So it slows down its ability to extend itself or to spread itself. Okay, so that same information is contained in these books, which hopefully will allow a potential patient to talk to his doctor intelligently, and he has the reference as the book. Additionally, there is a book on cardiovascular disease, and like we said earlier, in the interest of time, we'll just touch some pearls or one particular pearl in the book. In the book on cardiovascular disease, the first two chapters talks about statins. Now, there has been an explosion of statins virtually all across the world. The numbers of statins being prescribed are on the increase, but statins are poisonous. Right? There has been cases of people who have been compliant on statins, but they still pass on because of cardiovascular disease. Okay? So the question is, why is that so? Now, the talk is, statins help to suppress cholesterol, so as such, by using statins, you reduce the exposure to cholesterol and its ill effects. But if I also tell you that cholesterol is actually very useful to us, because cholesterol is necessary for the formation of some hormones, it's necessary for repair of our body tissues, and our body actually produces cholesterol. And contrary to what we have been told in the past, we talk about HDL, high density lipoprotein, and low density lipoprotein. We are told that high density lipoprotein is the good cholesterol and LDL is the bad cholesterol. LDL is not the bad cholesterol. That may shock you. It's the oxidized form of LDL that's the bad cholesterol. The oxidized form is smaller and it's sticky. So it sticks to our blood vessels, and as such with time narrows the vessels, and as such compromises the blood supply to organs distally.
I've been diagnosed with very high blood pressure, Dr. Philip. Will this book help me develop some treatment for that?
For the high blood pressure, yes, it's going to help you. Because we look, again, I told you, like, I have a chemistry background, so we look at molecular and atomic levels before we present anything. So we give you a background through which you can think about what you're doing, what you're exposing yourself to, and how it's likely to work.
Right. And by the way, I'm very excited about all of these books we've looked at so far. I just want to tell our viewers that here's 3 more books coming out. Tell us what areas these other books will touch on.
Okay, those books are going to be published on the 17th of this month.
Okay.
The book on diabetes is giving you a sort of roadmap as to how diabetes comes into being. If I was to tell you, for example, that although we are told about the lack of insulin, the shortage of insulin is one of the major causes of diabetes, I could tell you probably that glucagon is probably playing a significant role in the development of diabetes, and that may seem strange. But that is factual, it is true, the evidence is there for glucagon as a major cause of diabetes. So the book on diabetes deals with that. We talk about risk factors for diabetes and how you can protect yourself. For example, as an obstetrician and gynecologist, I see patients all the time with what we call gestational diabetes. I tell them that that is a warning sign that all is not right. It increases your chances of developing diabetes later in life. So as such, now that you have been exposed to gestational diabetes, there are certain common sense measures you can take to reduce your risk of eventually developing diabetes. So that helps, that's the way the book helps to give you a sort of forewarning as to things you can do to reduce your chance of developing diabetes. Then we talk about stress management, which is another book that is due to be published on the 17th of this month. That book on stress management helps one to be able to manage chronic stress efficiently. Now you might say, well, hey, stress is normal. Everybody experiences stress. Everybody experiences stress, and stress can be protected. But we have two different types of stress. We have acute stress. If you're being attacked by an animal, the defensive mechanism you take to protect yourself, versus ongoing chronic stress and what it can do to your blood pressure, to your risk of diabetes, to your weight, and such alike. So in that book, we address stress, and we have developed a special, unique branded solution as to how you can control and manage your stress levels. Okay, so all of that is in that book, and again, it is written in a relatively simple tone, trying to reduce the amount of medical speak so anybody can understand it. And the third book that is available is on obesity. Now, obesity is a challenge of modern day medical practice. You might say it's because of the food we're exposed to, it may be because of this, lack of activity, poor planning, and stuff and such alike. And all of those may contribute. But that may not be the only, or those may not be the only causes. So in that book on obesity, we reflect on the various plausible causes of obesity and how best we can address that to ensure that we not only live a longer period in the dash, but we also live a healthier period. We enjoy a healthier form of life. Because without health, our productivity declines and our life becomes less meaningful.
I feel like you're saying all your books, we don't have to wait till we get these illnesses. We could start now preparing, so maybe we could prevent getting the illnesses, or maybe not have it so badly when it does come.
Well, that's the intention. The intention is to allow you to realize if you're going to treat any type of disease effectively, the earlier it is diagnosed, the more effective, or the more options you have in terms of the treatment, and the more effective the treatment is going to be. So by telling you those things, at least whetting your appetite to know, hey, there is an issue with regards to cancer, because in the book on cancer, for example, we look at the various types of cancer and symptoms associated with that. So if you start having those symptoms, you go having a talk to your GP. Could I be investigated for this? Could I be investigated for that? If you're diagnosed, you know that these are the sort of approaches you could take. For example, in cancer, you have 3 different therapeutic approaches. We talk about surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy. Now, all those have specific indications, so that is in the book, and you'll be able to discuss that with your GP. Additionally, in the book on Alzheimer's, like we said earlier, we talked about herpes simplex virus, and the fact that some acyclovir B could help to sustain the rapidity of the progression of the disease. So there are little bits of pearls in the books which can help you to live a more effective and healthier life in the period between the two dates.
Yeah, we're way past time, Dr. Phillip. I'm getting these books. This is just what I've been looking for. I'm going to start with the cardiovascular disease book and then move on. But I have friends, Alzheimer's and cancer. I'm going to give these books out to a few people as I get a hold of them. And then I look forward to later this month. Here's the other 3 books that are coming out. And where can people get these books, Dr. Phillip?
Those books are available on Amazon.
Okay.
And they can also be obtained from my website. That is philburnacademy.com.
I want to end with a couple thoughts, Dr. Phillip. I know you're in England somewhere, but your accent is a little different. Is it Caribbean?
Yes, it's from the Caribbean. You have a very good air. From the Caribbean.
And you were born in Dominica?
Dominica, yeah.
Okay, very good. Anyway, you're a fascinating person. I'm inspired by what you've written, and I wish I could read all the books of the authors that I talk to on this show. I cannot, but these are important books, and I'm going to read them. I want to thank you for bringing them to us and to our viewers. Any last thoughts that you want to share with our viewers?
Well, the intention in writing these books is to ensure that we equipped people with tools that they can use to easily modify their lifestyles and encourage a healthier practice as far as life is concerned. So those things you can avoid, which will make you ill, you can avoid them. Those things which you were not conscious of, but which nonetheless was causing you ill health, you can address that. You know, so the books are useful handbooks, I would think, which could serve as useful literature, which you can walk around with and share with friends, gifts to individuals as gifts, which will help them to live better quality lives as far as the health is concerned.
Dr. Phillip, thank you for your time. I hope you'll come back on the show again and again. This is very important. We just barely got to the tip of all the subject matter, but it is fascinating. I appreciate you've written the books, and thank you for taking the time to come on the show.
I thank you very much.
And
thanks to you and your audience. Thank you.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. I'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about our valley, the state. Actually, we're more international now. We do authors interviews every day with authors from all over the world and different business coaches and people from around the nation. And today we have a business coach, I guess we'll call him. And welcome, Eric Mers, business coach. That's enough, right?
Good morning. Good afternoon.
And tell us, Eric, I was just saying as we're coming on the air, everything's international now, or at least nationwide. There's no more local, not a lot of local stuff going on. Do you have clients all over the country or all over the state?
I have some scattered around the country. I don't have any out of the country right now.
Yeah.
But I do have colleagues that have coaching clients in other continents.
Other continents, yeah. Now, give us a little idea of the scope of your business.
So mainly I work with entrepreneurs, small business people running their own business. Some maybe for a long time, and some maybe they haven't been in it too long. And I just try to help them grow their business. Sometimes they're stuck in a spot because they were really good at what they did. They got it to a certain point. They hustled. But maybe there's some things they need to learn. Maybe there's some things they need to think about that, just weren't really in their earlier career expertise tool bag, if you will.
Yeah. What is there one big impediment to growth?
Well, usually it's ourselves, right? Getting out of the way of ourselves and realizing that we can't do everything ourselves, or we don't know everything that we need to know. And so if we can put that aside for a moment, there's resources available. I mean, there are people like myself that can help, but then there are experts in different fields that can help business owners, whether it's a CPA firm that has tax, expertise, to banking, to marketing, advertising. You got to take advantage of all those things to have a successful business.
Yeah, I catch myself all the time saying stuff like, why am I building the website? I don't even know how to do websites. And there's people out there that really know how, and they do them quick and they do them cheap. So I find things like that. And I was doing all my own accounting, and there's things. You're right. I got to let go of stuff. People need to learn to let go of stuff. And so I'm the impediment. What about money? Is that always a big thing that has to be overcome?
Well, a lot of businesses are undercapitalized. They don't have enough funds to, to really grow and do the things they need to do to expand. But there are people that can loan money at a reasonable rate that, if it makes sense, if your business is profitable enough, you got to know your profit margin. So before you go out there and get some money or put some money on a credit card to grow your business, you need to make sure you understand what your profit margins are and whether or not you can afford the cost of that money.
Right.
When you talk about funding. But then the other issue is, how are you managing simple things like your cash flow? Do you understand what your accounts receivable, what's the average amount of time it takes to collect your money? What's the average amount of time that you can not pay your bills and not have exorbitant fees? So all those games come into play when it comes to managing cash flow, which, gives you the funding sometimes to do that little expansion here and there. Or, if you're buying equipment, financing that equipment over a long term versus paying cash might be a good option. And the cost of the money might be a lot less than waiting until you accumulate enough money to buy it. So you got to weigh those things. And I do help clients kind of figure those things out. But a lot of times there's fear, fear of, I run into a lot of people, they don't want to go into debt. There's good debt and bad debt. So there's a reason that there are businesses out there that provide funding, and we call it debt. And debt's a dirty word, right? Nobody wants debt. But, it's, if you really just look at it as if you are getting an asset so that you can produce more assets, as long as that return is higher than the cost of that debt, and you can manage the cash flow, then you're all right. But you need to know your numbers to do that.
Well, sometimes people don't know how to look at that. I guess that's why they would bring you in. I've seen many businesses, they've just grown and grown and grown organically, and they took it over from their parents, and they're just doing it the way it's always been done. And would you say some people, it wouldn't hurt to have somebody like you come in and just take a look at their business?
Yeah, and typically I go in and I do an assessment. I look at the profit and loss statements. I look at their credit card statements to see if there's some opportunities to reduce some costs that, there's things they subscribed to years ago and they're still paying for it and they don't use it anymore, things like that. And then, we go from there to building some fundamental strategies around growth and grow in a way that's profitable. So, well, a lot of times we'll employ what we call the 80-20 rule. You've probably heard of it, the Pareto principle, which is, they're going to derive 80% of their profit from probably 20% of their clients or customers. So it doesn't mean that you're only going to do business with those 20%, but you're going to try to market to more people like those people, for one. And two, you're going to go back to them to get more business because they're the people that really value what you provide, your product or service. So we want to try to capitalize on those, minimize the ones that are probably 80% of our problems are coming from, and maybe eliminate some of those. So sometimes we're just looking at our customer base, trying to understand where do we really make our money? Because sometimes people make money over here, and over here they're losing money or resource of time for their people and themselves to manage that business, where they could be putting more effort and focus on these over here, this 20% that's getting 80% of the profit.
What about finding new markets? Is that something you could help a business with?
Yeah, we can go into a discovery of what are the other things that we could add to what we're offering our existing customers that they're already going to be buying somewhere else, but it would be easy for us to add them. Sometimes it's products, sometimes it's service. As long as it's not going to take us out of our lane so much that we lose total focus. I've seen businesses do that too. If there's enough business, then you should start a whole new division that focuses on that. But if it's just an add-on product to what you're already doing that you could deliver easily, or you could just add an item on your shelf if you have a retail store, or in a restaurant, you could add an item to your menu. Now, there's pros and cons, right? You're confusing sometimes the customer. Who are you? What is it you do? So you want to make sure that it fits your brand and how people perceive you. Because I walked into restaurants, but I thought they were just, serving Mexican food, right? And all of a sudden there's hamburgers and pizzas on the menu. I'm like, yeah, they're trying to appeal to everybody there, and maybe it's good for the kids because it'll be easier to sell them the pizza than it is a taco or a burrito. I don't know, but it's a little confusing. Like they start to be everything to everybody, and they become no one to no one, nothing to nobody, right? So that's something that I always kind of look at and make sure that they're consistent with their messaging, their marketing, and who they are, and if they wanted to have another business, that might be, they spin off into another total business that's branded that way.
And do you find instances where the business owner, all he has is a job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of times, I mean, when you boil it down, if let's say you were going to sell your business, could you sell your business and the new owner could operate with what you think you want to get for it, or would you have to come with the business to keep the value there? And a lot of times small businesses, they'll sell with a consulting contract where they'll stay around for a certain amount of time to try to bridge the customers in and make sure the transition is smooth. And I always say that's a good idea. But if you really want to look at your business, like, is it a business on its own and you want to be a business owner, you should be able to walk away from it for a month. You could try it like this. Walk away for a month and see what happens. If it would fall down and die, well, then you have a job. But hopefully you're getting paid well for. But if you really want to test it, you hire somebody to take your job so you can walk away. And if it can take care of that person and get you profit, then you're going somewhere where you have something to sell at the end. And by the way, selling at the end isn't always the best option. Sometimes people say, well, I'm going to get this whole pile of money if I sell it, but then they're going to pay a bunch of taxes because they're going to have some big capital gains probably, because when they started the business they had maybe $5,000 in startups, right?
Yeah.
So then depending on the equipment and the real estate and all that, the business itself sells for $1 million. Well, most of that's taxable.
Yeah.
Now they could do is just bring in a key person, hire them at a higher, pretty good rate, give them a good incentive, a percentage, and keep the business going, and just keep maybe they don't pay themselves as much as they were paying themselves when they were working in it, but now they have a real business running and they can retire, just be a business owner. Maybe they sell it to that person down the road, and if you do that over a long period of time, you could probably minimize those taxes.
Yeah, I see, just talking, the little talk, I see more and more reasons why people should call Eric Mers to think through some of these decisions. I can see, by the way, restaurant, you gave the example. I know many restaurant owners, that it's just a job. They're probably, if they close the restaurant and one got a real job, they make more money than they're doing running their restaurant. But I can see there's a lot of strategic decision making that can go into a business that could really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of businesses are just, they're a good job. It's a good job because that person maybe doesn't want to work or can't work for other people. So there's nothing wrong with that, right? That's fine, but you really don't have something to sell as an asset. So in that case, I always kind of counsel people, go sit down with your financial advisor and create a plan where you're going to be putting away money out of that business while you're still in the business over a 30-year period or whatever. So at the end, you still have this pile of gold over here that's outside of the business. So no matter what happens with your business, you'll be okay. And that makes it a lot easier than when you want to try to sell it to, say, a key employee, because you don't need all the money right now, and you can just make a deal that, they pay you over 10 years or 15 years, and the whole thing works out.
Yeah, I'm in the commercial real estate business. We are always counseling people. Talk to your financial person, because maybe you don't want all that money from your sale all in 1 year. So,
yeah, and if you're going to sell your business and you own the property, you might not want to sell the property and just become a landlord. That's a good way to get income that's, it's not taxed by Social Security because it's not earned income. It's passive.
Is there a prime candidate out there that should be calling you?
Anyone who's been at their business for 3 to 5 years and they feel like they're kind of stuck, or they want to grow their business. Maybe they've been growing, but they want to grow faster, or they want to work on putting in better policies and procedures for their employees, or they just want somebody else that's a trusted advisor that comes beside them, who doesn't have an agenda apart from their agenda, and just helps them navigate those things.
Yeah, that would be great. If any business owner out there is saying, yeah, boy, I really need to talk to somebody, how should they reach you? Should they start with the website or call you on the phone?
They can go to the website, and there's actually a profit acceleration simulator on there. They can go through that process and see how they could potentially grow their business. But they can email me at eric@vertuacoaching.com, or they can call me at 661-343-2373. You probably, if I don't know you, you probably should text me first and say, I heard you on this show and would like to make contact with you, and then we can jump on a phone call, because we all get spam calls all the time.
By the way, I think there's a lot of people out there that are not answering their phones. Just why? We just get so many calls that are for nothing. So that's great. We could text before we call.
I usually do. I usually try to text, and unless it's somebody I know, they have my name in their phone. But first time I meet somebody at a networking event, I put their name and number in my phone if I want to keep it, and then I text them and I said, "This is Eric Mers. You met me at blah blah blah," and I'm just reaching out.
Very good.
Good to meet you.
We're pushing up against our time limit, Eric. But any last thoughts? Anything you want to tell our viewers that they should know?
Just remember that small changes in multiple parts of your business are going to have a huge impact overall on the profitability of your business.
Yeah, by the way, most of us have grown a business because we knew about something, we get in and we do the business, and it grows and grows. We never thought it would be a business with multiple employees and go in different directions and needing finances and expansion and new markets and stuff like that. So most of us in business are not experts on business, is what I'm trying to say, Eric. So that's why you're there, I guess.
Well, we're all a work in progress.
All right, Eric. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming on the show from time to time and talk to us about this. And I encourage anybody who has the need to reach out to Eric Mers, Vertua Consulting. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Mike.
And for our viewers, stick around. We'll be back with more guests right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This show is real estate and home improvement. We've been talking to people this week about who you should hire to fix your plumbing or fix your roof. You want a good, dependable person, and we're going to help you meet just the right person. How about this? Who should you call if you want to buy or sell a house? It's a tough choice. You should call someone who's been at it a while, who's done it a little bit, who's done a few hundred or a few thousand transactions. This is the biggest investment of your life, and you should have somebody you can know and you can trust. That's why I've asked an expert to come on the show today, and here he is, Al Alarcon. Welcome, Al.
Hey, nice to be here, Mike.
How long you been doing real estate?
Since 1977.
Oh my
Full-time,
goodness. That's like 40, 50 years. That's what
Pretty much.
That's
pretty
when I graduated from high school. That's how I know.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about who should be buying houses and what do they have to do if they want to buy a house they've never done it before. It's quite a process if you've never done it.
Definitely is, and that's why you should have somebody that's got the experience and kind of keep you away from the hand grenades.
And there's very few people with more experience than Al Alarcon, so think about that. Now, before we get to this market stuff, I want to ask you about one of the houses you have for sale. This is kind of near the Tower District, or is it in the Tower District?
No, it's Fresno High.
Fresno
it's the
High
Fresno
area.
High area.
That's right,
yeah, it's on West Harvard, 1411 West Harvard.
Okay, and it's a nice little house. How much is it?
That one's $349. It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, and it's got an extra wide lot, as you can see the gate there. And in the back, it's got a building that could be converted to ADU.
Oh,
They
nice.
just need the permitting and that sort of thing.
This is a picture I liked about this house. This is some kind of fence and gate?
Yes, in the back.
In the
It's
back?
got a sliding gate, so you could drive in through the front, drive out the back, or vice versa.
Could you
And
park an RV back there?
You can, definitely.
Yeah, it looks like enough
Definitely.
space for the RV.
Yeah, definitely. It's huge for a garden. Somebody that needs a big backyard
Yeah.
for kids or whatever, but
Is the kitchen upgraded a little bit?
all brand new. Everything's brand new.
Yeah, the more modern countertops and everything.
Everything, yeah. It's just been totally rehabbed.
This is a favorite part about this street, Harvard. If anybody's familiar with the street, there's all these shady trees down there.
Yeah.
People don't think of that this time of year, how much we need shade to park, but in a couple of months, they're going to be saying, man, I wish I had a shady tree out there.
No, it's like on Terrace, also another street that has
Yeah.
beautiful trees. So does Harvard.
Now, what if someone wants to see this house? What do they have to do?
Just give me a jingle or call your own broker and set up the appointment, and we go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice house, nice starter home. The price is great. You know, all these houses are $700,000-$800,000. I can't believe it.
Well, this one in the back, like I said, it's got a brand new roof, the building in the back, and this one, the front, brand new roof, brand new air conditioning, brand new heater.
So you're not going to have to do a bunch of upgrades or repairs as soon as you move in.
Definitely not.
Now let me ask you this. I talked to some kids the other day. They're paying like $3,000 a month in rent, and I'm thinking, why don't you buy a house?
Yep.
What if they don't? They've never done it before. They don't know how to qualify. They don't know how to go get a loan and stuff. Can they call you and you kind of walk them through that?
Right. Give me a jingle, and once I do a very light pre-qual, and once I ask them the questions, their income, just general, then I'll guide them to the right lender, because there are certain lenders that focus on different type of borrowers. For example, first-time home buyer or a heavy investment or somebody that's, everybody's different.
They have different lenders who work with different kinds of clients.
And there's some banks that have grants where they help you with a first-time home buyer grant down payment that you don't have to pay it back. There's there's a ton of loans.
Okay.
A ton of loans.
You kind of run them through, see what they're after, if they're going to move and then sell it in 2 years, or they're going to try to keep it till they retire. They might want a different kind of loan. and a different kind of lender,
Exactly. But stay away from the adjustables, which I would never guide them that way. But the lender, there are certain lenders that qualify, and if they have credit issues, there's another lender that helps them to fix.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
fix their credit.
Al Alarcon has done it a few times, so call him, trust him. He'll take you through, he'll get you taken care of. Now, I've talked to some I don't want to say older people because they're our age, Al.
Younger people.
But they've lived their whole life, and now they're ready. They have the big old house, and the kids are gone, and they're thinking maybe I should, downsize. But they don't know what their house is worth. They don't know how to sell it. They don't know anything about it. How can you help them through that?
Well, there's many options. Number one, what are they going to do? What their goals are? What do they want to accomplish? And also, what are they going to do with their money? That's one of the things. And also, on my website, aliconrealestate.net, there's a section where it has a lot of information regarding if you're a seller, if you're a buyer, and some of the questions you just asked me about the lender, they're there also. Then if you go down to the bottom, you'll see whatever language. If they speak, Farsi or Arabic or Chinese or Spanish, they could pick their own language to fit their comfort zone.
So they can look at the resource and then change the language.
There,
so
there
they
you go.
can read
And it explains
understand.
everything.
Nice.
Explains everything because it's confusing. It is.
Anyway, the point I'm getting to is if somebody's going to sell their house, they should call and consult an expert like you and find out what their options
Right,
are.
and there's no obligation. They come if they ask me whatever they want to ask me, whatever they need to know, because once people remove or get knowledge, they get rid of fear. So that's what it is. People are fearful because lack of knowledge. They don't. But once they know what they need to know, then they'll feel more comfortable making their next step.
Yeah.
And that's
Very
what you
good.
want.
Yeah.
You want happy campers when they buy, sell, do whatever.
Well, this is the biggest investment or the biggest divestment anybody will do in their lives, buying or selling a
Right.
house. So you want to get somebody who's really been at it a while. Since 1977.
Yes.
You've learned a couple things, huh?
I've built homes. I built 2 subdivisions. I've did a lot of exchanging, investment, all kinds of things that I've done in the real estate industry.
Yeah.
So that comes, and I'm willing to share all that knowledge
Nice.
with whomever.
And information's free.
That's it.
People don't have to worry about coming
That's it.
in and you're going to
That's
twist
it.
their arm or something. You're just going to give them information. And
No, that's the main thing. The main thing is to sit down with the folks because they may want to do an exchange. Maybe they have an investment. Maybe they have rentals. They want to step up, step down on all those kind of things. And you want to look at it after taxes. What happens here if we do this after taxes?
Yeah.
So nobody gets hurt.
Yeah. Especially if their house is kind of part of their retirement. They got to
That's
be
true.
careful how they handle that. And a lot of us, that's all the retirement a lot of us have is our house that will be paid off when we retire. So
That's it.
Al, I'm just going to pop this house up one more time. If anybody wants to look at it, call Al, and he'll help you figure out how to buy it. If you've never bought a house, he'll get you through it.
Yeah. Just give me a jingle, and we'll set up a schedule so we could go look at it and take pictures, look at it, whatever you want to do. And that's it. The main thing is, like you said, the first thing is sit down and let's have a plan, because the plan might not. This home might be too big for you, might be too small for you, might be out of your kid's school district, might be all kinds of different things. So,
And by the way, we should say that Al is selling more than just this house. Any house for sale anywhere in Fresno,
right?
Anywhere in the valley, you can help them.
Right, and it's in my website. You go to my website, like I said.
Well, they can look up all kinds of houses.
Yeah, you can look at all the houses, and or legal issues that entail the property. I've got access to get into the county record and tell you whatever the zonings are, whatever it is on a certain property or on their own property.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, we also have a list. I have a list of workers, like you mentioned at the beginning. If they need a licensed roofer, licensed plumber, I've got access to that too.
Well, you're a great resource for people.
I like to think so. I like to think so. And I want my clients to be happy, number one, and successful.
Very
That's
good.
it.
Last thoughts for our viewers, Al?
Well, first of all, like I said, there's nothing, if you have your home already, you could also buy an investment, buy a rental. That's how people have become wealthy, is through real estate. It's.
I always say that the only way regular old Joes like us can build wealth is to buy a house and
buy real
buy
estate.
real
That's
estate,
it.
yeah.
That's it. That's the majority of people that have become wealthy has been via real estate. So that's.
By the way, you got anything special for the veterans? Somebody said the veterans could maybe get in for zero down.
Yes, exactly. The program. There's a certain lender that I put the veterans. As a matter of fact, I've got 2 of them that are coming in, and veterans, and take advantage of that.
Yeah.
They
earned it.
Yeah.
They earned it. Good for Al. I recommend Al. Al's a good guy.
And a veteran also.
And a veteran, as honest as the day is long, and he'll help people get into a house. Veterans, he'll help you get into a house for zero down maybe, and got to talk to Al Alarcon.
Well, if a lot of people that don't know me, I've served as the past president of the Fresno County City Chamber of Commerce. So if they trust me, I mean, that's very rare that you have another realtor that has those credentials,
Yeah.
and that's why people trust me.
Very good. Al Alarcon. There's his phone number, 559-269-3558.
That's
Is that
it.
correct?
That's it.
And who answers that? Your secretary?
Yes, secretary, answering service, or myself.
Or yourself. That's the answer I was looking for. But just go check out alarconrealestate.net and call Al. We'll be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, where we talk to authors about their books, about their process, how they get a book published. Most of us are trying to write and publish a book, and these authors we bring on, they've done it. So we're going to find out how they did it and find out a little bit about their book. By the way, this is a book for young boys. Not only do I have the book here, I have the author. Let's bring in Gene Miller. Welcome, Gene.
Hi, Mike. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, who's this book for, by the way? Here's the cover. It's for school kids? What ages?
Initially, I wrote the book, Mike, for my oldest two grandsons that were going into middle school.
Uh-huh.
But when Kirkus did their review in October, they indicated it should be an adult nonfiction / memoir read. So it's classified as a middle schooler YA book.
Yeah.
But adults are reading it and enjoying it because of the humor and the adventures.
Yeah, I was reading up about it. It does sound like it's very humorous. So, by the way, I read young adult books all the time, and one of the biggest challenges is to get young boys to read a book. So.
Yeah, I had to twist my grandson's arms to get it started, but once they got into it, they've been enjoying it, and they're almost finished.
Yeah. Sometimes what our teacher would do is they would read us the first chapter of a book in the classroom and say, if you want to know the rest of the book, you got to go get it. So hopefully some teachers are listening and they will do that. Can you tell us about some of the chapters? Each chapter stands on its own. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mike. The way it's designed, it's 15 short stories. That's another benefit for middle school readers because they are short, you know. And each one takes you either on an adventure of a middle schooler through the lens of about an 11-year-old. I kind of start telling the story as an 11-year-old, but I go back to around third grade, and I talk about some instances of bullying that occurred in school, on the school bus, and then adventures along the Delaware River, where we grew up in South Jersey, about 12 miles north of Philly.
That's right. I didn't ask you this when we came on the air. Tell our viewers where you are.
Yeah, we live in Chemung Township, which is right in the middle of the area between Philadelphia and Atlantic City. We're located in the Pine Barrens, which is a giant woods and farm reserve of over 1.5 million acres.
Wow. See, I had no idea that was happening back there. Now, we, out here in California, we go to the beach. What do you call it in Jersey?
We go to the shore.
To the shore, yeah. That's interesting. And is it like ours here is sunny and you play in the water and stuff?
If you're there from like probably Memorial Day until now, late September, it sure is sunny and everybody's on the beach and has staked out their claim of their sand and their umbrellas and everybody's rolling into the water if it's warm.
This book, basic question I ask everybody is, who's this book for? Is it just for boys, or will girls read it too?
I got to tell you, Mike, the title throws you off a bit because it sounds like it is for middle school boys only because it's from a perspective of a middle school kid. I'm an only child, so I didn't have any sisters, big sisters or little sisters. I didn't have any brothers, so I kind of connected with families along the street and the block of Delanco, and a lot of those little sisters kind of became my little sister.
Mm-hmm.
Especially my best friend Mark Bruno and his little sister Deanna. She was always along for the ride. We tried to get away from her, so she didn't tell on us.
Telling you guys, yeah. So it's for anyone. And like I said, I read young adult books all the time. I enjoy the heck out of them, and it sounds like this one's going to be a lot of fun for anyone.
Well, I tried because I've been in education before I retired a year ago for 44 years. I began teaching at the middle school level, then eventually taught in the high school level, then became a middle school principal. So like 35 of my years is in public schools at that grade level. So I do know middle schoolers, you know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Eventually, I ended my career the last 9 years at Stockton University in the School of Education, teaching the older kids, and that was a nice change too.
Yeah, I guess so. You are uniquely qualified to write a book that middle schoolers might read.
Yeah. The other part, when I wrote the book, I included I hired an illustrator, and her name was Susan McGettigan, and she did such a fine job of doing color illustrations, one illustration at the end of each chapter to kind of bring everything together. It lends itself to that middle school age, but the adults that have been reading it have finding it to be discovering almost like they go back in a time machine and they go back to that period of time of 1965 to 1970 along the Delaware River in Delanco. And a lot of people that live in that area of Riverside, Delanco, Beverly, Edgewater Park, Burlington City, they're very, very familiar with all these happenings that went along there. The river was dredged to get big ships up the river from Philadelphia to Trenton, and they took all the dredge spoils and ruined our view of the river and piled it right behind our athletic field. And instead of looking out to the river, we could only see dunes. It looked like the Sahara Desert behind our house.
That's too bad, yeah. Would you call it a coming-of-age book?
Absolute coming-of-age book, yes.
Very good.
Finishes at 8th grade graduation with another incident. There's a lot of crazy, wacky incidents. Me and my two close friends on the block, Mark Bruno and Rich Palm, we were involved in a lot of these activities together. But each chapter, characters are introduced that come in and change, other than Big Rich and Mark Bruno. But the characters that come in, they do some crazy things too. One of the chapters, the chapters start off with the first chapter talks about growing up along the river and describing the geographical area, but the second chapter introduces an interesting discovery that I made with the help of Big Rich and Mark Bruno along the Delaware River. And I still have artifacts to this day from the dig on the beach.
Wow.
The second chapter goes into me trying to come of age by being responsible, by getting a summer job at age 10, cutting my grandfather's lawn and working on a farm, and that didn't work out, and then I became a paperboy.
Paperboy. By the way, those artifacts you held up, you're saying that when they dredged that river and dumped the sludge on shore, that's where you found some of that stuff?
I was actually where they dumped the dredge spoils. The river still had a beach, so we had behind my house an athletic field, and then it was tree lined, and there was a swamp there. And the adventures take place from the athletic field to the swamp, then to the dunes where the dredge spoils were, and then onto the riverbank where I was walking, and I discovered something at extra low tide that day in Easter in 1968. It ended up becoming a big deal. Now, I went to Riverside High School, which is the next town south of Delanco, and at Riverside's historical building, at my first book signing in July, they were working on a dig along the Rancocas Creek, which kind of like splits the Lanco and Riverside. And in 1858, there was an experimental submarine called the Alligator Junior, a two-man sub. This is the preliminary submarine to the Monitor and the Merrimack in the Civil War. This sub got lost, and instead of going north along the Delaware River, it took this offshoot, Rancocas Creek, so to speak. It looks like a small river, and it started going up the creek, and then it sunk. So the Riverside Historical Society, and there's a big article in the Philadelphia Inquirer around September on Alice Smith and the Riverside Historical Society, discovered the alligator, and there's going to be a dig going on very shortly for that. And now these things that I've found from my exploration along the Delaware is being handed over to Peter Fritz of the Delanco Historic Club, and they want to do a similar dig for this item that I discovered that was over 60 feet exposed along the river with my friends.
Now, you said somebody suggested this is more of a memoir. It sounds like all these stories are true. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's a nonfiction. Yes, all true.
Yeah. So anybody who grew up around that area, I bet they delight in reading this book and remembering these things that happened.
I've been very fortunate. You know, this is my first book. It's a lot different. You know, it's easier writing a memoir style nonfiction than creating a fictional world. You know, but the people that have been reading it from the area have been coming out to greet me in a positive light and being excited to read the stories and to talk about them. And that's the fun part because the names are real too. So a lot of these people are relatives, cousins, neighbors, friends, classmates. And it's bringing out a lot of unity within the towns connected to the stories.
That's great. Okay, that's a great story, Gene. By the way, I have your web address up there. What would our viewers find there?
You will find a sample writing from the beginning of Chapter 2, so you can see my writing style. Okay. And also, there will be some awards. December 18th, I was notified that the New England Book Festival gave me a first runner-up for young adult literature, and also an honorable mention for a wild card division, which means it's multiple genre, which they recognize just like Kirkus did. Genre, so so I'm very proud of that. That's posted on the website, and then also some videos connected to the book.
That's great. Yeah, on the website they'll find all that. Yeah, I just I have to pick new books. I read so many books. I'm always reading something, and when I see a book get some awards, it helps me take a second look at it. If I can see an author talking in an interview like that, it helps me pick the book. And this one just sounds fascinating, Gene. I want to suggest, I'll make a suggestion, is that if you're watching, you got middle schoolers, your kids are going to be going to birthday parties every other week. So don't go and order one of these books. Order 10 copies and send them with your kids to birthday parties and stuff. I think that'd be a great gift. Books are always a great gift. Gene, we've gone way past time. I just love talking to you. Any last thoughts? Anything else you want to share that we missed?
Yeah, there's only one story that doesn't take place around Delanco and the river, and that's when I had to be sent off to summer camp at Camp Occoneck in Medford in the Pines. I now live in the Pines. I didn't know I was going to end up here in my life, but I had some tremendous adventures and tales to tell in that chapter on Occoneck and the tribe has spoken. And a lot of these children, including my grandchildren, in 6th grade, 7th grade, their school takes them overnight to Camp Occoneck. And so this would be a great way to compare your middle school years now of a time passed without computers, Xbox, cell phones, and that kind of thing. You know?
Amazing. Well, I think the best stories are true stories, and it sounds like this is going to be it sounds like it is a great book. I look forward to reading it myself. I can't read all the books of all the authors I talked to, but I'm going to read this one, Gene, for sure. I love this idea and the style, the approach you took to telling your stories. Thank you, Gene. I hope you come back on again.
With it, because it was written for middle schoolers, and I'm an educator, I included a back section of chapter lessons that introduces new vocabulary terms, critical thinking, cross-curricular ideas, and research and writing prompts.
Yeah, so I'm not just going to give this book out to young people. I'm going to give it to teachers, too. I think they would like that. Gene, thank you so much. I hope you'll come back again and again.
Mike, thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor to meet you and to talk with you.
Okay, and for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another author in just a few minutes. And we are out, Gene.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events, coupled with Weddings and Celebrations. Well, are you looking for a band who can jam? Look no further, because these are my friends and great guys. Ginger Blue, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Oh, it's so great to have you back on Central Valley Talk. This is Kurt Grover, this is Rick Calhoun, and this is Brian Romero on the end playing bass. And they are from the Valley, and they play all over. I mean, from anywhere to, from Access to the Edge, and where else are you playing this weekend? Oh,
Barrel House.
Barrel House. Barrel House. So they'll tell you more about it, but what I love about these guys is not do they just play the covers, but they create their own too. And the one thing that I really like, Rick, is the fact that your first song that you are going to perform today, which is called the Bud Song. And if you folks like Jimmy Buffett, this kind of has that Buffett kind of vibe, and you are all in for a real treat. So I'm just going to give it to you guys. Ginger Blue, you're my buddies. Have at it.
Ready? 1, 2. Woke up this morning to the radio song. Found a note on the nightstand that said, "Miss me, I'm gone." I stumbled out to the kitchen, tripped over the dog, bumped my head on the table, then the floor broke my fall. Now I'm sitting underneath the Bud sign, drinking an ice cold beer, tapping my feet to the music, and wishing that you were here. I always come back here just to hang around. I deal with the whispers, I wear the jester's crown. I know they talk about me, but I don't care what they say. I'll deal with the heartache in my own way. Now I'm sitting underneath the Bud sign, drinking an ice cold beer, tapping my feet to the music, and wishing that you were here. Now I'm sitting underneath the Bud sign, drinking an ice cold beer, tapping my feet to the music, and wishing that you were here. Mama said, be careful, don't act like a fool. Daddy said, remember, live by that golden rule. But you're just a mystery, one I can't put down. Long as I'm alive, I'll be your heart-broke clown. Now I'm sitting underneath the Bud sign, drinking an ice cold beer, tapping my feet to the music, and wishing that you were here. Yeah, I'm sitting underneath the bud sign, drinking an ice cold beer, tapping my feet to the music, wishing that you were here. There you go.
Wow, there you go. I love that. That
Thank
song,
you.
I mean, I was tapping my feet over there off on the side, having a great old time. So, Kurt, how long have you been playing guitar?
Oh, wow. So this will put a date on me, but...
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead and
I'm
share
just
with...
going to say 50 plus years, maybe
Bless your
55
heart. That's
years.
awesome. What about you, Rick?
Since I was 15, so I'm 71, so there you go.
There you go. Everybody do your math. All right, Brian, how long have you been playing?
I started playing guitar in the 6th grade, so that would be 1973.
Wow, that is
Long time.
Yeah, well, you know what? The music is the passion, and that's fantastic. So, how long have you all been playing together, and how did your group come to be?
Well, I joined Rick's band way back before the whole
pandemic
COVID thing. Yeah, and we were playing together, and then after things opened up again, we started playing again together, and then he joined a band of mine for a little while, and then we put together this band here, and this has been going on, about 2 years, I think.
2-3 years.
Well, you know what? I love the name Ginger Blue, and the last time you were here, you shared basically how it all came together, and the viewers will probably want to know it's a small little town, right? Just out of Missouri, right?
In Missouri, 10 people.
10 people.
I always liked the name. Stephen Stills had a band called Manassas, so I always wanted a southern town, and I went through every town I could find on the map.
And you found the one that had 10 people, right?
Ginger Blue.
Ginger Blue.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have you guys play again, and you're going to do a cover here called Spooky, and if you folks at home know this one, sing along with them. It's great.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the cool of the evening when everything is getting kind of groovy, I call you up and ask you if you'd like to go with me and see a movie. But first you say no, you've got some plan for the night, and then you stop and say, alright, love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like you. You always keep me guessing, I never seem to know what you are thinking. And if a fella looks at you, I'm just sure your little eyes will be a-winking. I get confused, 'cause I don't know where I stand, and then you stop and smile and hold my hand. Love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like you. Spooky.
If you decide you're gonna stop this little game that you are playing, I'm gonna tell you everything my heart's been dying to be saying. Just like a ghost, you've been haunting my dreams, so I'll propose on Halloween. Love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like you. Spooky, spooky, yeah, yeah, alright. I said spooky, spooky, yeah, yeah, alright. I said spooky, yeah, yeah. Go.
I love it. I love it. That was great. Now, you're going to be playing where this weekend coming up? If folks want to get out there and see y'all playing.
Well, Friday night we'll be playing at the Axis at Tesoro Viejo, and from 6 to 8.
I'm laughing because he lives there and he couldn't even say
I know. It's a mouthful.
And then I know you're going to the Barrel as well.
Barrel
correct?
House, yeah.
Barrel House as
at
well.
River Park. That is from 7:30 to 10.
And that'll be Saturday night.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so
Our debut.
That's our first event,
fantastic.
so we need lots of people.
Yeah.
Well, I know I saw you guys at On the Edge out in Clovis, and that was just a great venue. So if people want to follow you, how can they do that?
Go ahead.
Well, we're on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube as Ginger Blue Classic Rock and Originals.
Right.
That's where you'll find us, and we've got a lot of songs, a lot of music on there, and little posts and photos and so on. And you know, you can kind of find out where we'll be playing next.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
We're going to be at On the Edge on the 25th,
yeah.
also in
Well,
January.
I'm sure I will be there. And then I know, too, coming up in April, it's going to be Porch Fest. And my guess is they're going to be gracing the presence down here at Central Valley Talk at 1212 North Van Ness at that time. And that's usually that last weekend in April. Well, I know it's sad, but you guys are going to be closing out with a song called Dirt Road. Tell us a little bit about that song, Rick, because you wrote that one.
I wrote that. A friend of mine from high school, we have a high school group that still talks to each other, a bunch of old people. And she came up with, she said that she was listening to the rain and with a cup of coffee in her hand, and I said that would make a good line for a song, and so she challenged me to write this song.
Well, it's better that it's Dirt Road versus Old as Dirt. Anyway, now I'm glad it's Dirt Road because it's a great song. I love it. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thank you. Listening to the rain, cup of coffee in my hand. The words we had last night, I don't understand. I packed up my bag and climbed into my truck. Me and this old guitar have had enough. I need a dirt road to anywhere. Wanna feel the earth beneath my feet. You can't outrun the rain. Heartache is the same. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Roadside cafe is nice and warm. Reminds me of home, safe from the storm. This big city life, it was your dream, but I prefer sitting by a slow running stream. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Wanna feel the earth beneath my feet. You can't outrun the rain, and heartache is the same. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. I need a clear blue sky, shooting stars at night, where crickets learn to sing, and they'll sing most anything. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. I need a dirt road to anywhere. I wanna feel the earth beneath my feet. You can't outrun the rain, and the heartache is the same. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. But give me a dirt road to anywhere. I wanna hear a rooster crow, feel the wind when it blows, wear a firm handshake seals the deal. An old pair of jeans that are busting at the seams, but you put them on anyway. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Wanna feel the earth beneath my feet. Can't outrun the rain, and heartache is the same. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. Give me a dirt road to anywhere. job.
I just love it. Kurt, it's great to see you. Rick, same. And Brian, good to see you. You know what? We're missing Gordon and Joanne today. It's so, you're so blessed to have Gordon back. We know that he had a bit of a health scare, but he is such a great drummer, and Joanne has such a beautiful voice, and they play with you as well. And what a great band you are. Ginger Blue, you're always welcome here. And folks, look them up. Is there a phone number or something too? If people want to book you, even for corporate events, how can they get in touch with you?
Yeah, we can contact either Rick or myself. My phone number is 559-712-1543. And Rick's is right down there too at 559-304-6994.
And they do all sorts of events, folks. So reach out to them. They're great, easy to work with. This is Hope Broski with Business, Arts, and Events, and Weddings and Celebrations. Ginger Blue, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, this is Hope Roski with Senior Issues, and today I have the pleasure of introducing somebody who has such a big position in this valley, and her name is Ren Ramshaw. Ren, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Hope. I'm delighted to be here.
I am so glad you are here because you are representing the Vineyards California Armenian Home, which has been so well known and has such a great reputation in the valley. And when we talk about senior issues, it's not just always about the seniors, it's about the families that are involved and having to make decisions moving forward as parents are becoming older and where's the best place. So I'm hoping that you can shed some light on telling the viewers a little bit about all the wonderful things that the Vineyards has to offer.
Thank you, Hope. I really appreciate this opportunity. As you mentioned, it is about our residents and their goal of finding the best place for them to live at the stage where they're at in their life. But a lot of times it is the family who are doing a lot of the research online, boots on the ground, planning the tours, coming out to look. A lot of my daily activity is really talking to people and listening and offering some options and solutions for everything from independent living, assisted living, our cognitive care options, and skilled nursing. And it could come in the form of a phone call, grandma fell down, she's in the hospital, we need to do something, to someone coming in off the street saying, my husband and I are planning our retirement, we'd like to hear what's going on with your independent living.
Right.
And I just gave some of your listeners jargon: independent living, assisted living, cognitive care, skilled nursing. All of those terms, maybe you and I know what they are, but for the average listener, they might have an idea, but what does that mean in the world of the full continuum of care? So the Vineyards California Armenian Home does offer all of those levels of care for people over the age of 60. So if you're looking at independent living, that would be something like, I want to move into a community where I have lots of different activities. I don't want to have to cook anymore. I don't want to have to do my sheets and towels. I want everything to be one bill where I just write out my monthly rent and everything else is taken care of.
To a degree, it's like resort living because of all of the activities and things that are done for you, which is great. And you still have that sense of independence. You can come and go as you please.
Lots of friends that are your own age. You like the same type of music and kind of those touch points. Assisted living would be all of that, the resort, plus you don't have to deal with your medication and your prescriptions, and if you need a little help with your activities of daily living, or a lot of help with your activities of daily living, the grooming, the dressing, all of those hygiene issues that can be just more time consuming and problematic as we get older. That is assisted living. And then cognitive care is if there is a dementia diagnosis, which is it's further down the road of mild cognitive impairment or age-related memory loss. So we actually have a very robust, dedicated cognitive care at the Vineyards California Armenian Home. We will be expanding our neighborhood, our cognitive care neighborhood, by we're going to have 52 apartments.
My goodness, that's wonderful, and that's terrific for people in this community, and especially that people can transition as they go into that senior journey, and the comfort for families to know that it's not just one type of care, that they have options along the way. And I think that's important because as people get older, as we know, they become very comfortable in their environment, and any shift or change, a drastic change, could really make a negative kind of difference. This keeps them in a familiar community, which is key.
And the Vineyards California Armenian Home is built on 40 acres of beautiful, mature, park-like setting. It is a park with safe walking paths. And when I say walking paths, it's also for walkers and wheelchairs. So for people who like to be outdoors and enjoy looking up at the sky and the trees and the birds, it really attracts all of your senses to focus on what's going on around us, instead of sometimes as we get older we can isolate, we can really look inside of ourselves, and it could be a lonely place for some of our elders. So we are delighted to offer all levels of care, including skilled nursing on one campus. And when the Armenian Home was started 70 years ago by a group of Armenians who pooled their money, purchased 40 acres with the idea that this is going to be a safe place to take care of their loved ones. Now this is a full fruition of their dream. We have not just the assisted living and skilled nursing, we have the full continuum of care. There is one other full continuum of care option in Fresno, in the Central Valley, but we really are unique in that it is a rental option for people. So if you're looking at what does your next 5 years look like, 10 years, 20 years look like as you're approaching your retirement and beyond, it's nice to start planning early. That would be my one suggestion to the listeners. Don't wait until there is a crisis. Don't wait until you have to make a decision. Please use us as a resource. We have a very fun social media presence with Facebook and Instagram. So if you are on social media, I invite you to just kind of take a look in, follow us, and you'll get an idea of the day-to-day options, not only for the beautiful activities, but we have a fabulous culinary department. We do a lot of adventures outside of our community too. I think we might have some photos that we could share.
Yes, I would love to take a look at some of those, and I appreciate you saying that, and I think some of the things too that people need to know that you do have a guard as people come in, so it is safe and it's secure, and I think that brings a great deal of comfort. And then people who greet you there are kind and warm and friendly and knowledgeable, and that also gives families a sense of peace and calm, that they will be greeted with love and warmth as well. So let's go ahead and take a look.
So this is a shot of our CEO and our board president, Lucy, and a group of us who are managers at the vineyards. We get to hang out together on Monday nights serving our residents this beautiful buffet. We take a trip around the world basically every Monday where we have different types of cuisine that we share via the buffet. And Chef Robert Ortiz III heads up the culinary team and comes up with some really fun options for our residents. So that's us getting to enjoy each other's company and serve our residents. And on that note, we just renewed our Great Place to Work certification.
Fabulous.
Yes, our employees voted, and they made the decision that it is a great place to work. And we are delighted that they feel that they can work in a place that embraces diversity and respect for each other. And not only is it a fun place to work, but we also treat our residents very well. We do a lunch on us every Tuesday and Thursday, which means that we once again serve our staff lunch. It's Armenian home, so we really love feeding people too. So it's a good benefit for our employees, but it also helps them to break bread with their fellows. And so if they're in different departments, they get to sit and enjoy a conversation and know that we're all here to serve our residents. That's our mission. That's our purpose.
And I think that's important. I had shared with you one of my dear friends, Stacy, works there, and she loves it. And the camaraderie, that makes, that says a lot about the climate that people work if they're working together collaboratively, and then that feeds into people who are coming in to look as a place to live. Now, one of the things, people, I don't want them to get confused, because when you say Armenian home, it's not just for that culture anymore, that group. It's open to everybody, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the California Armenian Home, we still are mission driven. We are led by a fabulous volunteer board of directors, some of whom are related to the original founders. And we also celebrate diversity. And we are so appreciative of the diversity that is here in our Central Valley. Not just the culinary aspect, but just knowing that there's so many cultures here that do value their elders, that do understand that when we are serving our senior population, we are really the recipient of so much wisdom. And for our staff, I think when they go home at the end of the shift, they know that they've done something good for another person, whether it be a coworker or our residents. And don't we all want to be part of something bigger than ourselves? It's one of the reasons why people join clubs and organizations, but being part of a workforce that really does have a mission in mind. So we do embrace everyone here.
I think it's wonderful. And, you know, one of the things that you do offer are, like when you talk about the activities, I think it's great that you offer things like chair yoga, Tai Chi. It's the physical also working with the mental cognitive, which is really important as people continue to age, no matter whether you're 50 or 60. As we start to get older, it's good to meld the two together, and having those activities I think are great.
Thank you. We really are embracing, there's 7 principles that we're working with, and Dr. Dale Bredesen is a neurologist and a New York best-selling author who wrote The End of Alzheimer's. And through his wisdom, we are taking the health and wellness approach of using his 7 pillars for our cognitive care, and that does embrace the physical, the culinary, less stress, good sleep, making sure that you are every single day embracing life on life's terms, because as we get older it gets a little more difficult, and our job is to meet our residents wherever they're at in this particular day and offer them the tools and the support and some really fun activities too. We have something called a Tovertoffel. Have you ever heard of a Tovertoffel?
I have not, but I'd love to learn about it.
A Tovertoffel is a magic table, and basically it's play with purpose. And so for our residents who are part of the cognitive care neighborhood, it's a magical table that has, basically it illuminates from above. They can play soccer on it, they can have goldfish, like koi ponds, and when they touch it, it moves. So it's interactive, and I really enjoy it too. When I go on a tour, it just brings you in, and it's also soothing. So for folks who might be a little bit agitated, they're around their fellows, they can hang out together and participate. So it's physical, it's mental, it's emotional, all in one little magical table.
I'll have to come in and try that sometime. I will, absolutely.
Open invitation. If you'd like to come by, Hope, anyone out in the audience, please visit our website. Our contact information is available there.
And can you share with the viewers what your website is, please?
Absolutely. It's
www.vineyardslife.com, right?
No, .org.
.org. I'm sorry. .org. Okay, so we'll get that corrected. So it's vineyardslife.org.
Or just say, Alexa or Google, find the
or
Vineyards.
Siri, find the vineyards for me.
The Vineyards California Armenian Home.
Right. Exactly. We don't need people out in the Winefield Vineyards. We want them at the Vineyards California Armenian Home. That's for sure.
We originally were 40 acres of Muscat grapes, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So we do have the vineyards as part of our history. So.
Oh, wow. That's great. Well, I am so glad, Rem, that you came in to talk to us today. And again, people can reach out to you and you'll schedule an appointment with them and give them a tour. And I just think, again, the Vineyards California Armenian Home has always had such a great reputation, and I appreciate you coming in to talk to the viewers about it today, because whether it's people who are already into their senior way of life or you're looking for a loved one, you are a great resource here in the Valley.
Thank you very much, Hope. Happy to be here.
I'm glad you are. Okay, this is Hope Roski with Senior Issues. Speaking of putting together a wedding, are you looking for somebody to plan your next special day? Well, if you are, I have 2 people here who are extremely knowledgeable about that. I'd like to welcome to the show Jill and Darren Jones with Stoic Events. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. Welcome to the show and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Well, speaking of New Year's, tell me what you have going on with Stoic Events, because I'm sure you're starting to gear up for that wedding season. So, Jill, what's happening right now?
We have been incredibly busy. Such a blessing. We have a wedding this weekend, starting out the year right, and then we really don't have very many openings for this year, which is always nice.
That's what you call a nice problem.
Yes, it's a very nice problem. We actually have opened up our horizon from the last time we were here, and we're starting to travel more. So we're not just staying in the Central Valley; we're going throughout. So that's kind of fun.
Okay, so Darren, where are you traveling?
Well, we already did a couple weddings on the coast so far, in Paso Robles so far. We're going to Pismo, right?
Pismo.
Got one in Pismo.
Yosemite.
Yeah, we got 2 in Yosemite this year.
Fantastic.
Excited about that, yeah.
Okay, so how far out are people booking? Because obviously you're pretty booked, you're saying right now, but so how far out should people be looking to book with you?
Well, depending on what their needs are, if they're wanting someone that's more involved in the planning process, I would say a year. If they're wanting more of just day of coordination, I would say probably at least 6 months. Because you want to be able to make sure that you talk to different coordinators in the Valley, because there's a lot of them.
Sure.
And not everybody's for everybody. And whoever's helping you day of or planning your wedding is going to be all up in your business. So you want to make sure that you get along with them really well.
That will help, because
Yes.
they're the person who's going to take you through this special
That's
day.
right.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
So Darren, as you're moving forward with kind of the 2025 year, what are some of the trends that you're seeing right now? Are things changing a little bit in the direction of weddings, or?
Yep. There's trends every year, right? There's new color palettes and all kinds of new trends that you can get into. But we see a lot of people here in the Central Valley. What we get involved with is a lot of mid-range, rustic country weddings. I don't know what it is, but people really like the barn look. They really like that Western look, right? So we see a big request for that right now.
So do you have a list? So let's say a couple will come to you and say, this is what I want, this is my vision. Do you then have the list and then coordinate with those property management or property managers or businesses to then book that venue?
Yeah. What we do is we listen to our potential clients and what they want, and then we have venues that we've worked directly with that we can speak on behalf of them. So we know what the venues have to offer, so we present that to our potential clients, dependent on what they want to try to pull off, right?
Along with vendors too.
Right.
There's a lot of different
Right.
facets that go into planning and having a wedding.
Sure.
And I think a lot of brides, obviously it's usually their first time, right?
Mhm.
So they don't really know how it all comes together, and they really do think that they can have Aunt Sally help them out or their sister help them out, which is all great. But what I have seen is what happens is they have a little bit too much to drink. They're not really paying attention to the formalities of it. They're enjoying it too. They're a guest. So, when you take that person away from being a guest, it's really hard for them to make sure that they're doing what they need to do to make sure everything's executed and done in a well-mannered time.
Of course. So speaking of the trends, we were talking about, the locations, and the barn is kind of a big thing too. And you discussed color palettes. What are some of the things, Jill, that you're seeing for coming up in 2025?
2025, I'm not 100% sure about color palettes, if they're going to change a whole lot, because usually it's very seasonal. But one thing that's changing a lot is the garter toss and the bouquet toss.
Okay, so let's tell the viewers about what's happening with that.
So a lot of times people are not doing the garter anymore because it's very weird and uncomfortable, a lot of times. So what they'll do is they'll either throw a football or they'll do something different. Football is pretty much primarily what we've seen a lot. Some people will throw an empty box, like a liquor box, and then whoever catches it, they get the liquor bottle once it's caught. The empty box is caught.
No, I can only imagine the full box of liquor heading your direction. Right?
Well, I'm telling you, the first time we had someone say they were going to do that, I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. They're like, oh no, we take the liquor out. I'm like, okay. And then for the brides, for their bouquets, a lot of times what they're doing is instead, or they're finding different ways. Instead of throwing it, you can put a string on it, and whoever gets the string that's actually attached. But the biggest thing I've seen is having a dedication of the bouquet for the moms. Because the moms are not getting the recognition like the dads do. The dads get the dance with their daughter. They get their final, okay, I'm letting you get married and we're done. They're the ones that present the woman to the man at the altar. So now the girls are wanting to represent their mom in a way. And so instead of doing the bouquet toss, they do this whole speech and I'm sorry, ladies, we're not doing a bouquet toss this time. This bouquet goes to my mom. And then they do a nice, they do a nice, thoughtful speech about their mom, and that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. We saw it one time we did one wedding in Kingsburg where there was a special moment where the groom waited, and I think it was every lady in the wedding was given a rose, and they all went up to the groom, who took all the roses and then placed it at a memorial for, I think, was
His
it his
mom.
mother, right? Yeah. And it's just a new, fresh way of like remembrance and bringing people into the event as well. Super special, super cool.
Yeah.
Right.
You
People
know,
are getting really creative.
And that's what I was going to say, is there seems to be more of a shift in people's own creativity, kind of moving, maybe keeping some traditional-ish type things, but then taking it in a new direction, which I think is wonderful because people are just making it their own in the way that they want to have it. So are you seeing now that kind of COVID has come to a close, is it doubled, tripled? What Darren, what are you seeing?
It's tremendous. I'm an officiant. That has been booked more.
Okay.
We're coordinators as well, and we also have our fingers in with a venue, Kingsburg Ranch. So all three areas have increased tremendously. I'm sorry.
Tremendously, yes.
But yeah, we've seen that. Like we said, I'm going to marry somebody for a sunrise service in Yosemite in March, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is somebody from New Jersey. So that's, people are looking to get married, looking to do things, or reaching out to where they're getting ready to go, making plans, making arrangements. Yeah, the up and up's there, I think.
And you know what's nice is people, you know, maybe don't consider the Central Valley as a destination, but you said it, Yosemite is great. You know, we look a little bit outside. We even have wineries here now in town that are trying to piggyback off of that Paso and that Napa type of feel. And so we're really going in a bigger direction, which I think is great, especially for people who are planning events. So speaking, I know you've talked about weddings. What other type of celebrations, Jill, are you involved with as well?
We have done birthday parties, baby showers, retirement parties, corporate events. Anything that needs any kind of planning or any kind of a timeline that needs to be executed, basically is when you hire somebody to come in and help you do that.
Okay, so for people who are doing that, are they mostly booking weekdays, weekends? Where are you seeing some of those? Because mostly everybody's aiming with the wedding for the weekend, or is there a little bit more flexibility then, or is it still the weekend the popular?
It's pretty much weekends the popular. Sometimes people will say they want to push things to like a Thursday or possibly a Sunday, because primarily our footprint is weddings. So it's primarily Saturdays. Once in a while we'll have something on Sunday. Birthday parties usually aren't as involved, or even all the other kind of parties are not as involved as a wedding. There's not as many details that go into it. So those ones are not quite as popular for us, which is fine because our real niche is the weddings. But people are picking different days, but they're usually, it's like Thursday to Sunday is like that sweet spot.
But if I'll interject.
May I interject?
Last year we had a wedding December 31st, leading over into the new year. They wanted to get married and celebrate into the new year. So there's a wild day to pick, right? But then we've also like had hot days outside in Fresno and freezing cold days. So it's, I think that we're just seeing people that are just looking for windows of availability too here. Because like you say, there's a lot of people in the Central Valley, and it really matters where you get married too. And if your venues are closing up fast, you got to try to find a place to get married.
You need to be a little bit flexible that way. So let's talk a little bit about
trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but you know, we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who could help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively, the authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So, first of all, I'm fascinated author that maybe I love this one. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively, the authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively. The authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process. Not to get personal. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? She sells seashells down by the seashore. She sells seashells down by the seashore. What's it time to read to? She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells down by the seashore. Huh. So sorry. She sells seashells down by the seashore. She sells seashells down by the seashore. Okay, the 11th it is. Yes, we're on number 3. Sorry, yes, Tuesday. So sorry. Go to you on at 11:30, please. Amazon. Maureen? Maureen. Yeah. Maureen? Hi, Maureen. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
That's perfect. You won't see me for a minute.
Okay.
I'm doing some setup. Maureen Meehan.
Yes.
Is Meehan your maiden name?
What's that?
Is that your maiden name, Meehan?
That is my maiden name and my only name, yes.
Only, I just, one of my family tree names was Meehan and switched to my hand.
Oh, interesting. Originally in Ireland it was O'Mahan, and then we dropped the O when we immigrated to the United States. I don't know why they did, but anyhow.
Well, we're probably cousins, regardless.
Yeah, so Meehan is my name.
Perfect. Perfecto. All right. Just doing some last minute setup. We got a bunch of pictures loaded. And, all right. I think everything's perfect. I'm going to move over to the studio and you'll be able to see me.
Okay.
I'm not much to look at, but I'm still.
Oh, please.
It's just entertaining for me that some people just are absolutely panicked that they can't see me, instantly. Don't worry, I'm not that much to look at.
I can see you.
Perfect. Let's see. Maureen Ann Meehan.
Correct.
Author of so many books. I don't know which ones to focus on. We're just going to kind of brush through them, and then I'm going to focus on my favorite ones, unless you have a particular. Is there a newest book?
I have 21 out there, but the one I'd like to focus on is 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck. And the reason is it's being made into a movie.
Oh, my goodness.
So we start filming in June, and it will be premiered into theaters in the fall.
Nice.
So that is, I'm going to grab a copy real quick. So it's this one. It's nonfiction satire of me trying to date after my husband passed away a decade ago. So, but that one's being made into a movie. But the rest, the Mary McIntosh series, I am pitching to all Hollywood and Europe for a series, streaming series, because they're all based in Wyoming, where I grew up. And after Taylor Sheridan's Yellowstone, it's popular. Okay.
Okay, which series is that?
The Mary McIntosh series. It's my legal thrillers.
Okay, is that Pumpkin Buttes and?
Yeah, it's Pumpkin Buttes, starting with Dying to Ski, and it goes all the way to Highway to Hell. There's 21 of them out there.
I've got almost all of those covers, but yeah, the favorites were mine were going to be to talk about were 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck.
Yeah.
And then books that kind of go with that are Push You Away. Is that right?
Yes.
And also Let Me Be.
Yes, those are the sequels that I wrote after attending the Los Angeles Festival of Books last year. I took a QR code bookmark that said, "Tell me your worst date," and I got hundreds of emails from people from 80-year-old ladies to 18-year-old boys. So I wrote 2 sequels in like 2 weeks.
Wow.
I know.
Let Me Be is my favorite cover, by the way. So.
I know everyone thinks it's me,
I would
but
say
actually
it is.
it's
Tell
not
people
me. But I use AI to generate my book
Oh,
covers,
nice.
so it looks quite a bit like me when I used to have long hair. But yeah, I just use Chat GPT to create my book covers.
Yeah, I talk to a lot of authors who tell me the same thing. All right, Maureen, what we're going to do is, of course, I have a bunch of book covers, and I'll touch on all of them, but mostly, the ones we've already discussed.
Right.
And also on the screen, I have your web address and your Instagram address. And then we'll have book covers, and you won't see what book covers, but you'll know which one's up because I'm going to kind of let you know.
Okay, thank you.
And we only have 10 to 12 minutes, but I'm already so fascinated by you that I could talk to you all day. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the segment. I'll be on the screen by myself and introduce the segment. About 20 seconds in, I'll introduce you, and you'll be on the screen with me.
Sounds great.
All right, let me just click through a little rehearsal here. There's me. Boy, do I look good today. We look like newscasters up here.
Right? We look good. This is a good day.
Well, I am 66, which makes me closer to 70 than to 60, so.
No, it makes you closer to 65.
There you go. Way over 65. All right, stand by, Maureen and Meehan.
Okay.
Meehan, how do you say it?
Meehan, yeah.
Meehan, okay, Meehan. Maureen and Meehan. And we're just going to have a little conversation. So stand by, Marianne.
You got it. I'm good at this. Do it every day.
Good. Me too. Okay, we are now recording and coming in live. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. One more try. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where I get to talk to authors from all over the world every day. I have the best job. I read most of the day and then I take a break and talk to authors for a few hours. By the way, look at this book. 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck. Fascinating book. And not only do I have the book and the cover here, I have the author, Maureen Ann Meehan. Did I get that close, Maureen Ann Meehan?
You got it.
Nice.
You did well. Thank you.
This is, I'm intrigued by you and your books. And there's a whole bunch. We're going to talk about a series. What's the series called?
My Mary McIntosh series are my legal thrillers, based on my protagonist, based in Wyoming. Mary McIntosh is my protagonist. And then my nonfiction satire are regarding my trying to date after losing my husband a decade ago to a rare cancer. So I went back to try to dating in 2024, and it was not a good experience at all. So I wrote 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck. I broke my neck in January of 2024 accidentally. I fell backwards in my kitchen. It was a freak accident. I did break my neck. I'm fine. I recovered very well from it. But that is what was the case. So I got home from the ICU on a Wednesday afternoon. I had a date on a Friday night with a broken neck.
Oh my goodness. And you went ahead on the date. You decided to continue going on the date. Were you doing the dating to write a book, or did the book come out of your experiences?
I went on these dating apps to try to find a soulmate and to try to find love again. I had the most wonderful husband. He was my soulmate and my best friend. We met coincidentally when I was out running one morning. I ran into him, like physically. It was dark out.
Literally ran into him.
So we formed a Brady Bunch, had a family together, went on a family moon to London, and nevertheless, he passed away from this cancer. It was salivary gland cancer, which is very rare, and he was not a risk factor person, but we fought hard, and he didn't make it. So I went through grief therapy and finally was ready to date in 2024, and I have not had a very good experience trying. So I wrote this book as the end result when I was at the London Book Fair last year in March. I'm just fed. I had all of my notes with me. I was fed up. I'm like, you're an author. Do something funny with this at least. So I wrote 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck. So I took it to the Los Angeles Festival of Books last April, and I created a QR code bookmark that said, tell me your worst date. Just one question. I got hundreds of emails. Wow. Hundreds. From 80-year-old ladies down to 18-year-old high school senior boys. So I wrote 2 sequels in a couple weeks following that called Push You Away and Let Me Be. And both of them sell out all the time too. So all 3 of my dating satires sell out. And I'm thrilled to announce that 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck is being made into a movie. Nice. We did our pre-production starting Monday. We're doing all of our pre-production for the next 2 months. And then we start filming in early June. And our target is to have it in the movie theaters this fall with a premiere in a movie theater in probably Hollywood. And we're super excited. I have 2 producers that I have been working with that are thrilled to be doing this. We adapted it to screenplay. And so I'm very excited that 60 Dates is going to be in the theaters as a rom-com satire drama. It kind of encompasses a lot.
Yeah. Now let me go backwards. So first of all, you're in Southern California?
That is correct. I was born and raised in Sheridan, Wyoming. So
Sheridan.
all of my legal thrillers are based in Wyoming. But I live in South Orange County, California.
We don't have time to go through all these, but the covers are so spectacular. Pumpkin Buttes, Prison Break, these are all based in Wyoming?
They are based in Wyoming, yeah, near where I grew up in Sheridan. I start with Dying to Ski, which is in Jackson Hole. Then Snake River Secret, also in Jackson Hole, on the Snake River. And then I go to Sheridan, Wyoming, my hometown. And the rest of them are all Mary McIntosh's to Sheridan, fictionally, and so she is a prosecutor now, county counsel in Sheridan, and she's prosecuting crimes. And Pumpkin Buttes is interesting. It's based on the illegal export of uranium. Pumpkin Buttes in Wyoming, this area of Wyoming has the most uranium of anywhere in the world, and they do legally export it. But there was 2 gentlemen arrested last September. I'd already written the novel, but there were 2 gentlemen arrested for illegally exporting it. So I bring a surprise. I won't tell you because I want you to read it. I bring some surprise characters to Wyoming to illegally export uranium to Russia, and it's a thrill ride. It's a good book.
Let me get some more background, because your life is too big to cover everything, but you went off to get educated, and you ended up in law school and a lawyer and even a judge?
Yes, I still sit as a Superior Court judge in Orange County in the mental health. So I service all of our lockdown psychiatric wards and our jails, doing hearings for capacity regarding mental health. I love this job. It's a collaborative group of people. All we do is help people with mental health problems. And we started this program in 2005 in Orange County. Then it was rolled out as a pilot. And it's been a very successful collaborative court in Orange County.
Now, and did some of your ideas for your mysteries come out of your law career, or are those all from your imagination?
They're all based in true crime.
Oh, they are. Oh, yeah.
I love true crime. I'm fascinated with serial killers. And yes, mental health, my job does assist me in meeting people like this sometimes in the jail. But I've always been fascinated with true crime because you just can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
So I started a podcast in January called Only the Truth. And it's based in true crime, but I base it on my novels thus far because I've already written them. I know them like the back of my hand. And I have a lot of reviews on Amazon, etc., where I can kind of pivot and helps me talk about my novels, my legal thrillers. But they are all based in true crime, things that have actually happened.
And I want to focus again on the 60 dates in 6 months? And because this is going to be big, and I'm going to go to the theater, and I'm going to tell my friends, I know her. I know Maureen Ann Meehan. And this next cover, you're saying is not you, but it looks a lot like you. Let Me Be.
So like I told you, I use AI to create my book covers, and that I talking to my AI and saying, this is kind of what I'm looking for. I want a woman hiking on a trail overlooking the Pacific Ocean, because that's where I did a lot of my dates. Hiking dates is most of my dates. And I want her to be putting her hand out saying, just leave me alone. I've had it, I've given up.
Okay, now
so that's how I came up with Let Me Be. And it's based on a poem that I wrote some time ago.
Nice. It's a beautiful cover. By the way, I talk about this a lot on this show is because I read so much. I'm always in the process of picking my next book to read, and the covers help. So Let Me Be is my favorite cover by you.
Thank you. I think covers sell books. If you're in an airport or something, or a bookstore, and you walk by, the cover catches your eye. And so I'm very particular about my covers, and I do them myself on purpose because it has to get where I'm coming from.
Yeah. And the cover helps tell the story a lot of times.
It does.
Now, there's another couple. I wish we could go through all your books. We're going to have you back again and again.
It would be my pleasure.
It was Rodeo. Let me find that.
So Rodeo, my sister, who lives in Sheridan, Wyoming, we attended the rodeo this past summer in July. I go back to my parents, my sister, here in July, and we attend the Sheridan Wyoming Rodeo. My sister, who's a dentist in Sheridan, took that picture this past summer, and she sent it to me. It's of the Indian relay races, which is wildly popular. Native Americans from all over the place come, and they do these relay races bareback, and it's super competitive. These guys are athletes. but it's very entertaining. There are people that go to the rodeo just to see the Indian relay races, but my sister took that photo of the Indian relay races this past July of 2024 in Sheridan.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I watched those races just on television. Never got to see them live, but I'm a rodeo follower. So
oh, they are so captivating, and the crowds go wild because these guys are. I mean, they have handlers who are in there holding the horse. They jump from horse to horse with this 3-step process, and people crash into each other. People miss getting on their horse in time, and the crowds just go wild. It's so popular, and the purse is pretty big. It's I think $120,000 or something quite large. So these people train all year long for these Indian relay races in all the rodeos from Reno to Sheridan, Wyoming. And we're on the big circuit.
yeah, and as you said, they're athletes and they're incredible. I would never put myself in that, but I love to watch it. Now, by the way, speaking of movies, this would make a great TV show, series, movie.
We are pitching it now to Hollywood and producers all over Europe to make this series, the Mary McIntosh series, calling it Mac. And we're making a lot of traction with respect to pitching it, because after Taylor Sheridan's Yellowstone and all of my books are based in Wyoming, we are getting a lot of feedback, a lot of interest, particularly from Europe, because they want to break into our streaming market. So I will be in London next week at the London Book Fair with all of my novels, but I do have some meetings with some European producers who would love to break into our streaming market.
Well, it seems like a great time to be creating this kind of content and these kind of books, because there's so many opportunities now. Netflix they're making their own shows, and Apple TV and Amazon, and there's just the market's really rich for that stuff. But you seem to be perfectly
it is
positioned
rich,
for
and
that.
they're lacking content, and my content is deep.
Yeah.
I have 18 novels in the Mary McIntosh series, all based in Wyoming. I started writing these 28 years ago.
Yeah. So there's seasons. You have seasons of books written. Now,
seasons.
Now
yes, we could entertain the world for a long period of time, and in Wyoming, the scenery is beautiful. Wyoming is a character in all of my novels because I describe every part of it depending on where I'm basing this. Medicine Wheel in the Bighorn Mountains, Devil's Tower in northeastern Wyoming. I mean, the Tetons, the Snake River, these are all characters because I describe them with. I mean, I grew up there, so it's my life.
I want to finish, if it's okay with you, with 60 dates. I can't quite see the cover because I'm that age, so I can't see. But 60 dates. What's the full title?
60 dates in 6 months with a broken neck.
With a broken neck. Now, will there be any big stars in this that we know of, or can you say that yet?
Both producers have asked me to be the main character. So I have been a model for a long time in California, and I was the author, and I actually went on these hiking dates primarily. So we are going to actually film it starting on location in my home, because that's where I did a lot of the telephone calls that you need to do in order to go on a date. And then the hiking trails are near my house. Salt Creek Trail, Strands, and Badlands Park are the 3 hiking trails that I would meet people to go hiking. So I was going to hike anyway, so why not combine the two? I get to know somebody doing something active and healthy because I'm active and healthy. So I'm going to be the lead, and I am excited to pivot to something new. Between all the things that I like to do, I'm going to become an actor.
That's great. Not only do I like it, I love it. And by the way, I talk to hundreds of authors every month, and I love when authors do their own work, like their own voiceover on their books, and now acting the role that you created, the character that you created. This is amazing and fascinating.
Thank you.
Maureen, I just wish we had hours to talk because I got a million questions for you. We're going to have you back again and again on the show. But
it would be my privilege to come back and speak with you.
I just want to give you a minute to say anything you want about your book, your books, your life, anything in the world you want to tell our viewers about.
I just welcome anyone who would like to read any of these novels. I hope I get to entertain you on screen this fall when we finish 60 Dates in 6 Months with a Broken Neck. I have 2 websites. It's www.maureenmeehanbooks.com, and then I have another one, www.maureenandmeehan.com. both contain all of my novels. They're up to date. They contain all of my interviews with Kate Delaney, Logan Crawford. I do a lot of, I was on the Morning Blend last week and the week before in Milwaukee. I enjoy meeting, Kate Delaney's just one of my all-time goats. She's the woman who broke into sports broadcasting as a woman in the 80s after hundreds of rejections. And she has America's Tonight podcast that I've appeared on multiple times. And then Logan Crawford has Spotlight on America, and he's an actor on Blue Bloods, House of Cards, and he's also a newscaster. Again, dear friend, after meeting him and going on his podcast. And I love meeting new people. I'll be in London meeting people all, next week, and LA Festival of Books in April. And it's always a privilege and a pleasure to meet new people and to get to know them.
Great. I let you have your last thoughts. Now I'm going to tell our viewers mine. This book is going to be a movie, and I've never gone to see a movie from a book until I read the book first. So for our viewers, go order this book right away because the movie will be out, and you got to read it. You must read it before. And I've lost my mouse here, Maureen. Oh. Our viewers couldn't see that. It's all right. Anyway, I'll get this book, but don't stop there. Order Push You Away, and also order all at the same time, Let Me Be.
And they are novellas. They're short reads. It's a really easy, airplane read or whatever you like to do. But it's sad and funny at the same time. So it's very entertaining. For 60 Dates, I gave everyone a nickname. Nice. And that's what makes it entertaining. My nicknames are hilarious. Yeah. Herkle Durkle, all dressed up with nowhere to go. Don't tell me what to do, you're not my cat. Yeah. Every guy has a nickname, and they are funny because I have a great sense of humor. Yes, you do. Now, and I'll make this last point, is that viewers, don't go wherever you buy your books. You can get these at all the usual places. You can buy books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place that one can either order. They're all ebooks, all of them, and they also are soft cover, and 60 Dates is a hardcover as well. Yeah. But I tend to focus on the soft cover and the ebooks because I can price them at a very reasonable price point. My ebooks for my dating are $3.99, so $3.99. You're not out a lot of money. Right. And then my soft cover is $7.99, and I do it on purpose. I like to keep my book covers affordable for all. Yeah. Or my books, I'm sorry, affordable for all who want to read. Right. So I buy at Amazon. I don't favor that place over another. It's just I pay the fee every year. I press the button. It comes delivered the next day for free. But don't go and click once on this book. Order 5 of them or 10 of them. Give them away to your friends, or if you have to go to somebody's house for dinner, take it as a host gift. I never order one. I like everybody to be reading what I'm reading as I'm reading it. So I do the same for everything I do. If I host something or if I'm going to somebody's house as a guest, I bring books and I sign them. People love receiving them. It's a nice host gift. Everyone brings their bottle of wine or what have you, but I bring books. Yeah, I do too. All right, Maureen and Mian, thank you. I'm honored to have you on. I'm so excited about your life and your career, and I can't wait for the movie. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we will be back with another author, another international author, right after this. Thank you for your time. I much appreciate it. And
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively, the authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who help get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively, the authors you have on are so interesting, fiction, nonfiction, sometimes politics. And I would just say, keep this going, mister.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun doing it. So. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas. So we talk to publishers, editors, paginators. If you write a book, you got to get a paginator to make it line up right on all the pages. There's all these things that go into creating books. We like to talk to authors, and we also like to talk to people who are in the process of going through this muck, trying to figure it all out. It's one thing to write a book, but to get it written, get it published, get it out there and promoted, there's so many steps. So we like to have a lot of authors on who tell us just that. How did you do it? And also we talk to people who get authors published. There's so many steps that many aspiring authors don't know about yet, but you're going to find out as you go through this. But there's people who can help you get through the steps of getting your book published. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2008, and our YouTube just passed 1 million views, so we're very excited about that.
I just want to say that Briggs on Books, I just think it's terrific.
Thank you.
All of us who write are looking for the lifelines that can connect us to readers. We ourselves can do a certain amount, but we're busy at the keyboard trying to write the books. And so Briggs on Books, you're lively, the author.
Wow, look at that. Sing to Me Softly. I always point the wrong way. Sing to Me Softly. I'm very excited about this book. Not only do we have the book here, by the way, but I think somewhere, oh, there she is. We also have the author. Welcome to the author, Jay Green, Sing to Me Softly. Is this the one that just came out?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to get to one. You have another one coming out. We'll get to that one in a minute. But tell us a little bit about Sing to Me Softly.
Sing to Me Softly is about reapers. So I tend to write dark urban paranormal fantasy, and this one is a book that I revamped from another book that I'd written, but I slowed it down, toned it down, and tried to give it in a format that was not just something I would read, but something someone else would read, because you have to have an audience. Yeah. So
now tell me about, by the way, how many books total do you have out?
I think 35.
Oh my goodness. And on this one, Sing to Me Softly, what's the genre?
Dark urban paranormal fantasy MM romance.
Yeah. And who's going to read this book? This is a really popular genre right now. So there's going to be a lot of people who will read this book. We hope. We hope they will. But is it written for a certain audience?
It's adult. But those who read MM romance. Okay. So.
Very good.
And I have a few who like to read my books, so.
Yeah, I bet.
It's for them.
Yeah. By the way, here's a whole bunch of covers with different series and stuff. So you have a lot of books out there. By the way, for our viewers, you know what I did right before we came on the air? I went to Amazon and typed Jay Green, and all these books popped up. It's amazing how many books you have out there, Jay. Tell us, anything you want us to know about Sing to Me Softly? I don't want you to spoil the book for anyone, but it's urban. Is it built in a certain city?
Actually, I created a fantasy city. So we have the human world, and then we have hell, and then we have a different place where the Reapers live.
Where the Reapers
live.
Okay.
And it's set there, and basically it's based on music. Their blood sings to particular people. So if these people they are loyal to, they trust, their blood will sing to them.
Nice.
So.
By the way, I usually try to ask up front, and I forgot, but you're somewhere in Florida. Is that right?
Yes, I'm in Apopka, just outside of Orlando.
And what's your weather today?
It's rainy.
It's rainy.
Rainy and windy and chilly.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it can rain a lot in Florida. Is that right?
Do what?
It can rain a lot in Florida?
Oh, it can. Yeah. We're getting ready to hit the rainy season.
Yeah. By the way, let's go back to this one. Sing to Me Softly is out, but coming soon is this one, Glitter?
Glitter on the Lawn.
Yeah, Glitter on the Lawn. Okay, tell us about that book.
This is my first attempt at contemporary fiction. It's still MM romance, but it's contemporary because I usually don't write humans. And humans are hard.
And that will be out what date?
March 14th.
March 14th. Okay, this one's coming up. Now, speaking of not writing humans, they're hard. You're creating realms that don't actually exist. Is that correct?
Do what?
Are you creating realms that don't actually exist?
Yes. Yes. I'll give you a general idea and some descriptions of places, but they're not exactly the same as the real world. No.
Okay. Now, just for your craft and your process, we have so many viewers that are writing books, and there's millions of people that are writing books who can't seem to finish, but you've done it multiple times. But just as far as your process, is there a lot to keep track of in a realm that doesn't really exist? How do you make sure everybody's in the right place at the right time and with the right other characters?
And not get confused between worlds.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how I do that. I know that for Fire Ridge Pride and Blood Rights, we're doing this, and I know for the Feladay Clan we're doing that. But for me, the characters sort of speak to me, so I just kind of go with exactly what they want. And it just sort of flows. I'm a pantser. I'm not really a planner.
Not a planner. Nice.
So it's hard to explain exactly how the process works. I mean, I've got the basics down.
Yeah. And for our viewers out there who are trying to be the next Jay Green, trying to get their books written and published, what's your discipline? Do you get up at 6 a.m. and start writing every day, or you have a different process?
No, at 6 a.m. I give my dog Liam his seizure meds and I go back to sleep. I get back up at 1, we repeat that process, and then I sit down with my coffee and I start writing. And I usually don't stop writing until 3 in the morning. Now other stuff comes up. You've got food and, meals, things like that. But no, my process is I pretty much live like a vampire. Mm-hmm. Which is why I'm so pale.
You don't see a lot of sunlight. Now, do you have a word limit a day, or chapters or hours limit that you hold yourself to?
No, I go until I get tired.
Yeah.
It frustrates me if I can't get at least 200 words written. But, yeah.
Now, by the way, you've done so many books. I know there's a process of creating, writing, getting it onto the page, and then there's another process, getting it published. Does that get easier after so many books?
It becomes rote, but the details don't become easier. With Glitter, my editor and I went back and forth probably 10 times just to get things right. And then my 2 favorite ARC readers got hold of it, and they're like, oh, you missed this. There were 4 places that after I'd rewritten, my editor and I both missed something. So thankfully they came back and told me, hey, fix this. So then all I had to do was go in and change it and then re-upload to Amazon so that when it comes out, it's good.
It's all
hopefully
good, ready to go. And I know I asked you this early on, but I just want to reiterate, how many total books of yours are out there?
I think it's 35.
35. And are they still out in circulation where people can order all of them?
Yes. Yeah. They are all